plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to Tolo, Justin, and others saying what's up with the fan cam. Pepe has been working on it in the commercial break. I believe we're all good. Peyton Russell?
We're up and running, guys.
All right, we are back up and running live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for the heads up. And turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. Got the entire morning family together on a Tolo Tuesday. Yesterday, in the final hour, we were rocked by the Mike Florio news that Vegas has put Brian Schottenheimer, Cowboys offensive coordinator, at number 1 on the betting board to replace Mike McCarthy. Bobby Belt, over to you and everything you found out and discussed yesterday after the show ended.
There's no clarity at all in that building right now, it doesn't feel like. And I think that's indicative of the fact that this really feels like it's probably Jerry kind of leading this more than he has other decisions in the past few years. Because in the past few years, there's usually a critical consensus. There's a group that's working through things, and you kind of get a sense of, all right, the group's kind of feeling this way, or Jerry's talking over this or that, or directing these sort of things. And you get a sense throughout the entire Dallas building, like, all right, well, these 5 people involved, I know this is what they think, and this is what they're talking about. This one is kind of all over the place, where I don't know that there's a lot of clarity for even top-line executives. And the Brian Schottenheimer thing that started right now, it's like we said yesterday. I don't know that I'm going to say, like, I wouldn't say he's a slam dunk Brian Schottenheimer's got the job. And I don't think he's this overwhelming favorite that Vegas put in there, but he's real. Like, he's absolutely real as part of their discussion, and part of this is because a lot of the players really love him. And it's not just guys on offense, guys on defense love him, because when he first got hired here, he was hired as a defensive coach to work with the defensive staff in terms of, here are your weaknesses, here's how I'd challenge you. It was the Ben McAdoo role that they used previously. But I think a lot of what this is just, there's questions about how much has Kellen potentially forgiven them for everything? How interested are they in waiting around for Kellen? Were they impressed enough by Saleh, who apparently crushed his interview on Saturday, did great with his interview on Saturday? How much do they like Saleh? How much were they waiting around potentially to get their hands on Aaron Glenn and talk to him? I think these are all different factors that people are throwing around and trying to scale and figure out. And because of that, there is a line of thinking there of just, there's no question with Schottenheimer. Like, Schotty's here, and players like Schotty, and, we don't have to worry about outside noise, because the inside noise, what players in here think, they like him. And so we can go that route. And so I think it's a legitimate discussion right now. I think there is a thought process that says, is this real in terms of how much they love him, or they definitely love him? Is this real in terms of we're going to actually pull the trigger and do this? Or is there some end game here of we need to pull Kellen's price down, or we need to push him this way, we need to do this, we need to do that, and we'll leverage it with this? I think it's very clear at this point, though, they want him back here in some capacity.
They want who?
Brian Schottenheimer. They want him back here in some capacity.
The fact that they would, because there's no rhyme or reason to these rumors. There's none. You're not competing with any other team for Brian Schottenheimer's head coaching services.
Unless you are trying to, you're trying to drive Kellen down. Kellen, we got an option. You can stay in Philly, or you can get a head coaching job by taking our terms.
Yeah, it's, that's the cheapness that they are. They really are. But yeah, I don't know. I think this was I truly believe they were doing the float a name out there, gauge the reaction. If the vitriol is tame,
which it is. Oh, the vitriol's not tame.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, the vitriol's tame. You know what? The players, we're okay to deal with it because the players like them. If it's high, if it's panic in the streets, if there's protesters out there outside of the Star, then we're gonna pull back.
I talked to people yesterday who there's some who think he's absolutely getting the job. There are others who think there's no chance. And so, I mean, to me, that's, again, I think it speaks to when you've got all this, typically everybody is sort of on the same page when you talk to them. And even if they've got details that they feel are a little different, nobody's just completely different on the overall direction of what they're doing. For there to be so many different opinions, like I said, that to me says nobody knows because nobody knows what Jerry's going to do. And it's very much, is Jerry going to turn in the Manziel card, or is he going to say, all right, I'll let you guys pick Zach Martin? That's what they're trying to figure out right now.
Adam Schefter with what he knows when hit about the Schottenheimer stuff on McAfee.
Jerry Jones is certainly apt to change his mind from day to day. And again, I think the candidates have been out there so far. I think Brian Schottenheimer is the favorite in Las Vegas here. Now, that doesn't mean that Brian Schottenheimer isn't going to be the head coach at some point in time. Again, we never rule out anything. But to the best of my knowledge, he hadn't even interviewed for the job, and Dallas hadn't approached him about being the head coach. I think the Cowboys absolutely love and respect Brian Schottenheimer, and they want him there. But I don't know that that's as the head coach right now. Now, again, the process will unfold, and we'll see what twists and turns it takes, and maybe it leads them back to Brian Schottenheimer as a head coaching candidate. At one point in time, Brian Schottenheimer was like the hot guy out there, roughly, I don't know, what was it, a decade plus ago when he was the offensive coordinator of the Jets, and he turned down some jobs. And I think there's a lesson there in that when you're a coordinator and these jobs come along, when you're a GM candidate and these jobs come along, you can't wait too long. You have to strike when you have the opportunity. And it would be great if Brian Schottenheimer were to get another opportunity. I haven't heard that that's happening yet. Maybe it does happen down the line, but to my knowledge right now, that's not the case.
For chaos theory, for just like the this is what you get type of angle. People loved that Mike McCarthy apparently just walked away.
Yeah.
How much do you think people would love it if Kellen Moore said, no thanks, I've been there once, not doing that again. Robert Saleh went, no thanks, I'll take the Jaguars job, appreciate you. And they just start getting stuck with, well, we just don't have options. Like, we don't have anybody to hire.
I'll tell you this. If I was Robert Saleh, after I just dealt with that circus with the Jets, I might want to go to a very anonymous place.
I was told if he was offered both jobs, it's very likely he would take Jacksonville.
Over this?
Yeah.
It's like
my Lord.
Yeah, like your legacy, you could define your legacy as a coach. You can enjoy your time as a coach more elsewhere. And I think if you're making like life-changing money, and all these guys have life-changing money, some guys are just like, dude, I don't want to put up with that. Like McCarthy was like,
it's like going to New York to play for the Yankees.
Yeah, like if you could make $100 million playing for the Guardians or 120 playing for the Yankees or whatever the number is, like I'm not dealing with those idiots.
Ask Joey Gallo. Yeah.
Schefter doesn't seem, this is really reading between the lines, Schefter seems to be saying, I'm not buying head coach stuff. I'm not buying that yet.
Hedging a little.
Hedging a little. He hasn't even gotten an interview. We haven't even talked about an interview.
No, he's had.
We don't think he's had an interview.
No, from what we've heard, he's not. But like, what? By the way, did we miss the Brian Schottenheimer was a hot head coaching candidate era?
Yeah, I mean, you did. If you didn't realize Brian Schottenheimer turned down head coaching jobs in 2010, 2011. He was absolutely the top name at one point.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Not based on that Jets offense.
Ground and pound, baby.
I put out the poll question yesterday. I don't think I've ever had one with as many votes that was as one-sided. How would you feel about Schottenheimer as Cowboys' next head coach? 94-6.
What, 94?
94%. No, you cannot be serious.
How many votes?
3,100.
Who are those?
It's a better sample of these pollsters.
I got to know. Yeah,
they're Eagle fans.
I guess so.
They're other fans.
Who are the 100, whatever that is, 180 fans that said, yeah, that's I'll take that.
There are other fans in the NFC East. So Brian Schottenheimer, number one on the boards in Vegas. They did interview Leslie Frazier for the vacancy.
Yeah, and they interviewed with him for a long time. He was in there for several hours, and everything you hear is that...
Well, they had to make it look legit.
No, everything you hear is that Leslie Frazier is a guy who impresses not just the Cowboys, impressed them yesterday, which is what I heard, but impresses teams in general when it sits down with them with like, hey, I've got a clear, organized vision for this is how you create a strong, disciplined culture. This is how you create a winning football team. And that I think they came away from it really liking Leslie Frazier. I don't think they're going to hire him as head coach. Not just because it's like, well, we got our own ideas. I think Leslie Frazier might want to shake things up more than they want. And I think that it's for a team that clearly,
I wonder how many people, I was wondering this about Saleh. I wonder how many people go in there, sit down, and give them a cold dose of reality. How many actually sit down and say, you know what the problem is? Yep. And point right at him, or some version of that's a little harsh.
A nicer version maybe.
Like how many coaches said to the Joneses?
Yeah, like you really want to win? Do you guys really want to win, or do you want to make noise? Because you need to this, and you need to get the hell up out of the way. I wonder how many actually say it.
Well, Belichick took the UNC job, so we'll never know.
I would say none that actually want the job,
right?
Because like McCarthy had to sit there and say he watched every game and whatever.
It's like Gordon.
He was a liar right from the start. Isn't that wild, Mike?
You need someone. I just want someone to be like Gordon Ramsay, Kitchen Nightmares, walk in and destroy them.
It's trash.
Yes.
Now I think Leslie Frazier, though, he did. While they were very impressed with him, I think, again, they want some semblance of continuity, and the things he talked about were probably more, this feels like radical culture change.
Yeah.
And I don't know how comfortable we are with this, but we feel like we're close.
And by the way, to your shock value point, no, Cowboy fans would not be as happy getting turned down over and over and over again as they were on Mike walking out, because we still want a coach. We still want an exciting hire. I think having NFC East teams advance, in your face, Joneses. Mike McCarthy walked out on you, in your face. I don't think we want to end up, like the Longhorns years ago, 9th, looking for your 9th candidate.
And then Jerry names himself head coach.
I know. Good gosh, people are sitting there like, I really think that's happening. I really do. I got that tweet yesterday.
God, y'all are stupid sometimes.
You've said some stupid things in the past 48 hours, too.
List them.
Some no name. You've said about 3 people would have been closer against Green Bay or a better coach than Mike McCarthy.
Well, and there are a lot of stupid people who work for the Cowboys who think the same thing.
Well, you're the one who's going to have to go back over there. Keep using the word stupid. Bones Fossil is gone. On over to the Tennessee Titans.
I don't care. I don't care about the special.
Who's going to do play-by-play of practice in Oxnard?
That's a good question.
Who's going to do
Choose her up. Choose her up.
It's a mojo moment. Mojo.
No, thank God that's gone, too.
Who's going to walk into the
Hey,
media?
I liked hearing the Sunday Night Football theme, okay? It was fun. That was cool.
I do want to ask a serious, nerdy special teams question.
Yeah.
How much credit does a person like Bones Fossil get for Aubrey and Turpin? I wonder that myself. I'm curious. Bones Fossil developed Brandon Aubrey as a kicker, or is it way less? Is it exactly like your analogy, except not even close to the coach and the quarterback? You know what I mean? Like you said, Jaden Daniels is going to be Jaden Daniels no matter what. I think in my mind, a coach has more impact on Jaden Daniels than a special teams guy on a kicker. But I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I never really thought of it. I assume
is Bones Fossil a kicking expert?
I assume. Well, that was Zerline.
Not with Greg Zerline.
I assume that if there's a technique issue, if they can see something that mechanically they're doing wrong, like a golf swing. I think it actually with a kicker might have more impact.
They can clean up a lot of mechanical things, and I think a special teams coach matters to your unit. I think your unit is usually pretty directly reflective of how good is your special teams
now,
coach.
Turpin, probably 0. That's just gifted speed.
A lot of people would say that he helped Turpin understand how to set up blocks and return kicks.
Be patient.
Everybody loves Bones Fossil personally. Does not seem like you could have a better dude. I was disappointed with his tenure here based upon a lot of the hype. And a lot of the hype really is branding. You hear Bones Fossil and oh my gosh, so highly regarded last name. I was disappointed, especially with these crazy dumb fakes that looked so embarrassing last season.
I mean, I did have somebody tell me that they thought the fact that Bones left might be a decent indicator that the Schottenheimer thing isn't that real. That, all right, if Schottenheimer was going to stay, Bones would probably feel like, all right, we got some security, we know where we're heading, I'll stay. And the fact that he left might say, okay, I don't know what we're doing here.
Other moves are being made. Is it possible that Mike McCarthy could just come back here and solve this whole...
God, no.
Keep your mic off. That's next for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Coaching candidates, this is why you turn it on and leave it on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Could Mike McCarthy come back to the Cowboys? Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt with you here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bob, thank you for breakfast. Fantastic, which I'm digesting right now while trying to get through this opening sentence.
Did you like me wearing the hat just for you today that I wore on Friday night on TV?
Didn't even notice it. Don't care.
I cared on Saturday.
Yeah, I care when you embarrass yourself on television. The big coaching domino fell yesterday. Ben Johnson, new head coach of the Chicago Bears. The early salary floating around. Would Jerry Jones have paid $13 million?
No, he would not have.
$13 million for Ben Johnson. That is what Flory was kind of hearing. But here it is. The golden child is going to his new quarterback.
You know, he had to eventually pick a team.
Yeah.
I mean, he had been a coaching candidate for like 3 years now. He had to eventually, it's either S or get off the pot at this point. Like, you either want
Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, you either want to be a coach or you don't. And if he didn't, that's fine. Like if he just wanted to be an OC the rest of his life, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that. Carve your own path. But like you throw $13 million at somebody, and I can't imagine he was making close to that as the OC. I mean, you got to take it. You got to take it.
Yeah, and you get to go work with Caleb Williams, who, I mean, don't ask Jake Reitma about Caleb Williams in the other room. He's not a big fan, but you get to work with Caleb Williams and a lot of really good young offensive talent, and now we'll see if you can actually lead that group and if you can actually bring them their first 4,000-yard passer in the history of that franchise.
The fact that has, and then again, another year where they don't hire a coach with head coaching experience in their 100-year history.
Yeah,
it's been one guy, John Fox.
Well, what happened to the board op in Chicago that told you that they were going to hire Mike McCarthy?
They were the front runner. I don't know. It's funny. They texted me yesterday. And they're like, hey, I just want to remind you, we have you're coming up here in like 2 hours. I told them to remind me that day. And I said, okay. Literally 10 minutes later, I saw the thing pop up on my computer screen, and they sent me that text like, yep, you have to cancel.
Many people think that Dennis Allen is going with him to be the defensive coordinator, former head coach of the New Orleans Saints. So going ahead and trying to build his staff. I've asked numerous times over the past few weeks, what do we know about Ben Johnson? Kevin Turner.
Well,
listening to the show,
Tizzle,
whose football opinion I respect, texted me and said, Ben Johnson, calm under pressure, software engineer, genius, knows who he is and not an ounce of fake, will handle his part and let others do theirs, will not try to be in the spotlight. So that's what KT passed on over about Ben Johnson. I am not that furious and disgusted that the Cowboys apparently didn't make that much of an effort to talk to Ben Johnson. I'm more alarmed and embarrassed that Ben Johnson apparently had zero freaking interest in checking out the Dallas Cowboys. Like, you can make an argument, right? Like, everyone just knew that this was a marriage that was going to happen. Everyone knew Ben Johnson was going to Chicago. Yeah. I give props to Albert Breer. That's the one I first saw say this a long time ago, that Ben Johnson was interested in the Chicago job last year. So I'm not that furious with the Cowboys. I mean, I'm pretty upset about it, but I'm more alarmed that Ben Johnson didn't care about the big room.
I think the issue is personality. I don't know that his personality would have meshed here.
Yeah.
If everybody says that he is like this kind of quiet, reserved guy, software engineer.
Kellen Moore, Jason Garrett?
Jason had been here. Kellen had been here.
Okay. I'm just saying personality-wise, they're quiet, Kellen's quiet and reserved.
They are. But, I think Jason's cut a little bit differently. Ben wanted also, all the rumors say he wanted a lot more control.
Yeah.
Than the Cowboys were probably willing to give him, and he knew that.
Yeah, and I mean, man, there was
a rumor out there. I think it was in Jacksonville. I saw yesterday. I don't know whether one of you guys sent it. The alignment was not there for the front office and what Ben Johnson would have wanted. So that screams some control there. And the Bears are like, screw it, we're desperate.
Well, and the Jags have shown they will spend. Schott will spend some money.
Sure. I mean, the cons then this past year, though, were like, maybe our spending money idea was bad. Maybe we shouldn't spend as much money. But, I mean, I think I'm going to be fascinated to see how Chicago moves forward with him. Because there's so much hype around him. And I'm trying to think of who has been the most recent, the next of just like, that guy's going to be a superstar. He's going to be so awesome. Mike McDaniel, maybe? Where McDaniel got to Miami and some of that lived up to the hype early, and then it's like, all right, can you actually do this or not? And I wonder if we've seen different instances of X's and O's geniuses on either side who then they get there and they can't lead a football team. And I wonder if he's going to be that. It sounded like when we talked to Rappaport a couple weeks ago, he didn't think he could be that.
And of course, the other domino in this is Mike McCarthy not getting the Bears job. So I can't wait for this to play out to see who's right in the building. Me and Bobby versus Broadus and others who think that McCarthy was definitely going to get another job. Now it looks like the Saints or bust for Mike because the Bears are out. And what I said at the time when we were going back and forth to the Jerry McCarthy meeting, if you're Mike and you want to walk out, make sure you're okay with retirement. Make sure when you walk out of the doors in Frisco, you have come to terms with this is my last walk as an NFL head coach because this could be it, done, and over with.
Could be. I mean, I think Jacksonville will be in play for Mike.
Well,
have they talked about him yet?
No.
They're interviewing Saleh for a second time.
Yeah.
And Aaron Glenn is interviewing with the Jets for a second time. So if you're on number 2 interviews and you haven't scheduled one with me yet, that's not a good sign.
Not a good sign. It's not a good sign. It doesn't mean he can't sneak his way in there. His Belichick interviewed 3 times with Atlanta last year, and they wound up giving it to Raheem. But, yeah, I think that, if you're Mike, you're at the age where retirement's fine. You're cool with it. He's in his 60s.
Well, that's the thing.
He doesn't seem cool with it.
That's the thing. Everyone keeps saying that. We have no idea what his motivation is.
No.
Yeah, everyone is saying, you got enough money, go enjoy life. Mike McCarthy may not want to retire. Mike McCarthy may be dying to coach a football team still. So he might not be fine with just sitting back and chilling and traveling the world.
Right.
He wants to coach, 3 more years, maybe.
You've got to weigh, and he had to weigh, and I'm sure he did. Because I doubt he did an emotional walkout.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's not an emotional individual, that's for sure.
But, you had to weigh, what am I more comfortable with? Walking away and potentially never working again? Or, kind of being, because the whole thing with the Witten stuff, that was seemingly being the bridge, right? Or am I really okay with disrespecting myself?
Yeah.
And for him, and I think for a lot of people, for most people who have to worry about their next meal, they don't care about that.
Well, they care. They just don't have the power to do anything about it.
When you have the power to do something about it, it makes it much easier to be like, all right, you know what?
No, I respect what Mike did personally, but I'm going to hear my father ringing me up 10 times over all these job meetings in this building. Professionally, I was worried for Mike that he's walking into retirement and not necessarily on his own accord. That Mike would be forced into retirement. That's what I would have said if we were talking to Mike or if I was Don Yee. Yo, I don't think the Bears thing is really happening. Are you okay with going to New Orleans without a quarterback? And Jacksonville right now is not calling to set up an interview. This this is more likely than not it. Over 50%, one of these other teams is not calling to hire you. Just be okay with that professionally. And that's where we stand right now with McCarthy, as the Saints are looking at Aaron Glenn as well. And again, Jacksonville's second interview with Saleh.
Yeah, and I mean,
they're also interested, according to Schefter, in Liam Cohen and Joe Brady. So no Mike McCarthy listed.
Yeah, I think on the Vegas betting odds, the most recent one for the Saints head coach, he was like fourth. McCarthy was on the Saints betting job. So look, I mean, this is when that chatter starts, this is when it helps for Mike to have his national media friends who will pump him up as being some legitimate candidate somewhere. It also helps that when his personal assistant is a Fox Sports reporter and is going to then pump his name up other places, he is a lot of fluff and not a lot of follow through. So his interview cycle is going very similar to his coaching career.
Yeah, you're so easy to telegraph with your trolling with the way.
Is that incorrect?
It is incorrect. He's a Super Bowl champion. Like
no, you know his reputation is Chop. You know his reputation is Chop. You know what his reputation is. His reputation is he got Rodgers one. He got Rodgers one. The
psychopath convention.
Why? What's the psychopath convention?
Where you start going on your little rants here.
It's one. I don't care. No, because you know what? There's actual. I care when people say stupid S like you just did.
Well,
that's stupid.
Aaron Glenn, one of the top coaching candidates, is set for another one with the Jets. And Rappaport says this morning they don't want to let Aaron Glenn get out of the building. You had some random Bobby-esque hate for Lou Anarumo yesterday. Where did that come from as the Colts hire him as their DC from Cincinnati?
That wasn't hate.
Yeah. Okay, you want me to read the email?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's basically like, thank God we didn't get him. I wanted no part. I just didn't remember you ever saying anything about Lou Anarumo.
Just like the whole thing with their defense this year, terrible.
Yeah.
Their defense, I mean, they've had issues defensively.
He's been good there.
Well, at times he has, and then this year they were terrible. I was just surprised that he got a job in like 2 seconds. He went the full Rob Ryan. Remember when Rob Ryan left, he was like, I'll get a job in 5 minutes. And it wound up being like a year before he got the Saints job. But yeah, I was a little surprised that Lou Anarumo, I didn't want to see him here. I don't think they would have hired him, but I'm a little bummed that he's not in the NFC East.
Oh. Doesn't he have a good reputation?
People like him. They think he's a good coach. He would have worked here, but I don't think they had any interest in hiring him here.
Belichick's girlfriend shut down rumors that he would be interested in going back to the NFL. She posted a picture of herself and Bill in North Carolina color saying, we're overly committed.
I'll take a little sip.
Overly committed. That from Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend of Bill Belichick. So that's where we stand right now. Next big domino to fall, you got a prediction or what you're dying to see the most?
I'm dying to see where the hell the Raiders go. They have to pivot because they thought they had Ben. They thought that Ben Johnson was going to go there. Now, Brady obviously seems to have a lot of influence. But, Tom, how we talked about with Gerard Mayo that his web was really small because he had only been with the Patriots? Tom's web's not really small, but, he had really 90% of his career was with New England. Like, he does not have the biggest web of like coaches that he has a really close relationship with. I really am fascinated because that's a toxic job too.
The evil Ryan Day has his national championship. We recap the comeback and all the cheap concessions at the game with a college football kegger next on 105.3 The Fan. But speaking of eating at the game, there's no better spot to do it than with
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Howard back to throw. Sets up, looks all over, takes off running. Will now throws into the end zone wide open, and it's Judkins with a catch for the score. Will Howard started to run right up the middle, but he finds Quinshon Judkins on a 6-yard TD pass play.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Was this the greatest run to a championship we've ever seen in sports?
In sports?
It might be a hyperbole. Might be a little bit of recency bias here.
We're going to go college football.
It
That's
might
like
be a little bit recency bias.
Like Alex Smith saying Jaden Daniels is having the best rookie season in sports history. Sports history.
Let's see. That's tough. That's a tough one. But
I don't think it's tough. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's tough to get. It's tough for him to say that.
Did he injure his head or his ankle?
But Ohio State went through a really great gauntlet to get here. And this all has to deal with context because there is no doubt that like the 2019 LSU team was better than this team. Right? They just had more. They were deeper. Several Alabama teams where you had, the first, second, and third string running back were all top 75 picks or whatever, right? But the gauntlet, they went through number 1, number 3, number 5, number 7. They beat them all by double digits. And in 3 of the games, they were up by 20 or more. And in this one, they were up by 24. They had to win this one by double digits, and they had to cover because they deserved to win this game so much. I was sweating this one out. We were sweating this one out. If you had it -8, you knew you were getting a push. If you had it at 8.5 or 9, I mean, you needed that last field goal. By the way, anyone have a problem with the last field goal?
I mean, they were going to lose regardless, but yeah, you just go for it on 4th down.
Marcus Freeman on the decision to kick that.
I just thought, instead of being down 16, let's try to go down 13. And I know it's still a 2-score game, but you have a better probability of getting 14 points than you do 16 points. And so if it was a shorter fourth and goal situation, I probably would have gone for it, but I just felt 4th and 9 was not a great chance for us to make that. And, I decided to kick it, and we didn't make it.
I had a problem with it.
Yeah, 4th and 9 is, that's a lot. It's tough, especially when you're condensed down there in the end zone. But you're going to lose either way. You might
9 minutes left.
Yeah, go for it. You needed. If you
made it 9. That took it from 16 to 13.
It would have, yeah.
Yeah, it would have.
Yeah, and if they
So you still need the amount of scores.
Right. You need
They need 2 2-point conversions.
Right, you do. So, like, let's just say they decided to kick the field goal. Well, now you still need 2 more possessions.
Yeah.
Whereas if you went for it and got it, you only need 1 possession. And if you went for it and missed, you still just need 2 possessions.
If you go for it and you miss the 2-point conversion, though, you still need 2 possessions. I'm guessing he's just thinking, we still probably need 2 more possessions regardless. The numbers say we're probably going to need 2 more possessions. And in this scenario, I get 2 more possessions and a chance to win rather than tie.
I will say this, though. Listening to this guy talk in game, my God, I wanted to jump through the TV screen. I wish there was smell-o-vision so I could see how scrumptious this guy smelled.
Throwing your boxers at the TV.
Like Roger Staubach and Gavin Spittle. He's just calm. He's cool. He's chill. He's measured. I could see why a lot of NFL teams wanted to speak with him.
I mean, I absolutely get it. And the players love him. The players wanted him to take the job over when Brian Kelly left. They were jubilant in the locker room when they did. So Ohio State gets the victory. Now, what does this do for Ryan Day? Obviously, he's the 5th coach to win a title at Ohio State. His legacy normally at a normal university with normal fans is completely cemented in lore. He's goated. He would, Mac Brown wins at Texas. He lasted another 8 years?
Yep.
So, I mean, you think this buys him time, but does it at Ohio State? Like, how much time does this buy him? Does this buy him the next November?
Till the next loss at Michigan. When they lose to Michigan again, that'll get him. That'll get people.
They will
complaining
get.
about him.
Yeah, we're asking 2 different questions. Like, how long will he reasonably have? Will the administration just cave to Wolverine fans going nuts? At least 2 more years.
College is a little different. If you've got like boosters who hate Michigan and are unhappy that you can't beat Michigan, you can push a coach out. If they're complaining enough,
Reitma just stopped me in the hallways. Like, we're going to get the 2 most obnoxious fan bases now in this offseason with the Wolverines and the Buckeyes. By far the 2 worst fan bases. That's what he said.
They can absolutely. I don't know enough about Michigan fan base. Ohio State. I mean, Michigan fan base is huge.
Are people from Ohio, though, like, annoying? I don't think of Ohio as Philadelphia.
Yeah, Ohio's like code word for weirdos now.
Yeah.
Like, it's replaced Florida as just weirdos.
Skibbity, Ohio.
Yeah, people say Ohio is just like a, it's like, oh yeah, Ohio man or whatever. Yeah, Ohio's code for like weirdos.
Oh.
Like, the Michigan folk are super nice. I go to Gaylord. They're super nice people.
Yeah.
But you start talking football with them, and they turn into a little obnoxious. It's just the way it is. So Kirk Herbstreit was talking about Ryan Day in the postgame, and how proud and happy he is. And he got a little bit. Is it verklempt? Remember Saturday Night Live?
Yes,
Verklempt. He got a little verklempt.
Kirk Herbstreit join us now, and man, this story can now be told, right? You guys heard it. Holly asked him about it. We've all heard Ryan Day say the story can only be told if we win tonight. Herbie, I'll let you start as a guy grew up there and wore the uniform. What's the story of this team?
Oh, don't start with me, man. I'm a little emotional. I'm just fired up for these guys. When I call these games, I'm incredibly objective, and I love all these Ohio State teams, but this team, because of what they went through to get to this point, you're just happy,
That's not going to do him any favors moving forward when he is answering the biased, objective criticism. Shout out to Tolo D for letting me know about that, but Choppy had already seen it, so I can guarantee you Troy Aikman will not be breaking down like that if the Dallas Cowboys go on to win the Super Bowl with Jerry Jones.
Yeah. He needs to just move on to his outkick career.
Who?
Herbstreit.
Whoa.
That's what he's got to do.
I don't know if he's got those political thoughts. Maybe he does.
Yeah, remember we played the audio of him. He was like, I'm getting closer and closer to just saying what my beliefs are about things. And then he started ranting about transgender and everything.
Girl sports and everything. Yeah. But that was one.
Maybe he'll just announce his political affiliation like Broadus did.
Man. He announces his political leanings, somebody else's career ends. I mean,
Broadus coming out with it.
He just came straight out with it.
Don't be messy.
All right, so there was more. I mean, he was talking about, he's here, constantly hears things right now. He's plugged in, and he spent a lot of time in Columbus, obviously, very plugged in. what happens next.
Reset, and he's going to join that list of Ohio State national championship coaches. Paul Brown, Woody Hayes, Jim Tressel, and Urban Meyer, and now Ryan Day. He's in that club.
How good does that sound, man? I'm a friend of his. I'm very objective and try to be as fair as I can be, but I hear the stories behind the curtain. I know what he and his wife and his family go through, and it's really it's tough, and it's tough to be a coach at a premium school where you're expected to win every game. He handled it with such class, and he gets on top of the mountain.
So,
jeez,
like, Herbie gets killed by Ohio State fans. They say that he is a hater. He's an Ohio State, and that's why he kind of has a soured relationship with Ohio State.
Yeah.
And it was like in this game, it all came like he was like, "That no, I'm an Ohio State fan."
Yeah. My boy Link is listening in Ohio Odyssey app. He's very, very hurt by what we're saying about, is it Ohioans? Is that what they are?
Ohioites?
Okay, so I don't say it about them. But like if you go to Urban Dictionary, Ohio, Florida of the Midwest, Ohio, it says slang for cringe or weird for Gen Alpha. Like, so they'll say whenever you've got awkward Riz or whatever else, they'll call it Ohio Riz.
Look, let me say this about Herb Street. I really think he's a beast doing college football. I really enjoy him doing the games. I think McAfee has kind of given him a yellow light, maybe even a green light, to say, you know what, I'm going to say what I want. I have enough money. They fly me around on a private plane. I think Herb Street is a beast doing college football, way better than he is with Al Michaels for the NFL.
Yeah.
It's not even in the same sphere, in my opinion.
And it makes no sense why the two are different.
I know.
It's the same sport. It makes no sense. It's like,
well, you got definitely the atmosphere for college is better.
Mm-hmm.
The chemistry with Fowler is definitely better.
Yeah.
So maybe there's an excitement, just chemistry thing with the environment.
yeah, and like, yeah, maybe there is.
And
Like,
he's probably more comfortable.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not questioning his NFL knowledge. He's probably more comfortable with college knowledge.
And didn't he say he stepped into the NFL job and he was like, this is not my realm, and so I need to be like a little more deferential, and I need to like basically he felt the need to just, I can't step in here and be the authority that I've been other places. I need to earn my spot here.
Like, do NFL fans not, like, would Dick Vitale go to an NBA game or Jay Billis and not be able to? You know what I
think
mean?
there's a lot of NFL fans who don't watch college at all. Like, and I just like there's a lot of college fans who don't watch the NFL. So I think there are probably a lot of NFL fans who aren't super familiar with Kurt.
That's fair.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy after the Buckeyes win the national championship.
I'm sure a lot of people got drunk yesterday at the game because the beer prices were just $5.
Man, Atlanta does it right.
Atlanta does it right.
They're the
I drowned it in Tito's today.
The largest beer cost $10. You could have eaten,
especially yesterday celebrating.
Yes, you could have eaten 6 hot dogs last night for the same price as you would have eaten 1 hot dog last year in the national championship game.
Where was the game last year?
Was it at, let's see, I don't know where it was. Sorry. It was, so 2 years ago, it was in L.A. I don't remember where it was.
All right, you know what,
last
forget
year.
it.
Doesn't
Go
matter.
ahead. What are the rest of the prices?
So you had, I mean, such cheap prices that you had available here. Like I said, the largest beer was $10.50.
Houston. It was Houston last year.
It's Houston. The cheapest beer was $5. You could have gotten a shake for $3. Your soda was $2 last night. $2 for a soda.
Wow.
Let's see. A chili cheese dog was $5.
Which one of you guys was explaining why this works? I think it was you.
Well, it was. It's just you're talking about. So you buy more, right? So you have cheaper concessions and cheaper merchandise. So you bring your family in, you buy tickets, you come to the game, everything's cheaper. So instead of buying 1 soda for the game and 1 hot dog, now you might buy 3 or 4 beers, and now you're more likely to spend merchandise.
So the numbers were showing it's working out for
They
them?
were showing that it was working out because what they were losing in concessions, they were making up for in merch. Because what happens when you drink more? You become a little bit looser with your
spending,
with your willingness to spend, and all of a sudden that overpriced $110 hoodie doesn't look all that bad when your team wins.
Yeah,
and that's just the reality of it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's very cool. I think it's great. You get cheese nachos for $3, popcorn for $2.
Howard S. can be living at those
I
concession
know.
stands.
A cheeseburger for $5. Hey, come on. You want to splurge? A Stromboli is $14.
A Stromboli?
A Stromboli. A whole pizza was $18.
Burn it up like my weekend. You've done a nice job. You've shown restraint twice. There was a hot dog joke. I saw you going with a hot dog, and then something about another concession.
Another concession.
Dirty water
dog. The Stromboli.
Dirty water dog.
Shout out, Byron. Do you want to do the Alabama caller real quick?
No, let's save it for inauguration talk.
All right, very good.
We are going to talk, Broadus, about the inauguration. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Shreveport, Jay Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Pay in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You know I'm FAF, right? I'm the most objective person in the Metroplex. And even though I was ticked off, I was stunned that my report may end up being right about Brian Schottenheimer, I needed to give the guy a little bit of a chance. So we're going to get to know the possible next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and you're going to feel better about it today than yesterday. The audio with Brian Schottenheimer introducing himself to the Metroplex next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep you healthy.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
entertainment companions, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And that means we are commercial free, so no reason to go anywhere else on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Where do we stand with the coaching search? Mike McCarthy. Now, Mike Florio had thrown this out there when McCarthy walked out of the building in Frisco. He goes, we can't rule out a McCarthy return. Wouldn't that be so Cowboy-esque if they brought Mike McCarthy back on the cheap, which they may have wanted to initially do, or under the Jason Witten babysitting agreement?
I lose a lot of respect for Mike.
Well,
he's in a position of
not if you want to work.
If you want to work, no, but like it would be like, so the only thing that's different is you don't have a job? Like that's it? You're gonna go crawling back at that? I could see the Cowboys doing it. I really could. I don't know that I see Mike doing that. I don't know. Maybe he would. Maybe he would.
It's impossible. They can't do it.
What's more likely? The Cowboys doing that or Mike doing that?
Cowboys.
That they reach out to him?
Yeah. But I would still say they can't do that. I can't ever see Jerry being like, yeah, they release a whole statement about mutually agreeing to part ways. And then they would have to come back and be like, well, you know what? We looked at it and we changed our mind. And sometimes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And
3 weeks of it.
That would not work. That would not work.
Leslie Frazier interviewed. Bones Fossil is going to the Tennessee Titans. And Nick Harris chimed in, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I got a phone call from Nick yesterday. By the way, credit wars breaking out over Brian Schottenheimer apparently on the interwebs with people, different reporters.
He was fighting with you?
I'm not going to elaborate on our conversations. He was not. No, it was not a contentious phone call.
Okay.
But I got my scoreboard out.
Were you there?
I got my retweet credit scoreboard out. Here's what Nick had to say about it. There's still an overwhelming feeling that Kellen is the leader. And some believe that Robert Saleh is closing in following a strong interview on Saturday. This buzz has me believing it will lead to Schottenheimer sticking around, but as offensive coordinator for whichever head coach does end up landing the job. RJ Choppy did some Brian Schottenheimer homework.
All right, so I went and looked at where Schotty was in terms of his offenses as a coordinator. I saw this thing posted. I don't care where the hell the offense is ranked when he was a quarterback's coach. Okay. Right? That did nothing for me. So Schottenheimer had about 14 years as an OC. Okay? He ranked in the top 10 in yards rushing 5 times. Now, again, there's not a lot of nuance to these because you really need to go into efficiency, and some of these numbers, you got to pay for them. I'm not paying for sites. But you get, so like rushing yards could be something as much as, hey, you were winning, and that's why you're higher on the rush yards. Because you're winning these games, right? So he ranked in the top 10 in yards rushing 5 times. His teams finished in the top 10 of passing yards just 1 time. Ugh. All right, that was with Dak. And look, again, that doesn't know the whole story. There's nothing wrong with that. How many years did he finish in the top 15 in net yards per pass? Net yards per pass, top 15.
Twice.
Okay. 3 times. 9 times they finished outside the top 20.
Let's reset, by the way, who he had. His quarterback and teams that we're talking about.
So he had Chad Pennington, Brett Favre.
He looks so young that he hasn't been around. You would not think he's been around that long that he had Chad Pennington and Brett Favre.
Oh, yeah. He was like a 33-year-old coordinator. He was like Kellen Moore at one point.
Pennington, Favre, Sanchez, Russ, Dak.
Okay. Before Dak.
That's not the worst.
But it's not the best.
Oh, no. It's not.
Right?
Well, the Favre time in New York was bad. And Pennington was never a push the ball down the field guy.
Yeah.
No, he was like a smart guy. He was a brains core.
Sanchez was a bust.
And Russ was really good, but how much of that was manage the game, Legion of Boom versus let Russ cook?
That was kind of at the end of the Legion. This was 2018 to 2020. This was like the let Russ cook-ish.
Yeah, I mean, this was those 3 years. These were Russ's stats his 3 years with Schottenheimer. 35 touchdowns, 7 picks, 31 touchdowns, 5 picks, 40 touchdowns, 13 picks. I mean, his three best years were with Schottenheimer.
That makes me feel better. That makes me feel good.
Now, in terms of, let's see, like points per game, they were actually pretty good in those 3 years with Russ. They were top 10. Top 10 in points per game.
Schottenheimer and McCarthy, for what it's worth, by the way, they don't see the same on philosophy at all.
They what?
They don't see the same on offensive philosophy at all. Not very much.
I thought the whole word was Schottenheimer was a McCarthy guy.
Schottenheimer is a McCarthy guy from a
personality.
They think they're good coaches, good motivators, but like Schottenheimer's big role here in Dallas was I will communicate Mike's ideas to the players. The players, I'll communicate their ideas to Mike. Like he was considered a really strong bridge for helping the two understand each other.
So again, points per game, finished in the top 10 5 times overall, outside the top 20 5 times overall. Not the worst, not the best. If you're hiring to be a head coach, or are they hiring to be for his offensive mind? Like, what are they hiring him for? If it's for his offensive mind, you're probably going to be a little disappointed. If it's for a head coach and you don't care about his offensive mind, you just care about him, the man, the motive, then, do that what you will.
I was expecting worse numbers, though. I wanted to find out about the guy. Just like with Ben Johnson, I want to find out about the guy and his personality. And you guys yesterday had mentioned that Schottenheimer sat down with the G-Bag Nation in Oxnard. I did not hear the interview live. So last night, like a dork, I decided to go ahead and pull up the Odyssey app, and I wanted to listen to Brian Schottenheimer. Right off the bat, again, FAF, I was sick yesterday and depressed, sports depressed, over him being number one on the Vegas boards, that this could actually happen. I mean, amazing personality. The coaching interview with him on Fridays would blow McCarthy, and McCarthy was good with us. This would blow McCarthy away with this guy's personality. First 2 minutes, you could tell. Instantly. I didn't even grab the audio, but it was just getting to know the guys, sitting down, saying what's up. I could totally see why Stephen Jones or whoever loves him from a personality standpoint. It was there. You just know. You can just feel it when he put on the headset. So I grabbed some of the clips from the interview, and this is one of the criticisms was boring. What do you call him?
R2P2.
Run, pass, punt.
That's right.
Well, that was Marty Ball. If you're old enough, like we are, you remember Marty Schottenheimer always criticized these conservative offenses, could never do enough, playoff choker, but run, control the game. And Brian Broaddus started off with Schottenheimer talking about his pops.
Well, if I can respond to that, number one, thank you. And it's really cool for me. Obviously, Mike and I were together in Kansas City. Sure. But I'll be sitting back in the team meetings, and I'll be making some notes and writing things down. What are you saying? And it's really cool to see whatever year that was, 97, I think was our last year there. 2024, Mike McCarthy still using things from my dad. It literally makes me pause. Like, I'll literally pick up my pen and be like, damn, that's really freaking cool. Like, that it's still... as the game's changed, like we all know the game has changed completely, but like there's certain things that haven't changed. The toughness, the physicalness, take care of the damn ball. So thank you for saying that.
So that was them reminiscing about Marty Ball, the great Marty Schottenheimer. Here we are talking about offensive chemistry. Now remember, he's kind of referring to training camp and what's happening in Oxnard. I just wanted to get his overall philosophical football thoughts, offensive chemistry from Brian.
It's the ultimate team sport, right? We know that. Like, again, Zach Martin's a great player, but if Zach Martin and Brock Hoffman can't work a backside combination block together, then guess what? The play's not going to look as good. Or if Dak throwing to Jalen Tolbert and he thinks he should break in and tighter 45-degree angle, and he's breaking in a 60-degree, 90-degree angle, then it's not going to work. So it's really those little things that we're having fun because we can get through the film quicker. And we're actually probably doing more individual meetings now by position group because that's what they need right now. They know the plays, and so now it's more of the fundamentals and techniques that we really think in year 2 will take us even to another level.
Bobby, was he brought in here initially in a Robert Saleh Packer role? Explain that real quick.
Yeah, so he was brought in as the I don't remember the exact title of his job.
The evaluator of defense.
His job was he came in here and he would, that week, he was here 2022, he would come in here and he would prep Dan Quinn. So he would say, all right, Dan, this is your defense. I've studied the Commanders this week. And the Commanders, if I was the offensive coordinator for the Commanders, this is how I would attack your defense. And basically it just goes like, here's as an offensive perspective where I think you're vulnerable. And then they would look to tighten those things up.
Here's Schottenheimer talking about that role.
Yes. I mean, I'm a football junkie, man.
Yeah.
You ask my wife and my kids, man. They're like, who goes home and on Saturday afternoon after doing football all week, and you're like, hey, let's watch all 5 games that are on TV.
Right.
Like, I'm a football junkie. But that year on defense was really cool for me because while I was helping them try to defeat blitzes and anticipate things, I was learning kind of the whys.
Right.
I've never coached on defense.
Right.
I know Belichick had a thing that was actually really cool where he'd take a McDaniels or a Dayball when he first got them, and they were offensive guys. He'd move them to defense for a couple of years. Like, I think that's brilliant, by the way. But, like, for me, it was really cool to be there. And some of it, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense why they do it. And sometimes I was like, holy shit, we just overthought that one. They're not thinking the first thing. We're giving them way too much credit. They're not doing any of the stuff that we thought they were doing.
Yeah.
So, but it was invaluable, and what made it, to me, so valuable was that the coaches and the players really did listen and respect my ideas. I'm sure there's some people that, they listen to and they just kind of, but I respect them for that, and felt like I did have some hand in help.
I mean, the personality, it's spewing through the radio speakers. I mean, quick with it, likable, getting it. That's just what I got so far from Brian Schottenheimer with G-Bag last year.
If you, look, if you, this is where you get that guy in an interview and he charms you. Like, he really can. I love.
Well, they've also had him in the building.
They have had him in the building too. But
I've been in meetings,
and that's why players you can hear why players love him.
Yep.
Like players listen to that and go like, oh, he's receptive to ideas. He's really good at explaining this. He's clearly got the tone to him of he can be your buddy or he can be a hard ass and he can be a disciplinary. Like that's I think players really CeeDee Lamb really respects him. Dak really respects him. They really all like him.
It's like do you want the CEO of your company to have never worked in your industry before? Or do you want them to like, hey, he worked his way up through the assembly line and then went here and then went there and they had their hands in it and they know how to do everything? That's what he's talking about with going onto the defensive side. With Belichick, we talked about having guys that are offensive coaches flip into the defense because Bill, people always said Bill could be the best offensive coordinator, best special teams coach, best defensive coordinator in the league if he wanted to. I think it's important if you're going to be the head coach.
One of the biggest buzzwords on offense is motion. We argue about that all the time here in DFW. Brian Schottenheimer on it.
Yeah, it's critical because what it allows you to do is it allows you to run the same plays, but from completely different looks for the defense. So for Dak, his progression doesn't change. For the receivers, their routes don't change. What I really believe with motion, the key is right, there's teams, and we're one of them, that moves with a purpose. Okay. Like these half-speed motions, they don't do anything. Like even if it's just a motion across the ball, like it should have some tempo to it. It should have some urgency to it. Why? You're making the defense sometimes 5, 6, 7 guys adjust. They have to adjust their calls. And so we always talk about moving with a purpose. Like if we're moving with a purpose. We're trying to create a matchup or we're trying to gather some information for the quarterback. Is it man? Is it zone? What are we getting here? Is it shell? Is it one high? All those different things. So we really preach that a lot.
Now, while they preach it a lot, Bobby, if you went and looked at the motion rankings, where would the Cowboys be? Top third, middle, bottom?
They were, I'm trying to remember, I think they were up near it's the specifics of at the motion snap or at the snap motion and just snap or motion before the snap. I think motion before the snap, they were higher up. It was motion at the snap, they were really low.
Because I'm seeing an RJ Ochoa October 2024 article saying Cowboys motion usage has dramatically decreased on offense this season. So that was early on.
It did drop. They used more of it as the season went on, and a lot of it was specifically, I think they were third to last in the NFL in motion at the snap, something like that. They were way low. But like actual motion before moving guys around, they were, I think, in top half of the league by the end of the year.
Schottenheimer's gotten criticized for this from a boring standpoint. Let's get his thoughts on the run game.
Here's what's crazy about the league right now. What we see defenses trying to catch up. What do I mean by that? We've always been the ones that control what I call the rules of engagement, which means we pick the personnel, we pick the formation, we pick the motion, we pick the shift, we pick we pick everything. And so run or pass. And what you see from defenses now is the multiplicity of defenses that we're seeing and the amount of fronts that we're having to block has made it a lot harder. And so what we believe as a staff and what we want to be is we want to be multiple. Mm-hmm. And our multiplicity should help us attack the entire field, right? Whereas, again, a lot of the Shanahan guys, I remember watching Mike and his guys run it, to perfection with Terrell Davis and those guys, the outside zone. But we want to be multiple, and we're going to run our outside zones, but we're going to have a little inside zone, and we're going to get the ball on the perimeter. And here comes Kavontae Turpin, and he's going to get, we just feel like that helps you stay ahead of the curve. It's hard to run the ball in this league, and unfortunately, is what it is, but the way we're forced to practice now has made it harder. Right. Just think about it. Like in the spring, we can't do any. You can't have any pass. Listen, you mentioned my dad. I remember OTAs back in San Diego. Yeah. And it was like OTA 2. I can remember it like it was yesterday. And we drafted Tonu Fanodia, a 345-pound guard from Nebraska, first-round pick. Yeah. And poor Ben Lieber. This is OTAs. Poor Ben Lieber was a Sam linebacker, right? And we ran power. Like we ran 62 power like 5 times in a row, and he had just shells on and was having to frickin' force the play. And after 5 plays, he's like, Jesus, can we run a different play? He's like, what do you want me to do? Yeah. But like now you get a guy on the ground, and it's like, oh my God, we're gonna get fined. So it's just the way the game has changed has made it harder, and so you have to be really more intentional in camp, and then even the preseason game to run the football because you can't do it in spring.
So that's some of what I took from G-Bag. The personality, the communication, the likability is obviously all there. I just wanted to go and listen to Brian Schottenheimer yesterday on The Fan.
That's why when we were talking about it yesterday before even it ramped up even more at 9 o'clock or whatever that was, when we were talking about it at 6, 7 o'clock, it was like, yeah, the big check mark in his favor is going to be the CEO stuff. Like if you are looking for just leader, and Schottenheimer wouldn't be my pick, but if you're talking about we need somebody to control the culture and set the tone and do different things, like you can hear he can do it. Like he's absolutely somebody who's been here.
Does he snap, crack down?
Yeah, he will. It's not like short fuse, but it's like when somebody needs to get an earful, he'll do it.
He can be in a hard ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I think you can hear the years of NFL time that he's had. Like he knows when to pick and choose his spots. Again, I wouldn't pick him, but you're talking about somebody the players believe in, and specifically, if it's important to you to have somebody who believes in the quarterback that you're married to, then Schottenheimer's also a good choice because just from that perspective, he does believe in Dak.
So I want to give a shout out to Tolo Bobby Dubois. He went, and I didn't go and double check all these numbers. I thought it was enough effort and creative that he went and did this, so I'm going to read it on the air, and I don't think the numbers are that far off based upon what we thought. Well, maybe they are. I don't know. He went through the Wikipedia stops on Schottenheimer's resume.
Oh, that went viral about 2 years ago. So that's repurposed. I think.
Oh, really?
But yeah, that's.
So Washington quarterbacks coach 2001 28th ranked offense. Again, quarterbacks coach Chargers. The only years of Breeze where he didn't look Hall of Fame level. He was also a rookie starting off. Jets 06 to 11 offensive coordinator, wasted some of the NFL's best defenses with Mark Sanchez. Sanchez was a bum though, right? Rams offensive coordinator 2012 to 2014. They were 25th, 21st, and 21st in offense. Georgia offensive coordinator and QB coach 85th in offense, got Mark Richt fired in 2015. Colts 16 and 17, 30th in offense. Who the heck were their quarterbacks in Indianapolis? I don't know. Seahawks 2018 to 2020 didn't let Russ cook. And then Jacksonville 2021, 32nd in offense with Trevor, widespread dysfunction. So I thought that was interesting. Wikipedia edit. I'll read more often than not.
To be fair to his Chargers tenure, they were 3rd and 5th in points per game in his last 2 years there.
Okay.
And during his Seahawks tenure, they were 6th, 9th, and 8th in points per game when he was offensive.
The resume's looking better, sounding better than I thought. Than I thought it was going to be when this first came on my cell phone over the weekend. Let's get to Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the day. Let's Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. It is Ask Reddit, where we take the most viral questions off of the Ask Reddit forum, the 50 million member forum, where salacious questions are asked and kicked around, and we answer them here in the studio and get the answers from you guys on the fan text and over on the Twitch and the YouTube, which are both up and running right now, the Twitch and the YouTube. First one here, and Sean, I'm very proud of you because you had picked a song. And I know that sometimes when we've done this, you can never come up with one, and you had one ready. I was very surprised.
Yeah, but
so I'm going to lead off with you.
It was a waste of time. I don't think we could play it. Did you find a playable one?
Yeah, I have a clean version.
He bleeped it. So, Sean, you have intruders in your house and are heavily armed and prepared. What song do you tell Alexa to play?
We used to drive around neighborhoods blasting this in old Cambridge, Maryland. When he snaps and goes, I mean that part where he just snaps, that's what I would do. I would just turn that up in the house, and I think the person would be disturbed. Hit him up, Tupac.
Every time you do your live reads and you go, hit him up. Whenever you say that, I think of this song every single time.
When he snaps in this, I mean, I can't get out of my mind.
Hit him up.
That would be the scariest intimidation.
Okay, very nice. I was looking for something very creepy. That's what I initially was like. All right, I was.
You're gonna get molested if you walk in here.
Take that.
So no. I'm talking like.
Simone.
Like. So in the movie Skyfall, James Bond, like he's walking through this deserted town, and there's like this creepy kind of old-timey song playing. So I was thinking something like that, but I couldn't come up with one, so I decided to do something else. I was like, all right, this song was ruined for me years ago by a TV show, so I'm going to ruin it for them because I'm about to bring hell. Because I assume I'm the one that's heavily armed and prepared, Bobby.
Yes.
And so I'm going to ruin this song for them, and it's a very popular song, and it's Tony Romo's favorite. I'm just going to ruin this song for them. That's it.
Just a small town girl. This is for a robber that comes in your house?
Yeah, because I want to play it on loop. I thought about Baby Shark. I thought about It's Friday, got to get down on Friday. I just wanted to ruin something for them.
Okay.
But so I'll just ruin this one.
Didn't this song get... I think this song got played in... The Losers, or whatever the name of that movie was, where Chris Evans is like going through a shootout with this song, I think, or something like that. All right, Peyton, what is your song for an intruder?
So this one I really thought about. I was like, what song could I choose where the intruder's like, man, I really effed up here? And this was the first song that came to my mind.
Now, which one? Is this Hell's Bells?
Is this Melania Trump?
Hell's Bells, yes. And the thing is,
did you see the Hamburglar memes yesterday?
No.
Yes, I did.
But
the goal is to take the intruder out before it gets to the chorus, before it gets to the actual lyrics of the song. So you got about a minute here, 60 seconds. I think I can do it.
That's a good one.
Some good answers on the fan text 904 Jacksonville area right there. I would play Vincent Price from Michael Jackson's Thriller. It's not bad. The little outro there.
I really think the genre has to be like heavy metal though. Like if I walked in and it was Mark Colombo and Corey Proctor, just like I'm like, oh my god, this is like rage and heavy metal.
Yeah.
I would be intimidated by that as the robber.
Disturbed's version of Sound of Silence could be cool.
903 Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. It's pretty good right there. 972 Cotton Eye Joe. At least somebody's playing Cotton Eye Joe again. There you go, 972. This would be my song, no doubt about it.
It's what you hear and listen. It's what you hear and listen. It's what you hear.
It's perfect. You don't like that song?
I'm not saying. I'm saying for your choice. I'm judging off choice. Of if I'm walking in, it's too lighthearted. It's not intimidating enough.
Dude, I think it's very intimidating.
You're right. You're trying to.
I'm trying to scare someone.
I think X-Go Give It To You is very intimidating.
I think everyone at the beginning of that goes. I think the robber would go.
So they're distracted.
I think they would walk in and go.
He's like, oh yeah, let's sing along.
You know what? It's too dancey. Like it's not scary.
Man, in the air tonight, somebody wants the 915 wants the little drum solo there. I'm Coming Out by Diana Ross.
There you go.
There you go. Some good answers. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Ooh, Sean, this is going to be a good one for you here in a sec. I'll lead off with Chop. What's the correct etiquette if you win $1 million on a lottery ticket Christmas gift?
The correct etiquette for what?
The person has given you a lottery ticket. You scratch it off in front of them. It's $1 million.
$1 million bucks. Yeah, see, part of me is saying, well, it was a gift, but I would say 20%.
That's a lot.
And give us RJ Choppy math on that.
Well, after taxes, it's like down to 600,000. So what is that? 200,000? I have no idea.
No, 200,000 is off.
I have no 150 grand.
No, it's 180. All right. So no, if you look at the, I think that to me in my head, I think I would just say this is a gift. Like if I did it, if I did it, if I gave it to somebody. And if I gave it to somebody, I saw that I would not expect anything. This is from both perspectives. I'm saying, okay. If I gave it to somebody, I would not expect anything. I'd be like, "That's a gift. I don't deserve any of that. I gave it to them."
I see what you're saying.
If I got it, I don't know, not 20%. I'm thinking like, I'll give you like 20 grand, something like that. That's what I would think.
How close are you with them? Right? Is it a friend or is it like a family member?
I think I'd just give 20 grand regardless.
Let's do us. Like we walk in and we all do the white elephant or whatever it's called.
Yeah, like Merry Christmas. Didn't you guys say it to me?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, and if I win $1 million, I'll kick you 20%.
25 grand.
Yeah, I was thinking 50. I was thinking 50K.
I was thinking 75, but
75,000?
Of course. Yeah, I answer first, and then all you guys can say a number higher than me, so I look like a douchebag.
Bobby's the a-hole here. I went with 10%. I was like 100K. If the million is after taxes or whatever, do that math. But yeah, I went with 10%. Give him 100K because I think, on my perspective, if I'm the one giving the gift, 100,000. If you give me 100 grand back, I'm fine with it.
What do you? Okay, but so from the perspective of you've given it, what are you expecting back? Are you expecting anything?
If I give you guys the lottery ticket and you win $1 million, I'm expecting something back.
But how much? Like in your head, if I just said, are you expecting different amounts from all of us? Would you have?
Yeah, I would expect the least from Peyton.
Yep, I don't think there's any way Choppy's actually giving 20%.
Yeah, I would.
I'm expecting 20? The same. I'm expecting the same from both of you. Probably, I would expect 20 to 50K.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah. All right,
but this question is obviously so ridiculous. It's not ridiculous for the reason you're thinking, you're never going to win the lottery. It's ridiculous because I don't trust anyone's answer until that damn ticket is in their hands.
So what are the?
I want to know how many people lie.
No answer is true until the money's on the table.
One of the Reddit answers there said, my uncle used to give us all lottery tickets at Christmas, but he would put his name on them when he handed them over to you. So like, they were technically his tickets, and so somebody was like, "Well, that just sounds like that was free labor. You had to scratch off the ticket for him."
My father-in-law said 50%. No, I would give Rudy.
50.
I'd give Rudy.
Seems high.
The amount to take money from him, I give him 85%. They draining my guy over here, Rudy. I have to give him some money.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here over on 105 through the fan. Some of the answers, by the way, on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text. 10%, $100K off a $20 ticket. No, because if you gifted me a $20 gift, I gifted you one. So they're saying they'll give you $20 back. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan. Peyton Russell, what have you? No, let's do this one. What was the scariest city you've ever been to? Because I already know Sean and RJ are going to say the gas station in Oxnard. Oh my gosh, all the gangsters.
That's not mine.
It's like turned out that hit him up. I don't want to play that around here. Peyton, what's the scariest city you've been to?
So I don't agree with Charles Barkley a lot, but it's San Francisco at night. I went on vacation, 5 or 6 years ago to San Fran.
Set up the clip.
Oh, well, this was Charles Barkley on TNT, and they're talking about, guys going to the All-Star game, Cade Cunningham, and Charles Barkley basically refused to go to the NBA All-Star game because it's in San Francisco.
Cade Cunningham's had a season.
He had a great and won
24-7-9 with 7 triple doubles. Man, he's been balling.
Oh, he don't make the All-Star team. I'm not going.
Yeah.
I'm not going to that rat-infested place out in San Francisco.
Oh, stop, man.
Golden State.
Just look at the highlights.
Golden State.
Miles Turner hitting another 3, then a big swat. San Francisco's a beautiful city. And a big finish by Tyrese Halliburton.
This couch chuggler got rats, cats,
111 to 100. La 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 la. 111 to 100. Indiana with the win.
You're in the wrong side. Y'all are not gonna make me like San Francisco.
23 and 19. We're not. I know. Just keep it to yourself. 21 and 20 now with the
No.
Thankfully, just one more highlight to get to.
Yeah, now you just assume everyone's on something at that point.
When did you go? What was your experience?
This was, I'm guessing it was 2016, I think, because we had gone to a Giants game there. So, before we get
Giants
there,
just started in 2016.
It was
and
still.
I thought you just said 5 years.
Yeah,
ago.
I had said 5 years. I'd said a date, and then I was thinking, when did I really go? Because 5 or 6 years could be 10 years or whatever. So
I was there in 2014 before we went, and then we went to the Super Bowl like 2 years later. I was there really quickly before the Super Bowl, and it was nice. And then the Super Bowl, it had taken such a turn for the worse. No, mine is Labor Day weekend, my freshman year of college in Knoxville. The RA, everybody had gone home for Labor Day weekend, and I lived too far away. I was already here, and my RA is like, "Hey, let's go do something." I was like, "Okay." So we go for a ride, and we go into the country, and then all of a sudden we turn off the highway. Now we're on a dirt road, and now we're getting further into the woods, and now we're getting deeper onto more dirt roads, and we go up into the mountains, and there's this boarded up shack, and I thought I was dead. I thought
no, you on a ride with Aaron Hernandez?
I thought John Voight was going to come out of the woods with Ned Flanders. Yeah, I thought deliverance was happening. No, it was a moon. So I thought it was a moonshine distillery. It was a home moonshine plant. They were cooking up moonshine in their bathtub. But for the moment, that was the scariest moment of my life.
Is this the scariest place or city?
So, city. So, Not a Fan 105.3 says Tijuana. If it's the U.S., they say Baltimore.
And that I have the dominant one over all of you.
Was that going to be what you were going to say? Was Baltimore?
It's Baltimore.
Though I've never been to Baltimore, so the scariest place I've ever been is at night. There's some parts in south side of Houston that are not awesome to be around. Over on the fan cam, we got Farshad Hassami says Chicago is the scariest place at night. All right. Let's go with one more question here on Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, what's something normal to us right now that by 2075 will be seen as barbaric? Wow, people really used to do that 50 years ago?
Barbaric?
Mm-hmm.
Probably the way we talk to each other.
Yeah.
Probably the way we talk and treat each other.
Not anymore.
I mean, what happened yesterday with I stay away from this stuff normally, and Choppy, I think you'll agree because I remember some of your past takes probably better than you do.
Definitely.
Booing all the presidents coming out. That was disgusting. That was shameful. That was
disgusting.
That was barbaric. It was like a WWE event with former just show a little bit of respect. You don't have to agree, you don't have to like come on now. I thought that's the way I was raised of come on, show a little bit of damn respect. That was disgusting.
I'd play golf with any president as long as they were fast. You got to play fast.
Yeah.
That's my only rule. Doesn't matter who it is. The 5-day work week.
Barbaric?
Yes, barbaric. Absolutely barbaric.
No, I've thought in 50 years the death penalty is going to be that, I think. And that's as somebody who supports the death penalty in some circumstances. Circumcisions says the 321.
Oh no, nobody
956 driving cars.
What about football?
Football very well might.
In 50 years?
Could
How many?
be. UFC maybe. One of these little blood sports.
Yeah.
Things like that. A lot of people on the fan text saying abortion. Peyton, what's your answer?
Mine was working on Fridays, just like Chop. It'll be gone, but hopefully in 50 years it'll be gone.
That's right. We'll be out of the workforce.
Ask Reddit. Commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. Your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys, and no one loves the NFL more. We need NFL overreactions or not around the rest of the league. The Lions have missed their window. The Chiefs are going to three-peat. Washington winning was a good thing for the Cowboys. RJ's overreactions or not? Next.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally clean way.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are ones.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Shreveport, Jay Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe and Carter in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And hopefully you have not changed the radio station since the NFL coaching carousel got started. We have all the updates for you as we were waiting to see Mike McCarthy's replacement, and the big domino fell yesterday with Ben Johnson getting hired in Chicago. But let's focus on some other teams that actually matter when it comes to winning championships and contending. RJ Choppy's NFL overreactions or not.
All right, let's get to it. The Detroit Lions, with the departure of Ben Johnson now and probably Aaron Glenn, have missed their window.
So this is a great question about... Well, I'm making a different question, so it's great. What's going to happen I feel a little bad and weird saying this. I'm taking this back to when Campbell was first hired. Like, oh my God, they got the caveman. There is a thought that, like, Dan Campbell's losing his smart guys in the room. So how is Dan going to go ahead and replace the whiz kid? No one's going to give Dan Campbell the credit for hiring Ben Johnson, having Aaron Glenn.
Well, he held over Ben Johnson.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, but they knew each other a little bit from Miami, but that was a Philbin endorsement. He had been in Detroit for a little while, and he told him to keep him.
Okay, so, like, how much will Detroit fall off with Dan Campbell, who, has his reputation and emotional, spiritual leader, without his X's and O's right-hand man and another supposed great leader in Aaron Glenn? Is Dan Campbell going to get exposed a little bit?
I don't think so. So I think it's an overreaction. Because I honestly...
Miss their window is an overreaction. I'm just asking about...
regression.
Yeah.
I don't...
I mean, they're going to regress. They're not going to win 15 games next year. That doesn't mean they regressed, right? I mean, they're just...
I think they'll be as good of a team next year.
Yeah, they'll win 12
The win total may not be the same, but they'll be as good.
Why will they be as good without Ben Johnson?
Because they're going to have 5,000 snaps that they lost to injury back next year. Like, to me, getting back all those guys from injury is more important than what they lose in Ben Johnson. And I think Ben Johnson's a good coach. I think we've way overblown Ben Johnson, I feel like at this point.
There were people that were saying, like...
Glad you're saying this late in the coaching cycle.
I think I've said for like a month that I don't think Ben Johnson's like any slam dunk to be a great head coach.
That's different than way overblown.
Well, because I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I don't think he's doing things that's just like you can't respond to Ben. He's the Mahomes of coordinators. I don't think that's accurate.
Like, how much of these trick plays was Dan Campbell in on? And we don't know. We have no idea. Yeah. It would make sense that Dan has Dan's personality is like, sounds like he's just constantly like kind of thinking a thing. You know what I mean? His personality's like that. So I could see them still being good. And who are they going to get? Is it they going to just promote Mark Brunell?
The league also has
Yesterday he said we have guys we feel good about promoting.
The league has like a pretty solid reputation for we adjust to everything you do. So, like, Mike McDaniel had in 23, it was Mike McDaniel. Nobody had more creative run concepts than McDaniel, and they were going to be able to run the ball. And then this year, the Dolphins had the least efficient running game in the NFL this year. And it's like the league will respond to you, and that's the Cliff Kingsbury disease. Does Cliff respond to what the league does to adjust to him?
Lions missed their window, overreaction.
All right, next one.
We all agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Chiefs are going to three-peat.
Overreaction.
Explain it.
They're not very good. Honestly, every game they play is like the one they played against Houston. It's not going to fly against Buffalo this weekend. Buffalo beats them by 2 touchdowns or more.
See, here's the thing with the Chiefs. Like, yeah, they don't look pretty when they do it.
I already see what's going through your head.
They're still how nice I want to be to your children. To your children's dinner.
Krista was so mad on Saturday.
Was she?
Oh, yeah.
You told her?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
About the bragging rights? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I think I would be stunned if they lose by 2 touchdowns at home.
Okay. That's not a hot take.
Yeah, like they still beat Houston by 2 scores. Like, we forget that.
It's not an overreaction. Okay, here's what's setting up. And I'm going to pick I want the Bills, and I'm going to pick the Bills. This is one of those championship moxie. All they have to do is beat Buffalo.
That's it.
In my opinion, I think Jalen Hurts, number one, was already compromised throwing, and I think he's physically compromised. And I would probably take the Chiefs over the Commanders. They got to figure out some way of a Kelsey legendary game. Mahomes waking back up. It's not an overreaction. I think the winner of the AFC title game wins the Super Bowl. I would feel much stronger about Buffalo in the Super Bowl than Kansas City, but it's not an overreaction. I feel like they got to gut one more out.
Yeah, I think it's not overreaction. I think they're going to win this game, and I think they'll win the Super Bowl. It's just
If you think they're going to win that game, then you never bet on the show. You always bet with the books.
What's my bet?
Well, why don't you bet Bobby something fun? He says 2 touchdowns. Get a spread. You think that the Chiefs are going to outright win? He's picking them to lose by 14. That seems to be a great opportunity for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, we can come up with something.
I don't want to talk you into it.
Come up with something.
I mean, you should be itching at it. That's like a golden opportunity.
Yeah.
I think Buffalo's better than Kansas City.
I want to hear what he says.
I know.
Buffalo is, like, are they better than Kansas? I mean, is their roster better? I don't know if the roster's better. I don't think their roster's better than Kansas City's.
Oh, I think their roster's better than Kansas City. I think their quarterback's better than Kansas City this year. Not overall.
This year he had a better year than Mahomes did, but he's not.
I'll figure something out.
He's not better.
I'll figure something out with it. I don't think it's an overreaction that they three-peat. I'm not picking them to do it.
Next one. Washington winning was good for the Cowboys.
Overreaction. I don't think it phases them. That's really one of my most disappointing things. I was sleep deprived yesterday, and I just was spiraling on Twitter, going off on the Joneses. People keep saying, why would the Joneses change? And I guess this is just not something. My wife would call me naive. This is not something that clicks in their head like it clicks in mine. If I was one of Jerry's confidants or kids, I would say to him, Dad, let's turn around the legacy at the end. You started off amazing. We've gone through this awful period. Don't leave as a hated figure. Is it just enough for Jerry Jones to have a $10 billion team? Is Jerry told this by anyone close to him, or they all just kiss his rear end? Do you want to go out do you want to go out being the new Dan Snyder or the old Al Davis? And I don't know if it really affects him or that they care. When that Brian Schottenheimer stuff hit, I am a person who I don't give you any pass or excuse if you don't do what you can to at least try to improve or get better. For them not to have talked to Belichick or Ben Johnson, or at least not shown any interest when you have the greatest coach of all time and the hottest candidate in years, the term that keeps getting thrown at them, and it's hard to argue, is unserious. You appear unserious. You do. And even if Ben Johnson was never going to take it, you sit down and figure out, why is this guy so sought after? Why would this guy not want to work here? They're not open to any of that. They don't want to hear it, or they don't want to do it. Why would you not sit down with the greatest coach of all time and say, assess my organization? Have other people audit your situation. And they don't. It's disgusting. It's sickening, and it's depressing. It is depressing because you feel like you're trapped in sports purgatory. So no, I don't think. What's the way you phrased it?
Washington winning was good for the Cowboys. It was a good thing.
Overreaction. I don't think it matters.
Overreaction. It's good for Cowboys fans, I think, because I do think it annoys them. I think it annoys the Cowboys. It doesn't spur any action. I do think it annoys them. So if you want them to feel punishment, you want them to feel upset by what they've done, then it's good from that perspective for Cowboys fans. But in terms of it actually spurring action, no. If they would have brought McCarthy back, then I think it could have been something where now they'd be moved more for action at the end of next year. But I don't think it actually. They had already separated from McCarthy. Changes have already kind of started, or to the extent that changes will exist with this team. So it's an overreaction.
All right, next one.
What's your answer?
I think it's an overreaction. Next one.
And think about that from a competitive standpoint. You in your life, that your big foe, your competitor, your enemy takes it to another level, and they accomplish something big and great, or your friend from high school, a competitive healthy jealousy, and it doesn't faze you whatsoever. It doesn't drive you to improve, sharpen your game, do something to get better in your profession, in your life.
Do not covet. The whole coveting. It's one of those. What, it's the sixth one, right?
I don't remember which number it is, but it's one of them.
Thy neighbor's
wife.
Yeah. Well, that too. That too. Next one. Lamar will never win the big one.
Overreaction. I'm giving him a lot of major props for that final drive. He did have two awful turnovers. Awful turnovers. But I think ultimately he'll be in a position and shot to win it. I'm not guaranteeing he wins one, so therefore it is not an overreaction.
Overreaction, if we get 3 more years into this, then we're going to have to start saying he's not going to win one. Because I do think that he's got a window with his athleticism before that starts slipping, and he's not the advantage that he wants us. It's an overreaction for right now, but not much longer.
I don't know. I mean, they dominated that game. I mean, they had almost double yards per play of Buffalo.
But don't you always say it's a coin flip in the playoffs, that it's just kind of randomized? So, I mean, if he's going to be in position, then it's an overreaction.
I mean, they just another year they wasted that they were like arguably the best roster in the league.
Well, the Ravens, a true front office, they just reload.
They do.
They've done it for decades.
They do. Speaking of the Ravens, next. I don't necessarily think it's overreaction, but how about this one? John Harbaugh chokes as a coach in the playoffs.
Ooh. Some of these numbers are not good. Barstool went and dug them up. I think they went from since 2011, and the numbers are not good at all. Like, if this was here, we'd be going crazy. I don't know what they're doing in Baltimore radio, but John Harbaugh, how hot is that discussion? I think it should be pretty hot.
There was, they had all these games against New England where they blew it. I mean, they had the Billy Cundiff missed field goal where he had a timeout left, didn't call it. They rushed him out there.
12-9 playoff record, and then they did it since 2011. The postseason record 3-7, one and done in the playoff. This is recent. One and done in the playoffs 3 more times. Made it to 1 conference title game despite 4 years in the top 10 in points, 5 seasons in the top 10 in yards, 8 seasons top 10 in points allowed, and 7 in the top 10 in yards allowed. Had the number 1 seed in the AFC twice, 1 and 2 in some of those playoffs. They had the possible MVP, 9 Pro Bowlers, number 1 offense, defense that led the league since midseason, and Justin Tucker.
Woo! It's an overreaction. 6, like we're talking about, he's been to the playoffs 12 times. He's 1 and done 3 in his entire career. The choker is going to be 1 and done more than that. A choker doesn't go on that 4 straight playoff game victory run they did in 2012.
Okay, let's change it. Let's change it from choker to major underachiever.
Recently, yes. I still think, when you've got something on your ledger like 2012, what they did with the 10-6 team, it's pretty hard to look at and say he's anything other than just a really good coach. I think he's been there's been some bad luck along the way. Mm-hmm. But I don't think back and reflect a bunch of different times and go John Harbaugh is the reason for underperformance with them at times. I don't feel like he's to blame a ton of those times.
What's your answer?
I don't think he's a choker. Is he a little bit, and overrated might be the wrong word. He's just an underachiever. Again, Bobby's right. That 2012 title was really, really awesome. They got a little lucky along the way. They had to. You have to get lucky along the way. So, underachiever.
Some NFL overreactions or not from Ralph James Choppy. The Mavericks waste Kyrie, and all of our thoughts on the inauguration of President Trump 2.0. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
LaMelo against Kyrie Irving, around the screen for Mark Williams, dishes it. Mark Williams soaring and scoring! Two-handed throwdown on the nice assist from LaMelo Ball, his 9th.
Hornets Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Below the belt, maybe your next Dallas Cowboys draft pick. We haven't talked any mock draft. Coming up at 8:40 on DFW Sports Station. What?
We should have played Hornets TV. Have you heard those announcers before?
No.
Holy cow, they're the worst, most fan energetic, like everything is LaMelo Ball. Oh my God. What a shot.
You know what would have been awesome?
What?
If you grabbed the audio.
It's Peyton's job.
Instead of just doing your impersonation, in a radio medium. That would have been awesome. Instead, talk about
Theater of the mind, Sean.
How did they waste Kyrie?
Man, Kyrie was playing great. They wasted Kyrie Irving and they wasted Daniel Gafford in this game. Daniel Gafford played his ass off in this one. It was 32 points. 15 rebounds, 7 blocks. He was all over the place. And he had a big block down the stretch that, of course, Charlotte scoops it right back up, extends the possession, makes a bucket. It felt like Dallas had 102 points for the last 5 minutes of this game. They couldn't get anything. They couldn't get a damn thing going on offense in the last 5 minutes. And that was before Kyrie goes on that run, puts up 11 straight, knocks down 3 consecutive three-pointers, and it was this building moment of, here's Kyrie, he's taking over, and then everything just goes silent in the last 5 minutes.
In their last 2 losses, Gafford's scored 58 points.
I love him.
So that's a waste.
Don't trade him.
I don't think they're going to. I keep seeing these updates. No, not happening. But what is happening? The Mavs they're falling. They're 3-7 in their last 10. They're just a half game up on the Kings for the 8th spot. So they're number 7 in the West at 23-20. Let's go, Luka.
Doesn't it feel like this every year, though, or for the last 4 years, that they get to January and we're like, okay, they need to make some sort of move, or they've got it. They're just kind of middling right now, and then it's all right, they're either going to make a move and surge, or they're going to make a move and crumble.
I'm not panicking. I am panicking a little bit over the seeding because you don't want to be in the danger zone. I'm staying the course right now. I'm not throwing out a lot of blame right now because of the injuries. They struggled a little at the start. Bassick had them missing the playoffs after 4 games.
Bassick had them going 0-82. What are we doing? This is the worst basketball team.
And then they stabilize, and I think they're in a position they don't have to make a major move. I know that that's boring. I know that that's not, free agent trade deadline, Sean, which I'm obsessed with it in all the sports. I think you're all right. You just got to get healthy.
Clay bricked that 3 that would have tied it up late in the game. Would have gone down if it would have been with Luka. I sent you guys the numbers yesterday. He's shooting 40.6% with Luka in the lineup from 3. He's 34% from 3 when he's out of the lineup.
How many of those? Sorry, real quick. Do they know how many of those are corner threes? That's one of the big things, right? The NBA, Luka allows you to get those with his ability.
I think in general,
penetrate.
corner or whatever. I think in general, he's just going to get freer, more open looks because of the way that Luka penetrates.
LaMelo, of course, on the other side with 23-9-7, and is his brother in the NFL news?
Well, yeah, Jello, because
the Jello curse.
Yeah, the Jello curse. Cameron went off on him on social media. I can't remember who they sent the audio cup. Man,
stop chewing your cuticles and your nails.
You know what it is? It's coffee grounds. Whoever made this pot of coffee.
Better than mold.
Better than mold. We have mold in the coffee pot here. Okay, we got a problem here.
Gross.
Okay,
Oh,
that's why everybody getting sick around here. We got mold in the coffee pot, but there's coffee grounds in it, and it's just it's getting stuck in my uvula. That ball in the back of your throat.
Do you ever clean out that coffee pot, Pepe?
Yeah, I rinse it out.
Okay.
But there's 4 in there, and I taught Jake just a couple hours ago how to make coffee. So maybe Jake messed it up.
Jake
I blame
use a
him.
filter. Could you imagine?
Jake just thought it was water when he saw that brown stuff in the cup.
All right, that's joke of the week.
Yeah,
that's joke of the week.
I don't remember what I was talking about.
Cameron!
Oh, yeah.
You're focused today. Holy crap.
No. We
One
changed
inauguration, and you're just in the clouds.
We changed subjects, and it moves on. He had a little bit of a message for the Detroit Lions because they went and got Jello.
Dan Campbell, do not start that crying. You neither, Jared Goff. It's the way it goes. Y'all was feeling yourself, and I had y'all back all season, and you know what fucked up everything? Y'all let Jello Ball perform at halftime. What the was that about? Y'all could have had Eminem. Y'all could have had Big Sean. Y'all niggas fucked it all up. And this is the result of it. Sorry.
But how you not going to have Eminem per play? Eminem, you're the 1 seed. You're not going to have Eminem perform.
This was at halftime?
I think it was before the game. He said it was
Eminem's
halftime.
too big to be performing like out in the West Plaza.
Did you? No, this was
on the field.
In the field. This is on the field. Because remember, he's the hype song. Because Amon-Ra St. Brown had been playing his new single, and so it's like,
Tweaker.
this is the new.
Amon-Ra has a single?
No, Amon-Ra was playing LiAngelo Balls, and so they were like, oh, this is the new. This is like our creed, higher, and they can't get Eminem. Did you see what Lil Pump said about Eminem yesterday? I said it to Choppy. Lil Pump goes, how do you feel, buddy? Kamala lost, the Lions lost, and you lost in life.
A segue to the inauguration. As I said, I went home and kept it on pretty much all day long.
Yeah, I had it for quite a while. Until about, I guess, until he left the MCI Center or whatever they call it now.
The 14th stop.
Man, I gotta say, I love the pomp and circumstance of this.
That was a lot of things.
And being president sounds like it'd be really cool. But on day one, they parade you around like a pony.
Yeah.
I mean, he starts
Pink
at
pony.
the obviously at the inauguration, and he gives his speech. Very awkward, by the way. All the people he's killing are sitting right next to him.
Yeah, let's get into that. So if you're watching on TV, you got Elon and let's start with Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg getting caught peeking at Bezos' girl.
Lauren Sanchez.
That's maybe the number one thing of the day. I mean, Zuckerberg with the most obvious peek.
Oh, and you get all the Seinfeld, get a good look Costanza memes out there.
Yes. And then on the right side, you got all the Democrats, and you got Biden and Kamala up front. Then you got the Clintons, and you got Dana White sitting behind them. When he announced it was going to be the Gulf of America, Hillary starts laughing. George Bush was this guy. How can you not smile when you see this guy? They had the memes of him taking a gummy. This is what happens
when the edible kicks in.
He was sitting there bebopping on the chair. I was just watching him because he's so happy, so pleasant. Hillary and Bill, they saw a ghost, and then watching the Democrats decide when not to stand up over all the announcements and the cheers, and Trump's just sitting up there killing. I was like, is this the way it always is? Or do we just do like a swear-in, or does everyone make like a big major speech?
There's an inaugural speech that you make right there, and it's you're
it's probably
your
not as like negative towards the previous regime.
Well, it's that speech that he gave was obviously his most tame. Because then he went downstairs and he spoke to basically the Republicans, like Governor Abbott was there, and that was more like Trumpy. And then he goes to the MCI Center, whatever they call it now, and that's where he really kind of goes into, because now he's talking to his people. And this was like the college football coach that's in front of the boosters.
Yeah.
That gets a little bit loose.
Yeah.
But yeah, but he's being paraded around. I mean, you got the old guard, the guys dressed like British troops, the redcoats out there doing their little band dance.
And he walks on stage with a binder as he is going to sign all the executive orders in front of the crowd.
These are all the orders, folks. Okay, we're gonna change everything right now.
Yeah. Pardons flying left and right. I can't keep track of the pardons. Biden's pardons, and then was it 1,500 from Trump last night? All his pardons, January 6th. Maybe it just been 1,500 people
it was
from January
1,500
6th.
January 6th people he pardoned.
Yes.
And so, yeah, he was just signature after signature, just item after item.
So day 1, inauguration. Day 2, carpal tunnel surgery.
Mm-hmm.
I know. So the amount of things, now, there's always an argument. What can actually be done? What is actually going to be done? This was rare, right? To be doing this many things on the first day?
Usually you'll have a bunch of executive orders that you sign the first day.
Okay.
One of them was a cancellation of a bunch of Biden executive orders. Now, they didn't say which ones they were.
Yeah.
It wasn't all of them, but he just canceled them. And then, they had these like Sharpie markers.
Yeah.
And his signature, man, it takes so long for him to sign a single thing because it's such a elaborate signature. I've never seen anything like it. And it just takes so long. And then he's like just throwing the pens into the crowd. And then you see a photo of him on his desk after. And there had to be 100 books of things to sign, of like executive orders to sign and what they were.
I've never, I guess I have seen a signature because there's a poster at my dad's house that has a signature on it.
Oh.
But look at this. It looks like the Neiman Marcus logo.
I've never
what his
seen it.
Look at this. That does not look like Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, it does look like Neiman Marcus.
I have no
really
idea
does.
I don't know how that's Donald Trump. That looks wild.
And then you have Elon. People are like, did he do the sign? Well, that went
Elon
viral.
may or may not have gone full on Goebbels there. I don't know what that was. The Anti-Defamation League said he didn't.
What is this? I feel like my kid watches that movie. Minions, the Anti-Defamation League. Is there that's a real thing?
That's a real thing, right?
Okay, no, ADL. Yeah, they are a
text
big,
me if you get the Minions reference. Parents of toddlers.
They are a big. They do a bunch of stuff with anti-Semitism and different things like that. In fact, they say that they work to protect democracy and ensure a just and inclusive society for all. That's their whole.
So
thrust.
it was. I love the inauguration. I love everything about when America goes full on pomp and circumstance. It's cool.
How about Carrie Underwood? The music did not. Bobby, you would have appreciated this part. I know you said you weren't going to watch a second.
Definitely appreciate Carrie Underwood.
The music does not come on and play, and she's like, "Screw it, I'll just sing it." And she proved she can sing.
She did.
I wonder how many people in that moment would have butchered it or just wouldn't even have started because they would not have wanted to get exposed. And she sang it.
Is that just the American Idol background, though? Like, she had to do that so much. It's just, I would think it's from her. She's for years had to do, a cappella stuff and different things throughout competition.
And then you're talking about a possible releasing of the tapes?
Oh, the tapes, baby. He said yesterday in his speech, or one of his speeches, that all the news is going to come out about assassinations.
As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam.
I love this. Now, he said he was going to do this last time. He said he was going to release JFK last time, and then Mike Pompeo begged him not to. It's been over 60 years. Everyone's dead. It's time to release him. And he said that's like one of the first things he's going to do. I cannot wait. You will not hear from me for hours when I dive into this JFK
If they
stuff.
do it.
If they do it.
I hope they do.
I
That'd
hope
be
they do,
amazing.
too.
Or they're going to release it all, and then everybody's going to be like, oh, this kind of is just exactly what it said it was. And then Michael Lombardi will have nothing to do except for actually focus on UNC football players.
But people fight about what actually it
That's
is.
right, they do.
All right, we have not done this. I can't remember the last time we have, but While some of the coaching carousels toned down a little bit, Bobby Belt on the Dallas Cowboys first-round draft pick. Let's take a look inside the latest mock on the home of the Cowboys and below the belt, 105.3 The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What if one of the best players in the draft fell to the Cowboys at 12 and they said, no thanks?
It'd be just like their coaching search.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would be like. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt. Dane Brugler, fairly competent individual when it comes to draft analysis and things of the sort. He put out a 2-round mock draft. And Dane I think it's important to basically describe this aspect of Dane, because I don't know that a lot of people understand this. They think Dane just watches tape and Dane's an evaluator and that's all Dane is. Dane is also a very, naturally because of what he does, a very plugged in individual with front offices and scouting directors and general managers. So he does have a good sense of, even if I like somebody, I know the league doesn't, and this is kind of going to be where they're going to go, and I'm going to project them up here, even if that's not where I would take them, and different things like that. So this is a pretty good representation, too, of probably stuff he's hearing around the league, not just who he likes. And I think it's important once we get through the top 5. I hope you're listening, Will Chambers. So this is the 2-round mock draft from Dane Brugler, and we'll get through some of the bigger picks, and then we'll just kind of hit the Cowboys specifically. The #1 pick of the draft would be the Tennessee Titans, selecting Cam Ward, quarterback from Miami, which
Cam Ward is the one. A lot of people were asking what this celebration was over the weekend. Am I doing it correctly? I don't know.
What is that?
Is it like a sock? Peyton, are
No,
you?
he puts it up to his nose and he waves it like this, like on the fan. I don't know what it is, but he does it.
Is it the?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Little Rascals.
Okay.
It's the Little Rascals wave. That's what that is.
Little
right?
Rascals, like from when
I don't
we were
think
kids?
Cam Ward is doing a 1950s.
No,
TV
the 1990s movie. Like that movie, like that one, they do that. Yeah, they do Spanky in them. They do that wave. If that's what he's doing,
okay,
I don't know. But I mean, that's what I know it from was Little Rascals. But not the 1930s, the 50s. That's even generous.
The Cam Ward Selly. I don't know if that's celebration.
By the way, I hate Selly I hate that people are calling celebrations Sellies now.
It's on the Selly.
Someone with street cred and cool. Let us know.
Yeah, give us a shout. So Cam Ward to the Tennessee Titans as the #1 pick, not Shedeur Sanders. And when you go down the list, it's going to be a little while before Shedeur Sanders. I think this is setting up for potentially a Kenny Pickett draft, or where you get like maybe one of these quarterbacks goes really high and then somebody drops, or maybe neither of the quarterbacks gets taken as high as you initially think. And then we're kind of sitting around going, all right, where's the quarterback coming from? Because #2, Cleveland Browns, Abdul Carter. And if there's an organization where Dane's going to have a good sense of things, it's also going to be the Browns. That's an organization that he's been really tied to.
No quarterback.
No quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. And he even mentions it here. It's likely Deshaun Watson has played his final snap for the Cleveland Browns. So quarterback could be in play here. But he said instead they go with Abdul Carter, who he thinks they look at as that's how our defense is, or how our offense is going to be able to block Myles Garrett and Abdul Carter from Penn State, which everybody saw him in the playoffs. He's ridiculous the way he gets to the quarterback.
I mean, cool. Go ahead. Like that's a poverty franchise.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a quarterback, and if you don't have a quarterback, your only job is to find one.
Who would you draft?
You would draft Shedeur.
Shedeur, I guess.
Just cause.
Yeah.
Instead of getting
absolutely.
If I tell you there are going to be 40 players in this draft better than him,
you can't.
Can't.
That's the thing. You can't.
The likelihood is, I can tell you that there are going to be at least, most teams feel like the likelihood is there are 30 players.
Most teams are really bad at this. And
that's not accurate. That most of the best players in the NFL are first-round picks. That's just a lie. It's just a lie.
Okay.
I know you can stutter through it. It's just a lie. It's not true that most of the players taken in the first round are the best players in the NFL.
But is Shedeur a first-rounder?
In terms of just naturally, will he be graded by he will not be graded as a first-rounder by most teams in the NFL. He may be taken there. He won't be graded that way.
Okay.
You still have to take the chance. It's better to swing and miss on a quarterback than swing and miss on a non-quarterback. And just go back to what was the Chase Young draft?
2000 or 2019.
All right. So let's go back to 2020. All right. So let's go back to the 2020 draft. The Commanders take Chase Young, right? They take Chase Young with, the second pick in the draft. Herbert and Tua are on the board. Chase Young was the can't-miss player of the draft. Everybody agreed on that. He was the can't-miss player. Guess what? He missed.
He got hurt. He was not a bad player. He got hurt.
Okay, but still, he missed.
But not because
Jeff Okudah was the third pick.
Because of his talent. The evaluation was not a miss. The evaluation was he was a good player who got hurt.
You evaluate play. Yeah, your evaluation can be wrong. And they evaluated him as better than Justin Herbert. And that's why they took him over Justin Herbert. And it was the wrong decision. And now, again.
Well, no, the other issue with what they went through was you had at that time, who was their quarterback in 19?
Smith, probably.
I'm trying to remember who their quarterback was there. No, it was that they drafted Dwayne Haskins the year before. They had already taken a guy who was the first round quarterback. So they did take a gamble. Number 3 pick in the draft in this situation would be the New York Giants taking Travis Hunter. They walk away with the best player in the draft in this situation, and likely going to be, as Dane said, everybody he's reached out to.
And you would say the same thing to them, right, Choppy? I don't want to start another fight here, but if you were the Giants, you're taking Shador if Cleveland passes.
Yeah, I'm taking him. What are you going to do? What good is Travis Hunter?
You can get a quarterback the next year.
Travis Hunter's going to play corner if he goes to New York. He would play corner with some receiver snaps, but he would not be a full-time receiver, I don't think. So, and that's where most of the league apparently views Travis Hunter right now, is you're a corner who can play some receiver. You're not going to be a full-time receiver. Number 4, Tetairoa McMillan, who is the third best player in the draft to me, receiver out of Arizona, goes to the New England Patriots to pair with Drake May. Number 5, the Jacksonville Jaguars take Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, who a lot of people really high. Broadus is not. Broadus has him graded as a second-round player. He doesn't think he's as good as everybody else does.
And where does he have Hunter?
He has Hunter as a receiver. He thinks that Travis Hunter's a receiver, and I think he's right near the top of his best player in the draft, if not his best player. I know he's his best receiver.
He wasn't as high on Hunter, that he didn't deserve to be on that all-college team.
No, Hunter, he doesn't think Hunter's a great corner.
Yeah.
He thinks Hunter is a great receiver.
Okay.
So he would actually flip them from the rest of the league. And then number 6, the Las Vegas Raiders get one Shador Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. And he said there are a ton of mixed opinions in the league about Sanders. It'll be interesting to see how or if that changes throughout the draft process once coaches get involved. But with Mark Davis and Tom Brady heavily influencing this pick, I'm not sure the Raiders could pass on Sanders, although hopefully the new head coach and general manager will have a say in that decision. So then we go down the list. A couple other teams get there. Jets, Panthers. They take Mason Graham from Michigan, defensive tackle, who, by the way, I think there's a decent chance that a Michigan defensive tackle ends up here in Dallas.
Oh, boy.
It's not impossible.
Boy.
And I think
at that high?
At 12, yeah. Either if Mason Graham fell to them, that would be a fall. Mason Graham would definitely be near the top. And then I think Kenneth Grant from Michigan, the other defensive tackle, he would also be in contention there, which I saw. I don't think I've ever seen a big man move as fast as I saw Kenneth Grant from Michigan run when he was doing 40 training last week when I was out there. That's why I was out at
Exos
go right
on
along
Monday with the freak y'all told me Mozzie was.
Oh, it's I need to film him running the 40 and show you, because it's going to stun you.
I'll be there in Indy.
There you go. Exactly. During his training, though, it's stunning to see a big guy move as fast as he does. You get down the list a little bit, and when you get to number 12 and the Dallas Cowboys,
this is from Dane Brugler.
There are a couple of really intriguing options on the board. The universal number 1 offensive lineman heading into this season, and still for most people, I think the number 1 offensive lineman, Will Campbell from LSU, who people think could be tackle or guard, just kind of depends. Will Campbell's on the board. Ashton Genty is on the board, the running back. If you're not totally sure about what you're seeing from Jake Ferguson recently, Tyler Warren, that Penn State tight end that everybody's been in love with. Tyler Warren's on the board. James Pierce, the Tennessee edge rusher, super high upside. He's on the board. Cowboys pass on all of them, including Ashton Genty, the local kid. And the Cowboys go with Luther Burden III, wide receiver from Missouri in this situation. He says the Cowboys have to find more answers in the passing game outside of CeeDee Lamb. Burden is an explosive threat at all three levels, but does his best work with the ball in his hands, becoming a running back after the catch. And this is what's terrifying to me about how the Cowboys might look at things, is that Burden, I think, is absolutely going to be in play here. And I like Luther Burden. I think he's a good player. The problem is that whenever you're telling me the top trait of any receiver coming out of college is look what they do after the catch, I'm always like, that has not consistently translated enough for me from college to the NFL to feel like, oh, you get the ball in his hands, he'll do something.
Yeah.
Tavon Austin.
Peter Warwick.
Peter Warwick. Even who was it? Gosh, I cannot remember who it was last year. The Western Michigan receiver was there was a guy like that.
Was CD not thought like he had that?
CD was supposed to be similar, and I don't think CD is the big after the catch guy that he was supposed to be. But that was supposed to be his top trait. Was you get the ball in his hands and he'll just do something. The guys
got bad tacklers in college.
Deebo Samuel and athletes just aren't the same as what you are at that level. Deebo Samuel is one of the only ones who you've said that's an after the catch guy who when he got to the NFL became that. Yeah. I mean, so when you get guys like that who it's like, ooh, the physicality, how are you going to bring them down? They're so good in space. That's an issue.
And that would be with Genty left on the board. And recently, once again, he talked about maybe wanting to come back home.
I would love to play for the Cowboys. It'd be like a dream come true. Obviously, I used to play in their practice stadium in all our home games in high school. Even my freshman year, when we came down here for the Frisco Bowl, we practiced in there again. So it would just feel like I'm at home, honestly. And, I ain't going to say too much, but, Dallas, they've always had a good running back. And when they got a good running back, they play a lot better. You know what I'm saying?
Look at that. And the Cowboys in this 2-round mock draft, they get a pretty good running back. And do you feel any better about the setup of saying, well, go get a receiver, a weapon pair where Dane Brugler in the second round gives them Travion Henderson, the running back from Ohio State? Is that if I tell you?
I mean, I'm fine with Rico right now. Now, you may be terrified of him staying healthy, but you got to tell me someone's got Bijan traits in order to make me take one that early now.
Even in the second round?
Yes.
With Travion Henderson? So
I don't know Travion Henderson's game.
So I believe
Scattaboo, baby.
Hell no.
Not in the second. He'd be like fourth or fifth.
No,
not in fourth.
You would be signing Scattaboo.
I got Hunter Lipke already.
Yeah, Hunter Lipke.
He'll go undrafted.
He won't go undrafted.
Yes, he will. Here's the thing. So if you were to actually take, I'm telling you,
what you got to learn is to punish him with bets when he does this.
All right, but in general, I'm not punished with the draft. My calls have been generally pretty correct in terms of where guys are going to go.
Okay. I think I've seen him like top 140.
People are stupid, yeah. So if you look at where they would be drafting Travion Henderson, he might be making $1.5 million, $2 million a year on average, is what his contract would be. Re-signing Rico Dowdle might be 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Draft the next guy.
Draft the next guy.
Leave it for the next back.
That's right.
Below the belt here on DFW Sports Station. Final hour of the Tolo Tuesday edition. Ohio State has their championship. Is the next one the Longhorns to lose? College football kegger after the Natty is next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? Yeah, remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, of course you have. It's It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Leonard gets the snap. Back to throw Riley Leonard. Rolls to his right at his 20. Leonard sails that middle of the field where it's caught by Greathouse. He's tackled at the 40. Tackled by Jordan Hancock, and Ohio State, national champions, beating Notre Dame tonight. 34-23, the 9th national championship in Ohio State history.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
And that was perfect because Lou Holtz was sitting right upstairs to watch Ryan Day win his national championship.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was sitting there. His beloved Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Fantastic band stuff they've got. I love their in-game presentation. But they made a valiant comeback. A valiant comeback. Very subdued Ohio State radio with the call. I can't imagine most programs are going to be like, hey, Ohio State's the national champs. All right, cool. Way to go, kids. Ohio State wins their 9th title, they say. All these colleges claim a million more titles than they actually have. Alabama, like Princeton, claims like 25. You know, they just claim a bunch of them. But Ohio State wins. They also covered the spread. There was an 8-point, 8.5, 9, depending on how you got it. And it was money in the bank at 31-7, and then all of a sudden the bottom fell out, and they cut it to an 8-point game. They wind up winning by a 10-point score. And Ohio State is your champs. They went through number 1, number 3, number 5, and number 7 en route to the national title.
Where were they before the year, roughly? Who was was Georgia the favorite?
Georgia, Texas, Ohio State.
They're all right there.
That's going to be important here in a second. Two other things that spark social media. Some people apparently just missed the entire game in that awesome opening drive for Notre Dame because of the President of the United States shown on television. That's a weird thing from ESPN and ABC. They throw it to President Trump, who normally it's like, hey, go out there and win.
Yeah.
But Donald has to rip apart.
He weaves.
He has to get his side shots into the previous organization. That turned a lot of people off on Twitter, and they're like, screw this, screw you, ABC, screw you, ESPN. I'm not watching. And then the other thing was...
They beat Oregon. Oregon's very bad people over there.
Yeah.
They don't vote for... I love Ohio. I love Indiana. Tremendous.
I hated turning on the pregame show, and it's like, why am I watching George Stephanopoulos and Robin Roberts talk about this? This is weird.
I didn't see that, and
they were there like an hour and a half before. That was the opening thing. They had them sitting there as like... talking about, yeah, we're excited. Our first national show. I was like, why are you here?
Why are you there?
I don't care what you have to say.
Right. And I also did not see Lee Corso, which was trending for the pregame show. Dressing up as Lucky. Is that it? Lucky the Leprechaun. Yeah. And finally, Bobby, again, stealing an opinion of mine, not giving me the credit.
I forgot. We have to footnote and source every opinion of ours in text with Sean.
Well...
I've given you credit
I want you to actually reciprocate something. Don't be like these other media thieves out here. It's in such a nasty, ugly profession, especially after I throw up assist to you fools nonstop. Lee Corso, I mean, people get upset by it. People get all worked up. I've said it for years, the uncomfortable thing. They have to get him off television for his own sake. I blame Herb Street. I view him as like the Stephen Jones son type figure, and he needs to pull Lee aside or talk to the producers. Enough with this whole, he was on game day, he has the right, he has to say. It's uncomfortable. It's gotten sad now at this point with Lee up there stumbling and bumbling, and it's time.
Can you understand him?
Yeah,
I can't understand. I couldn't understand him last night.
He has his good days, he has his bad days. They've done a good job of keeping him off of it, though. They don't put, like, it's a 3-hour show. They only put him up there at the very end, or like one other time in the middle. Like, he's not on at the same rate that he was even a couple of years ago. Like, he's really taken a step back. I mean, it's like, the problem is it's his show. Like, he started the show. He is the show. And that's the approach they have taken.
What do you mean he started it?
I don't think anybody consuming the show wants him on there anymore.
No, I don't think.
I think some might get a little warm and fuzzy feeling.
You do. Some do.
Some might, but it's not. It's ESPN show. Like, did Lee was he on the original cast? Are you saying, like, does he have executive rights?
I don't know if he has executive rights or not.
And I doubt he does. It's just uncomfortable. You know,
it is. Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Don't put him up there to be more in a blooper reel than a highlight.
I almost took a photo of it. Saban and Herb Street were on either side of him, and while he's talking, they both have this look on their face, like, "Get through it. Come on, get through it." Like,
yeah,
it's this look of just like, please.
It's helping your grandparent across the street, not wanting them to fall. Like, everyone's got to sit up there, and again, I'm not being mean-spirited about it. Like, it's sad.
No, it's awful of ESPN. It's not a Lee court. It's not like, Lee, you terribly. Lee's not doing anything wrong. If Lee wants to take
part,
I
Biden.
understand it.
People with their nasty attacks towards Joe Biden, like, the man has lost cognitive steps. Like, you're gonna do it, and your family is gonna do it. Like, he's helpless.
Somebody should, you should have enough decency to step in and say, Lee, you shouldn't be on here.
ESPN
like, Lee, you need to not
views
be on
it as from what I believe, ESPN views it as they would take a bigger PR hit by removing it.
I totally
disagree. I'm not disagreeing with that. They need to figure out a way for it to sound
like a retirement,
like to sound mutual. They need to figure out a way for it to sound mutual, and hopefully Lee would go along with it. I got so many Corso texts last night. even from other buddies, like people mad that he is being put in a position to be on there.
It's tough.
That.
I mean, it is tough to watch. There's no doubt about that. So you have the photo of the favorites for next year.
Oh, yeah.
To win the national championship.
Yes. So this was put up from ESPN Bet. What?
Have you seen the Ryan Day golf cart video? This was popular.
Yeah.
That was the first time I had seen it.
We have to talk about that. All right. The 6 best odds. I'm going to go from bottom to top. The 6 best odds, the Alabama Crimson Tide. That's another thing, mixing in politics and sports. Our forte here on the morning show at 105.3 The Fan. I did not hear this live.
This is on C-SPAN. I don't think
I've ever watched C-SPAN.
Oh, I have.
I have no idea where it is.
I used to watch Canadian Parliament on there all the time. It's a lie. I didn't. I never did that.
But, I was going to say, the only person in this building who watched that was Reggie, and then he moved. So,
so I think...
Honestly, what is C-SPAN supposed to be?
C-SPAN is...
I mean, I've heard of it. I don't know what it's about.
It's generally like no opinion, just news. And
like PBS?
It's live feeds of the Senate discussions.
Yeah,
like
my dad used to watch this all the time.
It's like no commentary shows.
Not much. There's a little bit of it, but it's not much commentary. It's more just like an empty feed.
So they were taking phone calls while watching. They were doing a feed of the inauguration. They're taking phone calls. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this sounds like it's Geraldo hosting this thing. I couldn't find out who the host of it was, but they get a caller who completely derails the entire political talk.
Hoping to become the next director of national intelligence. Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I hope everyone's staying warm. A bit disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female president inaugurated today. While I'm disappointed in the American people and their desire to see another 4 years of Trump, I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay. Graham there. We've got pictures of more of the president's hopeful cabinet.
People will, because they have it set up, the way C-SPAN works, they'll have like a conservative line, a Democrat line. So you call into these two different lines, like for these issues things, and listeners will call, and people will call in.
That's why I said Democrats line.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that either.
Callers will call in and they will prank that line a lot.
Wow.
So there's a Bama fan not happy. Bama for next year plus 1,300 to win the national championship. Coming in at number 5 at plus 750, the Penn State Nittany Lions. At number 4, the Oregon Ducks at plus 750. At number 3, the Georgia Bulldogs at plus 600. At number 2, the defending champion, Ohio State Buckeyes plus 500. And that means all the pressure is going to be, and Pepe is fist pumping for it, on he and Bobby's Texas Longhorns, the favorite with Arch, at plus 450. Peyton, you want the pressure? You want the spotlight?
You got it.
I want it. We always get it, even on the years we sucked. We got it, and we didn't do well. But no, we got next year. It's our share time, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, look, I mean, it makes sense why Texas is going to be the favorite. They're returning a bunch of different people. They've got another strong recruiting class coming in. They're going to switch over to Arch. Like, I get why, even if they're not the best team. Like, I think Ohio State right now is set up to probably be the best team heading into next year.
Will Howard back or gone?
No, Will Howard was a senior.
Yeah, he was a transfer from K-State.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I know, right? Other teams that have odds.
Georgia's won with seniors for years.
A&M and Miami are 30-1, Michigan 40-1, South Carolina 40-1, Clemson 20-1, Notre Dame 15-1, Tennessee 16-1, LSU 18-1.
So Penn State is a significantly better favorite to win the national title than Alabama.
Almost half.
Sad times for Kalen DeBoer.
Talk about the golf cart while I have some developing Cowboy news.
Oh boy, so this is actually hilarious. Raya Day at Ohio State. They were being driven to their Ohio State press conference yesterday, and I don't want to say this, make any large takeaways from this, but there was a lady who was driving this golf cart. And
takeaways.
She was look. I think it's January 20th. There was a lady, or January 21st. There was a lady driving this golf cart, and she, in an attempt to turn the corner, just floors this golf cart directly into the wall and almost sends Ryan Day flying. Ohio State fans almost didn't have a say in whether Ryan Day was returning. He almost died flying into this concrete wall.
Man.
And they just get up and are like, let's walk to the press conference room.
Pretty sure the steering radius on that golf cart wasn't what she thought it was.
No.
I didn't even open up this because I thought people were just sending the meme of, someone's,
Austin Powers,
the 8-point turn or whatever. But she clocked this wall. Right tire gone. Finished.
They got up. They're laughing. They get up. They're walking. Ryan Day's lucky he didn't go through the windshield of that thing.
It's like Kristen popping the tire on our Explorer.
I was about to say, anytime your wife gives you a hassle in the car, just pull up the video.
Dudes.
Just pull up that Ohio State video.
when Mike Osmond had realigned our car after we got those tires replaced, he was like, boy, I think she's been hitting some curbs. I was like, yeah. He goes, yeah. He's like, your alignment looked like Jules' teeth. They were just all over the place.
Dang!
Whoa!
Put Mike on blast for being a
That was a good
Jewel
line,
hater.
Mike.
That was a good line.
Did SMU force the ACC to change their conference championship game? So SMU was the 1 seed. They won the regular season in the ACC. The ACC is considering for next year taking the team that wins the regular season, keeping them out of the conference championship game, and having number 2 versus number 3 play. So that number 1 team, like Rhett Lashley spoke about, where he said, we'd be better off maybe not even playing this game. So they would not have had to sweat out the championship, and it would give those other 2 teams an opportunity to get an extra data point against a good quality opponent. That's something we talked about, that these conference championship games might have a very short lifespan.
Is that it?
That's it, yeah.
All right. College football kegger from Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station 24 hours ago. This very time yesterday, we were floored over Brian Schottenheimer being made the Vegas favorite to replace Mike McCarthy. We have a Cowboy coaching development that we bring you next on 105.3 The Fan.
Pepper lady. Hazel baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats have low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
24 hours ago, we had a developing situation with Vegas shooting Brian Schottenheimer up the boards for the number one candidate to replace Mike McCarthy here on the home of the Cowboys. And 24 hours later, we have another development as Ian Rappaport saying the Cowboys are expected, and now a lot of Tolos who voted 94% against Brian Schottenheimer as head coach said, well, at least there's been no interview. How far along could this have gotten? Adam Schefter yesterday, who didn't sound like he knew much of anything about this, is like, they haven't even interviewed him. Well, the Cowboys are now expected to interview Brian Schottenheimer, according to Ian Rappaport. Quote, well-respected in the building, Schottenheimer has been an OC for more than a decade. Intriguing option to take the next step. Bobby, tell us everything you found out after the show yesterday on the phones.
Is that there seems to be a lot of conflicting information in Frisco right now by people who are usually have a good sense and are usually in lockstep with the various things that are going on in there. And you're hearing different people going, well, I don't have a really good read, or man, I think it's going to be this, and I think it's going to be that. And you're hearing contradictions from people that don't normally contradict each other. And the sense of it is that Jerry is so in control on this one right now that there's a little bit of an unpredictability to it, where normally it's a bigger consensus usually, and there's usually a lot of different voices involved, and they're kind of building up to an idea. This one has felt a little more Jerry's call with some other influence in there. And I think that's causing is people are just going like, in order to really know what's going on, you got to kind of be in Jerry's mind right now. And so you're just reading tea leaves and getting a sense. But I know there are people in there who think Brian Schottenheimer's getting this job. There are other people who think Kellen Moore's getting this job. There are some people who think Robert Saleh could get this job. Like it's a bunch of different areas. Robert Saleh interviewed really well. Leslie Frazier interviewed really well. They love Kellen Moore. They love Brian Schottenheimer, and everybody's just kind of reading tea leaves at this point and trying to figure out, all right, where could this be going?
Choppy, I don't know if this would actually result in attendance problems, ratings problems, but I know from just a reaction standpoint, this is setting up to be an absolute complete meltdown. A meltdown from Cowboy fans and media.
Yeah, I mean, from an inspiring, uninspiring hire, this would I think lay on the uninspiring side. And guess what?
You think?
Yeah, I think Brian Schottenheimer would know that. Like he would understand that too. Like he gets it. Nobody knows who he is here. He's no longer a hot coaching candidate name. I think the Cowboys don't care, and I don't know that they should care. I think they should hire who they think is the best coach for the job. They should not worry about whether or not you could sell this to the fan base, or whether or not there's going to be excitement, or whether or not people are going to come to Oxnard. They're going to come to Oxnard.
I could give, and I agree with much of what you're saying. I'd be way more willing to give the benefit of the doubt if you did your homework on everybody. If I know that you put in the time to talk to Belichick, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, and you did all of that, and you're like, we really like Brian Schottenheimer the most.
I don't blame them on Bill. I blame them with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn.
Why not?
Because nobody in the NFL wanted Bill.
No one in the NFL wants Brian Schottenheimer.
I agree.
So what's the difference? No one in the NFL has wanted Kellen Moore.
Well, because he's in your building and you like him, But like the league has basically told you that Bill Belichick.
I don't care. I don't care what the league thinks, and I know deep down you don't. I don't care what the league thinks. Jerry Jones and his little snide comment to us when he went off on us. You should come to the owners meetings. Well, maybe we should, because there's at least a third of the teams who are dumbasses. Period. The same teams pick at the very, very top. At the very least, you should talk to the one that Jerry would call the greatest coach ever. You should pick his brain. You should figure out how it would work, what he thinks is wrong. Self-eval. They're allergic to self-eval. They don't have mirrors in the building. I don't care what the rest of the league thinks about Bill Belichick. We've already labeled him and branded him the greatest coach of all time, and he was sitting there twice for you, and you didn't talk to him? Now, maybe they had a conversation behind the scenes that we don't know about. It doesn't sound like they did. Ben Johnson wants nothing to do with you? Imagine being a coaching candidate in Major League Baseball, college basketball, or the NBA, and you don't even want to go near Duke, North Carolina, the New York Yankees, the Dodgers, or the LA Lakers, or the New York Knicks. That's not the way it's supposed to be, and that's the way it's coming across here.
They don't want any part of it. I would get I understand players not wanting to go play for the Yankees, like the crowd, the fans. It's just, they want to fire Aaron Boone every week. I get it. You don't want to deal with that crap. It's not that bad. It's not as bad here with that. It's
not in the city. It's nationally.
It's nationally.
Nationally is the big nightmare.
Right. It is. And you know what?
It's the first fake shows and all that stuff.
Now, is it easier to avoid national than local? I don't know. I don't know how that plays in, but no,
I think they're consuming more. Any airport,
every airport's
team facility, locker room, and I shouldn't say first fake because I respect Stephen A. nowadays for being more real and legit back in the Bayless days, but they're consuming more national TV and looking at it, I think, than local.
I got a text from somebody who coaches in the league right now yesterday on Schottenheimer when his name popped up, and I hadn't even reached out to them. They just saw the news and they texted me and they said, honest to God, I didn't realize Brian Schottenheimer was even working in Dallas. I thought Schottenheimer was on the beach.
So, look, I think that if you were going to go truthfully, the excitement level of the 2025 season, if they hire Schottenheimer, is now based off of and changed based on the draft pick. If they choose
and signings.
Let's say they hire Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
But then they turn around and look, even if it's the wrong position to hire to draft, they choose Ashton Genty, who everybody knows.
Right.
There's hype there regardless.
Yep.
There's hype.
Trade for Myles Garrett.
Whatever. Right?
Yeah.
You're going to Oxnard with hype.
Some hype.
You're going to Oxnard with more hype than you would if you drafted somebody that you've never heard of, probably a defensive tackle from Michigan.
Right.
All right, now here's your option. You draft a defensive tackle from Michigan, and you have the same exact offseason you had last year, but you hired Bill Belichick. I think the hype with Ashton Genty and a trade for Myles Garrett is higher going to camp with Schottenheimer.
Okay. But
is that crazy?
I don't think it's crazy.
No, they're not going to draft. They're not going to do this.
Follow-up.
The problem is they're not going to trade for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, they're not going to trade for Myles. I don't think so. 877-881-1053. RJ Ochoa has been cranking out good Cowboys tweets because people are suggesting, hey, Schottenheimer allows for your Witten Bridge. That's another just bad taste about this whole thing. The thought, we don't know if it's 1,000% true, but the thought that Jerry is telling whoever the replacement is, Jason Witten needs to be on staff and, wink, wink, 3 years from now. And Ochoa tweeted, I feel like the Cowboys are running out of ways to embarrass themselves. This isn't sports anymore. It's fan fiction. So Brian Schottenheimer is getting an interview. In 14 years as an OC, he's ranked top 10 in yards per game just twice. He's ranked in the top 10 in scoring offense 5 times, but only once did he rank in the top 5. So these are some of the numbers that fans are freaking out about.
Yeah, I mean, so many people want the CEO, though, is also the other thing. And again, I wouldn't hire him. I will repeat that over and over again. I want them to hire Kellen Moore. But so many people want the CEO role, like that's the candidate they want. He is one of the better candidates left out there that you could hire from a CEO, like, culture role.
Now who do you want?
Well, you and I, we are in line this segment here.
It's only been 15 years.
I was about to say it's only been 4 hours of the show. Handicap now. I want everyone's pie. I want everyone's coaching pie with your percentages at 877-881-1053. Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line. Who do you think it's going to be? You have to give me pie percentage for Schottenheimer, Kellen, and then whoever your third candidate is. Who wants to go first? I'll go first.
Yeah, go first.
You don't have to include a third if you don't want to. I will go 60. I'll go 50% Kellen, 30%, 35% Schottenheimer, 15% Saleh.
55% Kellen, 40% Schottenheimer, 5% Deion Sanders.
Okay, will you explain that, please? Why Deion, who has totally been forgotten about now in the past 72 hours, weekend, why are you still throwing Deion in there?
Because it's the 5%. Does Jerry just go like, screw all you guys, I'm going to do what I want? And because I think
did David Moore write? I'm not paying for it. I'm not going to access it. What did he write with Deion on the cover, or was it just an older?
No, same sort of. That basically it comes down to how does Jerry view his remaining time? Does he say, this will be the last coaching hire I make? I'm going to go out the same way I came in. I'm going to go in as the Wildcatter. Deion makes sense. Does he just say, you know what? Let's be a little reasonable here. Let's just play things down the middle. All right, well, then he probably looks at one of the other candidates. And basically it just comes down to which way does Jerry end up leaning this time? Because that's the thing. This feels like to so many people that this is just, it's at the whim of like, does Jerry just go, I'm going to go this way?
Yeah.
And it's been so long since a massive decision has felt like Jerry was right there. But I think Jerry wanted them to make a move to go get Jonathan Mingo when they did. Not necessarily like, go get me Jonathan Mingo, but he's like, find me somebody.
Yeah.
Find me somebody I want this to, because I was
Basic's theory.
That was something that caused tension between him and Mike McCarthy down the stretch, by the way. He did not like how little Mike McCarthy had Jonathan Mingo out there. That was a frustrating aspect for him where he's like, the hell am I doing trading a 4th-round pick for somebody, telling you I want somebody, and then you're telling me they can't
I would just stop it at what the hell am I doing trading a 4th-round pick for that guy?
Regardless, you're talking about a guy who went in the 2nd round the year before and they traded for, and you go, you can come up with concepts to get him in there. Don't tell me you can't find any way to get him on the field. That's not true. And that's where Jerry came down on.
I don't even want to hear RJ's names. I just want to know if he finally gets a math equation correct with your pie.
Yeah, I'm struggling over here.
I almost didn't.
You both got out pens. I'm like, guys, it's to 100.
I almost went 55, 40, 15, and I was like, oh, wait, 5.
Yeah. I'll go 60 Kellen. I'll do 30 Shotty, and then 10 Saleh.
Okay, so we all still think it's going to be Kellen. I wanted to figure out, because I can't bring myself to the reality. I can't say it that Jerry Jones is going to make Brian Schottenheimer the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. No way.
Is Witten out?
As the head coach, yes. 98% assistant.
What is your, you said that you felt a little better once you saw some of the track record with Schottenheimer and you heard him a little bit. So if your excitement level on a 1 out of 10 would have been a 1 for Schottenheimer yesterday, is it a 2 now after learning some things, or is it a little higher?
I might.
Or not excitement, confidence.
Oh, I can't say confidence. I'll say excitement.
Okay.
I'll probably say 4.
Okay.
I mean, I really like listening to the guy. I went back and got his sit down with the G-Bag Nation, and they asked him about which one you want, borrowing plays offensively, the too high shell defense in the league, or his last sports cry. I'll say this cry. Too shell.
Yeah. The too high shell is interesting.
All right, let's play that, Pepe.
What I notice is the speed of defenses now, right? Like, you got to remember, when I came into the league, it was freaking Levon Kirkland and guys, these 260-pound linebackers, and now so many teams are playing sub-defense, and so many of these linebackers are 4'5", 4'6" guys, and so I think that's one of the things. But, again, where we're really, really good, again, is what we call above the 2.3, right? If they're going to drop 8, what most mature quarterbacks know is, okay, I should have time. And that's our friend, whereas young quarterbacks, they kind of panic. Like they've got their rhythm and time clock. Like, oh, the ball should be gone. Well, yeah, but they're only rushing 3. And so, like, what I've learned is, like, I remember in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence, like, they would drop 8 and only rush 3, and, like, he'd still be on that the time clock where the ball's got to come out of his hands. Like, hey, dude, just relax. Like, we've got time. We've got the advantage. And so the way that thing's going to adapt is us having to hurt people with that, and that might be Dak with his arm or Dak with his legs. But the speed's a big part of it that defenses now have.
It's a big, you can hear some of it there. That's some of the philosophical difference, too, on McCarthy. McCarthy wants the ball out. Like, even if it's dropping through, McCarthy wants rhythm, timing, tempo, get the ball out on your steps. Do that. Schottenheimer instead goes like, you don't, there's not like an internal clock rule that says you have to get the ball out. Take a second.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
What do you mean?
On which one?
He's saying if Trevor Lawrence was seeing 8 back, you don't have to get it out in 2.5 seconds.
It's still, I mean, if you look at the quarterback, because we talked about Sean Payton had that comment earlier the year, sacks are on the quarterback. It's about getting the ball out. The guys who get the ball out are the better one. Now,
if you're blocking up 3 with 5, you don't have to just get the ball out. You don't have to.
No, you don't have to. Also, and part of the issue is guys move around so much now. When you don't have a mobile quarterback, and the Cowboys don't, you do have to be on time more.
And then they finished up with, this shows this guy I can see why they love his personality in Frisco, his last sports cry.
No, I cried after the Green Bay game this year.
That's my guy.
All right.
That's my answer, baby.
Yeah, my wife actually was surprised because she said that was the last time I cried. Actually, the only time before that was when Sam Bradford, not the only time, Sam Bradford tore his ACL the second year in a row.
Yeah.
Just because I felt so bad for him because he had worked his way back. But after the Green Bay game, I took that one hard and was disappointed, really, for the players.
Proud you made it to the end there. I think I'd have cried at half myself.
I was, actually.
Hey, we were trying to fix it. So you did not have time. But, man, when you put so much into this, and it's not for us, it's for them, for the locker room, right? It's just, any loss is tough to take. But that was a special group, and we're excited for this special group we got now.
See, Tolos, he bled with you. He cares. Brian Schottenheimer getting an official interview, according to Ian Rappaport. All right, let's see who's getting in the Baseball Hall of Fame tonight. We crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
My goodness. The commercial break was epic.
Thank God Peyton had a read to do.
Yes. Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. We were talking about New Orleans, the inauguration, the White House moving company.
I think that was the most interesting part to me is we were all concerned about the logistics of who the movers are for the White House and stuff. Yeah, because you're not just like, hey, let's go get two guys in a truck.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you have to have, like, your own White House moving service.
How does it work, Choppy?
So my understanding is yesterday when the president-elect arrives at the White House, when there's a changeover in power, right? When they arrive, that's like that's Joe and Jill's last day in the White House. So they're all packed. They go to the Capitol, right? And then the president is leaving office goes from the Capitol to Andrews Air Force Base, and they get on Air Force One and they go to their destination of choice. But while this is going on, while the inauguration's happening,
in the contiguous 48 states, they don't let them go to like Hawaii or Alaska, right? That's extra.
Or Canada or
I don't
Puerto
know.
Rico.
I have no idea. I don't know the protocol there. So I think Barack went to, and Michelle, I think they went to Hawaii. I don't know. But so
where they were born.
Right in America. That is a state. So Canada's about to be, and so is Greenland.
Thank
okay,
you, Corey.
So
Please, Corey.
once like the current president leaves in the motorcade with the president-elect, there's workers at the Oval Office ripping everything up. They put in new carpet. They take down the artwork. They put in new furniture. They reassemble the Resolute desk. Huh?
New carpet.
New carpet. Every.
But that they picked, or just like no, we got to have like new carpet.
I think you pick. You pick what you want.
it.
So.
Okay.
It has to be red or blue.
So there's like White House designers, you think? Like we got a White House moving team.
Yeah, I imagine.
We got
they
White
got
House.
everything.
But what do you do the other days?
I think
okay, I got my big day on inauguration day where I got to change things up the way that Melania or whoever
There's
wants it.
always
What
like
am
a banquet or something coming up, right?
True,
you probably always got to prep.
Good point. Good point.
So, like, I mean, they're doing this in a few hours. Like,
that's pretty impressive.
So, who knows how much of a team you have? And you have to like this desk, the Resolute desk. If you're using that, it's a massive.
The Resolute desk.
That's right.
It's a massive desk. It was a gift from the Queen. May have been the King. I don't know. But it was a gift a long time ago.
Took American jobs.
And it's like this very elaborate desk, but you got to take it apart. There was President Kennedy changed it up because like there was a
so they're changing the desk out.
Yeah, but there used to be like an opening in the front, but FDR put a cover there because he didn't want people to see him in his wheelchair. And then Kennedy took that door out, and you see photos of John Jr. playing underneath the desk.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So like it's
candy.
You what?
He was looking for candy.
Looking for candy. So
Yeah,
it's
Kay
there's a lot of cool
probably
things that
once
go
too.
on in there, but it's
Candy
just they had to
down
change it out.
Who else watched the inauguration?
We were
it
on
was,
air.
It was weird because we also got an 11 o'clock tip for a Mavericks game on a weekday. So
It was fun.
it was the Mavericks and inauguration, and you're like, wow, these are really different things that are happening.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we will discuss. It's kind of crazy to also realize that Mike McCarthy has been in that White House because he won a Super Bowl. That's wild.
Just listen to 640 today.
The final Tuesday tailgate of the season, we do it at right out the gate at 10 o'clock, so Carter will join us for that. And then Mike asks all the football questions at 10:20.
And of course,
what Cowboys coaches have made the playoffs 60% of the time?
I know McCarthy
Mike
has.
McCarthy
Yeah,
did it.
McCarthy did that.
Switzer.
Barry.
Mike McCarthy, yeah.
Switzer.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Barry Switzer won a Super Bowl just like Mike McCarthy did.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
You know what the difference is? Switzer was a better coach.
And by the way,
Mike McCarthy has a 608 career
He was
win
not. He was not a
percentage.
better coach. I'm just trolling on that.
That's better than
Brian
Jimmy.
Schottenheimer is officially interviewing per NFL Network.
All right, let's
So,
go.
They're
His
getting-
dad was like a coach for 30 years. That's awesome.
Yeah. How many Super Bowls did he win?
Yeah, he went to the Super Bowls all the
His,
time.
Marty Schottenheimer still is a historically underrated
Yeah,
coach.
he is very underrated. I think.
He was 19 out of 21 seasons that he had a winning
Okay.
record in a lot of time. I'm not saying that he
Oh,
wasn't
man,
a
cool.
playoff performer.
Kevin.
You're
How
about to
many
say
winning-
Schottenheimer's not a
How
good
many
coach.
winning seasons did Mike McCarthy have in Green Bay?
How many Aaron Rodgers did Marty Schottenheimer have?
Stop causing crap, Mike.
Didn't he have a LaDainian Thomas?
What were you about to insult about Marty Ball?
No, I wasn't going to insult. I was going to say it just fascinates me that Marty Schottenheimer, who never won anything, is criminally overrated, and you think Mike McCarthy...
Criminally
he said
underrated.
Underrated. I'm sorry. And Mike McCarthy, who won a Super Bowl, is criminally overrated.
Right. Super Bowls will do that. Super Bowls will give you like criminal overratedness, just like with Eli Manning.
Or
Do you
Doug
think Eli
Peterson?
Manning's? Hey, do you think Eli Manning's a better quarterback than Marino?
No.
Right, like so. I'm saying, like,
But
just
I don't
the
think anybody else
like. In fact,
does either.
I view one Super Bowl.
thinks that?
I view right. I'm just saying that I think one Super Bowl for McCarthy is actually a ding on his record, given the fact that he had the best quarterback in the conference for a decade.
What
Green
about the fact
Bay's-
that Aaron Rodgers is a perpetual choker?
Well,
Yeah.
hang on. Does
Or is
does
he
Sean
just tied to a
Payton
perpetual choker?
only
in
having
McCarthy?
one ding him because he had Drew Brees, who was
Yes.
What do you mean it dings him?
It does. Like Breeze, are you absolutely kidding me?
Should it be better
They
that he
should.
won
Breeze,
zero?
Are you saying
no,
it's better if
Peyton
he
and
wins
McCarthy
zero?
both. Peyton and McCarthy both should have been in Super Bowls more than once.
Okay, you're saying they should have had
Yeah.
more.
I agree with that.
When
I mean, I
Mike
agree they should have.
McCarthy's a coach in the Green Bay Dallas playoff games, Green Bay's 3-0.
And he would say with the superior quarterback. You know what, Mike?
That is infuriating.
He's just
what
saying
you just
facts.
said.
By the way,
Always
Mike
doing the same
McCarthy is reporting that weather delays have prevented him from interviewing with the New Orleans Saints.
Mike McCarthy has a social media account?
I mean, he has several reporters that he feeds that information to that have since reported
All
it
right,
this
so
morning.
what is the real report?
There are several reporters saying, hey, Mike McCarthy's definitely interested in, the Saints are definitely interested. Weather has gotten in the way, so.
But why do you have to be so childish and petty about it? I'm saying
And
now.
I'm telling you.
Why do you have to be like
There's nothing
so
petty
bitchy about
I'm just saying. It's great.
Like,
It's the way
he's
it is.
gone. You won.
I assume it's Laura
Why are you
Oakman
still just
reporting it.
whiny and cheap about it?
What do you mean cheap?
You take nothing but cheap shot. Cheap. You already won. What are you being so petty about it for?
I'm just saying, it's the report that's out there.
Just celebrate it and be calm and cool and poised.
This is me celebrating.
No, you're being
right now.
freaking petty and annoying about it.
I love it.
You want to get punched in the freaking face? And instead of chilling and relaxing, you go home and get your Lubriderm out that you got me all worked up over it, because that's where you get your rocks off too.
You better watch out, Bobby.
Just stop being annoying about it. You already won. It's just whiny. It's just freaking whiny. You already won. Be at peace with it. Stop being petty about it. He's not going to get hired in the cycle. He's not going to be. And just stop your little stupid cheap shots. Be a little bit professional about it.
It sounds like the reports say he
Just
could
be
be
a little
hired
bit professional
still.
about it and stop being so freaking annoying and whiny with it.
Weather got in the way. That's
Baseball
all.
Hall of Fame.
So we have 195 public ballots that have been about 53%. About 53%. It's going to come out tonight, about 6ish, I think is the time. So right now, as of this moment, Carlos Beltran would be in 81%.
Wow.
All right, just give me your reaction if you
Beltran
have.
is his first time on it?
Wait, are
this is his third.
Beltran has no juicing stuff?
He doesn't have the juicing thing, but he might be the father of how to use the cameras to cheat. A lot of people give him a lot of credit for coming up with certain ways on how to use it.
I would assume, so the private ballots are the older guys that are like
They're less likely to fill up their ballot to 10.
They're less likely to fill their ballot. So the average ballot has 7 players on it. On this
So these percentages are mostly going to go down.
They always go down because the older guys are a little more cantankerous. They don't put any steroid guys in, all that stuff.
Put the cheating stuff aside from Beltran. Did you think of him as a Hall of Famer?
For a short period of time, I did.
I will tell you this. Yesterday, my world flipped upside down when it turns out that Brian Giles had an OPS of 151. OPS plus of 151.
Is that from that Juan Soto
Yes, where
infographic?
His 6 years were as good as Juan Soto's 6 years, and that threw me for a loop. So I know nothing anymore about baseball.
Michael, is Carlos Beltran a Hall of Famer?
He's right on that line of he's probably going to. I'll say this: I bet he just misses out this year, but then the next year he gets in. Like it's like overtime. You let in.
Who's more one between him and Andrew Jones?
I thought Andrew, for the small amount of time, I thought Andrew Jones was more dominant in his prime, but Jones ate his way out of the league.
Well, and that's actually kind of going to be what we talk about at 12:20. Can you play your way back out of the Hall of Fame? Because I think that's exactly what happened.
I think Andrew Jones, when he was here,
Russell Wilson,
when he was like a bit player, I want to say he was 31 or 32 years old.
Yeah.
Because he hit the scene at 19.
Yeah, he had been in the league for a while.
So you were like, oh, well, he was probably like 35 or 36 because that's what he kind of looked like here.
Tremendous defensive player. He's at 72.8%, so he needs to go up a little bit to get in. You got to be at 75. CC is at 92.7%. He only needs to be on about half the remaining ballots to get in, so he's probably going to get in.
He's a first-timer.
This is his first ballot, yeah. Each row is right now on 100% of the ballots.
Woo! Good.
Someone will probably. There's only been one unanimous. It's Mariano Rivera. I don't know how you justify, but I mean, any of these guys that get up near the top. How do you justify not putting Nolan Ryan in unanimous?
Guys,
never want to say
we do have a little bit of breaking news.
Hey, we're doing Hall of Fame stuff here.
Did Mike McCarthy get hired by the Saints?
Come on, please.
Did the weather clear, Bobby?
According to MLB on Fox, Kirby Yates is signing with the Dodgers.
No, the Dodgers?
Of course they are.
The hell up.
All that money's deferred till 2070.
What the hell?
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded.
They're going to pay him in Blue Chew in 30 years. That's how they're going to pay him.
We gave him a 5-year, $850 million deal. We'll pay him in 2048.
How are the
What, Mike?
We need a closer.
Hang on, though. It was really nice of them yesterday not to sign Santander. I thought it was a good, generous thing that they did for
let somebody else.
Okay, is this exactly like the Yankees spending? When we were growing up.
I don't think anything's ever come close to this.
Not come close.
No, because the issue with the Dodgers is that it's not. I don't care that they're spending this money. I love they're doing this. This is great. This is great for the sport. If you don't think it's great for the sport, it's because your owner sucks.
It causes an evil enemy, too, that everybody hates now. Now there is this dominant force that everybody hates and everybody's trying to
My issue with it is that they're deferring all this money so they're not paying the luxury tax. Yeah. That's my issue.
Yeah, they definitely, I think, 2027 that they can maybe kind of fix this loophole, but maybe they're like, if you did it before, we're not going to cause you penalties. I believe so.
There's going to be a lockout at some point or strike, whatever they want to call it.
We don't have a closer.
But the thing is,
Kirby Yates
I think it's going to be owners versus owners this time.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be Pittsburgh and Miami against Dodgers and Yankees.
Like the players are going to be like, what are we doing wrong here? We're taking the huge money. So now Kenley Jansen's still out there. That he's been a very good closer for a long time. I wouldn't mind getting him, but like we said yesterday, they have approximately
He also
$6
said
million.
he would go back to the Dodgers.
Well, then he is.
All right, we're back tomorrow with the Hump Day edition, the KMC Masterpiece.
We're starting off with Mike McCarthy talk first.
Cool, Bobby, will stick around for it.
Yeah.
KMC is next.
they're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick. And Mike, let's see how much you paid attention in the pre-show. Who is running our board today?
Ross Finstermaker.
Okay, the first part is
pretty close.
Correct.
He's betting 50%. That's not bad.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
I said hi to Ross today.
He did.
Ross, what did I ask you?
He asked me if we've ever met before.
And then what was the next thing I asked?
What's your name?
Yeah.
I knew.
See?
I knew.
I'm prepared.
Now, unfortunately,
we've met before.
In the cross. Yes,
it.
I know.
Dang it.
In the crosstalk, Corey brought us the devastating news that not only is Kirby Yates not back with the Rangers, he's actually signing with the Dodgers. I'm going to need a few more minutes to process that because I'm really upset about that, and we don't have a closer. And the Dodgers don't even need to use him as their closer. They might, or they might use the $18 million a year guy they just signed, or maybe he'll be their setup person. Because why the hell not?
Or yeah, they'll probably be like, you know what? One of these 80 starters that we have in our minor league system, we'll just throw one of those guys in.
Or the one we just got for $27 million below market every year. We'll just use Roki Sasaki. Whatever. Screw the Dodgers. Anyway,
it's awesome that they're spending though.
Yeah,
that's a cool thing to see that owners are willing to go out there and do it. Whenever most of the time we hear that owners aren't.
I know we're not in baseball nuggets, but I'm just wondering, how come other teams are players only doing this for the Dodgers, or why not offer Kenley Jansen a 2-year contract and just defer 90% of it?
So, by the way, Carter Freeman is here too. He might be here longer than he anticipated. We'll see how that goes.
Happy to wait.
But I just want to point out one thing, and this is something, and if we want to get into it right now, Carter, I don't mean to waste your time.
No,
we might push college football talk.
That's fine.
No, it's okay because we do have baseball nuggets coming up.
This is what I wanted to say about that, because if you're in California, there is incentive to take the contract that's set up like that. If you live in Texas, why the hell would you do that? Because they're like, oh, you can get all the money in 10 years. And you're like, well, I don't have to worry about paying the same exorbitant
state tax, entertainment tax.
Exactly. Whereas if you're in California, there's a lot of reason to defer that money because you're like, I'm going to get the hell out of here by the time that money comes in. I'm not going to have to pay taxes on it. That is an inherent, weird advantage that I would imagine that the Yankees, Mets, and all the California teams would have.
Yeah. I don't think New York though has an entertainment tax.
Okay, do they not?
I think I have to look this up. I think California has the random entertainment tax.
Well, then there you go.
Of Hollywood.
There's a California incentive that lets you know why you would be more inclined to defer that money for people that were always curious. Why did Shohei do that to begin with? I mean, maybe it's because he's a super nice guy and they want to get more money for their players, which clearly has worked. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's because he's like, I don't want to pay all those damn taxes.
There's 4 other teams in California, though, and none of them are even attempting to do this.
It is weird. I don't know either, because I get, at the beginning, the Dodgers were smarter than everybody else. But you've all seen how it works for more than a year now. Surely we've all been like, I checked the numbers, Steve. They're sound. Oh, well, let's go ahead with it, Gary. I don't know why those are the people who run the accounting departments at all these major league teams, but they are.
How long have the Dodgers ownership owned the Dodgers? This specific group?
I'm not sure.
I would say, remember there was craziness in the, say 2010 because the dude was going through a divorce and then there was a tough time selling it.
Ned Coletti, wasn't he the old owner?
Yeah.
And then
he
the
was
Magic Johnson team bought it 2012, 2013.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, March 2012. So the Guggenheim Baseball Management, led by Mark Walter, they've owned it since March 2012, and they bought it for $2.15 billion.
Oh, that was a good investment.
And since then, they're just like, hey, we made all our money back. We made it all back already, guys, because we're here in L.A. Let's go ahead and start rolling this into, let's make a winner. Let's make something crazy. Let's make something that could be considered a dynasty for even longer. If they can keep it all together like that, because it looks like they can keep money rolling out for a while.
And this might be a weird way to think about it, and I don't know how much this changes your business plans or not, but I'm curious, what do season ticket sales or what do everyday ticket sales end up being in Los Angeles this year, now that like so many of your people in that area have been devastated, lost their homes, I'm sure lost their places of business. Like, I have no idea how that equates to like turnstile count, or if you would get a refund on your season tickets if you're like, hey, I don't have any money. My insurance company took my insurance away. I don't know. All right. Let's get in to college football. Give me cut number 1. I guess this is kind of what sealed it after Notre Dame made a huge comeback.
Howard out of the shotgun, back to pass at his own 25. He'll gun that deep down the right side, and it is caught by Jeremiah Smith at the 30 of Notre Dame. He's taken to the Fighting Irish 10-yard line by cornerback Christian Gray. Howard to Smith, getting the Buckeyes into Giant Eagle red zone.
Now, I realize that they still had to make the field goal, or else it could have been a crazy scenario, but this felt like the play to me, Carter, that wrapped it up when I kind of maybe thought at the beginning of the third quarter the game was over, but it was not.
Not even at the beginning of the third quarter. I thought almost beginning of the fourth, like there's no chance.
Yeah.
Because Notre Dame, that first drive, did whatever they wanted, marched right down the field, took 10 minutes of game time almost, scored, perfect opening drive. They didn't convert another third down until 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Like, they had nothing.
Wow.
They were getting 2 or 3 yards a drive before they had to punt. I mean, that is how much Ohio State figured them out after that first drive. But yeah, my friends and I had been texting saying that, Ryan Day and Chip Kelly weren't taking the kill shot. Like, they needed to do something to put that game away. And they just were not doing. They were allowing Notre Dame to have their way. Jaden Greathouse to make all the receptions in the fourth quarter to put Notre Dame back in that game. And they finally did with that Jeremiah Smith catch.
The field goal, I still don't understand. Can you all help me with the
Marcus Freeman one?
Yeah, I'm going for bigger points there, and
Marcus Freeman took some blame.
I get that
afterward.
they missed it, but look at, if you say I have a 5% chance of getting this touchdown. Now, obviously, they didn't make the field goal. If he's saying, I'll just cut it to 13, I know that it's risky because now you got to stop them, score, you win. But I guess if he's saying, I don't have a play from the 9-yard line?
Yeah, maybe so.
I can't get a touchdown. I literally can't score a touchdown from the 9-yard line. If you think you can't score a touchdown, I understand kicking the field goal. So that's what I guess he's saying is we can't score. But I get, I was surprised. I was like, screw it, you just have to do it, even if you know that there's a 1% chance you're going to succeed. But he was like, I think there's 100% chance we're not going to succeed in this.
Yeah, it would have made a 2-score game a 2-score game. So I don't like that. I like, going for, and especially because they had, been aggressive earlier in the fourth quarter, and they had, scored, and they had gotten the 2-point conversion. Like, I'm like, your offense has finally figured things out, so just go for it. But I think they were rewarded with the proper result, which is a doink for kicking the field goal at that point, which, by the way, that was the ball, once it hit the upright, it didn't move. The ball just stood, it didn't spin,
knuckleballed off
it just hit the post and then just fell straight down.
It looked like a video game. It looked like an old video game.
And it was a weird sounding doink too. When I heard it, I'm like, that's not the typical crazy clang that you hear.
There was no
different
spin
sound
on it or anything. I have to admit, I'm not saying I just thought that Notre Dame was going to really dominate this game once they marched down the field, like you said, and scored. And Riley Leonard, good for him, showing off his Bible verse on his wrist and everything. That was pretty cool. But the second quarter was pretty stunning to me to see everything change from Notre Dame march, and then I got nothing, and Ohio State's going to be like, I don't even know if you belong in this game. Because that's what it went from. I can't believe Notre Dame marched down the field and scored to, depending on who you follow on social media and everything, I knew last weekend or the weekend before was the national championship game. Like, in the span of one quarter, it went from, this is why Notre Dame shouldn't be in this game. Mm-hmm. Or it went to that.
Yeah, it was just so back and forth. But to me, this was such and any way you look at it, I think these Notre Dame teams that Marcus Freeman is coaching are much different, much more prepared for this than anything we saw from Brian Kelly. Because in Brian Kelly's 3 either BCS championship games or college football playoff games, they lost by an average of 28 points.
Yeah.
And this was on that way, but the way that they adjusted, albeit too late, that's something that a Brian Kelly team would never do. So, again, the Ohio State team that they ended up facing as an 8 seed That's not going to be there every time. You're not going to have a team that talented most times be in that spot. But I think, this Notre Dame team and what Marcus Freeman has done there is here to stay, much more so than anything Brian Kelly would have done had he stayed there.
Well, when you're discussing kind of the seeding there a little bit, do y'all think that they're going to readjust this in this next go-around? They're going to change the seeding this time?
So the presidents of the conferences already met this past weekend, and they didn't vote on anything.
Okay.
They have to have unanimous support, and right now the ACC, the Big 12, and the Group of 5 conferences have no incentive to change anything.
Yeah.
And it's just 1 year.
Exactly.
Like I'd say, this happened in 1 year. But if we take 1 year results, I would say they're probably going to let this play out at least 3 years and go, this is a new system. Let's see what happens after 3 years until we make a major change in how we're doing this.
We let the 4-team college football playoff play out for about 8 years before they decided we want to move to 12. And the way that they build these contracts too is there's certain points over the life of the deal where they say, all right, this is a point where we can make these wholesale changes. Because it was originally a 12-year deal for the 4-team playoff. They changed it after year 10.
I might be a prisoner of the moment, but because of the structure of the 12-team playoff and having to go through way more to win the national title than you ever have before, beating the number 9, 7, 5, and 1 team back to back to back to back by an average of 17.5 points feels like one of the most incredible runs, if not the most incredible, in the history of college football.
Yeah, because you don't normally play that many top 10 teams at any given time, and you definitely don't beat them. I still look at the way they played in that Michigan game.
It was awful.
And some of the games, like when they barely beat Nebraska late in the season, there were a couple other games where I'm like, I don't understand how they ever played that poorly. But this is as good of a singular run as a team's gone on to win a national title. I still don't know if I'm putting them up there with like 2019 LSU, 2020 Alabama just yet. But if you just isolate the last month, it's phenomenal.
I think you're really spot on because the loss to Michigan really hurts because at least with Oregon, you lost by 1 point. Oregon was undefeated,
on
number
the road.
1 for a big chunk of the season. You went in, and it's not often you get to say this, you won by 20 in a game that wasn't that close. Like they were up 34-0. They definitively annihilated the only team that they would have lost to by 1 point on the road. But when you tag them with the baggage of that Michigan loss, then it feels hard in the all-time conversation to be like, well, they have to be there.
But they needed that. That's pretty clear they needed Michigan to win the national title last year, and then they needed to lose to them again this year to really motivate them. It's weird that they, the $20 million roster that they're getting, all the players are getting paid, that's not motivation enough. They needed all these other exterior things. And that's, as the sport changes, that's the joy of the old guard of the sport still staying, where like you have to have those things happen to you from your rivals, even if a year ago, if Michigan had beaten Ohio State, they would never be in the situation. But you still need things like that as a 19, 20-year-old on these teams, that emotional loss to really push you to get to where you want to be, end up being a national champion.
Corey, do you think, I would include all of you guys, but Corey, do you think it should be mandatory? It'd have to be on satellite radio, or they'd have to make a special waiver in Ohio that every Buckeye fan should have to tune in to Ryan Day's address where he says, well, I have a microphone and you don't. So you will listen to everything I have to say. Because people acted like this guy was the worst piece of trash that has ever existed in coaching. And
Did you see Raw's War? Did you see the first sign that they showed?
Oh, no. What was the first sign?
It's been, I think it's 1,826 days. This person must travel to all the Raws. Since they beat Michigan.
Oh, they just won the national title.
2019.
Remember
they
what
haven't beaten them this
Stephen A.
decade.
and Sterling Sharp said after that Michigan game? Ryan Day's going to get fired.
If he'd lost to Tennessee, I think he would have. But then you go beat all 4 top 9 teams by double digits, and then you're good.
This is the kind of text that I want them to follow back with me. I'll just fundamentally never understand. Y'all are giving them all praise, but Notre Dame was down to their backups. All right. So first of all, not true. They had their quarterback, if nothing else. But also, is that to say that we should ignore that Ohio State won the national title?
Well, the run all the way up to it.
I don't know, man. Take that phone number down. That might be Joe Montana.
That run to get
Lou
there
Holtz was there too.
Pretty impressive. So I think that matters. And they solidified the Big Ten as the most powerful conference in all of football because the Big Ten's the best.
It's the first time since I believe the 40s that the Big Ten's won back-to-back AP national titles.
Wow.
It was like Minnesota in the early 1940s.
And congratulations to the ACC because they got Notre Dame in that game. I've been watching basketball.
Affiliate.
But for some reason in football, they're on their own, so they don't have to split up their payments with anybody. All right, just real quick. Probably to the surprise of no one, Texas and Ohio State are entering next year as favorites. Arch Manning is one of the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy. I realize so much stuff can happen, but just if you looked at it at this moment, does that feel like a fair starting point?
I think those are the two best teams, and you know what's going to be really fun? They play in week 1.
Yes,
Texas and Ohio State play in Columbus in week 1 next season.
Ohio
So
State
we get
is
the national championship game on day 1?
pretty much.
Yep, and a Cotton Bowl rematch, too.
Currently, Ohio State's favored by 3.5. In case you wanted to know that.
Already? Give me the points.
Okay. Mike Bassick.
Write it down.
On record in January. I'll take the 3.5 points going into this game. All right, Carter. Well, actually, we might
Dress
have
up as
you.
Michigan players.
Okay. We actually might have you on again this week because there's a lot of other college football stuff to discuss. But obviously, we want to kick off talking about the national championship game. Thank you very much for the info.
Yep, just let me know.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do believe Mike is going to ask all the football questions.
Yeah, like how much will Johnson help in Chicago? Now, before we do...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Leonard gets the snap. Back to throw Riley Leonard. Rolls to his right at his 20. Leonard sails that middle of the field where it's caught by Greathouse. He's tackled at the 40. Tackled by Jordan Hancock, and Ohio State, national champions, beating Notre Dame tonight. 34-23, the 9th national championship in Ohio State history.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope all you Bulls on parade are having an excellent day. I know that Ohio State is, and hopefully we'll help you all out right now because it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right. So, I don't know, I guess breaking news kind of last night today is that Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, takes the Chicago Bears job. My first football question to you guys is general. How much of a difference will this make for the Bears? Do you think they're going to make the playoffs? Just to give you an idea, just to help you out here on what the Bears have to add, they have the 10th pick in the draft. They have the 39th pick from the Carolina Panthers in the Bryce Young trade, and they have the 41st pick. So they have 10, 39, and 41. When it comes to salary that they have, sorry, my thing they have the 5th most. I can't even see it, you moron computer. Disable my ad blocker. Carter, where are you? Chicago has, I'm going to say, approximately $60 million in cap space.
I'm going to say no. They don't make the playoffs because I fell into that trap last year, but I think you will see the upward trajectory to, let's say, like 8-9 or 9-8, where they're right on the fringe and it feels like they're actually moving in the right direction.
I think they do make the playoffs. I think Minnesota takes a big dip this year, and that the Bears fill that spot, fill that void a little bit. I'm very interested also in how Detroit manages without Ben Johnson. Like, what kind of offense are they? So I'm interested to know that. I think it's going to help Caleb Williams out a lot because Jared Goff is a good quarterback, a really good quarterback, but he was at his best when he was throwing less than 20 times a game. And Caleb Williams, they were just like, hey, throw it all the time. I think they're going to kind of rein that back in, establish a running game, and be a better overall offense.
But I think it's a smart hire, and it is a very quarterback-friendly hire. Like Caleb Williams, when he came out a couple weeks ago, and he was like, oh, not to tip my hand too much, but I really like an offensive-minded coach who does offensive things. And, like, clearly...
What quarterback's ever said, I want to
I'm sure you're right. And this checks all the boxes for Caleb Williams.
Okay. You wanted Ben Johnson here. He never obviously interviewed here. Who is your hopeful? I mean, we have a lot of information, or at least more information, on who the Cowboys are interviewing. What's your update on what you want the Cowboys to do?
I think now I look at Aaron Glenn. I realized, which is kind of funny, same team. I know that people are going to point to the playoff debacle. I'll still go back to the fact that you lose the turnover battle by 5. What the hell are you supposed to do? But it feels like Aaron Glenn can be a leader of men.
Yeah, he might not leave the city of New York today, though, because the Jets' goal is to keep him.
And I absolutely get that. So we might have this exact same conversation like later in the show. Yeah. But right now, if I had my pick, I would go Aaron Glenn.
This is Kevin wanted Ben Johnson the whole time. I've wanted Joe Brady the whole time. And again,
I could see that.
I've argued this against Ben Johnson. I'll argue it against me too. I have no clue what he's going to be like as a head coach. He was an assistant that jumped into an offensive coordinator job pretty quickly. And so, but I like the way he draws up plays. I like the way he does things, but he also had Joe Burrow and Josh Allen in the 2 times that he's looked spectacular. So which one was it? So I still like him a lot. If not him, go ahead and bring on Dion, baby. Let's just make it a big old circus.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Corey, I want you to give the update on the Cowboys and all the draft picks they have now.
Okay, it appears that compensation has been put out there.
This is going somewhere sarcastic.
This is a actually, I'm sorry. This is a projection. My apologies, guys. This is just a projection. But they are saying
give the projection because it's going to bring up a point that you guys can work.
You're getting a
of.
5th for Tyron, Dorrance Armstrong, and Tyler Biotic. So 3 5s and a 6th round pick for Tony Pollard. That's what we're looking at from a projection over the cap.
Okay, so the Cowboys could, it looks like, get 3 extra 5s and a 6th.
Yep.
I found this interesting. I was actually looking at cards the other day, and 2015 kind of came up on like a thing I was searching, and then I went back to see kind of career stuff in 2015. I went to Football Reference, ProFootballReference.com, and I looked up the 2015 draft. So this would be, hey, guys got their 10th year this year in the NFL. 10 years is a huge marker. So in the 7th round of the 2015 draft, 4 guys are still playing football.
Wow. Good
one
for
of them,
them.
One of them being Jeff Swaim, the Cowboys pick at number 246, tight end. He is one of 4 guys drafted in the 7th round who got 10 years in the NFL.
And Trevor Siemian.
Yep. In the 6th round, 3 guys got 10 years in the NFL. The 29 other guys didn't make 10 years in the NFL. So just these late picks, I get it, man. Enjoy the draft. Broadus and company do an unbelievable job at it. But when we start looking at later rounds, now I will go to the 5th round in 2015. And here we have a lot of success. 10 guys made 10 years in the NFL. So out of the 32 picks, and there's probably more than that, to be honest. It just keeps going number by number. So the first pick was 137 in the draft. The last pick was 176.
You got Stephon Diggs in there. You got Grady Jarrett. Yeah, you got a few names.
So I'm going to stop right there. So the Cowboys get the 3/5, and then you look at the 6th round pick, which has about, I guess I'm looking at a 10% chance, approximately.
Yeah, you got Quandre Diggs and Darren
You have a
Waller.
10% chance of drafting a dude who lasts 10 years in the NFL.
Okay.
And the Cowboys do this by this. We can only have players that we draft. Everybody else we think's a piece of trash in the NFL because they cost way too much to add to your team. So I just wanted to throw this out. I don't know where I'm going with the question is, but do you see how flawed the Cowboys system is that 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks have to work out for 4 years with us, and then we want them to work out so well that we do give them another 4 to 6 year extension possibly, and literally in those rounds, if you look at the 5th round, you have a better chance. You have about, I guess, a 25% chance, maybe less than that, 20 to 25% chance. The dude has a 10-year career. In the 6th and 7th round, you have a 10% chance of them having a 10-year career.
Yeah, look, I don't love the strategy either, because for every name you can pluck out, I can give you a whole lot more that we probably shouldn't have re-signed. I'd be way more fascinated if the Cowboys were willing to churn those picks every time. So
instead of just saying, hey, we're going to take this and hope that quantity is important, you're going to say, let's take these 3 5s and move up to the top of the 4th.
And then
into the 3rd. I don't know how that
either way, I think either way it could potentially work. You use all those picks, and then once their rookie deal is up, you're like, hey, now let's move on to the next set of people. Or you try to package them to move up, as you can now do that, and then maybe go for that quality over the quantity. I have plenty of issues with the draft and keep strategy of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, it seems like the Cowboys typically, if they make a trade late, they're like, we're trading 4 spots in the 5th round. You're like, why can't we use this for more of an advantageous approach to this thing?
All right, so now let me give you scary numbers about the draft and how this isn't particularly the best way to just say we're just going to do this and it will work out. In the 1st round in 2015, 32 picks, 19 guys got 10 years in the NFL.
Okay.
That's not great if you think about the way the Cowboys build that 19. 2nd round, 15 of 32 guys made 10 years in the NFL. Just to show you how hard it is.
This is a long time in the NFL,
Right.
though.
Just to show you how hard it's hard. I think it's a small percentage, a super small percentage of MLB players get 10 years.
Eric Kendricks was one of those.
Eric Kendricks is one of them.
Round.
Guess who else in the second round? Randy Gregory.
He's still doing it, Kevin.
He got 10 years in the league, I guess. I don't know.
So that counts, even though I would look at that as an
He's still
abject
highlighted
failure.
as playing in the
Yikes.
NFL.
Jordan Phillips, who misses like almost all. Oh, no, it's different. Never mind. Different
But
player.
the Cowboys' first-round pick in 2015 didn't make 10 years in the NFL. That would be Byron Jones.
Wow.
So it's very tough to draft these guys and then to go, hey, we're going to get a 10-year whoever they draft 12th. We're going to get a 10-year player. By the way, in that draft, it was Danny Shelton, nose tackle for Cleveland.
I really
was the 12th
wanted him, by the
overall
way.
pick.
He was a tree stump.
So if you just look at this, it is not easy to just draft and say, hey, we got all these picks. They're going to help us out their rookie year. They're going to get better in years 2, 3, and 4 and be stars. And then they're going to play another 6+ years in the NFL. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You know, especially second round drops down to less than half had a 10-year career 10 years ago. And I know it's just one draft. You can look at more drafts, but I
think the average is probably somewhere
I bet
similar.
it's probably similar to about 50% of second round picks have a 10-year career. And then I'm going to guess, let's just say, what's 20 of 32? What's that percentage?
I don't know, like 60%.
Okay, so 60%.
60.3.
Of first round picks make 10 years in the NFL. So 40% of the guys drafted come up in April. 40% of those guys that are somewhat you think can't miss guys aren't going to have a 10-year NFL career. And they were first round picks that teams are desperate for them to work out at a position of most likely need. Okay, now let's go to current NFL. Crap, that took a long time. Let's go to current NFL. When you look at these 4 teams left, I think this is a pretty easy question, but you can spend a couple minutes and kill some baseball nuggets. Which team do you think can have a really nice 4 or 5 year run? Take away what Kansas City's done so far. So 2024 through like about 2028 or 29, that one of these 4 teams or multiple of these 4 teams are just going to have a really nice 4 or 5 year run because.
And I know this is the least proven of the bunch, so people could turn around this and be like,
Washington.
Good call, stupid. Yeah, because their quarterback costs nothing comparatively for all that 4 or those next 4 years that you're talking about. That gives you an inherent competitive advantage. I realize Philadelphia, Buffalo, and Kansas City have all been in this place like 50 million times. I think I'm going to go with Washington just because they're like, hey, we can build all around this
That's
guy.
kind of my question because they do have the guy making a lot less money than these 3 other guys.
Yeah, I mean that's it right there because you can go to the free agency market and say, I would like 3 football players, please, and then they can just submit those onto your team because you're better now. So yeah, Commanders. If not the Commanders, I would say I would just go back to the Chiefs and say I feel like as long as Mahomes is there, they have a 3 to 5 year
Mahomes,
window.
isn't he going to make on average like 10 million less than
his is
Dak
like
Prescott?
in the 40s. And it's just if you think about this is how wild it is. So the cap hit for Jaden Daniels next year is $8.6 million. Dak Prescott's cap hit is $89 million.
Well, if you move the decimal, it's about the same.
Yeah, I know they're gonna like, hey, we're gonna flip the switch and get it down to $61 million, and like, rock on, good for you. That's still $52 million more. I could buy a Micah Plus.
They lost the negotiation. Like they did. Plain and simple.
As they usually
do. They
do.
lost it on the first contract.
Yep.
They lost it when they signed the first contract. They lost this contract, and they have to eat that for the next 4 years.
Yeah, which I don't know why, because it wouldn't change anything. It would oddly make me feel better if we were talking to Stephen Jones one day and he was like, you know what, Kevin, you're right. We got work on this deal, and I feel like an ass.
Tease me right now. I just came up with something in my head.
Coming up next, Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Last night at the AAC, they were yeeting. Well, the Dodgers are yating.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Basak.
Yeah. So, here we go.
So you're defeated,
really
and I
sad,
get why
Mike.
you're defeated. I am also irritated by this.
I loved Kirby.
Yeah.
I loved Kirby Puckett, and I loved Kirby Yates. And Kirby Yates is signed with the Dodgers. We still do not have, as far as my Twitter, I cannot find details on the contract. 1 year, 2 year.
Yeah, they're still pending physical, too.
Yeah, he's physically fine. He's a little guy who throws great. So
I think you're all of us right now, though. Not only, like, when Corey said that in crosstalk, I was like, please be with the Rangers. Please be with the
I knew
Rangers.
it wasn't Rangers the way he was doing it because I would have read his body language better. But I would have never thought it was the Dodgers.
Yeah.
They just signed Tanner Scott.
For $18 million a year.
Yeah, so the Dodgers, everybody on Twitter, I was just trying to look for information on Yates' contract, which we don't have yet, but everybody on Twitter who was hoping that they would get Kirby Yates. Obviously, a lot of Ranger fans and Ranger people, but, there were a lot of teams that could have used a Kirby Yates.
Yeah.
And
like us.
The Dodgers got the 2 top relievers on the market in the last, 72 hours, whatever it is. So they got Tanner Scott, who I believe was rated as the 7th best reliever in all of baseball in the top 10 right now, and Kirby Yates, who was rated as the 8th, which I thought was a little bit low, but I get.
And one of them's just going to be the setup guy.
Yeah, they're going to. Well, maybe they go back and get Kenley Jansen, and he's the closer, and they're the 7th and 8th inning guys, and that's a strong possibility. By the way, I like to tell you. At this point, I do think Kenley Jansen's going to sign with the Dodgers. So I think they're going to sign the top 3 closers on the market. As far as I remember, I can't remember another great one signing before now. So
And the thing that's concerning about this, like, let's put aside just for half a second the disdain for the super team. Like, I get that. But also, the Rangers fundamentally do not have a closer. They don't.
No. Like, literally, they're going to run Chris Martin out there. And nothing against Chris Martin. He's from Arlington. He was a Texas Ranger before and was solid. He's done well after leaving the Texas Rangers. Didn't we look this up earlier, Corey? I don't have his stats. He has 1 save in his 15-year career.
Yeah, something like that. It's something wild.
So a dude who's pitched 15 years in the major leagues, who's never had that pressure on a consistent basis. And like I said, the thing is closing a game here and there isn't that big of a deal. But you're going to have a stretch where you pitch like crap in a big situation and you lose that game. And then the next day, when you're now not near 100%, you're at 85 or 90%, they give you the ball again against the same team and same hitters that might have just got you. Can you now go back and get them? And we've seen through since Joe Nathan, there has not, because I thought Kirby Yates was going to be the guy. There hasn't been a guy who's been able to be the back-to-back closer. As what I mean by is in year 2017 to year 2018, literally every human being that you can run out there, whether it's Jose Leclerc, whether it's Keone Kela, whether it's you name the dude, Sam Dyson, whoever it is, Neftali Felice, whoever it is, I don't know what it is with the Rangers, but if they did it the year before and they trust him the next year, they can't do it. Or in this case, if they did it the year before, they didn't have the financial means, I guess, to bring him back. And so now you're going to say we're going to have I do think this is the bullpen now. I don't think they're going to add another person to it. And I really like this bullpen if they had a closer. But now you're going to say,
yeah, you're going to have to trade for
and they're going to have to do this through practice. Yeah. How about this? Bruce Bochy at the award ceremony, he's being honest. I love Bruce. He said, I really don't know a lot about these guys. He can watch them and see what they do, and Mike Maddox is too, but they're going to go through practice games and spring training, which we see how it does get you ready for the season, but they're worthless in knowing what a guy's going to do in the season. He's going to have to take these 6 guys that they got through trades and free agency, and then he's going to have to determine through trial, and unfortunately, here's the word that's going to play out, through error.
Yeah.
Who does what well? And then how much do I have to change it on a game-to-game basis? So there's going to be a lot on Bruce Bochy's plate on how to pitch the 8 guys in the pen, most likely 6 brand new guys to the team, and go, all right, game 1, I hope the Rangers are winning by more than 3, but let's just say they're up by 1 or 2 runs in the 7th inning. It's all going to be trial and error. I'm going to give Hobie Miller the ball in the 7th inning and see how that goes. And then I'm going to give Webb the ball in the 8th inning and see how that goes.
Do you push your starters any further because you're kind of concerned about that?
I don't think so because of their injury history.
Yeah. That's like you can't
do that with DeGrom,
and
right?
you can't really wear a bullpen out because you got to figure out your bullpens.
And I do think the bullpen, I'm not worried about the starter going deeper. Because really in today's game they go 5 to 6 innings when they have a good start. It's just rare they go 7 or more innings. So all right, I like all the guys they picked up. Man, I love what they can do the 5th through the 8th inning. I think Chris Young and his staff and the Rangers have done a great job of going, I think the 5th through the 8th inning we have a lot of options and some guys aren't going to work out, but we have enough depth that we'll figure that out. But now you're going, that depth has to now pitch the 9th inning. They added depth. They didn't add a guy who can pitch the 9th inning, and now you're going to say one of you has to do it. And probably we're going to go through 3 or 4 options this year, and that's not good. And then the thing is what I think is going to happen, like I said yesterday, and I didn't know that Yates was going to sign with the Dodgers, is if this happens and they don't get Jansen or they don't trade for an Emmanuel Clase, and I'm not saying Clase is available, I'm just throwing that out as, hey, budget-wise, he fits.
Yeah.
You're probably going to have to trade Sebastian Walcott to do it. And I'm not for that, but if you really want to go for it in the next 2 years, you need a closer. What's going to happen is they're going to get to June or July, and I hope they're in it, and I think they will be. But they're going to go, dang, man, we could have maybe a 5-game lead in this division if we would have had a closer to start the year. So now let's trade for a closer.
What's to prevent, aside from obviously the number one, lack of experience, would you give any consideration to, both have their flaws, Leiter, Teodo?
Were you listening to me talk to Sandler last night?
No. That'd be really neat.
If you do go to Jared Sandler's Twitter, he had on me and Dave Raymond, and we obviously had no clue of Yates not being here, but we were going off the assumption that he wouldn't. So we did have, and I asked him, I said, Jared, you know more about this than I do, and Dave Raymond chimed in too. I said, would you go into spring training, and Teodo there's nobody in the bullpen that they signed who has better stuff than Teodo. I watched him pitch 1 inning, and I'll tell you right now, stuff-wise, can't compete. Nobody they signed or traded for can compete with Teodo stuff-wise. Now, he walks a lot of people. He doesn't throw a lot of strikes on a consistent basis in Double-A. That's a lot to ask. But do you go, screw it. You got the stuff. Here's the ball in the 9th inning. Let's go. I think that's probably too much to ask on day one.
Yeah.
Because I think Teodo's going to make I think he's going to make the team because his stuff is so good. And really, your depth in your rotation is good. You have 5 veteran guys. If you want to say Bradford's a veteran guy because he pitched last year, then you'll have, if you're healthy, and I'm not expecting you will be, but if you're healthy, you have Rocker and Leiter and some other guys that are going to be in AAA to start the year. You'll probably have an injury, and probably one of those guys will be in the rotation to start the year. But let's just say you're completely healthy. I have some depth there. I have also Dane Dunning, who is going to be like a swing guy, too, who we know can start games. So I have depth in my rotation. Would I just say, look, Teodo right now, we're screwed with great stuff in the 9th inning. We have some good stuff in the 7th and 8th inning. Do I just concentrate on making Teodo the next Neftali Feliz?
Because then what's the and because is another option John Gray? Is that even considered?
I think you should think about that if you're the Rangers. But if you're because to your point, let's just say you're like, dude, we got to put Rocker in this rotation, and we don't have now. John Gray's never closed before either, and I love John Gray. I'm not sure John Gray has the attitude, mantra, mentality, whatever word you want to put on it.
He seems to, at times, have a tough time getting over things.
Yes.
Which I actually think is the same issue with potentially Jack Leiter. They're not bad. I appreciate that they care so much, but to be that position, you got to be like, screw it.
And as a starter, you get 4 to 5 days to get over it.
Yeah.
You get your time to you get your practice time, your wait time, all that time to be like, hey, let's get our mind right because in 5 days, we're going to pitch again. As a reliever, you're not going to you do have trouble sleeping after you screw up, whether people know that or not. If you have a bad day, whatever it is, with your spouse at work or whatever, sometimes you can have a tough time sleeping. Well, a lot of pitchers have tough time sleeping after a bad day because they kind of keep reliving those moments and going, should I have done this? What if this would have happened? And you just keep, and then finally, like a day later, you're pretty good. Closers have to have a different attitude and mentality than anybody else on the team, than anybody else. And if you're kind of not experienced at doing it, or it's really tough. How many guys are good closers than bad closers? You're like, what happened? I thought you were a good closer. Why are you not being it? Why can't you do this?
Lost my confidence.
Yep. The mental part of it is so tough. I don't know. I know I'm out of time. I don't know what the Rangers are going to do. It's
Danny Colombe.
At 1:20, I actually wanted to talk about Jacob deGrom some more. Maybe we can pick up more of this conversation as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all the things you might have missed in the NFL divisional round. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, you pointed something out to me yesterday that perhaps, just perhaps, there were not as many cars on the road as usual, and perhaps people are enjoying their holiday, not listening to the show, which makes me sad, but still. So, I wanted to go through some things that people might have missed about the NFL divisional round.
Smart. I like that.
We could have just replayed our show from yesterday.
No, there are other stations that do that that you can find out there. Which game, you know I will, which game would you like to start with from this weekend? NFL. We got the 4 divisional games. Where would you like to start?
Let's go ahead and start with the Texans and the Chiefs, the first game.
Okay.
In order. I like this.
Yeah,
the Texans and the Chiefs. Give me cut number 12, will you please, Ross?
Hunt trying to plow right side, touchdown! Kansas City, Kareem Hunt, his 5th, make it 6th career playoff touchdown! Looking for his first win in the divisional round, and the Chiefs do taste the sweet nectar of the end zone.
I bet he gets it. Man, that was really early. Yeah, that was early in the game to
sweet nectar.
Throw out that superlative. I've started to think more and more like this season's Chiefs, maybe to a certain extent last season's Chiefs, remind me a lot of the Spurs in that they're led by a player that no one questions their greatness. And they win games in such workmanlike fashion that by the time you're like, ooh, maybe we could, what the hell, the game's almost over. You know, and like that's what felt like what happened to the Texans. The Texans, like at no point did I think the Texans don't belong in this field. But also at no point did I actually think they were probably going to win the game.
Yeah, that was one of those when I was watching, it felt like that. And then it felt like all of a sudden there's not much clock left.
Yes.
And you just was like, oh,
and you're
man,
down by more than one score. And what happened?
You don't have time to do this. And then again, Travis Kelce shows up as the guy. He shows up and says, I've been resting all football season, but I'm ready to be here for the playoffs.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up Travis Kelce because that's what I wanted to focus in on.
Caitlin Clark being up in the stands with Taylor.
Yeah, man, like that feels like
who's she dating?
Some guy. I don't know.
On the Chiefs?
No, I'm sorry.
She was just a guest.
I don't know.
She was just a guest because she was on the New Heights podcast a while back. But
it feels like the Mega Powers. If you're like a late '80s wrestling fan, like when Macho Man and Hulk Hogan shook hands. Like these are two of the biggest people in sports and pop culture, and like let's hang out at the game of the team that's trying to make NFL history.
Yeah, see you at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. But Travis Kelce added to his postseason legend, as Corey brought up, 117 catches and a touchdown. Travis Kelce passed Jerry Rice for the most 100-yard games by any player in the postseason with 9. Now, I realize the complications that come along with that is the expanded nature of the playoffs over the years. But still, that's really damn impressive. And then think about this. This is wild. He has 14 straight playoff games, Travis Kelce that is, with 70-plus receiving yards. You know who's second on that list? Antonio Brown with 7.
Wow, really?
So he has twice as many as anyone in history, and then just surpassed Jerry Rice for the most 100-yard games in the playoffs. It's going to be hard for me to ever say anybody is better than Jerry Rice at like the pass-catching position. But do you think Travis Kelce is like carving out a niche where he's at least second in the postseason pass-catching division?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
As long as he can stay healthy, what's stopping the Chiefs from doing this the next 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, he doesn't sound like he's like I physically feel great.
Yeah,
and he conserved his body this year. I'm dead serious. Watch the way he ran routes this year, and you'll be like, that wasn't even a full route. It's because I didn't have to run the route, and he was saving everything, man.
Is it annoying?
Whenever it's important times, they go to him.
Is it annoying that what you think of as weakness was just great strategy by a great team? Like, that's annoying if you're another team. Oh, I think Travis Kelce's slowing down. Oh, I think the Chiefs mismanaged their salary cap last year. And they're like, no, we're fine. We're just slow playing what we're doing.
I guess I'll repeat what I said yesterday. Patrick Mahomes just doesn't make mistakes now in the playoffs.
He doesn't.
You have to beat him. He's not going to allow you, and I could be wrong. Maybe he does it on Sunday, but last year and this year with a different style than he had the first few years in Kansas City, he's like, I'm going to Tom Brady this thing, and I'm never going to give you a short field, and I'm not going to make a major mistake. Maybe my receivers do, but I'm not going to.
There's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do to force me into a bad decision that cost us the game.
And the other thing, all the film that you watch of them this year shows Mahomes going to all these other receivers in these routes.
Yeah.
And so you're watching it going, they're just not going. Travis is old. You're thinking that. And then whenever it's time, they're like, well, you watched all this film of us doing this, and we're going to go do this instead this time.
See, and that's what's annoying, too, because, like, annoying as a team that can't win, which is my favorite football team, can't win, college or pro. And it's annoying because you're like, oh, their receivers aren't that good. Yeah, well, just go ahead and watch on Sunday. I bet one of their receivers makes a catch. Maybe it's because of an incredible pass, and you're like, well, never mind.
Xavier Worthy hasn't turned into the second coming of Tyreek Hill.
But he'll do something on Sunday.
He'll irritate the crap out of you.
All right, where do you want to go next?
Order.
Let's go in order. Let's go to Commanders-Lions.
Let's go to Commanders-Lions. Indeed, consider this. Couple of reasons that the Commanders won, or more specifically, one reason. The pressure they got on Jared Goff. Now, I know you can make this argument in most games, but this is a staggering difference. Jared Goff, when he had a clean pocket on Saturday night, 10 of 11 for 137 yards. You're going to be in trouble if you keep allowing that. However, and this was before the game was over. This was like early in the fourth when the game was not technically over, but pretty much over. He was 3 of 10 under pressure for 43 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions.
You think that's after the concussion? Oh, hold on, 2 interceptions.
2 interceptions.
After the concussion, he seemed a little worse, though.
And which makes sense. And how do you allow them to go back out on the field?
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole different conversation. But where does Washington fit historically? They are on pace right now to be tied for the 3rd worst odds to make it to the Super Bowl.
Really?
Since 1977, which I guess is maybe when we figured out this whole odds thing.
It
wasn't in just people's notebooks.
Around the merger time.
Yeah,
somewhere
a little bit after the merger, but yes. But believe it or not, the team they're tied with, it's so crazy to think about this because you see that team now as a juggernaut. But at the time, the 1999 Rams, greatest show on turf, at one point, they were 150-1.
Nobody believed them, dude.
Exactly.
Nobody
to make the
believed them.
Super Bowl. So were the 2021 Bengals. And I know now everybody knows how good Joe Burrow is, but they're like, the Bengals are going to make the Super Bowl. Get the F out of here. So the Rams, Bengals, and Commanders, all 150-1, and the Commanders have an opportunity to move into that group. Now, the conference finalists with the worst odds ever, the 1979 Buccaneers were 250-1.
How'd they do?
They did not win the Super Bowl.
That's tough.
I'm sorry to tell you, but
sorry, Tampa.
This is just the historic nature of this Commanders run, 150-1 to start the regular season.
And I guess if you jot down a rookie quarterback in that conversation, it's even rarer.
Well, what changed for Washington?
They got new ownership.
Really?
And head coach.
That they got from the Cowboys.
And rookie quarterback who's really good.
Yes.
Really good offensive coordinator. They signed Bobby Wagner in the offseason to add a defensive player who's also a leader.
You can't sign free agents.
Well, they got Dante Fowler.
Well, they signed several players from the Cowboys.
It really ruins your chemistry.
Kept Terry McLaurin. And they just continued to add. They even got Austin Eckler. So, yeah, they did a little bit of work.
Yeah. And I'd argue Austin Eckler's been very underwhelming, and yet here they are.
But the owner that took over, is he the president and general manager?
No.
He hired a general manager?
Yes.
He hired a general manager from basketball. He hired somebody from basketball to come run it.
That's so stupid.
Look,
That'll
at this
never
point,
work.
This is a dead serious question. If Jerry Jones announced it, I swear I'm serious about this.
He's bringing in Nico.
Jerry Jones, no. I'll make it tougher for you. He's going to resign as general manager and make Mark Cuban the general manager. Do you accept?
No.
Okay. So Corey's on record as he wants Jerry to stay the GM.
Yeah, I don't want.
Okay.
He hired
Put that in the
a
promo.
former owner to be the general manager.
That's right. He was the general manager too.
That makes all the sense in the world, honestly, if that's the way Jerry would go.
All right.
Just go ahead and just hire Chris Young if you're going to do that.
Oh, my
hire Chris
God.
Young instead. We'll be fine.
Would you do that deal?
1,000%.
Okay, I thought so. All right. We going Rams-Eagles next then if we're following the hierarchy.
Let me go look at the schedule here.
That's right. That was the first game on
Rams
Sunday.
Eagles it is, Kevin.
All right, give me cut number 11 then, if you will. We all talked about it on draft night. Teams would regret passing on Jalen Carter. I'm not saying just this one play made a difference because he's been having a heck of a season.
6 for 15 on third down. Back again. They got him. They sack him. It's Carter, Jalen Carter. Can't block him.
And
was that the play where they literally didn't block him?
Yes.
They didn't even try to block him.
You could. They did. He just turned the wrong way. He was like, "Hold on." He's gonna cut. I think he's gonna cut inset to the right, and so the guy goes, "I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna block inset to the left." And that is problematic.
That guy could have lined up backwards. He could have had his butt to the defense, and that would have been he would have had he would have maybe had a better chance of blocking.
Jalen Carter, 5 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 quarterback hits, and a pass defended in this game. And this is why it's so important, because I know the Rams were losing, but I said it. I thought the Rams were going to win, especially after the Nakua sideline snow catch.
It was an amazing catch.
I was like, I think they're going to win.
Yeah.
And then this hit wiped out. And I know they had a 4th down after this, and we were like, who was that throw to? But you saw the throw. Who was that to? But that was a huge, huge play by Jalen Carter.
It was
and I don't
somebody
think
on the sideline. It was somebody in the stands. He fell short of that one, too.
Now, I know they won, and so maybe you'd care, maybe you don't. But Jake Elliott made a lot of difference in the betting line. So at one point, the point spread was -6.5 for the Eagles. The Eagles won by 6 points because they missed an extra point.
They missed 2. They were 1 for 3 extra points.
Yikes. So Jake Elliott is the cause of that bad beat, or he's your hero, depending on which side you're on this. And I know it didn't end up mattering in this game, but he's 2 for 5 on extra points in the postseason. That feels hugely problematic. And
Is he from Notre Dame?
Oh, man. It feels like you should have brought somebody in this week to be like, hey, Can you kick an extra point?
He went to Memphis, Mike. So no.
Okay, so not.
Yeah.
Where they're very well known.
Well, they had
for
Penny Hardaway teaching him how to kick. That was a bad idea.
He made all 3 of his field goals in the snow, but he's 2 for 5 on extra points. Do you fear that that's going to have an impact in whether you think it's going to be this Sunday or in a few weeks?
Oh, for that he's going to miss one at some point? Yeah. I think the Philadelphia is going to have a couple fumbles that cost them and a missed field goal or a missed extra point that's a problem.
You're going with Wash.
Yeah. Well, I actually am picking Washington in this game. And I think that Philadelphia is fantastic. Like, they are very well built. That I just don't, a lot of times, it just doesn't seem like people are prepared for Washington. It seems like they get caught off guard by what they're doing.
All right, then we finish up with Ravens-Bills, I believe is the logical decision next. Give me cut number 8, if you will.
Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, back to pass, has time, looking deep over the middle, wide open is Andrews. Gets away from the tackle, but the ball is out, and Terrell Bernard forces the fumble and scoops up the football. Takeaway number 3 for Buffalo. What a play by the defensive captain.
I believe if you can play the beginning of that one more time, you can hear somebody, I think, in the booth who sees the fumble and is in the background.
Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, back to pass, has time, looking deep over the middle, wide open is Andrews. Gets away from the tackle, but the ball.
Can you hear that guy in the background?
Bubble!
Yeah. So the Ravens obviously lose this game. We talked about that plenty yesterday. This feels like a sad, statistical epitaph to Taft.
You're good.
Okay.
Epithet.
Nobody even knows what you said anyway.
Empathy.
The Ravens are the first team in the history of football to have a 1,000-yard rusher and a 2,000-yard rusher in the same season, with regular season and postseason, with Derrick Henry hitting 2,000, including the postseason, and Lamar Jackson hitting 1,000, including the postseason. And for some reason, neither one of them were running towards the end of the game.
I just thought it was wrong if yesterday you weren't listening when Corey called Mark Andrews Dak Andrews. I was just like,
I never said that.
Hey, you kept saying he's the Dak of tight ends. And I was like, come on, man. Like, I get it. He had the worst day of his life. He had a bad playoff game. He cost his team possibly a win or at least going to overtime. But you don't have to do that.
Yeah, if there's anybody who's standing up for the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, it's definitely Mike Bassett.
Jamal Lewis. Did you see him yesterday,
No.
Kevin? Jamal Lewis is
still playing?
But he's definitely in
Year 25.
A lot of people got him on video camera, and he's like, why not run it? Why not run the ball?
Yes!
It just seems like you should have run the ball there.
I agree, Jamal Lewis. Now, let's throw this out about Josh Allen.
Just throw it to me. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Josh Allen has 7 playoff rushing TDs in 12 games. He is tied for second all-time for quarterback rushing touchdowns with... Can you guess? Can you guess? Can you guess?
I wasn't listening well. Second in rushing touchdowns.
Were you not listening either?
I just wanted to hear him say more words.
Ross, did you hear my question?
I was going to say Joe Montana.
Josh Allen with 7 rushing touchdowns ties him for first all time.
Okay, I hate all of you guys. Josh
Joe Montana.
Allen
Well, we're out of time.
is tied for
John Elway.
second all time in rushing touchdowns in the postseason with 7. Who is he tied with?
Emmett has more than that.
Okay, for quarterbacks.
John Elway. Is John Elway on the list?
Yeah, you know who I think it is? Roger.
Yeah, I was going to guess Roger, too. I know he liked to
You're
scramble
done.
a lot.
Ross, you didn't remember my question. You're done. He's tied with Tom Brady.
Okay.
Josh Allen and Tom Brady are tied for second.
He's a good quarterback sneaker.
Yeah, he did
Now,
sneak a lot.
Josh
yeah.
Allen has done this in 12 games. Tom Brady it took 48 games. So
48?
Yeah, which first of all shows how amazing he was in the playoffs, played all these games. But yeah, Josh Allen took 12, Tom Brady 48. Leading the way is Steve Young with 8. He did it in 22 postseason games. Steve Young.
Steve Young's on the list?
A Jerry Jones franchise would at least won 8 games out of those 48 chances.
Where's Lamar on the list? Do you know?
Not in the top 2. Or I guess not in the top 3.
By the way, Jake Ottinger is in goal tonight.
Oh, the
and
Otter.
Mike Heika also saying Rope Hintz is back. So.
Were you about to say Mike Heika is back on the ice?
Mike Heika getting out there
Stars.
for him.
I would definitely watch
the first
that.
one on the ice.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Maybe I was just delaying the inevitable because coming up next, the Mavs Hornets matinee. You heard the end of it right here on our show. Plus the mid-season report next on the Fan.
KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
All right, fellas, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution. It's unbelievable. It's a simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Fellas, it's not magic, but close to it, okay? Now, here's the deal. They put hair where you need it most, and then, bam, it grows. It's actually science, all right? Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now, 469-599-HAIR. And if you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Okay, Advanced Hair, they have changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team that I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands,
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is unusually angry about in the break. I don't think there's any way anybody will get it, but I would love to see these guesses. Now, believe it or not, it was not about the Mavs, though we had plenty to be upset about in that game last night. The Mavericks lose to the woeful Hornets. I almost said Thunder. They're not woeful at all. And unfortunately, your schedule from here is the best of the best.
Just forfeit.
Because you get Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and Boston. Now, I realize the argument is going to be you just beat Oklahoma City. I get that.
You just took them down, dude.
All right. And maybe
you're good against the good teams. It's the bad teams that you struggle against.
And maybe you're right. But this feels like at the end of the week, you will be saying 23-23 Dallas Mavericks. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what it feels like when you look at just the really difficult schedule ahead.
I get that they're trying their best with what they have on the court, and somehow you did beat Oklahoma City, but in between those, you lost to New Orleans and Charlotte. At this point, you have to win those games.
Didn't Shea not play in that game?
Yeah, Shea didn't play.
Okay.
So, I mean, they kind of thought, we can beat these with our Nimrods, too. And they didn't. So now you're probably going to get your butt handed to you tonight at home, so good luck going to that game, Mavs fans. Then you lose. Washington's a 50-50 coin flip at this point, and then you play New Orleans. I mean, to be honest, you have to beat Washington and New Orleans. Detroit's not that bad anymore.
Yeah.
But, then you go on a stretch on the road where you go at Detroit, okay, winnable. Then at Cleveland, Philadelphia, I don't know who's playing in that game. And at Boston, you'll lose by 40. So
just like the Warriors.
Yeah, I don't know, what we're going to do here. And you're still a few games away from getting to the All-Star break where you're hoping that Luka's recovered from his calf injury. And at this point, too, yesterday, you'd have won by 10 points if Lively could have played, right?
Yeah.
With the domination of Gafford. Because yesterday, Maxi Kleber had to play the backup center role, and he got 0 points and 2 rebounds.
Because Gafford was freaking spectacular. That was a career high, I believe, on the 31 points to go along with 15 rebounds. Amazing effort.
I was watching pretty closely yesterday. When Gafford was out of the game in the fourth quarter, he needed some rest. Charlotte went on a nice run where they took the lead, and there was nothing the Mavs could do because they didn't have Lively to have that center combination. So, yes, Luka means so much to this team. But in this situation, he's 20 years old. I just dude, can you just stay healthy for 2 straight weeks in your career at this point,
Okay, with that in mind, I was kind of curious because the Dallas Morning News has got it broken down by, player for player. And I think this article actually came out on Thursday. So we're a few days into it, and there are a lot of really high grades in this that I don't really particularly agree with. But what kind of overall grade would you give to the Mavericks knowing that injuries has crushed them? I'm not saying they haven't been trying or anything like that, but here's one of the things that I sometimes struggle figuring out. For example, in this piece, Derek Lively gets a B+, Kyrie gets an A, and Luka gets an A-. I think that discounts the fact that whether it's your fault or not, if you're not out there for some games, that factors into your grade, or it probably I think it should.
Unless you have a qualifier that says only what they did while they were playing. If you have that qualifier.
Yes.
But otherwise, missing from that puts them in B categories. When they were playing, they were that good, but the missing part of it puts them in a bad situation as a team overall.
How in the world could you give Luka an A for this year? Let's just take out the real injury that he got, the calf injury. That was real on Christmas Day. We're noticing that we don't even know if he's going to play the rest of the year. I think he will, but that's where we're at with Luka. At 5-7 to start the year, that was one of the most disinterested players I have seen.
You do not think he was hurt. You thought
he wasn't hurt at all. I mean, he was a little hurt, but he was fine. It was, dude, you're not we're in a tight game here at Utah. You have your head so far up your rear end, it looks like it is coming back up out of your neck. That's how far he had his head up his butt on defense for the whole game, and it cost you at the end. And it was like, dude, we are losing left and right. We get there's a lot of season and it's not the NBA Finals and you're not in Slovenia anymore and all these things. But, dude, we are 12 games into this season and you have not barely engaged at all. And they gave him a week off and the team played well without him. And he came back and had a great attitude. It was awesome. And the Mavericks were off because their leader of the team decided he was going to play basketball this year. So that being said, good for you after they went on a nice winning streak and you came back. But I can't give you close to an A for not showing up for the first 12 games of the year, then having to need about 4 games off to get your mind right, and then playing really good basketball, and then a month later you blow out your calf. That's not an A grade. That's disgusting to me that somebody would give him an A grade for this year. I'd give him at best a B- at best, because I'd say, hey, the stretch when he came back from his, I think, kind of hiatus because they needed him to mentally engage in this season, he was great. But 12 games, you were pathetic. Then you had to sit out 4 games to get your mind right. There's no way I can give you an A for that.
There are high grades across the board. Spencer Dinwiddie gets a B-. Daniel Gafford gets a B. Now, I will say,
I'd give Spencer Dinwiddie 3 letters, PSI. That guy sees how much air there is in the ball at all times. He's
AKA
like,
he likes to dribble
he
a
is
lot,
perfect
right?
at, if you ever needed to check Tom Brady's balls, footballs is what I'm talking about, he would have been the guy. He wouldn't even need to stick the needle in the ball. He'd have been like, I know, just let me bounce it 74 times.
Daniel Gafford gets a B. Quentin Grimes, B+. Jaden Hardy, C+. Kyrie, like I said, he got an A. Maxi Kleba, C-. Derek Lively, B+. Najee Marshall, B. Klay Thompson, B, which that is a little surprising. And PJ Washington gets an A, and Jason Kidd gets a B.
Those are pretty.
What was the lowest grade?
Those are
lowest
pretty
grade
lenient.
was Maxi at a C-.
Those are pretty lenient grades.
Exactly. And so it's tough because you're 3 games above 500. When this article came up, you were 3 games above 500. I just feel like it totally discounts injuries or missing time from the team as being relevant whatsoever. I'm not saying it's the player's fault, but you have to impact it on the grade, I think.
I do wonder at the end of this season if they'll look back and say to themselves that did cost us and where it cost them. Like, what is it going to cost them? Positioning in the playoffs is the most likely thing.
Yes.
I don't know that it's going to cost them a position spot, but positioning for sure.
Yeah.
And they haven't quite, like Dirk in his era, we have to be the number 1 overall seed. Like, we just have to have it in order for us to be successful. That's what we're going to need is home court. And it just seems like the Luka group doesn't think that way. And they're just like, we just show up wherever. We don't have to come out and win the number 1 spot in the regular season. We just want to be in the mix. That's just the feeling I get out of this, because they don't put that urgency or importance on that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think, Corey, at the end of this week, they'll be out of the whole playoffs.
Yeah.
They won't even be in the play. And they're a game and a half out of the 11 seed. So if they lose these 3 games, most likely Golden State will pop back into like the 9-10 spot. And the Mavericks will be out of the playoffs completely. And I'm with you. I think they'll end up making the playoffs, like the play-in, and hopefully win a play-in game and get into the real playoffs. But I do think because of injuries, I want to make this clear, I really do like this team when they're completely healthy, and think only the Thunder are, in my mind, better than them in the conference. But at this point, I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. I don't know if Luka doesn't play until March, I don't know if they can make it.
Now, there's a lot of guesses about why Mike was irritated in the commercial break. From the 214, the weather. From a different 214, Kirby Yates to the Dodgers. From the 817, because they didn't rename the Indian Ocean to the Guardian Ocean. From the 469, the donut shop across the street ran out of sprinkles. From the 817, Mike is usually upset about his wife putting her cold hands on his back every morning. Is he still mad about that?
How does that guy know that?
I don't know.
Who is that guy?
Probably
He's been listening for a while, I bet. He's been listening for a while.
He knows my wife too well.
From the 817.
Does she have cold hands?
Is he mad about HEB? From the 214, that Jerry named himself as the coach. From the 903, is Mike upset about something random to do with the inauguration? All right.
I don't remember at this point.
It is. I'll tell you. It is something random. But it was actually, and this is why it was unfair. On Good Morning Football, they're showing clips of the 1998 NFC Championship game where Gary Anderson, who I believe had not missed a field goal all year,
right.
He wasn't even mad that he missed a field goal. He was something to the effect of, "Oh yeah, good job with your stupid helmet." Why are you so upset about this?
Yeah, Nimrod missed it because of one bar. Hey guys, I can't. The bar's in my eye. You guys gave me 2 bars. I can't see. Hey, equipment guy, can I get a 1-bar helmet? Yeah. Hey, where's our helmets from 1964 that smell like trash? Just don't wear a helmet. Just go out there and be like, I don't need a helmet. I ain't going to try to tackle anybody if this thing gets blocked. I'm a Nimrod. Wear the effing thing backwards.
So
I want you to put on a helmet backwards next time, Gary Anderson, and it'll look the same way as that 1-bar crap.
He's done kicking.
So Gary Anderson had the no face mask 1-bar helmet on.
I remember when I first saw that,
Guys,
I was like,
I can't see the ball on the ground. There's 2 bars here. It's all in my eyes. Well, the 1 bar didn't help you get to the Super Bowl, Gary. Get a helmet.
As he's reenacting right now, this is legitimately how upset he was about the 1998 NFC Championship game and the helmet that the kicker was wearing.
I think one day kickers are going to have those shields like CeeDee Lamb. They're going to have the
God, I hope so.
I'm a 1-bar guy.
I
tell you what, you're a no helmet guy. Get out there. You're not getting a helmet. That's I was equipment manager. I'd be like, no. We're going to shave your head and paint it purple and throw those horns on there and just, that's your helmet. If you think that you just need 1 bar to be successful, screw you.
How long do you think it would take everyone to be like, hold on, I do not believe that player is wearing a helmet.
Very quickly. Just think about this. How quickly do we go, that guy's wearing a Guardian cap?
And whoever the head coach is, they'd say, interview the equipment guy, and that'd be me. And I'd be like, he didn't deserve one. Next question.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
He's a 1-bar guy.
Hey, in case you've ever wondered, is Mike the same off air as he is on the air? Yes. Yes, he is. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, and let's talk about some of these big-time coaching decisions next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a TD Tuesday.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Goff gives it to Gibbs, straight up the gut, to the 2, to the 1, to the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs finds the end zone again, and the Lions are right back in this game. It's 31-27.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Lovely.
There we go.
There's been a lot of moving and shaking on the coaching front. As Mike brought up, Ben Johnson is the new head coach of the Bears, the Lions offensive coordinator. Lions defensive coordinator is in talks with the Jets right now. We'll see where that goes. For the Cowboys, they completed their interview with Leslie Frazier, and the Schottenheimer interview is scheduled. It could be as early as today.
I imagine, Kevin, they were definitely talking and trying to get ideas from Saleh and Frazier about being defensive coordinator. Just my guess on that. They would love to have sold that while they were also trying to sell this head coaching thing. But I don't know, man. I'm interested to see Saleh's, like, how they felt about him. But compared to kind of what we saw on Hard Knocks and what he was in New York.
Now, something that's interesting that has continued to happen into this round of the playoffs, I honestly thought that it was the absence of the Cowboys that hurt the wild card weekend. And that could still be true, but and this is how you can spin data however you want. The ratings for the Rams-Eagles game was 37.8 million viewers. That's the fourth biggest divisional round game for NBC since 1988.
That's pretty good.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
Good for them.
Last year, in that slot, the Lions beat the Bucks, and that was viewed by 40.4 million.
Oh, it was a lot more.
So you dropped by 2.5. The Saturday afternoon audience was about the same, and the Saturday night window audience fell from 37.5 to 33.5. So right now, the average viewership per divisional game is down by 2 million. Now, if you're thinking that the Ravens and Bills game is what's going to pop it back up, keep in mind that slot last year was taken by the Chiefs Bills, and that averaged 50 million people. So you'd have to hit almost 56 million, which feels I'm sure a ton of people watch that game.
Even 56 million.
Yeah, 56 million for a divisional game feels unreasonable if it doesn't involve the Cowboys.
Yeah, but 2025 TNA Genesis was at the same time.
That's a good point. They probably lost a lot of viewership. That is an excellent point. So you're going to have a wild card round that's down because of TNA wrestling. And now the divisional round looks like it's going to be down as well. Now, I realize last year you had all-time records, and you're still like, it's the fourth highest since 1988.
There was also an inauguration getting ready to happen, so there was a lot of stuff going on.
And you have seen
Corey
it dip. I want Mike's definitive rankings of like all the reasons the playoffs went down. TNA Wrestling 1, prep for the inauguration 2.
It was cold outside.
It was cold outside.
A lot of places had cold weather.
That affected people's ability to watch the television?
Maybe.
Okay.
Getting prepared.
TV lines were down.
Wrapping your pipes. And then, I don't know. I'm too much in the jokey mood, and then I'm going to offend people.
All right. So this is a serious bet already being made. It's only Tuesday, despite what Mike thinks. A $1.3 million bet was just placed on the Chiefs to beat the Bills straight up. The bet payout is $1 million.
$1.4 billion bet.
$1.3 million.
All right, it'd be cool if it was $1.4 billion for a $1 million cash out.
Like a terrible bet.
Yeah, Vegas would be like, let's eat this one up. Well, that's the way to do it, man. You just bet $1 million to win $1 million. You're gonna be okay. That's how it's gonna happen.
House takes 5%.
Do you think you would eventually get bored in these scenarios where you're like, throw it on the pile? Like, if you can bet $1.3 million to win $1 million, like, you probably have lots of money. I don't know that for a fact.
I wonder what the biggest bet ever is on a sporting event by one person. Because also, like, let's just say Elon Musk wanted to bet $1 billion on this Super Bowl. I don't think a casino could take
that.
Yeah. Maybe they could, but hey, I won $1 billion on Kansas City. I'd be like, oh, we have a restriction.
Yeah. And like, that feels like something you definitely need to go up the chain for. Like, you can't let Brian, the clerk who takes bets, handle that bet. He's like, okay, sir, your payout is $2.5
Sorry,
billion.
Brian.
Yeah, like, and Brian, the clerk, bankrupted MGM because he took this bet.
What if you bought $10 $10 worth of Bitcoin 15 years ago, and you're just like, screw it, I'm going to bet this $10 that is worth, I don't know, $100,000 right now.
Oh, I bet it's more than that, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't know when Bitcoin, the year it started or whatever, but isn't it like 104,000 or something right now?
Something ridiculous.
So you bought 1 Bitcoin when it started?
It wasn't the first purchase ever 2 Bitcoins for a pizza?
I thought that was how somebody used their the first time anybody ever used Bitcoin
like
for product.
For a transaction, yeah. Ouch. Better be the best damn pizza you've ever ate. Maybe it was. Don't know.
I remember when my first ever manager, Harry Spillman, said, that better have been a good effing frozen lemonade.
What were you doing?
It wasn't mine. Other guys, we were in Burlington, North Carolina. It was hot and we were poor, and guys went into the concession stands during like batting practice before the gates were open and stole some lemon chills.
Oh my God. They stole them?
Yeah, they took them out of like the freezer so they could have a lemon chill in between batting practice and the game. And then the next day, we had to like run forever and do abs that hurt for 2 weeks just because of some effing lemonade.
Lemon chills are great, dude.
Then he called us the C word, and I was like, that's the first time I've ever been called the C word.
Cherry?
Mm-hmm. Kind of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite time to have a lemon chill? Mine's right as you're leaving the park at Wet n Wild. That's when you get the lemon chill.
Interesting.
And I loved Harry Spillman, but he was mean.
Now, another note on the coaching front. The Tennessee Titans did indeed hire John Fossil as their special teams coordinator. Now, I know there's a good chance with a new regime, maybe you'd bring in all those new coordinators and everything. But as Bobby has pointed out, at times you have some carryover coaches. Are you bummed to lose John Fossil?
I can tell you, they're asking the fan text right now, and there's going to be plenty of texters that are like, no, I'm not going to be tired of seeing him throw out failed punts, failed fake punt attempts, and failed this and that. And for a guy that helped create the new kickoff rule, didn't seem to really have any good understanding of how to take advantage of it fully.
Which is weird because you were blocking kicks. You had the top returner in the league.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like our special teams have been doing pretty well.
Special teams is.
Did he find Aubrey? Does he get credited with?
I think he did.
All right, you're gonna miss him, dude.
Yeah.
Now you're only gonna lose in the first round as a likely
all
ceiling.
Right. But either way, I think this is a tough loss. So if people are like, good, get rid of him. All right, more power to you.
People hated Quinn at the end of last year, too.
Yeah, that's right. And now his team is in the NFC Championship game.
Guess where the special teams for the Cowboys are ranked in the NFL this year?
First.
5th.
Middle of the pack.
Oh, really?
Middle of, just with yards and all that other stuff, too, and kick returns.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Just middle of the pack.
Okay.
Just what the Cowboys were. We want to be around the rim is pretty much it.
Just middle of the pack, not impress anybody.
Get another old fossil.
Okay. We'll see if we can do that.
No such thing as a new fossil. Oh, my God. Because they're old. They were buried.
No, I understand. Like usual, it's not that I don't understand your point. What am I supposed to say to that?
Good joke.
Did you ever have a fossil wallet or a fossil watch or anything?
I used to have a fossil watch.
Dadgum. That's his hat. Or daggum.
Daggum.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Looks like we're out of time.
Sean Sharif's tweet about Jerry. Is his legacy as bad as some folks think? And does the Jones family even care? Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ohio State won the national championship, and the biggest individual winner of the first ever 12-team college football playoff has to be Buckeyes quarterback Will Howard. Howard may have boosted his NFL draft stock by 2 or 3 rounds with his run in the playoff. Howard was the best quarterback in the tournament, and that had to turn some heads in the NFL. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs.
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this segment is going to be inspired by a tweet from Sean Sharif talking about the legacy of Jerry Jones, but also I forgot to mention Will Anderson's genius drive-by of the Titans and the Jets yesterday when he was talking about how they can get better. He goes, it's great. We got to win regular season games so we can get home field advantage. We can't lose to these teams like the Titans and the Jets. And they're just sitting there and they're like, dude, we know we're not good. Thanks.
You just had to crap on him for no reason.
He's good, by the way, at football.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Can you imagine getting that player and your quarterback in the same draft?
Man, amazing. So Sean tweeted this out yesterday, and I want to make clear, I'm not saying that I disagree with this. I just want to play a little bit of devil's advocate here and have some conversation about it. So Sean tweeted out at 105.3 SS. Everyone keeps asking, why would the Joneses change? The money keeps rolling in and you're number one in popularity. Well, my answer to that is legacy. Do you want to be remembered as despised? Do you want your entire city to curse your existence? Are they truly aware or just don't give an F? All right. Okay. Which is this strong tweet right there. I want to start with a couple of things. First, I want to talk about Tom Landry for just half a second, just to talk about how sometimes nuance gets lost over the years. Tom Landry is the best, and everybody loves him, right?
Yes.
Except in the time he was coaching, when for the first 5 or 6 years, especially that 3 or 4 year period, people wanted him to get the hell out of here because he couldn't win the Super Bowl. And probably the last 5 years or so, certainly the last 3, when people were like, you don't know anything about football and in modern football anymore, and we need to get you the hell out of here.
Yeah, there was that time when people did not agree with the way, but Tom Landry's legacy, the story of Tom Landry is 2 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
we have those. So that's what it is, Kevin. So whether you want to believe the bookend of it, all that matters is those Super Bowls.
And didn't he have 26 straight 10-win seasons?
He did.
They were the best marketed team in football at the time, too.
Which now some people are saying Mike Tomlin should get fired for because he didn't have the requisite matching playoff success. I love Tom Landry, but there was a time throughout his career that people wanted him to get the hell out of here. So I wonder if the Jones family thinks of it like this, or kind of, you ever seen that Seinfeld episode where George is like, it's not a lie if you believe it. I wonder if they've convinced themselves that in 50 years, people will look back at Jerry specifically, even though I know it's all going to stay in the family, and say that and they believe that his legacy will be 3 Super Bowl trophies, Hall of Fame induction, made the Cowboys relevant again, made the Cowboys literally the number 1 franchise in the world, and spent the whole time working with his family.
Built a huge stadium.
I keep thinking about that cut from Landman where he was like, I just want to work with my family. I wonder whether he's lying to himself or he thinks people don't realize that, like, he's like, we won 3 Super Bowls. I made the Hall of Fame. I made the Cowboys the most relevant thing in sports, and I did the whole thing with my family. I go back and forth between wondering, does he not get it? Or does he look at it and say, that's good enough for me?
Mission's already been accomplished.
I wonder about that.
I do take it back to Dirk. When he won his championship, they asked him, well, what's next? And he said, I don't know. I spent my entire career with 2 goals, getting Germany to the Olympics and playing with them and winning an NBA championship. And now I need to sit back and reassess my goals. Because I have now I've gotten to the top of the mountain and I've achieved everything. When Jerry got into the Hall of Fame, that was feather and cap, dude. That was the moment that he got to say, I am forever one of the most massive parts of the NFL, not just the Cowboys, But the NFL, nobody can ever take that away from me. I have the championships. All those celebrations and memories, I already have all those things. So yeah, Kevin, you can't take those things from him because that's the story that's going to be left behind by him. I don't know if he cares about legacy right now. I really don't, because I think he thinks that the legacy's already been built. From here on, it doesn't matter for him.
The positive, the legacy being positive.
Yes.
Okay.
For him and for the people close to him, yes. I do think for most Cowboy fans, it's going to go down as not good. The other thing, too, is...
despite the Super Bowls, despite winning those three? Those
I think
three
you'll
Super
have
Bowls?
people who feel the way you guys have said. I think there'll be people that feel the way I feel, too. I think it'll be a 50-50 thing. And then the other thing, too, is... I don't think I want to say... I have things that are my opinion, but I think if I say it on the air, it could get out of context or people take it the wrong way. So I'll just leave that out. Sorry I was thinking about doing it, and then I'm like, no, people will get too upset. So
Well, for what it's worth, Kevin, if you have 5 more years of what's happening right now, this year was bad. The years before it, you were still winning, and people could complain about you not winning in the playoffs. But you're like, but we're still winning. We're there. This year, you weren't even close. Couple more years like this, and that could definitely affect the way that people look at the last part of it. Because Al Davis, you look at Al Davis, and you're like, man, wildcatter. You know, most of his career, he was going against the grain on all these things. The memory is it was the Raiders versus the NFL. And that's what Al Davis kind of represented for the longest time. But now when we look at Al Davis, because of what happened at the end of his tenure with the Raiders, you're like, and he started just drafting people because they were fast. You know, he was trying to find a diamond in the rough in the first round. That's not where you find the good ones in the first round, and you find the diamonds in the rough later. Like that's the legacy that he might end up having. Is you're looking at it going, all the good things he did early, and then at the end, he just couldn't get out of his own way.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, historically. I know exactly what I think. And I think that this franchise has been run, it's not fair to say all 29 years, but the bulk of my thought is for 29 years, we have woefully mismanaged a number of situations that could lead this team significantly further. But then I see what you said and this text from the 469. Jerry Jones is Al Davis 2.0. Just a couple of years ago, they put out a 30 for 30. And a lot of it was about how awesome Al Davis was. Yeah. Now, I know they get into his weird quirks and eccentricities and everything like that.
And the AI-generated version of it.
That was so creepy, by the way. If you ever see that
was
Al Davis,
really weird.
Yes, if you ever see that Al Davis 30 for 30, a lot of it's really good. Then part of it is the creepiest thing I've ever seen. But there's a lot of positive in that. And I wonder, with the Netflix special that's coming out that the Cowboys are absolutely involved in, how much like pure PR spin that's going to be about, man, isn't it amazing that I had almost no money and I had to sink it all into the Cowboys and they were failing and they were going to go away and then I fixed it all
around.
Yeah. And so like, that's what I keep going back to is I wonder if in 10, 20, 30, 50 years, whatever, if everyone is going to think the same thing, that Jerry's legacy is trash as a failure.
How long before his Netflix documentary comes out?
I think it comes out in a few months, right?
How much of that is the story that people are going to hear, see, believe? Probably a lot of it.
Yeah.
Because there are people nationally that they know Jerry from afar. They don't hear all the things that Jerry says daily around here. They might see it, as a little clip on ESPN, but there's a lot different perspective here. But if the rest of the country watches the next Netflix documentary and it turns out that documentary is very in favor of Jerry and very polished, then that's one of the stories that people will go off of. Well, I saw this on Jerry Jones on Netflix, so that's what that story should tell me.
Which
that's
just
what
for
his legacy should be.
Just for the record, I think it will be because DallasCowboys.com tweeted out like a link to the preview, and they love covering happy things and very rarely touch on anything negative with that franchise. And then Jerry Jones says they've been working on it for 2 years. So I think this is going to be a very heavily influenced, I don't know if pro Jerry Jones is right, but like not as tough on Jerry Jones and the Cowboys as a lot of fans would want it to be.
And that's how you rewrite the story. That's how you take the narrative from anybody else, is by taking the media from it. You take those things to tell the story about yourself. so that other people are like, don't inject their other feelings on it. So I think that's one thing that they will definitely rock with there.
I go back to, and this is why I'm conflicted between when Sean tweeted out, are they truly aware or do they just not, just not care? Part of me thinks that they are aware and they're like, but I don't care what you think. I've accomplished what I wanted, And like part of me thinks it's just because we talk to them every week and the way they talk is pretty consistent. And I could just see, like, if we got Jerry on the line right now, I think he would tell everybody, my legacy is I got the biggest World Cup game here that the Metroplex has ever seen. We're going to have the semifinals in like a year and a half. I got the stadium that was the envy of the world. I got into the Hall of Fame. I made this team the number one most valuable franchise on the face of planet Earth. I made the Cowboys relevant again. I made the Hall of Fame, and I won 3 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think that is accurate to...
This was my sole job the entire time. I invested everything into that. Whereas Mark Cuban's out there trying to sell pharmaceuticals.
And I don't think that is what's actually happening
How many other NFL
right
owners
now?
just do what Jerry does? Just own the team, run the team, don't worry about any other businesses that they have. Like, I feel like
honestly, I have no idea.
They're the owner, and they're involved in it heavily, for sure. But I feel like a lot of them are like, yeah, I have other businesses that I'm interested in as well that help me acquire this. But Jerry was like, no, the whole thing is, the whole business is my life. And if I can get other things included, because legacy could be a lot of different things, right?
Yeah.
It could be a lot of different things, but his whole life is committed to Cowboys. Like if their success or failures. Other guys might look at it and go, man, my philanthropy was my whole passion my entire life.
It's not. I think you spoke right and wrong right there. It's about the money of the Cowboys. You said success like football. He doesn't care at all about the football success.
That's where
it's very low. He cares about money of the Cowboys, not the success of the Cowboys football team. He gives 2 S's about that at this point in his career. Like you said, that's done. I'm in the Hall of Fame. I have the 3 Super Bowls. I'm not trying for that. I haven't been trying for that for decades.
That's what it feels like to me.
I'm trying to make this possibly a $20 billion franchise before I die. That's his goal.
And I wonder when that the goal initially. He looked at that thing and he was like, dude, this thing could be a multi-billion-dollar operation.
I just think he knew they had to win to move in that direction at that point.
And then once they'd won.
Yeah, I don't know when the exact tipping point was, but then it got to the point where the Cowboys were almost like that too big to fail bank where they're like, no, we'll figure out a way to make it work. And then they were like, it doesn't matter if we win anymore.
Cruise control from here on.
Yes, exactly. So I really wanted to touch on that because like hopefully you guys listen to Sean and RJ every morning 6 to 10 anyway. But if not, I was really intrigued by his tweet because I go back and forth between wondering if the Jones family just doesn't care because that's like, well, that's your legacy. I control way more things that will define my legacy.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. The way we look at legacy is very different compared to the way the guy that's been in that chair does.
Yeah,
like the way he sees it, because his daily goal is different than ours. Most of our daily goal is, all right, got to eat, make sure I pay some bills here and there. His daily goals are completely different than ours. So legacy would be viewed as completely different as well.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway. Let's talk some Mike Likes It, but also MLB Hall of Fame results are revealed tonight. So we ask, can you play your way out of the Hall of Fame? Next on The Fan.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Oh, could this vintage store be any?
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
talking about the outcome and the votes and everything like that. Now, there is the Baseball Hall of Fame vote tracker, which is I've always found to be super helpful. There's 199 public ballots out there right now, plus 11 anonymous or unverifiable ballots. So essentially they have like 54% of the ballots out there. And so it looks like Carlos Beltran, CC Sabathia, Ichiro, and Billy Wagner are going to make the Hall of Fame. You have to have at least 75%. But one of the people on that list, his 8th year in Hall of Fame contention, is Andrew Jones. He's currently at 72.9%. So I understand, like, hey, maybe he could still make it. Usually, people who don't make their ballots public vote at a lower Hall of Fame rate. And what I mean is, like, his percentage is likely to drop from 72.9 as opposed to go up. And so I was reading this article on ESPN, and they took a look at the first 10 seasons of Andrew Jones versus Ichiro. First 10 seasons of Andrew Jones versus Ichiro, 57.9 B WAR for Andrew Jones, 54.8 for Ichiro. Now, I know Ichiro is an interesting conundrum because he did not ever seem to register on the WAR schedule as much as you would think, given how good everybody thought he was.
Because he was bunting off of Mike Bassick.
Yeah, he was a lot of singles, and he wasn't a lot of walks.
Yeah.
So his on-base percentage, I don't want to say we didn't care about it, but your on-base plus slugging, your OPS, I didn't realize how low his was, but we weren't thinking about those things. So in 2001 through like 2010, I don't know how much I ever even looked at or cared about somebody's OPS.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of on-base percentage, but it was almost like, hey, he has a good eye. He'll take a walk. So we worried so much about batting average, and because he had 200 hits every year and he had a high batting average, you never looked at on-base percentage or your OPS, on-base plus slugging, back when he was playing.
So sometimes I think even Ichiro's WAR is a little distorted, but it is weird when you think about it that Ichiro is currently listed at 100% of the votes. It's not that that's weird. It's that Andrew Jones is so low. So consider this. First 10 seasons, I told you, Andrew Jones, 3.1 advantage on the WAR. The rest of their career, Ichiro played 9 seasons, had a WAR of 5.2, a B WAR of 5.2. We're not going to get into the logistics of all that right now. Jones, a B WAR of 4.7 in 6 seasons. So neither one of them had particularly stellar back ends of their career. And yet Ichiro is a no-brainer, absolute, and I think he should be a Hall of Famer.
He's 100% famous.
Yeah. Whereas
100% famous, Kevin.
Whereas Jones,
yeah, some people don't even know his last name because he's so famous for his first name.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
I'm sure a lot of people listening that are like, yeah, younger are like, yeah, his last name was Ichiro because that was on his jersey.
That is fair. But Jones is not going to make it this year, and it's his 8th year. And so essentially the crux of the article was you look at his first 10 seasons when they were complete, and you look at Ichiro's first 10 seasons, and they were right there, neck and neck. Plus, add to the fact that Jones was one of the most feared defenders in the game. Although, obviously, people feared Ichiro's ability and everything like that as well.
Him and Torrey Hunter for that 10-year period, approximately late 90s to about 2008-ish or so, those were the 2 best center fielders in the game defensively, I would say, by far.
Okay, and so all of this to say, what if he would have just retired then?
Jones?
Yeah. Is he a no-brainer Hall of Famer? Because this is the...
He'd retired at 29 years old.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting.
Incredible years.
Yeah. It would, or if he had to maybe not retire, just had like a major injury where like he just can't play anymore, and you're like, we're putting him in the Hall of Fame. That being said, I don't know, kind of Donnie Baseball, Don Mattingly kind of had a career where his back gave out on him, and he had only a 10 or 11 year career, and he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Which I also think is weird. And so the comparison here is the James Dean, Marlon Brando problem. So both are, have you ever heard of this particular conundrum?
I have no clue what you're talking about. Is there a picture of him eating at a restaurant or something?
No.
One died early. Another one had a long career.
Exactly. And both of them were great. But James Dean died, and you saw, if you want a more contemporary reference, I would use the Nirvana analogy. Nirvana's the best for some people and can never be talked about negatively because you didn't get all the oh, we're going to try this out. We're going to do this.
James Dean didn't do Island of Dr. Moreau.
Exactly, because they died. Yeah. And so you're like, man, they were great, and they'll always be great, and that's how I'll always remember them. Marlon Brando did The Godfather. He was amazing. Superman, Streetcar Named Desire, whatever else. But then, as Corey just said, he was in the Island of Dr. Moreau. And you're like, what the hell is this?
I still don't know what I saw, Kevin.
Okay, and that's fair. And so the idea was... Right. Sometimes it's better to not necessarily die.
More?
Yeah, but to retire with everyone being like, oh, damn.
You could have been the best.
Yeah, because Mike Trout, I think about, Albert Pujols, I think about, not that they should have retired, but can you imagine if they both would have retired after that 10 or 11-year run? You would have gone to your grave thinking, if they would have kept playing, and same thing, Griffey, you can make an argument about
Griffey,
that.
But Griffey was so good so early because he lived up to the hype that he captured the audience, and it doesn't matter. Whatever happened at the end of his career doesn't matter because of what he did in that section. Andruw Jones doesn't necessarily have that same pizzazz that came along with it. And Griffey never even won a championship.
And so I wonder, those three players, if they all would have retired, would everyone have treated them with, I know baseball used to be different, but you still hear people to this day is oh, it's just a shame Mickey Mantle had issues with alcoholism and injuries because he could have been the best. And if they would have just cut it off, would you have been I don't know, dude. Mike Trout played for 10 years and he won, 3, 4 MVPs, finished second 3 times. He's probably the best player I've ever seen. And now he's still one of the greatest.
He's only 32.
And that's crazy because it feels like he's 38. But now, whether it's with Trout, you saw the rest of Pujols, you saw the rest of Griffey, you're like, man, they were all-time greats, but you should have seen that first 10 years. And I wonder if Jones is in that category for Hall of Fame voters where they're like, yeah, no, I saw his whole career. Half of it was really good, and the other half was really not good.
It's amazing when you look at just the complete and total drop-off at 30 years old. I mean, it is shocking. From him being a consistent somewhere between a 260 and a 275 hitter pretty much to then 222, 158, 214, 230, 247 was at age 34. And then his last year at age 35, he hit 197. It was just shockingly bad. But this being said, I know that maybe this isn't part of your topic here, but maybe it is. If we're going to do this in this category, Juan Gonzalez is a Hall of Famer.
And I think that's a great point. And then I think about if you want to take in other sports, and I'm really glad that somebody brought this up because we've talked about this before. This is the way I felt about Russell Wilson. I thought Russell Wilson was going to the Hall of Fame. And then when you see him bounce around, now I'm like, I don't know about that anymore. And so I'm curious what y'all think about the concept of, you can describe it however you want. Do you think you can play yourself out of the Hall of Fame?
I do.
For on-the-field reasons. I understand the stuff with Omar Vizquel and Curt Schilling and all this other stuff. I'm just saying, strictly on the field, can you play yourself out of the Hall of Fame?
I think so, because playing against Andruw Jones in my time, I thought for sure Hall of Famer. And we do this thing, I can't remember who does it, I'm sorry, I think former Chicago Cub. He gives us all a ballot and we turn it in. I decided to make mine anonymous, he posts it on Twitter. And I'm like, I don't want people getting after me for voting for this person or not voting for that person. I can't remember because I thought about Andruw Jones for a while. I think I ended up not voting for him. That being said, that was before Dave Parker got in.
And that's an interesting comparison because now I wonder if he gets to the veteran committee, if people are you kidding me? Yeah. 10 years. He was the best fielder out there. Yeah.
And a great hitter for
that is
to
true.
Your point. Till about age 29, he was a great hitter.
And so it is confusing.
He was and then he was a horrible outfielder too. Think about his Ranger time. They had to DH him a lot. He was 32 years old when they're like, dude, you can't move anymore.
And so I don't know what the solution of that is, because if I didn't do an in-depth study, I kind of wish I had now, about your Griffeys, your Joneses. Is that just a byproduct of, it's not that they got bad so early, it's that they were good so early.
Yeah.
Because, like, how often do you see a 19 or 20-year-old, like, already showing out in Major League Baseball? I know it happens, but it doesn't happen a lot.
Not a lot.
And so I wonder if that's sort of like, no, you get your defined 10 to 12 years of greatness. Maybe you'll start when you're 25. Maybe you'll start when you're 19.
Ichiro started when he was 27.
Yeah, and he's still got his defined set of greatness, and we don't even consider all the stuff that happened in Japan. Well, some people do, some people don't. But, like, I wonder, do you only get that amount? And if you're like, as soon as I slip, if I want to protect my legacy, I know it's weird, we're going back to legacy again, he might not make the Hall of Fame because he kept playing.
Can I tell you guys something scary that I heard from the Jared Sandler, Corey Seager, Josh Smith interview? And we'll see how it plays out. I can't remember if it was Josh Smith talking about Corey Seager or Corey Seager talking about his career. But Corey Seager pretty much said, to your point, when this slippage happens, he's done.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, he signed a 10-year contract and we're only 3 years in. Like, could he retire still on that contract and just say, I don't need the money. I'm not as good as I want to be. I don't want to play to your point, I don't want to be a guy batting sixth and DHing. I'm done. I'm good. Thank you. I played shortstop, the position I wanted to play. I played it for as long as I could. I'm not hitting the way I used to hit 3 years ago or 2 years ago. And I'm not saying this is this year for Corey Seager, but that statement made me think, hey, in like 2028 or something, could Corey Seager go, I hope it's not that quick, but could Corey Seager go, well, I'm not playing shortstop anymore and I'm not hitting 275 with 30 bombs.
And I wonder if us Rangers fans would all be like, man, if we just had Corey Seager this year, and then you just project what his stats would have been based off of what you remember, versus Corey Seager's like, no. I stepped away because I knew it was going down.
Here's what I don't know. Did Andrew Jones know when he left the Braves after 2007, where he hit 26 homers and 94 RBIs, which was his worst year since he was 22 years old? Did he know it was going to go bad? Because there's no way he could have thought at 30, I'm done. Was he I don't know. Like, did he think he was mentally done? Like, I'm just not going to put myself through the training I need and the exercise I need. And I don't know, like, because I think you're asking a great question, but how does somebody know when they've been that great, as a perennial all-star that I still should have 5 good years left in me? That did he know at 30 that I don't have much left in me? I don't know. Yeah, I'm asking that question because, to your point,
feels like the team tells you first. It feels like
that's how we all retire. By teams telling us we're not good enough.
Yeah, anymore. The team you were with first that brought you up. I mean, the Braves know what they had when he was 19 and saw where he was. They're probably looking at contract and they're like, "Hey, man, it's time for us to move on." And he's like, "All right. Well, I'm not ready for that. There's no way I'm ready for that. I still got bills to pay, or I got to earn about this much more. I need another year for this. That's got to be it." And then the game tells you, like, it's your hands not being as fast or whatever. But I think it's first the team that has you, and then it's the you learning the game is telling me right now.
Whew. By the way, the Dodgers didn't think he had it after they. I don't know if they traded for him, but I'm looking at his contract status throughout his career. So the Dodgers paid $21.4 million on his release.
Wow.
And the Rangers signed him to pretty much league minimum because he was still getting paid $21.4 million from the Dodgers, and the Rangers picked him up for the pretty much at that point league minimum $500,000.
Man, and so something to go along with this. I really do respect all the people who make their Hall of Fame ballot public.
Oh, you don't respect me.
Because
I don't really have a real Hall of Fame ballot.
That was not meant as a shot at you, Mike. because
maybe one day.
I don't think I'm a writer.
It opens
you ever
you
see
up.
me write?
I would love to read that.
Throw up.
It opens you up for criticism. And so Evan Grant has a Hall of Fame ballot that I appreciate that he also wrote an article kind of explaining his Hall of Fame ballot. So his selections were Carlos Beltran, Mark Burley, Andrew Jones, Dustin Pedroia, Andy Pettit, CeCe Sabathia, Ichiro, Chase Utley, Billy Wagner, and Ian Kinsler. Now, I had 2 issues with this, but one of them I thought he explained very well. I think the idea that Ian Kinsler is a Hall of Famer is patently absurd. Like, there is no way.
Let me call Ian Kinsler so you can say it to his face.
I do, and I think he'll agree with me. There's no way that Ian Kinsler should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He was
I'm good with the reporter that covered him voting that.
And so
I'm perfectly fine with that.
But he gave more information about that.
Yeah.
He said, I think Ian Kinsler and Dustin Pedroia's careers mirror each other pretty well. And he also voted Dustin
Teammates
Pedroia.
at Arizona State.
Yes. He also voted Dustin Pedroia into the Hall of Fame. And I was like, okay, if that is your bar, like, I get you. And with the senior...
Yeah, I can disagree with him. Like, I can definitely disagree, but I appreciate the context.
Absolutely. And with the senior candidates who, by the way, made it in, like, you might have just totally reshaped what the bar is for the Hall of Fame. But to go along with it, the one vote I didn't like that he put was Andy Pettit. Because in his article, he talked about there will be no reward for steroid users, and he talks about why he didn't vote for A-Rod and like issues with Bonds and McGuire. Andy Pettit used steroids. He got busted multiple times for it.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time he was like, I can't believe it. This is the first time ever. And they got busted again.
What?
So, yeah.
Steroids in my system?
Yeah, so I just don't understand the Andy Pettit vote, if not the vote for some of these other steroid
I agree with you there. If in that whole era, I have to kind of look at it side-eyed anyway. The whole Mike Bassick era. I can't really look at and go, were they or were they not?
Maybe Andy Pettit would have been a 10-game winner with a 5.5 ERA.
Mm-hmm.
And now he would be hosting the show with us.
Maybe I should have taken...
Okay, I don't want you to retroactively think you missed the boat.
Mike, if you did that now, do you think you'd get it out there and throw?
I take roids now.
Okay.
I take testosterone replacement therapy from Men's T Clinic.
Okay.
Different form.
All right, so...
I don't know, but I've talked to former players that didn't take it too, and we wonder. I mean, I guess it's good. We played under the legal system, playing against people that played under an illegal system, and we got punished for it because we weren't as good. And by the way, no owner or general manager cared at all that the guys were taking steroids. They loved that they were taking steroids because it made their team better. It made them win. I mean, it was not a negative thing in the world of baseball to be doing it, unless players who weren't doing it were like, man, I'm at a major disadvantage. And then unfortunately that maybe caused multiple players that thought, I'm not going to do it. And then they were losing or not as good. And they said, well, I'm going to do it to try to keep up with these guys who are now kicking my butt, who I used to be as good or better than.
Had to.
Couple things, by the way. Somebody goes, why is Ichiro just now eligible for the Hall of Fame? Believe it or not,
he played forever.
Yeah, he played longer than you might have remembered.
He actually played for the Mariners at the end.
Yes,
when he was
in 2019.
years old, yeah.
And so if you thought I was too harsh for Ian Kinsler, I'm going to say this.
You are.
Ian Kinsler had a damn fine career that most ball players would aspire to.
Rangers Hall of Fame.
But in terms of the Baseball Hall of Fame, he was a 4-time All-Star and cracked MVP top 20 once and cracked MVP top 10 never.
The 214, he should never be inducted in the Rangers Hall of Fame. He's a disgrace.
Oh,
From the 214.
Dustin Pedroia, he didn't play for our team.
Kinsler. They said Kinsler. I'll disagree with you on that. Like
I just didn't think he was worthy.
I think it's the line, right? I hope they go 100 and 162.
I don't know. This other text he has said what he said about Puerto Rico's national team during the World Baseball Classic was disgraceful. I have to admit, offhand, I don't know
that.
remember.
Yeah,
was that recently?
I don't remember that, so I'll have to go look
I'll
that
have to
up.
go look it up.
All right, there you go. Thank you for that spirited conversation, gentlemen. Right now, It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right.
I mean, Mike likes it.
I guess
Mike
I'm doing
likes it.
baseball. Well,
I mean, you might talk baseball here anyway. Mike likes it. Mike likes it.
Okay, so Mike likes it. I found a new nickname for Josh Smith.
Okay, this is baseball, so it's kind of like...
It is baseball.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was like, how did you know I was going to do this? This is interesting. So I just talked about the Corey. It was great being at FanFest. If you were there, you heard this story. And we went to Baseball Reference to check this out because Corey Seager and Josh Smith are very good friends. They're teammates when they play cards on the plane or in the clubhouse. And if you go to Josh Smith's Baseball Reference page, they'll have all the nicknames a guy has. Now, a lot of people on the team call him Smitty, but this was a great story. And I don't know if Jared Sandler knew this story and knew that he was going to get it out of these two, but Josh Smith in 2023 is a new player on the team. He played 73 games in 22. I didn't realize he played that many games for him. I'm looking at his stats right now. And then 90 games in 23. So I believe it's the 23 season, the World Championship season. It might have been 22, but Josh Smith is on the team, and everybody's calling him Smitty. And Corey goes up to him like Josh is sitting on the couch or something, and he goes, "Hey, Josh." And Josh Smith looks up at Corey and goes, "Nobody calls me Josh."
Which is an odd thing to hear from somebody who
nobody calls me Josh.
And it was great. I'm retelling the story.
Corey Seager.
And Corey goes, "Isn't your name Josh?"
Fair follow-up question. That's a very fair follow-up.
But nobody calls me Josh.
And Corey goes, at that point, he was starting to question himself that maybe I don't have his right name. Which is funny because I just told the story about Kenny Lofton and Omar Vizquel having no clue who I was in 2001 on the team. Like, you're on the team, we have no clue what your name is. So
nobody calls me Josh.
That should be a drop.
So anyways, Corey goes, "Well, what do you want to be called?" And Smitty, Josh Smith, looks at him. Instead of saying Smitty, which everybody's calling him that on the team, he goes, "Juice." And Corey Seager telling the story was like, "Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
You are now Juice."
Okay, I get it.
So I don't know how many Rangers call Josh Smith Juice because I cannot remember anybody throwing out that word in the clubhouse when you're covering the team or whatever or around the team. But if you want to know Josh Smith's given nickname that he gave himself is Juice. So I will be using that on the Rangers broadcast this year at some point. I don't know when, how, where, but
Do
it's
you think
interesting.
the public is going to be confused still?
A little bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to explain it. But what a great story. So obviously, if you weren't at Rangers Fan Fest, what's the deal? But
What's your deal?
if you were there and you got to listen to Corey Seager and Josh Smith, it was a great interview by Jared Sandler. But Josh Smith, his nickname, at least the nickname he gave himself, is Juice.
Okay. See, and that's a little different than walking around telling everybody, "Hey guys, I go by Juice now." It's the best player on the team said, "Well, what do you want to be called?" And you're like, "Juice." And he was like, "I love it. Let's go with that."
Does anybody think about David Schwimmer when he was in that O.J. Simpson docudrama and he kept saying, "Juice, Juice"?
I remember Wang Zhuzhu when he went to the Clippers. He wanted to be called Dodger. He wanted that to be his nickname.
Oh, dear.
And I was like, nope, you get something else.
So now, Mike likes it. There's the story of Josh Juice Smith. So now, all season long, I think that this is something we can do because he gave himself that nickname. Corey Seager loved it, so he's like, "Yeah, you're Juice."
Do you think in the clubhouse if we're like, "Hey, Juice, can we get a quick interview?"
At spring training, let's see if we'll go over there because I might have called him Josh quite a bit last year in the clubhouse.
Nobody calls me
So I'm
Josh.
just going to refer to him as Juice now.
Hey, Juice, wondering if you just had a couple quick minutes. And he'd be like, "Huh? Oh, yeah.
What's going on, Juice? What you drinking today?"
If you could come up with your own nickname.
Oh, man.
I will say in the clubhouse when I played, a lot of guys just called me Bass for my last name, Bassett Gray, especially when you have a name Josh or Mike, Corey, Kevin. Yeah. It's tough. There's a likelihood there's a coach or a player on the team that has your first name. So you don't go a lot by your first name on a team. Now, I think if you have a unique first name, Adolis.
Yeah.
Leote. Like you're decent in that, category. And I don't even think I think they go by Dolly. I think a lot of guys just call him Dolly.
That's
and
what
then
Bochy always says.
Leote, I'm trying to think, if I'm, racking my brain right now on what maybe I think they just call him Leote. I think his teammates say Leote, but maybe I'm wrong. But if you could have a nickname, but you got to choose it, and then everybody went with it, what would be your nickname? Obviously, you're not going by Kev or Kevy or anything short of Kevin. And Hagee would be an easy one, right? You just shorten like Smitty. You just kind of add a Y to the end of your kind of last name.
Leote does not have a nickname listed on Baseball Reference.
Does Adolis?
I'll have to go look that one up.
I'll look it up.
What a weird power struggle that was. I don't know.
No nickname.
I guess I do.
Bombi.
El Bombi.
El Bombi.
El Bombi nicknames El Bombi.
Yeah. I like Hagee better than when I was in high school. And it felt like every single one of my friends said it this way. And maybe I just hung around with like the exact same type of person. They'd always be like, Hageland. And I was like, that's so much to say. Like, Hagee is just straight to the point. But if somebody called me by my actual name, I would be like, that's my name. So thank you.
Majors was always used. Majors. It's my last name, and it went well with baseball. So that was always something that stuck around.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of this because somebody just texted.
And he seems really disappointed.
They want to be the Hammer. They want to. Somebody said, I don't know if I can read that one, but they want to be the Hammer. Hammer's a pretty good name, pretty good nickname because it tells you what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Tells you what
hell of a
happens.
radio career.
I mean, I feel like shouldn't Hagee you work off your best body part?
His hammer?
Yeah, because
my calves.
I remember I wasn't here for that day, but I remember listening. And I was like, dang, Kev.
I wonder how many people on like the Twitch and the YouTube they are like I go by on a daily, like J-Met. Does J-Met go by J-Met all the time?
Yeah, their screen name is that their.
And what's the process to get there? Like
it's usually your friends make up the name, not you.
Yes.
And I think that's the interesting thing about Josh Smith is he made up his nickname.
Because you don't envision like, all right, Josh, you're starting at the company today, and you're like, please call me J-Met.
Please call me Juice.
And you're like, hold on.
J-Met.
What? I'm not going to call you J-Met.
That's what everybody else calls me.
I'm going to call you Josh, and he'd be like, everyone
They
calls
do
me
leave that
J-Met.
little box for you for the name that you prefer to be called on lots
not
of
anymore.
Oh no!
All right, you guys ready for the next Mike Likes It? Yeah, not federal. I watched Raw is War last night.
Are you about ready for me to blow your mind? I haven't seen it yet. So
Okay.
You're ahead. You could talk about whatever the hell
it was
you want.
31-7. So
okay,
guess what? I switched over a little bit. I know that Notre Dame came back. Good for them. You still lost. Have you? Now you could have seen them last week on Raw.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I'm a wrestling fan. Because my wife's like, you're turning into a wrestling fan. I'm like, I am not. I'm not. I refuse. I don't know why. I'm like, I like this new dude Penta.
Yes.
Have you now, Corey? If you would like to type in WWE, he recently came over from Mexico. Am I correct?
He actually came directly from AEW. But
L0?
Yeah. So he's gone by Pentagon, Pentagon Dark, Pentagon Junior. He's had a whole lot of lawsuits involved with his specific name, but it's always included.
The Shape got mad at him?
Yeah, it's always included some version of that. I first saw him in Lucha Underground, which, by the way, Mike,
that dude's 39 years
old.
He is?
Yeah. If you ever decide, I don't know if it's still
What's your prime for wrestling?
You can wrestle into your 40s.
Well, I get that, but what's the I get that you can.
I think it's probably for a lot of people like your
30,
early to mid 30s.
Okay,
because
like you have to make a name for yourself, have a lot of matches, and then
you still have enough athleticism at that point to still do the things. I don't know if it's still on Netflix or not, but Lucha Underground felt like the true realization of what wrestling could be, because they went all the way in on the soap opera stories, and then they included a lot of stuff from Mexican culture.
Okay.
And it's just amazingly fascinating. It was presented by like an actual soap opera with the way it was shot and everything.
Yeah.
But then you would have wrestling matches in between.
Okay, so next thing about Raw, if it's on Netflix, is CM Punk seems to have a very strong following.
He does.
He took a shot last night at Hulk Hogan for no reason.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's an easy cheer from the fans now, which is hard for my childhood heart.
Okay.
Because
did Hogan get booed again?
So Hogan wasn't there last night.
Oh, okay. He just got booed.
CM Punk was talking about the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, and he said, "I'll knock your dusty ass out of the
I might be
road."
turning into a wrestling fan. How much does that cost?
Hey, do you know you can watch it on Peacock for free?
Really?
Yeah.
And wait, I think I don't have Paramount. I get those confused. They both start with P's.
Yeah, you know somebody who you've used their Peacock password before.
Oh, that's the Royal Rumble? You can't see me. Because he's in, because CM Punk.
John Cena.
So CM Punk was talking trash about all the people that are going to be in the Royal Rumble, and then he put Hulk Hogan in the Royal Rumble, which we know he's not in the Royal Rumble. He can't barely walk anymore.
Right.
But he was like, and I'll end Hulkamania, and the crowd goes nuts. And I'm like, guys, I get it. You guys hate Hulk Hogan, and he might have not been the best teammate in the world of wrestling, but he's my childhood wrestler, man. Like, what person who's in their 40s that's their childhood wrestler? Like, when wrestling became nationally popular,
I mean,
it was Hulkamania.
And it's weird to me because it's him, or for a lot of people, Ric Flair. I think Ric Flair is a bigger piece of trash than Hulk Hogan, but anytime he gets brought up, everyone's like, woo! And you're like, hey, what about all those assault claims and all the divorces and the domestic violence with his daughter and that cop and everything? And everyone's like, woo! It is weird to me that he seems to get a pass for all of that.
And then last thing,
nobody talks about Rob Van Dam or Adam Copeland enough, you know?
Hey, how come I'm not saying Drew McIntyre's the bad guy, but how come when the guy loses and they're out of energy, as soon as they lose, they find the most energy they've ever had in the whole match? Come on,
That's
dude.
a good
Where
point.
was the energy as they were counting to 3?
There's a dude named Richard Blood.
Yeah, that's Ricky
away.
Steamboat. That is absolutely
Drew McIntyre lost last
He went
night.
by Ricky Steamboat. Now, you know what will really drive you crazy with that is if you watch, and at the Royal Rumble, there's going to be one of these, a ladder match. You will see somebody look like they had to walk through the desert to get through that ladder, and they'll just be moving.
Oh, yeah.
Slow. And then there's other times where they can zip right up in the same match. I'm like, hold on.
Wrestling is what it is. At one point, the people help climb up to the top turnbuckle as they're about to get demolished. I'm like, stop walking up the turnbuckle with the person that's about to demolish you.
Yes.
But I get it. It is fun. It is entertaining. I will say that. And going to the event, the TNA event, it does make you want to go see another event.
Sure. I get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, which I actually think might include more wrestling talk.
Yeah, let's talk more about Leon White. Plus, we can ask the question of can the next Cowboys head coach pull this off? Plus, the most important way to get into the conference finals. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're a about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We'll get to a Cowboys conversation here in just a minute. Before we do, though, what's the most important thing in order to get into the conference championship game? What do you think it is?
Winning the divisional round.
It's a pretty good one right there, Mike. I like that. Your approach, Kevin?
Yes, beat that.
Having an excellent quarterback.
Okay, that is good. Jaden Daniels,
yeah,
excellent at the moment.
Top 10 defense, all right?
Jalen Hurts, very important to his team. Patrick Mahomes, have you heard of him?
He's the best.
Josh Allen, perpetual loser to Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow?
Yes. Might be the second best.
Might be the second best one out there. Those things are all good ideas. But the thing that every single one of these teams has in common, the 4 teams that are in, they have 0 turnovers in the playoffs.
Ooh.
0 turnovers.
Really?
The first conference championship weekend ever featuring teams with 0 turnovers in the postseason. So it'll be 21 days since the Commanders turned the football over. 21 days. 35 days for the Eagles and Bills, and 70 days for the Chiefs. So week 11 was the last time the Chiefs turned the ball over.
And I have seen a stat about that that's incredible. For the Eagles specifically, though, I think that's made the biggest difference. Like, it makes a difference for every football team. But one of the things that always haunted Jalen Hurts is like, yeah, he shows flashes of being really good, but he always turns the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
When he doesn't turn the ball over, you're like, hey, this is a quality player. Even if his passing stats are low, this is a quality player.
These 4 quarterbacks, 0 turnovers, 15 takeaways for their team. So that's a plus 15 for those teams, right? Like if you're doing that way. And how often do we say that winning the turnover battle is that important?
Yeah.
Whenever I heard Troy Aikman say it the other day, it's like really stuck with me. He was like, in these big games, it's not who has the most, that Jimmy Johnson used to always tell us, not who has the most big plays, but who has the least bad plays. And
step right on up, Mr. Mahomes.
And Mahomes, yeah, he can cruise as long as he's not turning the ball over, and the opponent's they're gonna work themselves into a bad play at some point because they think they can't get over the top. They can't beat Patrick Mahomes in that group. So we got to do something weird. We got to go ahead and run this reverse with Jamison Williams throwing downfield to get it. Even though Ben Johnson had run a lot of trick plays all season long, it felt like you were kind of panicking in that moment. And so that's going to be it with, if the other team isn't giving you that chance, they're playing checkers and they got all their guys in the back row. And you're like, how am I ever going to defeat this if you never move your guys from that back row? And they're like, tough, deal with it. We're never going to do it anyway. And you're going to be screwed.
Were you that player?
When it was time to move them from the back row, I did.
Okay.
When it was time, but I wasn't going to give you a free opportunity to get there. Like, that'd just be stupid strategy.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert had more interceptions in his playoff loss than the regular season.
Yes.
That
even if one of them wasn't his fault, then that still would put him at the same as the regular season. That's never going to work.
Jared Goff had 4 turnovers. Jordan Love became the first quarterback in Packers playoff history with no touchdown passes, 3 interceptions in a game. And Lamar Jackson had 2 first-half turnovers Sunday night, and that was the biggest factor in that game, right? Like those 2 in the first half.
First time in years.
And they were chasing. From there on, they were chasing. This was the second time in the divisional round that teams were 0-4 when outgaining their opponents in yards, but they couldn't do it because of the turnovers. That's the biggest factor. So managing this game's this is the biggest. Managing the game is important. And if you practice that throughout a season, we can manage this game. We can overcome this. We don't have to do things that are just out there and super magical in order to get points on the board. You probably have a better opportunity. We kept track of the rushing numbers all season long. The best rushing teams had a better record at the end of the year. 3 of the 4 lowest interception rates in playoff history with at least 200 attempts. Josh Allen at 0.9%. Jalen Hurts, 1%, and Mahomes, 1.1%. Only Alex Smith, the game manager creator, like he's the king of game managers, had a lower one at 0.8%. Jalen Daniels rounds out the quarterback's been like perfect pretty much throughout the postseason. So the key here is keep an eye out. The team that turns the ball over is likely, with the way that these quarterbacks play and the way that they understand the game, That's going to be the likely loser on that. So go find which team's likely to put the ball on the ground. Which one's more likely to throw an interception?
I still think the possibility for Philadelphia is there.
And if you're one of those teams too that like your opponent believes, hey man, some point that Romo experience, at some point this guy is going to put the ball up and we're going to get a chance. I don't believe that with Jaden Daniels. I just don't think that he's going to put the ball at risk. All season long he didn't put the ball at risk. Why do I think he's going to do it now when he's not done it at all in the playoffs? Mahomes, brilliant at that. Josh Allen, it seems like Joe Brady took that away from him. He said, we're just going to run the ball a lot more, and they did. This year, their running numbers were up. His passing touchdown numbers didn't look the same. His interception numbers didn't look the same because they said, what's been a big factor in us losing these big games, Josh? It's been that you turned the ball over. We're going to take that out of your hands altogether. So those 4 teams, that's the key right there. When you hear coaches say winning the turnover battle is important, that's where it stands. Now, Kevin, you're a big C-SPAN watcher, right?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay. Whenever you wanted to be in the White House, though, you were like, I'm going to have to watch a lot of C-SPAN.
And they've really expanded their operation.
Have they really?
Used to have that one channel, and now they're like, we got lots of options.
So I never understood. C-SPAN back whenever I was a kid, it felt like you were just turning on and you were watching people in the government yell at each other. One was sitting up high.
Sure.
The other one was sitting low, but they were both on microphones, and it was very boring because they had ties on. If you're wearing a tie, a kid thinks
that automatically makes it boring.
Yeah, you're stuffy and boring.
John Oliver would frequently
I've been wearing ties all this time on the TV.
John Oliver does a great bit where he talks about the hero of C-SPAN who takes all these ridiculous phone calls, and frequently they will. I hope whatever clip this is might need to be censored because a lot of times people call in and say inappropriate stuff.
So somebody did interrupt the presidential inauguration with a phone call as they were disgusted about the trajectory of America.
Hoping to become the next director of national intelligence. Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I hope everyone's staying warm. A bit disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female president inaugurated today. While I'm disappointed in the American people and their desire to see another 4 years of Trump, I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay. Graham there,
why did they listen, man?
They didn't cut him off. He kept going.
They cut him off. Okay, all right, that's enough right there. Like that was entertaining. Let it keep rolling. He didn't throw anything out there that was a cuss word or anything like that. I love those kinds of bits, man.
So that happens a lot. I don't know if this is the same guy. Surely the C-SPAN has more than one person who takes phone calls. That poor guy would have gone insane by now. But because he makes a great point, but you got to cut that off because that's not what your audience is looking for, right?
I don't know. I have no clue what the C-SPAN audience is, honestly.
That's probably really old people.
Is it just people in the White House just watching to keep tabs on what's going on at the Capitol? They're just trying to see what's going on around there.
Or you can watch the votes on there sometimes too.
Oh yeah, so if it's up for red or down for blue and then green, yeah. So you're trying to figure out what those votes are at all times. The I kind of desire for more of our Tolos to make these kinds of calls to C-SPAN. Get in on C-SPAN. Tell us that you got in. Text us. Let us know. Hey, I got on C-SPAN. Here's my hot take, and it's some Cowboys rant, and they don't even realize it's going on. I love this idea.
I can't tell you the last time I watched C-SPAN.
I would love to know the last time it was, so I get more information.
I honestly
for you
don't
about
know.
why.
I'm trying to think of why would I have watched that?
And what's the phone number for C-SPAN? How do you find that phone number?
I feel like usually they have it up on the screen.
Really?
A lot of times during.
Oh yeah,
C-SPAN.
it's super easy. It's right there. All right, you just call on in. It's a lot of numbers though. I feel like that's too many numbers. I did recently see on the back of a bag of Fritos that they have a hotline. If your bag of Fritos is stale, you can call it and they'll give you a new one.
Okay. Let's just talk about
50 cents.
Yeah, your cost time benefit analysis.
Or $4
This is
for
them
the
giving you a
regular
guarantee.
bag.
You'll always have a guaranteed fresh bag of chips.
I get the principle of it.
Your phone's right there, dude.
But is that worth your time to get your free bag, a Fritos bag? What are they going to do, mail it to you?
Those chips so bad.
But you want them right now. They don't just appear.
I need that salty crunchiness.
Okay, look.
All right,
If I could call and it just popped up in my house, I get it. They're going to mail it to you.
I'm going to call out Oreos here. I know you don't like Oreos.
Not a fan.
I got the thin Oreos recently from the grocery store. The I don't know if they call them blonde or I don't know, white,
vanilla.
I
don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I
but
just pass them.
I ate some last night during my football and Raw watching, and they weren't they weren't stale, but they definitely didn't taste super fresh.
So they were on their way to chewy.
A little.
Yeah.
But all right, it happens. Like I paid $4 for the thing Oreos, and they weren't maybe the crispiest, crunchiest Oreo that I've had. And
it's a hard-earned $4 though.
It is, but if on the back it says, "Hey, call up Oreo and get a new box of Oreos," I don't even know if they're a box. You just take off the
like a sleeve.
Yeah,
I'd like to speak to Mr.
I don't need.
Nabisco.
I lost $4. Guess what? Unfortunately, we throw away way too much food in our house.
From the 469, where does Mike buy a bag of chips for 50 cents? The little bag's like $3-something at 7-Eleven.
See, but I feel like they have those bags at Walmart.
Yeah,
on
you get
the
like a
impulse
box
rack.
at 24 though for like, and it's not
That's
just
true.
Fritos, but like the kid-size bags. You know?
And you can buy those as a pack, or you can get them on the impulse rack where it's like, hey, it's 50 cents. There's probably 6 chips in there, but you should go for it.
It is that impulse buy to get you at the last second. They're always trying to get you. And then the 5 strategies the next coach of the Cowboys needs to implement in Dallas, Kevin.
Or any of these answers about Oreo.
I didn't see Oreos on here. Number 1, this might actually be a longer discussion because number 1 is preserving Dak Prescott. That's going to be a problem considering he's already needs to be preserved, and you're going to already kind of have to walk around with bowling bumpers on him.
Well, when he goes fishing, he helps himself out. He puts on boots.
That is true.
Walking
That's what we
boots.
heard.
Man, that's twice now where we've been told it's much ado about nothing, and you're like, oh wait, but it was like,
But it actually was a problem. They're like, improving the run game, which I mean, what is it at this point? We have no clue. It's an
You
offensive
don't have a running
line.
back.
No
Well,
real
I guess you
running
have
backs.
Deuce Vaughn.
You have a bunch of names, and again, you don't know who the coach is going to be at this point. There's a lot going on.
His name's Deuce because he's 5'2".
I don't know that to be the case,
but you might be right.
Well, if he grows, we'll have to call him Trace.
That is the C block, Kevin. Deuce.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Truce.
Right
We just named
here.
all our running backs by the inches they were off their feet.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what are reasonable expectations for DeGrom in 2025? Your new favorite Rangers player and one of the greatest baseball cards of all time has been pulled by a kid.
I got it.
Not you. Next on The Fan.
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it's 2-2. DeGrom pushes off and comes home again. And he struck him out swinging. Got him on a high fastball at 98.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping all the Annies out there and everybody is doing okay on this Tuesday. So we've got a lot of baseball to dive into here. DeGrom, obviously, want to talk some more. We didn't get to this yesterday about Jake Berger and the most awesome baseball card that got pulled apparently today, maybe yesterday. It just went up on the Topps account.
Right.
Where do you guys want to start?
Let's go with baseball card. That's fun.
Yeah,
okay.
Start with that.
Baseball card. We've been talking about the MLB debut one-of-one autograph patches out of the Topps Chrome update forever. And the big one that had kind of a bounty on it was Paul Skeens with the Pittsburgh Pirates saying they'll give 30 years of season tickets right behind home plate. Livy Dunn said you could sit in her suite with her. Corrected my language that time. And all kinds of amazing stuff. What is the update on that card?
It was pulled in California by an 11-year-old.
Wow.
Now, I don't think they want Pirates tickets, to be honest.
Could be.
I don't think they're moving to Pittsburgh.
Feels fair.
But, yeah, we will now see what happens with it. I do think that right now that's probably $1 million card. So I think if you put it at a major auction house, whether it's Heritage here, there's plenty of other auction houses, but I do think that is probably $1 million card. It'll be the rookie card. So Evan Carter's hasn't been pulled yet, but what's going to be interesting is how much those boxes now go down in price.
Just about to ask, does that change that pretty immediately?
I think I was looking on eBay to see that box has been selling for $500 to $600 plus dollars. Like a hobby box. There's different ways to buy the boxes, but I think it looks like some boxes are starting to sell at $300.
Okay, and I kind of dig that if you're just like a regular collector, not that you didn't want that card,
right?
But if you just liked it because you're like, hey, I'm excited about some of the other rookies, I think I can get some good value out of that. Now maybe you're looking at that box and you're like, great, I probably wasn't going to hit the $1 million card.
Josh Young and I opened up 3 boxes, and we thought for sure we were getting the Skeens, but we didn't get it.
Sorry about that, Mike.
We didn't get any patch. If you got a patch of, I don't know, I'm trying to not take a shot at anybody, but let's say a guy who's going to play like my career, like a very short, crappy career, that card is still worth $1,000.
Wow.
Because it's the one of one, it's the rookie card. Yeah, there's other one of ones, but you can get that card in black and red and gold and purple. And this though, there's only one. You know, it was worn on the debut game, so I do think that they need to sell it as fast as possible, my opinion, and get the $1 million and call it a day.
I would too. That's exactly what I would do.
You asked the question if you had one player.
Okay, yeah, if you could. So far,
would like a Soto be eligible for that conversation?
So even
okay.
Josh Young isn't.
Okay,
so Josh Young, who hit the home run, his first ever at bat in 2022. MLB and Topps and Fanatics had not come up with this idea yet. So you had to make your debut in the 2023 season.
Okay.
So if you made your debut in 2023 or this last season, 2024, you will have or do have a card of this. So like Kumar Rocker will be in next year's. if that makes sense, because he made his debut so late that next year Kamar Rocker will be in the stuff to try to get it.
I kind of want to see his at some point. Like I feel like his trajectory was high and dropped, but then you saw him come the pitch for the Rangers, and you were like, hold on, what is this? He might be a starter. He might be legit. And I mean, granted, the second outing wasn't the first outing, but
we are talking about it. I asked Kevin during the break. I said, if you could have one of these cards of the debut patch, it's easy to say Skeens today because it's going to sell for close to $1 million. Ellie De La Cruz sold for, I believe, $600,000. I think that's right. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I think the person who sold Ellie De La Cruz sold it for $600K. I asked him, you can't sell the debut patch. You can have one of them out of this year. Which one would you want? And then you can sell it 10 years from now or later.
Jackson Merrill.
Jackson Merrill is a really good player. I think I would go Wyatt Langford, and I could be, biased on this because this has been a great year, this past year for baseball cards, because it feels like it's a loaded year of rookies. I think I would go Wyatt Langford and take my chances with that.
Yeah. I guess I would probably go De La Cruz.
I get it. He's amazing.
Ellie's a blast, dude.
So that's
and you mentioned
and you get to see him in person,
and Merrill
right?
and Evan Carter. Like, this is a great group.
The first road trip for the Rangers after playing the Red Sox this year will be at Cincinnati.
Wow,
that's fun.
Yeah, that's a fun one right there. So that's the card world, Kevin.
That's cool. Like it's awesome. It was pulled.
Hey, when was the last player though with his kind of hype? Paul Skeens type hype. Was Jack Leiter? Was Rocker?
Oh, you mean for Rangers? It would be recently Wyatt Langford. But if you're talking about hype on a pitcher, Strasburg probably.
Wow, that long.
Because you have Mark Pryor, you have Kerry Wood. Those enter those equations for
David
those guys.
Price, I feel like there's a lot of steam on him at the time when he was debuting. But Strasburg is who I'd go to, and we're talking about what, like 12-ish years ago?
He was 2010, I believe, was his debut.
14 years ago.
Then Skeens just had a great rookie season. He was like, hey guys, I'm here. Let me deliver.
And he has all of the elements, except for maybe playing for a flashier team that would make you a big deal. He's a big dude. He throws the ball incredibly fast.
Yeah.
His girlfriend is super well known on social media. I'm not saying that should be a requisite for if everybody knows you, but it doesn't hurt.
Yeah. No, you're famous.
Yeah. If like the person you're dating is also super famous.
So I don't like saying this, but I'm going to say it. There's plenty of Paul Skeens cards I like and would like to have. I'm going to wait till he blows out his arm. It's going to happen. It happens to everybody, and then his cards will go down by 50%. And that's why we wouldn't pick Paul Skeens. We know that pitchers don't, unless he starts Nolan Ryeing this every year and he has 300 strikeouts, which is almost impossible in today's game with the innings you're going to pitch, and then winning close to 20 games, his value is going to drop as a pitcher, and he's going to blow out his arm. And it doesn't mean it ends his career. It just means he's going to have Spencer Strider or whoever else we've really liked recently as a young pitcher. Is they're going to have a year off or maybe more than a year off. And in that time, when his cards dip quite a bit, for me, that will be a fun time to get some really cool Paul Skeens cards that I would like to have. But I'm going to wait. I have to be patient on Skeens until he blows out is when I will then look at his cards.
And that's the tough thing about chasing certain players that you love. I know Wemby's come up, and there's certain Wemby cards that you're like, okay, so if he's not at least the fourth best player in the history of the sport, you're going to be like, whoops. And you're like, you can be like, he's awesome right now. And he is. But again, that's not going to justify the prices at the end of the day. All right. We're talking about another pitcher, unless y'all want to go back to Jake Berger.
I
was going to talk about Jacob deGrom here, but we can go to Jake Berger.
Talk about deGrom. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So Jacob deGrom, he said this at FanFest, and he said, I'm definitely excited. And he kind of talked about it's almost like you're getting to Christmas morning, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And he goes, hey, let's go see what we can do, because I feel really good, which is obviously objectively thrilling for Rangers fans.
So he went out and pitched a bullpen in front of everybody?
Not that far.
That would have been fun.
I bet he wanted to, and see why I was like,
he's like,
cut
live
this
BP.
interview
Come
off.
on,
We're
guys,
done.
let me do it.
But I'm looking at it, and I realize 2020 is a different deal, and he was healthy that year. But you have to go back to 2019, or if you want to count 2020, for the last time he really had a full season, a full slate of games. So we're talking about coming up on 5 to 6 seasons, depending on how you feel about 2020. What are reasonable expectations in terms of like number of starts,
number of no-hitters?
Okay. So Corey's going to have really high expectations.
I'll tell you what, one of the worst things that could happen to Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers is one of the first 3 starts, he does have a no-hitter through 6 innings and like 93 pitches.
Because you need to take him out of the game.
You're done. We ain't doing this. Too bad.
Corey, are you going to be disappointed we come back that next day and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I want to see something great happen.
Even though you know.
Give me the no-hitter.
What's his expectation? If I give you 150 innings and 25 starts,
I'm thrilled.
So am I.
If he had a
so
2.5 ERA, are you happy?
Yeah.
Or is that high?
No, that's. I mean, his last year of a full season in 2019, he had a 2.43 ERA.
Okay.
Are you asking for that amount that he threw out? Because my ERA is going to be proportionate to how much he starts. So if it slides down to like 18 or 19, I'm like, no, I need that ERA to be closer to like 2.1. But if he's like, I'm going to pitch a whole season of 30, I'm like, you know what? Keep it under 3.
Yeah,
rock
yeah.
on.
Whole season of 30 at 2.5 is insane.
Yeah,
and a whip. Where do we want that whip to be around?
Well, let's take a look at his last like actual full season. He went 11-8 with a 2.43 ERA and a whip of 0.97.
Okay.
If you have a whip anywhere near 1 and certainly below 1, you're doing great.
Yeah.
And his innings pitch, he had 204 innings pitch and struck out 255 people. So like
we're not getting close to 200 innings.
Yeah. If you give me 150 innings with, I think it's reasonable to maybe guesstimate 170 strikeouts, I am pumped.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it, and it's weird because wins and losses. He had a 1.7 ERA in 32 starts, so started all year. 1.7 ERA, 32 starts. He got 10 wins. I think they averaged -3 runs in his appearances.
Yeah,
I mean, do you remember that, how bad they were at scoring? Like, it didn't matter what Jacob deGrom did. They weren't going to score that day for him. So
very Andrew Heaney.
I like what you're saying. I like the whip number. I like, if we get 25 starts, 150 innings, and he's healthy at the end of the year. So if you make the playoffs, which I'm worried about the closing situation. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be tough for me to pick this team to go to the playoffs. That Kirby Yates is gone. He's a Dodger. Probably everybody's going to be a Dodger.
It's okay. They're in the NL.
True. That is true. I mean, if you'd have signed with, I guess, Seattle, I wouldn't have been pumped up about that.
I'll try to forget the end result, but if you told me right now it's not going to come back to cost you until you get to the World Series, I'm like, great.
Fine.
Let's do that.
I'll do that every time.
But I think he'll win 10 games out of his 25 starts. I mean, I hope he wins more. I hope the offense is awesome and everything. But, in today's world of pitching, 10 doesn't sound like a lot in the history of baseball. But in today's world, 10 wins is, if you get 25 starts and you win 10 of them and your team wins 18 of those 25 starts, that's a nice year.
And this is one of the tough things, and I always hate doing this. we're going to take just a step back. I love cards. I love card collecting. The Dallas Card Show. By the way, Corey.
I hate that I missed
Would you kiss your cards with your eyes closed?
If I got certain cards, absolutely, I would. But, Corey, I know I said this before. The people at the Dallas Card Show want to see you.
Oh, man.
I get asked.
When's the next one? March?
Time, it's in March. I don't know the exact dates of March.
Okay.
I'll double check that. But every time, people are like, hey, is Corey going to be here?
What's your deal?
And then
the last time I wanted to go, I got COVID, and Carter had to go with Adrian. And so that was the last I was wanting to go.
See, it doesn't go to what's your deal, but what everybody says is, does he not? He doesn't collect. He didn't care about cards. And I was like, actually, he really does.
I just listen to y'all and buy what y'all tell me to.
And so people desperately want you to go to the Dallas Card Show. Every time I'm out there, hey, is Corey going to be here? I haven't seen Corey. I've never seen Corey out here. Like, people are pumped for it.
I guarantee I'll be at the next one.
Oh, okay. But this is the part I feel bad about. For the 254, I pulled a Topps Mystical Wyatt Langford. As a newbie, is that one to hang on to or move now? That's like a $5 card. Just because there is, assuming it's not numbered. If it's numbered, it's a different ballgame and we can talk about it. But I was just looking that up. That's like a $2 to $5 card. And that's what's tough is there's so many cards out there. You got to kind of refine what you're looking for.
So can I ask you all a question? If I want to buy a box at Target, what do I want to buy right now? If there's a box, basketball, football, baseball,
Topps update or Topps Chrome update.
I've seen some Panini stuff pop in there, and I've been like, I don't know, and I always want to call y'all.
Here's the rule of thumb that I've told my wife for this exact scenario. If you see any Prism that's not a draft pick, that's basketball or football, buy it.
Okay.
Because that's usually, unfortunately, what the scalpers...
It's not basketball or football?
No, that is basketball or football.
Prism, okay.
Because you can get baseball because they're kind of the pajama cards because they don't have the team logos and everything like that. But if you see Prism that's baseball or that's basketball or football and not draft picks, I would buy it.
Sometimes those years that aren't the best years, RJ Dukes had Prism on sale. So I know you're talking about Target, but... maybe you go to like RJ Dukes, McKinney.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right next to the McDonald's.
Yeah, near the McDonald's. Just find the McDonald's off of 75.
And by the way,
there.
And by the way, if you're on your journey on 75, Sports Collectors Hub is the home of the people who run the Dallas Card Show. That's in Allen. If you live somewhere else, Sappy's is in Carrollton.
Yeah.
What if I live in Waxahachie, though?
Well, if you live in Waxahachie, worth collecting. And the reason why I say all this, I wish I got ads for all these people, but they all help us out for Peace-a-thon. And so whenever people are like, who do you trust? Who do you trust? Trading Card World is literally right across the street from from our building.
And I would say,
and they're in Dallas. And especially if you're into Pokemon, that's a great spot to go.
Be careful because there are bad people out there.
Yes. And that's why I want to recommend these specific places that I like quite a bit.
March 13th through the 16th is the next Dallas Card Show.
Oh, darn it. I'm going to have to reschedule.
You just said you guaranteed it.
I know. I'm going to have to reschedule. I really literally just scheduled something that week.
Moly.
Like just scheduled something.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I like that they have the Dallas Card Show now in Chicago and Cincinnati.
Yes.
That's the
Why
Chicago
don't they call
Card
it
Show.
the Chicago Card Show?
Because Dallas Card Show is a brand, man.
Oh, okay.
Entertainment Weekly stopped coming out every week. Guess what they still called it? Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah, it's not like when the Mavs go play Cincinnati. There's no Cincinnati.
No. Man, you gave it a shot, though, buddy. You're still concerned about that failed guarantee.
Yeah.
Coming up next, I guarantee you we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and...
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty great, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing good. Love that hoodie.
Thanks,
that
dude.
makes me feel even happier.
Yeah, I got this in the championship run.
Now, what makes me less happy is that the Dodgers...
How do they do this?
And I've seen the articles already start to pop up. I think The Athletic was like, hey, don't be mad at the Dodgers. Be mad that your team's not doing this. I am, but I just need to direct my anger at a specific team, and it's the Dodgers because they took Kirby Yates. I'm disappointed because Kirby Yates was awesome, but I'm also disappointed because it's January. This Rangers team does not have a closer.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, I appreciate everything they've done so far, and I'm trying to be patient here. I know, CY is up against it when you have a penny pinching owner.
You might have $6 million to spend.
Might be satisfied with one championship, but he's done a heck of a job so far this offseason. So salute to CY. Hopefully he can soften up old Ray McDuck there a little bit and kick loose about $10 million.
Hanging out his money silo.
I did get a text from Dave Raymond, so I'll give him credit on this. He's like, he's trying to do the math on the penalties and what the Dodgers owe their team this year. And I know it can get a little bit weird with deferred money, but if he's right and he was just kind of hypothetically just giving Kirby Yates $10 million this year, that they would be on payroll and taxes at $513 million approximately.
Golly.
So the Rangers are at $236 million because they want to try to stay under 241. That's your first tax threshold. That the Dodgers are a little bit over $500 million in payroll and taxes on their payroll.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
That is.
If you got it, spend it,
I mean,
yeah.
Sure. If you've already recouped your entire investment probably on your franchise and now you just see money building up, why the hell? Why the hell not?
You got to love the commitment.
I do.
Yeah.
I really do. Even if I dislike them in the moment, it's just because I'm like, I wish my team was doing that. Now, last night's national championship game, we could talk about that as much as you guys want, but I was intrigued. I saw Joel Klatt, among others, bring this up that this is the pinnacle of the sport, and it's the day after a day or two after 4 divisional round games, and like stuck in the middle of the NFL season. Do you guys feel like the placement of this is getting it lost?
No, I mean it's always been on a Monday night, right? So just because
I don't mind the Monday night, just where it is in the playoff.
I mean, I will say yesterday, and I said it to you guys, I forgot that, okay, the national championship's tonight. Like, maybe in a perfect world, you don't have NFL games this Saturday, right? It's just conference championship Sunday. Could you have just played it on Saturday or even a Friday night? Maybe you don't have it on the Monday night, and you make it kind of a more of a special thing. But, I mean, I've become accustomed to it being a Monday night game.
That's true.
And I don't think that it suffered at all ratings-wise, most likely. I mean, you had 2 premier teams,
I'm sure,
Notre Dame and Ohio State, with massive fan bases. And fortunately for them, it looked like it was going to be a blowout. And then it was interesting late in the fourth quarter because the Irish were able to come back after the turnover for Ohio State. But no, ultimately, like Joel Klatt's had a lot of really good thoughts when it comes to how to tweak the playoff a little bit. He's trying to become the commissioner if he can. But this was one I think he was reaching. He was not preaching here.
Yeah,
go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I think they're in a situation right now where there was a time where the NFL really respected college football because that's where they get their workforce from. I think they're both now out for so much. They know how much money's out there, and they figure that, listen, they're going to get their share, we'll get our share. I think that's what they're trying to work together on. The fact that, like, okay, can we stagger these games in order that we can all make the most amount of money? We all know it's about the content.
Sure.
And so that's kind of where I don't think anybody, he's trying to be a traditionalist about it and all that. I think college football is like, okay, we're going to make our money this way. They're going to make their money this way. There used to be respect with each other, about their games and when they put NFL games on. When the NFL went after the NBA schedule on Christmas Day, you knew right then and there they didn't give a damn about your games or anybody else's games. So to me, college football is kind of in that same boat. NFL is not going to step back and do anything for them, even though, like I say, they get all their talent from there.
My brother-in-law served in the Navy. I know you guys have been at Army, Navy, so I think the way Feinbaum put it was too harsh. But what do you think about the concept of not having Army Navy on its own standalone weekend at the end of the season?
Here's what I like about what Joel and what he did is we're kind of been in this mode of losing momentum between the week before Thanksgiving and New Year's Day in college football for a long time, and we got to put everything on the table to capture that momentum and keep this feeling of, wow, it's just getting better and we're building to this crescendo. I'm with Wolchuk. I'm kind of like, oh yeah, national championship game, and that's, I think, because they take us out of the rhythm of it. So.
And I'm always curious, I'm sure the number will be huge, like you said, Wolchuk. I really do believe that. I wonder about, the
But
value.
those Saturday games are huge. I mean, those are over 30 million
For
viewers
sure.
And I don't know if a college football game is going to get that.
Absolutely agree with that. And I wonder about the talk leading up to it and the talk after the fact. What's the value of that? I don't quite know how to quantify that, but I'm sure there'd be way more talk about this game if it was, on a different day.
Like a Wednesday?
Yeah. Or
you could talk about it Tuesday, Wednesday,
or right
and
before
Thursday.
the playoffs start. Or I don't know how. I haven't figured out the total logistics of that. But I feel like you lose a lot of hey, let's hype up college football leading up to it, and let's hype up college football leading out of it.
Well, college football has figured out how to start earlier and earlier.
They
now.
have.
So that's the makeup right there. They get to us far earlier in August than even we've had before. So I mean, I think for these kids, man, this was the longest year they've ever had to endure.
It really was.
When Ohio State won this, it was them, and Notre Dame went through the longest season. So I don't think anything's going to change on that. I just think that it's now part of inventory, and we just need to continue to consume it.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, it is a Rodney Dangerfield back to school Tuesday as Wolchuk and Chiafalo will depart the show at 5:15. They're going up to UNT to talk to the aspiring broadcasters this evening.
Gracious.
So Brian and I will do our best
dressed for the occasion. He's really excited about it.
We got a lot of football conversations, including Mark Schlereth at 4:40.
You too can be on the radio.
Your show might already be full. Is there any chance you could make them give whatever speech they're going to give out to the people over to the radio?
Oh, yeah, what are you going to say to the kids?
Yeah.
I have zero preparation for that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I would, but they're just mailing it in.
Okay.
You guys got any questions out
I
there?
give no respect.
How many honeys do radio hosts get?
One.
Okay, all right, that's a good answer. I like that.
Yeah, okay. I respect that answer. All right, roll
decade.
home.
Boy, you're
with the
losing in that number.
Bag Nation.
Excuse me, sir.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 hours flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Coordinating your video at times. You got Woolchuck and Chia following the house. I did see Carter Freeman around the halls here, so I imagine he's in, and you can watch us on 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And a good afternoon to you, gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Excellent, sir.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
How about a 3rd and 11 bomb? How clutch is Will Howard? I mean, the 4th down run against the Longhorns, and then that pass, one of the most clutch passes, the ballsiest passes you'll ever see in any football game to ice that baby.
It was awesome. The freshman sensation.
Yes.
If you want to play him man, go ahead and throw it up to him. He's usually going to reward you for what he said before the game. Yeah, don't go ahead and guard me man to man because I'm going to win. And I think it was Trisha Crick at QL said, okay, how many games do you think it would take you to be a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL? He said 5 or 6.
Seconds.
I believe it. It might be 2.
5 or 6 plays. Love the confidence. He's just a freshman, right? So 2 more years of that.
That guy, I mean, he's NFL ready.
They're saying he'd be the top pick in this year's draft.
Yeah.
Wow, it's incredible. I mean, he'd have to have that level of confidence in him, but Notre Dame wants to send the pressure, 3rd and 11, thinking we're going to make a big play. I mean, they're right on the doorstep of getting in that thing after being down, 31-7?
31-7, yeah.
I mean, incredible comeback. You got to tip your hat to the Irish as well.
Yeah, even though they were shooting themselves in the foot plenty. Like, this was not a team with much margin for error, especially given the opponent that they were playing. They were going to have to play extremely clean football, and they certainly did not do that after that first drive. And then Marcus Freeman, I know we'll get to that a little bit later, him decided to kick that field goal.
Ooh.
So bizarre.
What are we doing? It was a must go for. What did we say? This was a no punts game.
Man,
this was a no settle on 4th down game.
It made no sense as well because I don't see how the field goal helps you there. And we'll hear what Marcus had to say in the chuck wagon coming up on the other side. But to me, that was just one of, and he usually does not make those type of mental mistakes. That might have been where the moment here got a little too big for me, and I didn't think clearly in this moment.
He was too conservative in the first half as well, running the ball a lot, especially with the quarterback. It worked on the opening drive, but the longer that first half went on, and then when they finally open it up late, boom, they're making big plays, and
Greathouse, man.
Yeah.
Greathouse was a monster. And it felt like Riley Leonard after that first drive. Like he was literally out of gas, dude.
Yeah, they were. It's funny because I was listening to the broadcast, actually the Notre Dame broadcast on the way home, and
it's not a good broadcast.
Their announcers were like, "Man, he is gassed," but they tried to make a reasoning like, "No, you got to get that out. These long drives, you got to get it'll help you catch your second wind." And I'm like, bro, I don't know about that.
My boy looked dehydrated.
Yeah,
he looked a little woozy.
Yeah,
Thank God the game's 4 hours, so he's got time to gather himself. But by then, you're down 31-7.
I don't
it's sort of all for naught.
I don't think you could have had a better opening drive in that game, though.
No,
you had to build on that. And
it was a historical
But you can't sustain a drive where you need that many plays. You're just going 5 yards a pop, and it was great for one drive, but they just couldn't sustain it. All of a sudden, you get a false start penalty. You can't overcome 1st and 15.
Yeah, and their air yards and the attempts. I think Chief nailed it last night. You got to take chances in this game, and the spots where they did take chances, they were rewarded. And I thought we were rewarded for sticking around into the 4th quarter with a somewhat exciting finish. But Ohio State with the chance to choke the game out, they took it. They took it by the balls. And it was impressive, and they definitely deserved the championship. Irish didn't take the biggest L of the night, though. I don't know if you saw it. It was Ryan Day's golf cart driver.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's a Texas Tech Red Raider, apparently.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law's like, I know that girl. She works with the scouting department at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
And she just drives straight into the wall.
She definitely doesn't work in the golf cart or driving department.
Maybe Lou Holt slipped her a bill and said, hey, just make sure you drive.
Can you break his ankle?
Yeah, let's
ding him on one. Humble him real quick.
Go ahead and... skirt.
I mean, national championship, national TV. It's the moment's too big for a lot of people, not just the players and coaches. Sometimes
whoever made the call though to make that decision, trusting that behind the wheel on a night like that, pressurized situation, you need a veteran in the moment.
Might have been the Extendo golf cart. She was used to a little bit of a tighter fit, a better turn radius. I don't know. Maybe she's an inexperienced golf cart driver. I'd imagine you'd have to be pretty dang good at it, and that those are some tight situations down there with a lot of fans.
That's a moment where you need Marshawn Lynch behind the wheel.
I'll say this: I've only seen moments like that when I've driven my own golf cart after about 16 holes, and the drink cart ladies
16
come
beers.
by. And I can't even stand up.
Well, to her credit, the beers are so cheap at that game. How could she refuse?
How could she refuse?
She was kind of working,
So I felt sorry for her, but I knew where she'd been at. But like I say, after 16 holes of golf, I drive the same way.
I think the last time we saw such a high-profile golf cart moment, though, was out at the stadium there in the high school championship
when that thing
game.
went on a rogue. That thing went rogue and just started running over people.
Yeah, it did.
Wow.
How did it get loose? Something fell on the accelerator.
Plowed
dudes
over.
hanging on to it.
Just plowed over people.
Luckily, nobody was seriously hurt.
That was incredible. My older brother, one time when we were golfing with my dad, sent the golf cart into the little pond that was right there. That was a pretty bad moment.
The gasket stuck on him. What happened?
He was going way too fast. Took a turn that was too sharp and just kind of bailed out. That thing just. Woof.
I turned over a golf cart in the fairway at the Austin Country Club one time.
Really?
Yeah, and the beer cans and all that. We were trying to pick them all up, like my golf.
A big rolling hill or something.
Yeah,
I
was going down a hill, and matter of fact, we were playing in a Texas A&M alumni event in Austin. That was an Aggie Club event.
About 30 beers deep.
It was just
with a bunch of yell leaders out there.
I had a partner Tim Cassidy, who's was the recruiting coordinator at the time. He told this guy, he goes, "Listen, they're not going to let us buy beer here unless you're a member." And Tim told me, he goes, "You can buy us 2 cases of beer. We're going to win this tournament." And sure enough, the guy did it. We were hitting some of the most miraculous shots you've ever seen in your life. And but I was driving and I made a sharp turn and the thing just fell over. Luckily, Tim jumped out. I was hanging onto the wheel. I leaning over the side, but just beer cans all over the fairway and stuff. And R.C. Slocum, the head coach, was a hole behind us and saw it all. Just saw us turn the thing over.
So the team that rolled a golf cart won the tournament?
No, we finished second.
Oh, you finished second.
Yeah, we finished second. We needed one more case of beer. My man Tim was hitting some miraculous 5 woods around tree. He's like, watch this. He's just cut take a 5 wood and cut it around trees. It's seriously we were playing pro golf.
Just totally in the zone.
And it was it wasn't even you didn't need the yardage. It was, what are you going to hit? I need a 5 wood here. Watch. He just hook it around the tree.
Just eyeballing it.
Oh, my God. It was so much fun. But, I turned over a cart right there.
Those carts can fool you, man. They're not as amphibious as they look, Yeah.
I don't know if anybody can beat that story. I mean, you roll a golf cart and live to tell about it. My dad in his retirement job, he's like a starter at this golf course in the Bend area. And he was telling us this story where some kid, 11 or 12 years old, drove the golf cart into the pond, probably similar to Chia. And I was telling him, I think Abby could totally handle that.
Yeah.
I would trust Abby to drive home from the grocery store.
Oh, sure.
I don't know what some of these kids are doing.
Well, they test their luck a little bit. They start getting a little rowdy in there.
Oh yeah,
that's what it is. All of a sudden, you're going pedal to the metal,
doing wheelies here on the golf course,
taking tight turns.
It's tempting.
That cart path ain't that wide.
Well, sometimes you get a wet fairway and you gun it and then try to do the power slide into the tee box area,
little slippage,
and then you could hook it and flip
it.
And
in the 90s, you had a lot more gas powered ones, and you'd go play around with a mechanic type of dude, and he knew how to take the governor off. And you'd be ripping it 18 miles an hour down the fairway, having a good old time.
Those things are top heavy, dude.
Okay, the hay's in the barn for the college football season. We get to see which player the Cowboys are going to select at 12th in the upcoming draft. So that's a big part of our coverage. I'm trying to be optimistic as much as possible about this draft, but I also feel like there's a new standard in the NFL where you got to have a really good quarterback and an amazing coach, and probably a front office as well, operating at an elite level. So, today the update is they're going to interview Brian Schottenheimer for the job. That's going to happen.
I'm just going to worry about the draft from now on, guys, if that's okay.
Yeah, I saw you tweeting about that.
I'm just going to worry. I mean,
you're out on this?
No, just, I'm
sick of it?
I'm just going to try and find the best players I can, put them on a board, and then we're going to talk about them for 3 days, and hopefully they'll get fortunate enough to draft the right guys that can help them. But if they're not going to take the coaching hire seriously or interview people that, that need to be interviewed, why should I take it serious? I'm going to worry on things I can worry about, and that's the draft.
I mean, I guess they could build a team so physically dominant like the Eagles,
sure,
that it wouldn't matter who the coaches are.
No, that's my hope.
Yeah,
I'm going to try and find as many of those kind of players that you're talking about, Jordan Mailatas and those kind of guys that aren't all first-round dudes, but find guys that can play and help whatever coaching staff they want to hire. Because I'm just tired of talking about it. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You're really not trying to get the best and the brightest here.
No, I think a few things I've realized through the course of this is Jerry needs somebody that has no other option, so he can leverage them. To take less money and to accept his terms, because he has to be the most important person in the organization. I don't think, what happened with Jimmy Johnson was a result of a guy accumulating a significant amount of power and ego based on the success. And I think Jerry never wants somebody to have that big of a personality and star inside the star. So if you're going for coaches that don't have another opportunity, this guy can't say, screw you, I don't like it here, I'm going here. If you never have that great of a coach, maybe you never have that kind of team success. And if you do have the team success, it's going to be, obvious it was more about the team building than the head coach. So I think there's a lot of psychology in here, and the public humiliation that Jerry Jones suffered as a result of how the Jimmy Johnson story ended. He wants to make sure that never happens again. And how you make sure that never happens again is constantly neutering the guy in public and making sure you are setting the tone and the agenda. And I don't think, many qualified guys will accept those terms. So we have to get lucky. You have to hit on this Schottenheimer situation. Let's say it's Schotty, who just in the last 24 months had this epiphany of how offense needs to happen. Yeah. And it also has to be true that he wasn't able to bring that to fruition under Mike McCarthy, because Mike McCarthy wouldn't let him have autonomy.
Right.
So that's our outside chance of hope. I don't know how much it matters until you can build an incredible offensive line and running game. Again, back to who's left in this thing. Great quarterbacks, amazing coaches, and then the Eagles, who managed to build this incredible thing. But it really wouldn't work unless Jalen Hurts was the best short yardage quarterback in the history of the league, maybe the best short yardage back, period. You have all of that, plus a guy that when you get to 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2, it's guaranteed you're going over the line. You're getting a touchdown, you're getting a first down. And even then, they are massively struggling, coming off that incredible draft and with this incredible offensive line and Saquon Barkley, 2 great wide receivers. So I guess that's the goal, Brian, and I wish you and the scouts and everybody making decisions over there the best of luck in building the greatest team ever.
No, it's going to be these guys and gals over there are going to be under a lot of pressure, but every year they're under pressure because they don't deal in free agency. This is not a traditional way to run your football team. This is not a traditional way of obtaining players. You're totally shrinking your opportunity to do things that could make your team successful, like the Final Four teams have done. In these championships, and like I said, at 340, I'm going to go over who's how these positions rank, and it'll be very clear. It'll be very clear. Dallas isn't. They're not a traditional way of. They're not running a traditional way, and they're not able to go out and get players like they need to, and their roster is built to only carry them so far. It can't carry them into these types of games that we're going to see here this weekend.
Yeah,
and they don't take the coaching thing seriously. Nothing against Schottenheimer. Fine. I loved his dad.
Well, he's 51 years old, never got a job.
Brian was awesome. We got to interview him at camp.
Just a wonderful,
washed out as an OC.
Yeah,
family's awesome.
Love all this, situation, but
seems very likable.
To me, you're asking your scouting department to do the superhuman and have no margin of error. And I could say, hey, we'll take the challenge. Yeah. And now it's about just finding these guys, building a board, stacking it, and praying like heck that every one of those tags glows and is an all-pro player when you're picking players.
It's an impossible task.
Yeah.
I mean, we were going through it today on the draft show. Can you fill all your needs?
Absolutely
no, you can't.
Not.
What are the top 3 position groups in the first 3 rounds. Well, you're still looking at, like, can I get a linebacker in the first 3 rounds I feel great about? I don't know. So, like, you've got to be able to fill out this roster without just bottom feeding all the time in free agency.
They're going to give up more players too. Then we'll see. I mean, here I am. I'm saying this today as we speak. On January 21st, that you're probably not going to have Jordan Lewis. You're probably not going to have Oso Odighizuwa. You're probably not going to have Golston. Just name. And a lot of teams are in this situation too. But you are going to rely on all these guys, and you're not probably going to have them, and you're going to have to replace them. You didn't replace them the first time around. You're probably not going to replace them the second time around. This team has a really good possibility of not being as good as it was this year, and that was a 7-win team. So, be ready, Cowboy fans.
Yeah, and you're trying to put Jason Witten on this coaching staff as well, just to further complicate matters.
I would just name him the head coach today.
The only thing better than that would be to have him go work with whatever job Sean McVay will take him in for about 2 years and then send him back.
Hey, that'd be fine. That'd be fine with me. But if you're going to go the Schottenheimer route,
I'm with Zach on this one.
I don't see why you just wait around. Just go ahead and do this.
If you're going to make it a coach and waiting situation, just give him the damn job.
It is a Dallas Stars game night. Rupe Hintz probably out with the upper body injury still. Will pass along the finality when we got it. Host Carolina at 7:00. Hurricanes very good. Mavericks are going to host the T-Wolves tomorrow night at 6:30, and then the Thunder on Thursday, and then the Celtics on Saturday. They should be at 500 by the time you go to bed on Saturday night.
We feared this.
Yeah.
We feared this, and you were going to have to win. You've lost a couple of games. You gave one to New Orleans, and then you lost the one yesterday in Charlotte. So it's unfortunate, but here we are, and you got to find a way to kind of rally. I just hope they're not such deep of a hole that they get so tired and they're not able to play, even to getting in the playoffs, and now they're exhausted trying to get their way into the playoffs. We'll see how that all plays out.
G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. A Chuck Wagon is next. Zach, what you got?
Well, now I'm Cowboys angry again. But let's go Marcus Freeman on that one decision and why Jerry World lost the national championship game. That's next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in just 7 minutes. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk. Sports.
All right, so we had the Natty, and Ohio State held on. It was a heck of a comeback effort from the Fighting Irish Notre Dame, but in part of this, down 31-15, facing 4th and goal. Later on, you had, Marcus Freeman, down 16 points, decided, okay, let's just go ahead and kick a field goal. Well, they did end up missing the field goal, and that didn't help them, but it looked like they even put the analytic on the screen. It says 4th and 2 in this situation, you go for it. I'm thinking to myself, you're down 16. Even if you kick the field goal, you're down 13. It's still a 2-score game. I don't really understand the optics here, but here
we start talking about the kicker being shaky.
Yeah, right.
Like, what are we doing?
Here was Marcus Freeman giving his explanation on what he was thinking in the moment.
Yeah, I think it was 4th and 9 or 10, and I just thought, instead of being down 16, let's try to go down 13. And I know it's still a 2-score game, but you have a better probability of getting 14 points than you do 16 points. And so if it was a shorter fourth and goal situation, I probably would have gone for it, but I just felt 4th and 9 was not a great chance for us to make that. And, I decided to kick it, and we didn't make it.
Yeah, to me, I think that's a go for it situation. And in hindsight, they still put themselves in a position to have a chance to maybe get back there and win the game. So, they fought and clawed, but I've been a big Marcus Freeman supporter, and that was just one head-scratching decision where you go for it, and even if you don't get it, all right, well, they're pinned back deep, and then you play defense. But unfortunately, you kick the field goal, you still miss it, and you go from there. But I think that's one where you got to gamble. Going from 16 down to 13, even if you think 4th and 9's a little bit too long here, you're going.
It's 4th and 6.
Yeah, I think he was wrong about the down and distance, too. When I heard him say 4th and 9, 4th and 10, I felt in the moment it was way shorter.
It's a tough one to swallow right there. And it doesn't help that your kicker ends up doinking it just to make matters worse. Like you don't even punch it through.
The kid kicked him the game-winning field goal the week before, so you can't be critical. But Marcus Freeman really should have said, I didn't expect to miss a 27-yard field goal.
Sure.
That's where, and you're right, but in his mind, he's thinking, if I could just chip away at this thing, then, maybe it's about knowing your team. It's about knowing the condition of your team, and so, he probably sent his guy out there thinking he's going to get a 27-yard field goal, and now it's a huge question in the game. That thing should have been knocked through, and then now let's play from there to try and get the 13 points.
Yeah.
And he could have. Kicking situations in these college games are never easy.
No.
We talked about it yesterday on our show. Which team has the shakier, Notre Dame had a kicker that won a game for them to get them to where they are today. And so, unfortunately, they missed a 27-yard field goal, and now he's getting blasted for that.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Ohio State. I mean, the gauntlet that they went on, you beat Tennessee, then you beat Oregon in a rematch, then you beat Texas, and then now you beat Notre Dame. There's no denying they are a very worthy champion, maybe the best that we've ever seen going through that college football playoff format. Well, incredible what they were able to do.
In the NIL era, much of the talk has been about the millions of dollars that they've spent. Look at their defensive front seven. Yeah. They have not, that money, those were guys that came back with the hope of beating Michigan and winning a national championship.
Corners the same. Really, Caleb Downs is the only player on defense.
But the majority of their money is spent on the offensive side of the ball. But their defense is all homegrown 4 or 5 year starters that are all really going to be really solid NFL players.
Battle tested.
I mean, that's the Sawyers and those guys are JT. Yeah, they are going to be really solid NFL players. Nothing spectacular about them, but they've done a really good job. I mean, a lot of talk about the money they spent, but they've got some really the portal helped them. The veterans coming back, and then also the NIL money they spent. That's why they won the national championship.
Do you feel like your grip from the SEC's perspective is loosening a little bit with the Saban's retirement and Georgia sliding back a little?
You know what? I think this NIL stuff is really, really good for football. I wish we could. I wish the windows were a little bit more clear. The only thing I hate about it, Gavin, is that I hate the fact that I invest in a kid and then he up and leaves. And I get it. I mean, I wish there was some kind of way we can kind of like
do longer contracts.
You said it many months ago. The contracts. I mean, are you here a year? Or are you here 3 years? If I know that, then I feel better about the way I could build my team. Not against players getting the money. I think that's a great thing. My dad did it in the 70s forever, and we got a lot of really good kids and it helped them. When they needed it.
I think they maybe need more advertisers. I mean, $20 million is the top payroll for this team. I still think that's low if NFL teams are going to $270 million. Like, maybe you need to double that so you can have the kind of budget to absorb some bad contracts. Because right now, I think year to year is working really well. The risk is lower for the university. The player likes to keep his options open. But, in order to do longer contracts, you're going to have to increase the budget. And I think it's just a matter of time before that kind of money comes into the game.
Yeah, I think that if you look at I wonder how many of like Ohio State's players have NIL money. I wonder, is that 20 million spread over 7 or 8 guys?
That's a good question.
Because there's guys like Brian Broaddus on their roster.
Yeah,
that's just happy to have 3 hots and a cot.
I think most starters at the big schools are getting some kind of cash. High 5 figures, 6 figures, somewhere in there, and then some dudes are getting millions.
Yeah, I think the majority of your money is being spent on your skill players for sure.
Yeah,
and now you got to kind of figure out, but how many of those Ohio State players were getting the $20 million pie? That I'd love to hear that number.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup here on a Tuesday, where Lucius Alexander has your G bag of the day. I believe vacated title here. Jerry going 5 again yesterday.
Yes, that is the assumption I'm working under. That is the information that I am progressing here. That's what I believe. That is true, right?
Yes, sir. It's true, sir.
Just making sure. Because you never know what is.
No, I think that's a fart.
Yeah. I'll fart on that, Gavin. Because, all right, let's see. I just worked down this list. UCLA basketball head coach Mike Cronin. He's made a lot of headlines lately. He ripped his team. Did he call him delusional and soft?
He did.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
He is. He's losing it, man. He needs no coffee. If I was his doctor, no coffee, bro. No stimulants. Okay, I need to take it easy. Melatonin in the morning for you, buddy.
CBD at night.
Yeah, and he ripped the refs not too long ago.
Yep.
Well, now he's ripping the Big Ten travel schedule.
Yes.
And he dunked on this reporter, too, for no reason, bro.
To the wear and tear and just what you've seen on the court.
Wear and tear on them?
Yeah.
Is that a joke? Please tell me that's a joke.
Is it even comparable, is essentially what I'm trying to say.
Have you ever looked at the NBA stats and what the gamblers and all those people do on West versus East? Talk to Eric Musselman, ask him that question, who coached in the NBA. Good luck, West going East. Okay, and ask me UCLA's record east of the Mississippi in the last 20 years. Because when I got the job, I looked it up for scheduling purposes. It's under 500, okay? We have to go back 4 times. The Big Ten teams get to come to Los Angeles where it's 70 degrees 1 time a year. They don't even have to switch hotels. We're 12 miles apart. Are you kidding me? Please tell me you're kidding me. Is this a plan? Is this a planted question? I mean, you cannot be serious with that. And meanwhile, we've seen the Eiffel Tower, or we've seen the Statue of Liberty twice in the last 3 weeks while we were landing.
We were landing. It is unsettling how the plane tilts as you're coming in over the harbor there. It's a pretty tight turn down there into that landing strip. But you took the job, dude. You took the job. You researched it. Now you're complaining about it. I'd fire this guy on the spot if I'm
I was just thinking about that. Like, man, who is his boss? I know he's got to look at the headlines like, hey, coach, we need points and wins, not your mouth.
Yeah. Is there anything you can't complain about?
Come on, man.
I wonder if he's trying to get fired.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It's the easiest way to make money, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Get hired, get fired,
Go on
collect the
vacation.
check.
Oh, I got to run that back, bro. That bass is crazy when it comes in there. Pause. Oh, he's smacking that thing.
That's fire.
Smacking it. All right, so Bobby Bell. Let's go to the morning show.
Yes.
The RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools to chop? Got 2 clips from Bobby Bell. Only one can win, though. Bobby Bell snaps at RJ when they bring. They were talking about Coach McCarthy's resume. Yeah. Listen to Bobby, dog.
He has a lot of fluff and not a lot of follow through. So his interview cycle is going very similar to his coaching career.
Yeah, you're so easy to telegraph with your trolling with the way
is that incorrect?
It
is incorrect. He's a Super Bowl champion. Like
no, you know his reputation is Chop. You know his reputation is Chop. You know his reputation is his reputation is he got Rodgers one. He got Rodgers one. The what?
Psychopath convention.
Why? What's the psychopath convention?
Where you start going on your little rants here.
It's one. I don't care. No, because you know what? There's actual. I care when people say stupid S like you just did. That's stupid.
That's stupid.
Oh my God!
It's so good. It's stupid.
Oh my God!
It is a Toxic Tuesday.
Listen to this ball of energy right here.
No, you know his reputation is Chop. You know his reputation is Chop. You know his reputation is his reputation is.
What was Choppy's line that set him off? The lunatic convention?
Called him a jackass,
psychopath convention.
You're doing it again, man. You're going down your psychopath convention.
Yeah, psychopath convention's here.
Who's Bobby?
Well, let's go to crosstalk of that same show.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
They were cross-talking with the KMC masterpiece. And boy, it was just still triggered there. The energy was still it's still in the air. It's palpable, as they say.
By the way, Mike McCarthy is reporting that weather delays have prevented him from interviewing with the New Orleans Saints.
Mike McCarthy has a social media account?
He has several reporters that he feeds that information to that have since reported it.
What is the real report?
There are several reporters saying, hey, Mike McCarthy's definitely interested in, the Saints are definitely interested. Weather has gotten in the way. So,
but why do you have to be so childish and petty about it? I'm saying
and
now.
I'm telling you.
Why do you have to be like
there's nothing
so
petty
bitchy about
I'm just saying. It's great.
Like, he's gone. You won.
I assume it's Laura
Why
Oakman
are you still just
it.
whiny and cheap about it?
What do you mean cheap?
You think nothing but cheap. You already won. What are you being so petty about it for?
I'm just saying, it's the report that's out there.
Just celebrate it and be calm and cool and poised.
This is me celebrating.
No, you're being freaking petty and annoying about it.
I love it.
You want to get punched in the freaking face?
Let's go.
I love the moment Bobby knew he got Sean and he suddenly got very joyous.
Oh, yes.
The tension just evaporated from his voice.
I love that Bobby was cool with the whiny allegation, but he was offended by the
cheat. Got him.
How
boy.
dare you call me cheap?
What do you mean?
You've seen how I tip.
He hit the emergency brakes on that one. What do you mean, cheat?
This is some high quality trolling right
Sean wants him to stay poised in the pocket.
Yeah, Bobby was hot coming into the
Why can't you just
draft
stay
show.
poised?
He was.
So be a good winner. Don't be a sore winner.
Oh my gosh. And last one, it was a caller on C-SPAN complaining about Alabama in the playoffs, Alabama football in the playoffs during the inauguration coverage.
Hoping to become the next director of national intelligence. Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I hope everyone's staying warm. A bit disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female president inaugurated today. While I'm disappointed in the American people and their desire to see another 4 years of Trump, I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Truly dark times. Truly
awesome.
dark times.
Truly dark times.
In America, bro.
You've hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Dark times.
He
stayed
stayed
poised.
poised. Yeah, he sure did. He delivered that with confidence. I had a good MLK day yesterday.
Nice.
Woke up, went to the gym. Had a good long workout. Haven't had that in a while. I came home and watched a documentary about MLK called Martin Luther King Jr. Marked Man. Whew. They try to get that man to kill himself. The FBI, yep. They threatened him, like, why don't you go ahead and do it, man, please. Make it easier for us. Because we're coming for you.
Is this Hoover? Was Hoover involved in this?
Man, all of that.
Yeah.
A lot of that. Let's do some pickings, Dawson. What you doing? You just jamming to the...
Yeah.
Hey, I
We
feel
got
you,
3
dog.
challengers. Yeah.
I feel you. All right, I'm sorry.
Okay, is it UCLA head coach Mike Cronin, who's on a rampage? Yeah, he deserves to be fired. That's Division III at best. Bobby Belt, or is it Graham, who was disappointed by the election, but much more disappointed by the college football committee? I'm voting for the Sean, RJ, and Bobby show. Chief, how about you?
Yes, in a landslide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bully?
Yeah, this is Sean and Bobby, and I guess Sharif, the shoddy whisperer, is saying that he's hearing an offer could be coming very soon for Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah. That's seems to be the thing.
A literal BS hire.
Okay, I'm about to say, y'all happy about that?
Hell no.
Okay, just make
Great dude.
Just gotta
Look
get a
at him,
vibe
he's
check,
awesome
bro.
to talk to.
Just
But
working on
what
my
the hell
players.
are we doing?
Gotta get a vibe check.
I think it's freaking hilarious.
I wish I didn't care.
There is part of me that's like, wow, this is really happening.
What a time to be alive!
It really is dark times in our country.
At least it could be a dark comedy for us.
4-0, right?
Yes, sir.
4-0's the vote. Mick Cronin from UCLA.
By a score of 4-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. I think they all deserve part of that, especially Bobby.
Yeah, it's a 3-headed monster.
Okay, college football darty coming up next, Chief. What you got?
Chip Kelly in his bag, and Notre Dame needs to respect the biz.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, welcome back. Maybe there's going to be an offer for Brian Schottenheimer to be Cowboys head coach at some time in today's broadcast. Stay tuned. We'll break in with news if it does break. It's time now for a college football darty. Here's the Chief.
Well, we got to crown him. Ohio State gets it done, 34-23. It was a little bit more stressful than Buckeye fans wanted there into the fourth quarter. I did love the shots into the stands, seeing the frightened Buckeye faces.
Yeah.
That did bring me some joy because that fan base sucks so bad. What they did to Ryan Day and his family, did you see his kid talking about it? His kid was like, I couldn't even go to school. After you lose to Michigan, he said it wasn't until after the Tennessee game where I could basically show my face anywhere.
Wow.
As his son, who's like in high school or something.
Jeez.
Buckeye fans are really, really awful. I did enjoy seeing their videos, though, where did they break into the shoe?
Oh, my gosh. They broke into the shoe. They went to the 50-yard line. They were celebrating. The security guards there, honestly, were like, you know what, guys, have at it. Let's go. Student base, let's party. They're burning couches along the streets in Columbus. It was a raging party.
That's the thing to do, I guess. You just set stuff on fire. Couches. It seems to always be couches getting set on fire. Like, who decides, hey, it's going to be my couch? They have like some type of decision on campus beforehand. Hey, guys, it's my couch that's getting burned here.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we should have teed up Walchuk's poo couch. Honestly, that would have been the one to see go.
I like it when the towns make pre-championship rioting preparations. Like, hey guys, we're gonna have a bonfire here. Please don't leave any cars on the street. Don't break anything.
Just bring your couch.
Who's the place that? Where's the school that set up the? Who's the school that set up the pizzas?
BYOC.
Remember they were feeding the kids.
Yeah, who was doing the pizzas? That's a great question. Who was doing that?
Was that Connecticut? Was that Connecticut?
It might have been. Yeah, because they're the pizza. They're the pizza.
Like, listen, come eat free pizza. Don't burn anything. We'll feed you. Just show up.
Yeah, that's the move right there. That's the bribe.
Yeah.
I would take
that.
that.
Of course, in Philadelphia, they have to grease all the poles and make sure there's no horse poop on streets.
Yeah, otherwise, then the real eating will commence. We all watched the McAfee cast. I mean,
yes,
that was the PSA.
And it was, shout out to Ty Schmidt with his fake Lou Holtz the whole time. He stole the show. He was unbelievable, and he deserves all the praise for that. He was brilliant.
Yeah, I hadn't seen his impression, but they had him. One of McAfee's guys does a Lou Holtz impression, and they had him with the Lou Holtz mask on, decked out in Irish gear, and he was fake Lou Holtz the entire duration of the game, and it really was hysterical. I'm assuming, Lucius, that's how you soaked it in, right?
Oh, of course, bro. And the people at my house had no idea this was the alternative broadcast.
Nice. Did they just cuss?
Yeah, he says, man, you see his ass run? They said, whoa. Wait a minute. This is what we doing on TV now? So, yeah, that's the ESPN broadcast.
High-level entertainment, man. It really was. So congrats to Ohio State.
I'm just happy when I get on to whatever app I'm watching and I see the game. I just click the first thing. I'm like, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. So I don't even know if the McAfee alternate cast was available for me last night. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't.
I had a good inclination it was available.
Yeah,
it's on ESPN too.
I know the package you have is pretty unprecedented.
I had
pretty
it
all-encompassing.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, so I did want to look back because we teased the most bet tickets for player props going into the game. Which ones hit?
Our quarterback runner got it right.
Quarterback runner got it. He might have got on that first drive.
First drive,
2-yard shot on the first drive, but that thing was a lock.
And that actually, let's start there. Let's start with the two quarterbacks. Obviously, things got difficult for Riley Leonard between that first drive and really like the end of the third quarter. But, man, I will say he was really freaking impressive once he got over how exhausted he was from basically carrying the team on the first drive. Yeah. That dude was making plays outside the pocket, the connection. It was really just it's Leonard and Greathouse versus Ohio State is pretty much what it was. Ohio State's like, we got guys all over the place. Pick your poison here, whatever you want to do. I'll have a couple of receivers that are like 80, 60 yards, whatever. But for Notre Dame, like they couldn't run the ball for squat. It was just Riley Leonard, run the ball, throw the ball, and Will Howard, of course. Like starting the game, was he like 14 of 15 to start the game? Just completely dialed. kudos to him having his best game of his career when
He's got the
most.
intangibles of a champion. Now he just needs the traits that are draftable.
That's
you
right.
know?
Yeah.
I think Riley Leonard might have gotten too worked up by all the runs, the big plays, getting hit a couple of times. I think the adrenaline just got the best of him, and it took him a long time to calm back down.
Yeah, it took too long to catch that second wind. Riley Leonard over 36.5 rushing yards. That was the 5th most bet ticket leading into the game. That one hit. He only had 40, but they needed every single one of those. Now, Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back, we said over 45.5 rushing yards. That was the 4th most bet ticket. He ends the game with 4 carries for 3 yards. They could not run the ball at all. They could not run the ball.
We talked about that, though, in our the pregame buildup was that the veteran Ohio State defensive line, it's hard with Williams and Sawyer, and those guys are just, and then you got the safeties playing downhill. They're very, very difficult to move the ball on that way.
Notre Dame running back Aeneas Williams over 24.5 receiving yards was the 3rd most bet prop, and he didn't end up in the stat sheet at all. So that's a miss. So we're 1 for 3 right now on hits. The 2nd most bet ticket, Buckeye quarterback Will Howard over 245.5 passing yards. He did not hit that number. It was 230. And then Emeka Ibuka, over 61.5 receiving yards. He finishes with 64. That was the most bet player prop. He hit it. So congratulations to those bettors right there. Now, we did have, Ryan Day, did you see him just launching his headset?
Oh, he did.
I think it landed in some Buckeye fans' hands. That's how far, he put everything in it.
Yeah, he got rid of it.
A lot of torque. I bet he can drive a golf ball like an animal.
Yeah, he turned on it and just spun it like he was throwing a discus.
Yeah.
Just kind of spun it into the crowd, and then they got him. But they nailed him with the Gatorade bath. You notice that? They held him, and then, man, that thing went direct.
Green.
No bouncing off his head or anything like that,
It was a good pour.
Oh, it was a good pour, yeah.
I do want to show some love to Chip Kelly as well. Like you talk about that final sort of the dagger play, deep 3rd and 11 to Jeremiah Smith. It was a ballsy pitch and catch, but ballsy call as well. Like he was. Chip Kelly's like, dude, if they're going to play man and blitz us, we got the guy, we got the call. Will Howard is locked in. He's playing the best of his career. Let's do this thing. Congratulations to Chip Kelly for that. But also,
even though he robbed us of what could have been an insane finish, do you think Notre Dame would have gone down and scored if they got the ball there?
It's a great question. Do they score and get the 2-point conversion? It's really just Greathouse. Like it's literally, if you're Ohio State at that point, you're like, just erase Greathouse and dare anybody else to beat you. I'm assuming that the Buckeye defense would have stood tall because again, that red zone defense, that goal line defense, scoring on them is an absolute beating.
Every time I was watching Notre Dame offense, that kid showed up.
Yeah.
Every game that you're like, oh, let's watch some Notre Dame. Let's watch a couple players here. And he's making play after play after play. I don't think Ohio State had a really good answer for him. There's a shot that they probably would have driven down the field if they got the opportunity.
But you're right on Chip Kelly. I don't know if he's got what it takes to be a great head coach, but I think if I was a needy program, I'd give it a shot. Because if you get him the players, he's going to make some stuff happen. Didn't work for him well at UCLA, but at Oregon, he was at the top of the world 13 years ago.
Yeah, and that play, the Jeremiah Smith touchdown early in the game, where they do like they call it the orbit return, where the player goes back across like he's basically reversing around the quarterback, but then he stops midway and reverses course. And it's a great play for a man defense, which Notre Dame was hell bent on playing. And it ends up being that play where where Ohio State scored on, that was actually a play that Alabama had run and scored on Ohio State in the title game back in 2020 with Devontae Smith. It was a copy and paste play right like around the 10-yard line or whatever. And so Chip Kelly took what Alabama did to Ohio State like 4 years ago in the title game, copy and paste, touchdown, Buckeyes. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, a little Philly special flavor on that.
Yeah, exactly.
He was in his bag the entire run here. He really was.
I loved the 2-point conversion play that Notre Dame ran, even though it almost got tripped up in the backfield. Hell of a play.
Yeah, it was.
The guy's butt naked.
And then Dan Wolken, respected journalist, he was criticizing Notre Dame after the game, amateur hour. He was calling it. He said bizarre scenes from the Notre Dame locker room, players yelling at reporters, coaches warning people not to ask certain questions. Amateur hour, he says. So I don't know what it. I guess obviously emotions were high. You take an L and you're like, forget it. Put a barricade on the doors. Don't let the reporters in here.
Maybe that's what happens when the coach is always taking the blame. Players can't deal with.
Yeah, they're not used to it.
I mean, they had been on a hell of a winning streak, and I'm sure it was very painful. But yeah, you hate to see that.
Congratulations to the Buckeye players, but not to their fan base. They can go bleep themselves.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes,
That's
sir.
1 hour down, 4 hours of sports to go, including NFL news of the day. Coming up next, we'll check where you taking it.
The latest coaching buzz involving the potential new coach of your Dallas Cowboys and the shove heard around Houston. That's next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed the report last hour, I believe this is Sean Sharif saying it's possible we're going to get an offer for Brian Schottenheimer coming in soon. That was the tweet from 30 minutes ago at 105.3 SS. Wolchuk has your NFL news of the day, buddy. Let's talk about it.
Yep, that's the latest. So the Cowboys will have interviewed Kellen Moore. Then you get Robert Saleh and Leslie Frazier. So now you're Rooney Rule compliant. And then you get the Brian Schottenheimer interview. So if they were to hire Brian Schottenheimer, you're now hiring a head coach who nobody else in the NFL with head coaching offering even asked to interview.
That's right.
Nobody interviewed him. A guy who's been 14 seasons as a play caller, been in the top 10 in yards per game a shocking 2 times, and then been top scoring in offense 5 times, only top 5 once. So historically, when he's been just an offensive coordinator, average to below average. And I think Cowboy fans, if you go back to 2018, the one wild card home playoff game Dak won, it was probably because Brian Schottenheimer led to the let Russ cook theme because he just ran the damn ball and allowed the Cowboys a great opportunity to win that football game. I remember coming out of that game in 2018 thinking Brian Schottenheimer was a big reason Seattle lost that football game. And thank you to him. So, great dude. We got to interview him at training camp. I love talking with him. Maybe if he's not calling the plays, that could be the case here. I don't imagine that he wouldn't be, even if he's the head coach. Jane had reported last week that wherever he goes, he wants to be able to call the plays. But this just seems like a completely, utterly ridiculous potential hiring, and it makes it very, very difficult. It pretty much you're on the verge of like zero faith as a Cowboy fan. I mean, I'm one that is very usually optimistic. I search for reasons to try and be hopeful. I think at this point, honest to God, the only reason Cowboy fans would gather any hope is if the Jones family sold the team. I really do. They are going ahead right now and putting themselves in a position where they're acting like they don't care about who the head coach is, which is in line with everything you said in the opening segment with Jerry. Because he said I could get how many? 100, thousands of coaches to come in here and coach football team. You had Jimmy Johnson. Best thing he's ever done was hire Jimmy. Jimmy put together those teams, and since then he's been trying to get the same type of success where he gets the credit, and it's gotten you nowhere. It's now got you the biggest NFC championship drought in the entire conference. It's disgraceful. And he's still going to make his money because schmucks like me that don't love the Cowboys for the Joneses, you love the Cowboys because you grew up going to games with your family members and you fall in love with the sport. And I love the Cowboys because of the Dallas Cowboys, not because of the names on the back of the jerseys or who owns the team. It's because of the team. But unfortunately now, it's just depression. That's what it is being a Cowboy fan. It's utter depression and anger, and where the hell do I go from here? And a hire like this isn't getting your, even if it's Kellen Moore, maybe it's not shoddy. And I'm not trying to crap on him. Good dude, family's awesome. They walk by us all the time, Brian, in post games. Yeah. But this is an utterly crap hiring if that's what you're going to do. It's disgraceful, and it's a slap in the face to your fans. It's like you're doing a bit. Do you give a damn? The answer is no right now, you don't. You don't care about winning a championship, and all you care about is printing money.
You're cooking, Wolchuk, and I salute you for it. I can feel your frustration. I think the Cowboys are still fascinating, almost like a soap opera to cover, because they're not only the biggest story in DFW and in Texas, but in the entire country. So at least they're interesting to follow. At least they're not totally irrelevant. As far as optimism, in Shoddy's defense, letting Russ cook was not a good idea. That was a fun marketing ploy to get him an MVP, but that team was only going as far as a dominant run game could take them.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things with the Schottenheimer potential hire that they're probably looking at. They're probably looking at his energy and his enthusiasm. They're probably looking at him as a guy that, and I don't want to say it's a rah-rah thing or anything, but he's a guy that is respected by the defensive players, the offensive players, and everything you said is absolutely right. I'm not trying to discount. I'm just trying to give you what I think they were thinking about here or could be thinking about. They're also thinking about, though, Dak Prescott. And do they want to put Dak Prescott through having to continue to learn new offenses? I think this is more about Dak
and CD than it really is anything else because of what they've committed to those two as far as their cap space. I just feel like that they want to see if Schottenheimer, with his ideas and those Monday meetings after games when they walked up to Schotty and said, hey, what would you have done different here? What would you think about this? And I think he bought some goodwill along the way. I think he's what we would call a compromise candidate, in a way that they are, they're looking at it as, how do we help our quarterback? How do we help our receiver? What's the perception of him? The players obviously fought for him, So that's why I think this is a potential hire here. I don't think Kellen Moore stands up there and exudes any kind of confidence to make you feel like Schottenheimer, could probably put a little of that Dan Campbell stuff on you, not biting kneecaps and stuff, but if he gets the opportunity, I guarantee his press conference is going to be very enthusiastic, and people are going to come away with like, oh,
he's awesome to listen to talk.
No,
I loved when we got to chat with him. I could talk with him for hours, but judging by the resume,
the resume is. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm just telling you why I think they did this. I think they did it for their quarterback and their receiver, and I think that they did it because he's going to bring enthusiasm.
Jason Witten.
He's going to bring enthusiasm. He's going to bring energy. He's going to bring positivity. That's what he's going to do. And they see that as like, they could get influenced by these guys that way. They could get influenced by a guy that comes in and shows like, let's roll up our sleeves and let's, they could get influenced by that guy. So that's why I think this is on the doorstep because of those reasons myself.
The bridge to Jason Witten.
Yeah, right. And that's why I've said, hey, if that's where you're going with this, keep Schotty on the staff. But just give Jason Witten the job. Just do it, because I don't think you're lucking into anything with Schottenheimer. You could luck into something with Jason Witten. There is an abundance of unknown there. Maybe he is an awesome coach. We don't know.
Yeah.
We've seen Brian Schottenheimer's career in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
None of it screams, hey, head coach. The other 31 teams, and I'd like to have said at one point, there were other teams that are a worse run front office than you. I got to give the Jets kudos for what they're doing. Woody Johnson is interviewing everybody. Aaron Glenn, he doesn't want him to leave the room. That was the guy we probably wanted here, was Aaron Glenn. Romo saying, hey, you want a tough team? Bring in Aaron Glenn, one of the toughest players we played for. Brian, you had a passionate speech. I mean, this is a dude who retired 3 years later, comes back, wants to learn everything from the ground up, goes into scouting, right? I mean, the guy's really worked to being a head coach.
Sure.
That makes sense. But he's probably going to get the job there with the Jets. Maybe he turns around the Jets. I don't know. But this is, I mean, for all that stuff, keeping your players happy, you know what these players have done? Failed. There's no reason I'm listening to Dak Prescott and wanting to know what the hell he likes in a coach. And why in the world, how many years are you in the league? 10 years? It shouldn't be hard for you to learn a new offense, Dak. You've had the same one. I've heard continuity your entire career. You know where it's gotten me? Against a good defense, 12 points, 17 points,
fair.
Nowhere.
All fair.
So, you know what, dude? Maybe change, maybe shaking some stuff up where you do have to learn something new would be the best damn thing for you and every other player in that locker room. Maybe they're listening too much to the guys on that team.
Yeah. No, there's not a player in that locker room that should be dictating anything. And they just want their guys to be comfortable. They don't want them to be the best versions of themselves. They don't want them to be the highest producing version of themselves. They just want status quo, comfort. They want comfort at the top, and they want comfort for everybody. We're good here. Everything's fine. We're cool with 9-10 wins, man. That's perfect.
And Jerry has control issues. I do feel like a star coach would threaten him. Somebody that got credit, somebody that had power in the building, somebody that that players could look at and rally around. And as soon as you have options, like why is Glenn or why is Johnson or why aren't these guys? Because they could say, "Screw you, I'm going somewhere else. I don't have to put up with this."
Yeah, that's true.
He wants a guy he can dominate, that has to put up with everything and allow terms to be dictated at every turn.
Yeah, all the problems I had with Mike McCarthy, I have to give him credit for walking away from this.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah,
I do. I have to give him credit if, in fact, that he wasn't willing to play by Jerry's rules, then he made a decision to, go somewhere else. He's probably out of a job, probably not going to get hired anywhere. But I have to give him credit for if, in fact, that he said, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm moving on. So give him credit for that. You talk about coaches that that just kind of stand up and say, no, we're not doing this. Mike McCarthy did that.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, at times it's very difficult to separate the fan and the love I have, which is what's coming out now, and then the media member, where it's like, in no way should I attack them really the way that I just did, because it's probably not good for business, but I don't really give a damn right now. This is just ridiculous what they're doing.
You're an FM radio host, Wolchuk, give them hell.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, they deserve it. And Jerry, this is what you're getting, man, and I think you're really, really going to tick off some of the last remaining loyal fans that you have. I guess maybe that's where this needs to go. And honestly, it's probably not going to make a big enough difference in terms of sales, revenue, and the ratings, because it's the Cowboys. And he deserves all of that because he's been a great owner. But in terms of a general manager, man, I don't know how in the world he can look at what he's done over 30 years and say, I've done a great job. I'm the dude for this job. It's sad. It's
That's
sickening.
fair.
And now we're going to watch an NFC Championship weekend with 7 former Cowboys players playing in the game with a chance to win a title, which they'd never have a chance to win with a star on their helmet. 4 Commanders will be playing in the game. You've got Tyler Biotish. You got Noah Brown, who's going to be in there, Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, not to mention the coaches that are going to be part of that. The Buffalo Bills have Connor McGovern, Jordan Phillips, who you said not good enough on my team, but he can go start for that team, and they're playing in an AFC Championship game. Peyton Hendershot with the Chiefs. Eagles have 0. Eagles said, we don't like your crappy players, so we're not going to pick any of them up. But 7 players, not including coaches, Kellen Moore will be part of that with the Eagles. I mentioned Aaron Glenn. He's with the Jets. It's expect. I've seen Josina Anderson. He's probably going to end up being named their head coach here by the end of the day. It seems like momentum's really picking up steam that Aaron Glenn's not going to leave New York without a deal. And the Bengals, now that Notre Dame season's done, they're going to be hiring defensive coordinator Al Golden for the job there in Cincinnati to go ahead and replace Lou Anarumo, who took over the Colts job yesterday. So Bengals going the route of, hey,
thought maybe
Al Golden.
Mike Zimmer maybe thought he had an opportunity for that one, and I guarantee it, he would have taken that if given.
Well, maybe that's still a hope to bring, if you want continuity. At least Zim did a good job here with the defense. Did you guys see the Chris Boyd shoving of Frank Ross, the special teams coach?
Was he mad at Frank, or was he trying to celebrate with Frank, or was Frank mad at him?
I couldn't tell. In the moment, it seemed like it was very aggressive, like maybe he was mad, but here was D'Amico Ryans kind of explaining the situation.
Looking at it again, you see Boyd gets the ball out, and I think he thought that we recovered the ball, and he made a big-time play to get the ball back for our team, and that's something we talked about for our special teams going into this game is, let's affect the game by getting the ball. I thought Boyd thought that he did that, got the ball back, and he came over with the, excitement, overly excited that he made a play, but we can't lose our minds in that sense of taking our helmet off. We still have to remain poised, right? You cannot take your helmet off in a game. Everyone knows and understands the rules. So instead of, helping us, it ended up hurting us. And I don't think he was pushing Frank in a disrespectful manner. I think it was more so he was fired up, overly fired up, and thought he made a play to help us. So that narrative that he's pushing a coach, or that's incorrect.
I guess it was just, what 3 seconds of video can show as compared to reality, because you could show that to me 1,000 times, then there's no way I would believe any other explanation. But the player himself last night explaining it, I saw that video and audio, and I bought his explanation.
Yeah.
I'm buying these explanations. Somehow that video was not the player being mad at the coach.
I mean, it definitely
either
looks
it's the
like
best cleanup job ever.
Emotions on an NFL sideline. Let's go.
That's a player's coach right there. If you're willing to spin that one for the positive.
Now, you guys ready to have a laugh because it involves the Cowboys possibly spending free agent money? Stephon Diggs, huh? Well, he's going to be a free agent. Now, C.J. Stroud said that he'd love to have Diggs back. That's my boy. We were just getting started. He would felt that they were building a really nice rapport with one another, but he is going to be a free agent in 8 games, 47 catches, 496 yards, 3 TDs, and he's coming off an ACL tear at age 31. So maybe he's somewhat affordable, but you do have the ties with Trayvon Diggs, who's on the roster. Do we want to go ahead and sell some tickets and have the Diggs bros on the same team together?
It's a bold one. That's a bold one. I'm sure they would want to play together. Maybe
Let's
you
have
could
fun and play together.
Maybe you could.
Not quite like the Thomas brothers, though. Earl and his bro.
That's true. No, I don't think they want to play together to that extent. But I don't know. Multiple Diggs in the building. That'll be the viral one-on-one matchup in training camp.
Yeah, 1v1. That would be, we won't actually get to see that.
I bet neither Diggs will be in training camp.
I don't think we'll ever get to see them play 1v1 because Trayvon's definitely not going to be ready in training camp for any type of practices.
Yeah, and with the Diggs injury, Stefan's,
maybe he won't.
You're right. We probably never see that.
Supposedly Stefan's going to be ready for training camp, but I don't know. We'll see. And you are so right, Tolos. 877-881-1053. How in the world could I forget Amari Cooper, who the team wanted to trade because, according to Bobby, Mike McCarthy made it personal. Hell, the front office maybe made it personal, but they traded him for a bag of peanuts, and they've continued the bad trades. Here's Jonathan Mingo for a 4th-rounder. That's been great. I don't know if that guy's going to be able to make the roster next year, but keep making the tremendous moves that you make over there. Best front office in all of sports. Gosh, I love being a Cowboy fan. Back to you, Gavin Dawson.
Well done, Woolchuck. One of your all-time great segments, NFL News of the Day, most every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on The Fan. We are heading for the C-Note and looking for an update on the story. Sean Sharif hearing an offer could be coming for Schottenheimer real soon. We'll react to that throughout the day as well. But the C-Note coming up next right here to G-Back Nation and The Fan.
Fellas, let's get that hair back on that head, courtesy of AdvancedHair.com.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening as we're on Brian Schottenheimer watch. Broadus is working the phone. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Schottenheimer's been an offensive coordinator 14 different seasons, has not had great quarterbacks or, great personnel to work with, but he's only been in the top 10 in points scored twice. He's never been offered a head coaching job at the age of 51, which is remarkable. He has a youthful enthusiasm. You could see where he'd be well liked in the building and people would rally around him. His positivity, his engaging way of talking. He's got a lot of head coach traits, but has never been given the opportunity because he's never really done a great job or made personnel better, which makes it a head scratcher. But we are, operating under the assumption now that they have talked or are talking. And Sean Sharif saying an offer could be coming soon for Schottenheimer. Brian, what are you hearing about this behind the scenes?
Yeah, it seems like there's some conflicting reports whether he has in fact had the interview or not had the interview. So we're kind of trying to run those things down right now to see if that's the case.
Okay. All right. So stay tuned. Krusty's Corner's coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes, and we're going all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. So a lot of time for this story to develop. Let's take a look at some of the top things and headlines about America's team today. It's David Moore in the morning news today. You guys read this article? This was really interesting. Yeah? Go ahead and turn your mic on, Wolchuk. It works better that way. I know you're still fired up.
Sorry. If David Moore's writing an article about Dion, I'm like, okay, maybe there's something to this.
Well, okay, so on the surface, it's about Dion. But he ends up describing a dynamic behind the scenes with Jerry Jones that's been about 12 months in the making that I think is the most interesting thing. The headline in what could be Jerry Jones' last coaching hire, will the owner make the biggest splash possible? The opening couple of sentences, now the NFC East landed two teams and neither one resides in Dallas in the NFC title game. There's a sense this state of affairs could spur Jerry Jones to take dramatic action. Okay, so he's kind of painting a bit of a dramatic picture. But he says there's two reasons that, Jerry could do something big and bold. And he says age and legacy. And David Moore in this article openly talking about him being 82, heading towards 83, and this being a time in your life where you just do whatever the hell you want, and anybody familiar with a grandfather or an aging parent knows that at times they can be, much more bold than they were earlier in life because they're like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around here, and damn it, I want to do it my way. And then Moore writes, there's been an undeniable difference these last 12 months or so in how Jones has gotten the message across to the public. Rather than massage the information or tweak it once it encounters backlash, Jones has tended to double down. So, it's about Deion, but I hope it's about getting a version of Jerry at this point in his life where he does do what he wants, because that's how the Cowboys won big, with big, bold moves. And the son is the financially responsible one. They have some big cap hits to eat once again this offseason, and I don't think getting better is going to be that possible. But starting in 2026, let's see Jerry try to will this team to a Super Bowl, right? You could interpret it one of two ways, like, wow, he's 82 going on 83, maybe he's losing it, sure, but could it be a positive that we could get back the Wildcatter Jerry's approach to the front office? And, the sooner that starts, the sooner I think this team will be on the path to a championship, because I think the common theme right now with how the Cowboys are managing things is conservative with their dollars. And that just runs 180 degrees to what I believe is, it's in Jerry Jones's internal compass. Think we have a chance here of seeing a resurgent geezer Jerry Jones do whatever the hell he wants with this team, Wolchuk, and telling Steve to be quiet?
It might be the only chance, right? Go wild and hire Deion. That would get me excited. That is a change. That's totally different from anything you've had here. So I'd be all for that. I mean, that's something where Deion, I think, would demand respect from the players. He certainly would shake some things up. Maybe he brings in some of his other guys, and there's some people over there that have been very, very comfortable that aren't so comfortable. Mm-hmm. But right now, it's hard to envision that is the case. I think that this is trending into a hire that is going to enrage Cowboy fans, which means that very much so maybe Jerry isn't the one that gets to make this final call, as much as we'd like to think maybe he is.
I kind of felt like that if he was able to make this final call, that Deion would be the guy. That seems like something that Jerry, do you want to be known as a guy that hired Deion Sanders on your last run, or do you want to be known as a guy that hired Kellen Moore or Brian Schottenheimer, one of those guys? So I think there's probably a little, Jerry, I've said this a bunch. I worked with a man for 14 years. We always talk about this. Listens to a lot of folks, and if in fact that he wants, it's like my 85-year-old dad. My mom's like, hey, he doesn't need that ice cream, son. And I said, if Dad wants to eat a damn bucket of butter pecan ice cream, because he's 85 years old, Mom, and what the hell? Yeah. Let him eat a bucket of butter pecan ice cream. And I just wonder if somebody's holding Jerry up on this. We always kind of go back and forth on this all the time, but I kind of feel like that if Jerry Jones wanted Deion Sanders, he should go get Deion Sanders. That should be his hire, if that's the last one he's going to make.
Okay, elsewhere here in the C-Note, other headlines to look at. Awful Announcing picked up Micah and Dez sparring on social media. This was a good exchange over the weekend. Dez saying, from now on, I'll speak my truth. Whether it's good or bad, Jerry's built a great brand. Now it's time for the team to start winning. It's time for a culture shift. I'm fed up with all the nepotism. Get someone in there who can win games. And man, Cowboys fans loved that. Micah replying, stuff like this irritates me, Des, because you had enough talent and were probably one of the greatest in your time. You could have changed the culture, brother. You could have changed the culture. I don't think you can. I think it's going to take, leadership, multiple levels. I think obviously it flows from the top. But Des replied to that. I had to double back because you really said I could have changed the culture, and emphasize that as if you don't know. I was never on the yes man political ass-kissing bleep. I sacrificed myself so a lot of you could do what you do. I'm on that bleep. That's way deeper than football. You are really too young to understand. You'll realize soon you need more people like me who don't give a bleep for the better of the athletes. The way I talk to Jerry versus the way you talk to Jerry is totally different. Let it sink in. Wow. So it continued after that, but I love this. I think it's tremendous back and forth from one of the Cowboys' all-time greats and one of the current players. And I do, agree with Dez that, this is something that will sink in over Micah Parsons' time here. But when you're young and that dominant, I bet he feels like I can drive this team to greatness by myself. And I wish him all the best. Obviously his impact on the football field was absolutely tremendous this year. But what do you guys think it's going to take to change the culture?
I mean, it's got to start with Jerry. It's got to start with the Joneses and having a completely different mindset on the way that things get run and actually prioritizing winning and not all the other stuff. And until that happens, I don't. There's no one player or one coach that can come in here and spearhead this thing enough, because your front office is actively playing defense against you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's going to take a great head coach, like Jason Garrett talked about that last week. You need a head coach that knows how to manage ownership, and then you need a bunch of players that are willing to run through a wall for these guys.
Yeah, I think the guys now he's probably hung his coaching hat there at North Carolina. That's probably the one guy that could have come in here and made things different. We've talked about making things uncomfortable and and questioning, why would you do this or why would you do that? If they're not going to try and hire a guy like that, my dream was, like I say, with Aaron Glenn. I think Aaron Glenn can come in here and change things, because I think he could come in here and get the respect of everybody and get this thing going the right direction.
Yeah, he's wanted to put extra guys on the field to get the job done.
Hey, do whatever you have to do to get it done. But I just feel like, though, to me, that if you wanted to have somebody come in here and be a changer of the culture and everything, it would probably have to have been a guy like Bill Belichick, that maybe the Joneses really respect and have the skins on the wall to make those kinds of suggestions and changes like they did with Parcells.
Okay, and salute to Dez for kind of putting a bow on the story. Micah, said something back, but then Brian just responded to other people that were in the comments saying he hopes that Parsons accomplishes more than I can imagine, but I'm going to continue to speak my truth. Okay, you mentioned Aaron Glenn. We're expecting the Jets to not let him out of the building today without a deal. That
sounds like. Justine Anderson reporting there's a lot of momentum there that a deal is going to get done. They've got James Newark, who's one of the general managers that was with him in Detroit and then has since gone to Washington as an assistant GM that's expected to get the general manager job alongside him. So, yeah, Aaron Glenn, you didn't get to interview him. You didn't interview Ben Johnson. I mean, the list of coaches that they've seen just go and be hired elsewhere that maybe could have done everything that you're asking for.
Maybe.
Belichick, Harbaugh, Vrabel, right? Sean Payton. We've talked Sean Payton for 15 years since he left. It was all pipe dream. That didn't really ever have any legs to it, it didn't seem like. So there's tons of guys that they really could have gone after that might have made a change. But instead, it falls back to the rant that we played for G-Bag of the Year, Brian, where they don't want to change. They like doing things their way. They don't want the pushback. They think they've got something that, hey, maybe we'll wake up and we'll fart in the wind and it'll blow us to a Super Bowl. It's not going to end up happening, but they believe it.
I do think that Deion Sanders story, there's just nothing to it. There's no way that's happening at this point.
No, and I don't. And think unless something changes with Schottenheimer, if they interview him and offer the job, why would Brian Schottenheimer turn this job down?
Yeah, there's no way.
There's no other team that's even asked to interview him.
Yeah, no way.
Do you guys feel like you agree with me that the Cowboys front office is actively looking for candidates that have no other options, so they'll take whatever terms they dictate? I mean, I feel like that's part of the criteria. Like, who has no other options? Okay, here's our group of guys that we're going to go with because we're going to force feed all this stuff on them and insist that Jerry's got the biggest personality in the room at all times. We don't want to feel threatened. Like Mike McCarthy, other coaches threatened by a defensive coordinator or an assistant, right? I think that the same very much applies to Jerry Jones and his weird egotistical game of importance. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some thoughts about the Final Four teams and where they're at as far as how their positions rank. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. TD Tuesdays coming up at 4 o'clock, an audio celebration of the touchdowns from the national championship game, the divisional round. And usually we do that in the 6 o'clock hour, but today the Nosebleed Boys are heading up to UNT to talk with that broadcasting program about their journey to broadcast glory here on The Fan. The time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the King, Broadus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. I've looked at this Pro Football Focus has put out of the final 4 teams. See if I can get through both the offense and the defense here. It might not be. I might have to save the defense for tomorrow. But the final 4 teams, and they got them broken down by who has the advantage by position or who is the best by these positions. Does that make sense? Did I explain that in the right way?
Yeah, the position groups, which teams have the best.
Yeah, it's just 1 to 4 in the rankings. And would you like to guess what they think, who has the advantage at quarterback of the 4 teams left?
Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm guessing the Pro Football Focus grades will have Josh Allen higher.
Chuck, do you have any thought on that as well?
Repeat the question for me.
Which Pro Football Focus put together their rankings by position? Which do you think which team has the best quarterback of the remaining 4?
It's probably Jaden Daniels.
It's actually Josh Allen.
Ooh, it's Joshy.
They've got Buffalo at 1, Commanders at 2, Chiefs at 3, Eagles at 4 is what they have for the quarterback.
Just based on their offensive grade for the season.
On their grades for the season.
Yeah.
You said the Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, is anybody going to actually pick somebody other than that? You know, I think a lot of these quarterback metrics, they're like a measurement of your offense or a measurement of your passing game, and they still haven't figured out how to separate who gets what credit. And then on top of that, I think Lamar Jackson just showed you can compile an incredible statistical regular season and still not have what it takes to win playoff games. You know, so I just think Pro Football Focus has, you know, some blind spots in the way that they analyze things, and that's why I like to use them as a tool to contribute to my analysis, but definitely not be the final say.
How about the running back room? Running backs.
The running back room they're going to give to Saquon for sure, and then it'll be Buffalo and James Cook.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, nothing you can do about Saquon Barkley unless Derrick Henry was still in the tournament.
Eagles 1, Bills 2, Commanders 3, Chiefs 4.
Yeah.
Looks like to me Kansas City might get smoked in this thing. They got bad quarterback and bad running back, huh?
Yeah, they're in trouble, man.
It is about Saquon Barkley, though. You're absolutely right about that.
Washington got this run game figured out at the right time, didn't they? I guess Jaden Daniels has doubled his amount of run attempts. He's now responsible for 33% of their attempts, where in the regular season it was 16.
Healthy, yeah.
And they got Brian Robinson running the ball well.
Yep. How about the wide receivers? Wide receivers, Final 4, Pro Football Focus.
Now, that's actually a good question because on paper you would say A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. But that Eagles passing attack, I can't imagine getting an overly high grade.
It might be like Terry McLaurin. Could he be the best one left?
The best individual? Is this like as a core though, right? This is like the whole group.
Would Travis Kelce be thrown in there as well?
The core.
Although his regular season numbers weren't very good.
Yeah, I would not put him in there as that. I would not put him as part of the wide receivers.
That's a really good question then.
Buffalo, though.
I'll guess Buffalo.
I'm going to guess Buffalo because Josh Allen was the top quarterback, so maybe he's then giving that to the receivers.
But they're not getting. They get no separation. I don't know exactly how they're making this determination. Gosh, dang it! I'll just do the on paper thing of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Yeah, I don't know how to even, compare and contrast the other three, I think it's pretty mid, so I'll go Eagles as well.
It's Eagles, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs. I'd say the Chiefs are in trouble.
Man, how are they?
Chiefs are in trouble according to Pro Football Focus.
Be a great underdog story if they can win it all.
It's amazing. Are they favored in this game?
Actually, no. It's a pick 'em at home, so that tells you Buffalo they think is better.
Defense wins championships, I guess. You know.
Oh, and so does Mahomes.
Gary and Pat. Yeah.
Tight ends. Give me the 4.
Oh man,
this is another interesting one for the season. Ertz with the Commanders.
Ertz had a solid year. Goddard's had some big plays here down the stretch. I mean, you'd initially think Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I don't know his. I mean, I'm going this weekend, it's the Chiefs 1. And damn these numbers.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing with the quarterback ranking as well. We'd all take Mahomes over any of these quarterbacks this weekend. And we'd all take Kelce over any of these tight ends this weekend.
Dawson, you like any of these other tight ends other than the Chiefs?
Nope. No, Kelce's the best.
They all have solid tight ends, though.
I think he had a good enough season, too. You know, that the other players are pretty mid.
Kelce had 97 receptions for 823 yards. They called it a down year for him. They give it to the Chiefs.
They still gave it to him?
Give it to the Chiefs. Chiefs, Buffalo, Eagles, Commanders.
Well, because the Chiefs also had that other tight end that did some heavier lifting this year.
Noah Gray.
Yeah, Noah Gray.
Yeah.
He put up some numbers.
He did. He absolutely did. All right. Offensive line.
Eagles.
Sure about that?
Yes.
All right. Dawson?
Yeah, 100%. It's the Eagles.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, it's definitely the Eagles.
And then I'm just going to guess Buffalo.
Okay, put them together.
No. As the second. I'm saying that's. I'm guessing the order.
Rank them. Give me 4.
I'm guessing Eagles.
Okay.
Bills. Chiefs. Commanders.
Eagles. Chiefs. Bills. Commanders. Not that. Any surprises there?
Well, finally the Chiefs are in. Tight end and offensive line. They're finally in the top 2 of something.
I think the Chiefs have a chance now.
I think Trey Smith, their guard's a free agent, too.
He is.
It's going to be one to watch. Can they pay him?
For somebody
if they
else.
do, that's even more reason to.
Sounds like Chicago's already gearing up to throw him the bag.
Oh, I bet.
No doubt about that. All right, let's go to the defense real quick. How about the defensive line? Defensive line.
Ooh.
Let me get the Chiefs.
Defense.
Yeah. I mean, Chris Jones.
I'm Karlaftis.
Mm-hmm.
Karlaftis.
Oh, man.
I am Karlaftis. Damn it.
I am Karlaftis.
I mean, they all have respectable.
Give me the Eagles.
I'll go.
Jalen Cotta.
Yeah, I'm going to go Eagles as well. Nolan Smith playing his balls off.
Dawson?
Yeah, I'm going Chiefs.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Bills. Chiefs. Commanders. Commanders got no shot in this thing.
Commanders turned it on, though. Their defensive front played very well against the Lions.
How much better is the Eagles than the Chiefs line? Front 4.
I don't think
scores.
I don't think it can't be much. It can't be much.
They said among the Eagles' 10 defensive linemen who played enough snaps to qualify, 8 of them ranked in the top half of their position in PFF overall grade. 9 surpassed 64, the 64 mark. That kind of efficiency doesn't come around every day. The Eagles boasted by far the highest graded team defense in the NFL this season at 90.6, with the next closest being the Chiefs at 79.7.
So they're just coming at you with quality depth.
Yeah.
More than superstars.
Yeah.
All right.
How about this one? Linebackers.
Man.
Okay. Well, Zach Bond's an all-pro.
Bond's been playing out of his mind.
Bolton, I do love me some Nick Bolton. I do think Matt Milano and the Bills. Now, he's not going to be here. He only played like 4 games in the regular season.
Yeah.
But that is going to be a big difference maker on Sunday.
I'm going to guess Eagles,
Bobby
Chiefs,
Wagner?
And then Frankie Louvu as well.
Frankie Louvu is a hell of a player.
Washington might be out there.
Washington. I'm gonna guess. Gosh dang it! Eagles, Chiefs, Commanders, Bills.
So do the edges count as the linebackers?
No.
Okay, Chiefs.
Commanders.
It's Commanders. Bobby Wagner continues to deny Father Time, earning an 88.3 PFF overall grade to rank 3rd among linebackers. Frankie Louvu has also been a reliable option for the Commanders, supporting a 65.3 PFF overall grade. Depth may be a concern, though, as Washington's other 3 linebackers are not in these spots. They're thinking that maybe that the Eagles could have been higher on this list if Nakobe Dean had not gotten hurt.
Yeah, that's fair. Even though the guy that stepped in, I can't remember his name, number 43 for them, he was doing some nice blitzing.
Is it Dean or Burks? It's Burks.
Yeah, it's Burks.
Yeah, Burks.
Because we thought Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Or
would slide
Burks.
in there.
Or in Burks.
Yeah.
I always call him Dean. Or in Burks. You see what I'm thinking of. All right. Who has the best secondary of the four remaining teams?
Got to be Philadelphia, right?
Philly.
Kansas City.
They're going to give it to Philly.
McDuffie's an absolute savage. I think he's the best corner left in the playoffs.
There's no question about that.
And they got Jalen Watson.
But he won't be factored into a lot of these because Watson wasn't in the season.
That's true.
They're going to give it to the Eagles. But yes, McDuffie is the best.
Yeah, I'd still lean
DB.
like the Chiefs have the best secondary right now.
Yeah, now, today, Watson, McDuffie, Spags.
I'm just going to stick with the
Let's
Chiefs.
go.
You're right, Dawson. Who do you think?
Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's the Eagles.
You going Chiefs?
I think the Chiefs do, yeah. But the numbers probably say no.
It's the Eagles.
5 guys.
Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, Commanders.
Poor Commanders.
The Eagles boast a
Commanders have been 4 in a lot of these.
93 team PFF coverage grade. Much better than the second place Chargers 87.9 number.
Goodness.
Their secondary was thrashed much of 2023, but the new defensive coordinator Vic Fangio helped turn the unit around despite the secondary featuring 2 rookie cornerbacks as starters. What do you think that's made the difference? Those two rookies have totally made the difference here with the way that they play.
Mitchell and DeJean.
Yeah, they got rid of Maddox and they said, then there they go. Now, get out of here. Now they start making plays. But
Darius Slay doesn't have a single pick in the regular season, gets one in the first round, almost had one last week.
Yeah.
He's been playing much better.
Much better. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Coming up in about 45 minutes, we'll talk with Stink. Mark Schlereth will drop some knowledge, react to the divisional weekend, look forward to the conference championship slate. But coming up next, boom shaka-lock, Wolchuk. Where are we heading?
Let's do it. Best touchdowns of divisional round weekend and the Natty. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
5-3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, hour 3 of the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Standing by, for Cowboys news, and we'll pass it along. The story of the day, Schottenheimer getting an interview. Could they be heading towards a deal soon? Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings have an extension, so a lot of business getting done here across the league once again. We'll have a look at football's finest here coming up in about an hour. But right now, it's time to look back on what was pure glorious entertainment there with football postseason for a 3-day straight. Chuck, take it away.
Let's do it. Some glorious touchdowns were scored, and we like to relive it all in a segment we call TD Tuesday.
Lead flicker. Hurts. Wide open. CD in space. CD Lamb still running. Into corner. CD for the team.
You feel it, and it feels like a bag of sand.
That's right.
Boom shakalaka, what the people them want. Woman them a flex and the man them a chant.
Bag of sand.
Don't you want to live taste of the glory?
See what it tastes like.
I darn near made me touchdown. It's shaking big time.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
Boom shakalak, boom shakalak, boom shakalak, TD Tuesday shakalak. We start in the division round, Saturday football, kicking off the proceedings. It's Joe Mixon and the Texans for their final TD moment of the season.
Handoff, Mixon running right, has the 10, has the 5, he dances into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston, Joe Mixon.
And an extra point away from tying this game, had to overcome adversity several times within this possession.
Of course, they never executed the extra point.
Andre. We didn't get that extra point.
Thank you, Texans radio, with the call. Do you think they knew when they saw that TD that it was going to be the last TD they would see until the fall?
I don't think so.
It's just such a sad moment. You just hope that you didn't take that last TD for granted.
No, Joe Mixon.
You'll never forget it
this year. No, you'll never forget.
But you'll never get that same taste again.
You'll get it back. All right, let's go to the winning team here, and this was Patrick Mahomes doing Patrick Mahomes things where I don't know if the refs really helped him do this one. This was just magic, like to Travis Kelce.
Mahomes stepping up again, tries to throw. Line caught! Touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelce owning this game. An 11-yard touchdown. Playoff Pat to playoff Kelce, and the Chiefs lead 19-12.
Playoff Pat to playoff Kelce, our guy Mitch Holthuis with the call there. Kansas City Chiefs radio network. And it's true. These guys just raise their level of play. They can go ahead and say Travis Kelce, he's overweight. He's going ahead and hanging out with Taylor. Focus ain't on what it needs to be. And then playoff time. Here's Travis Kelce just catching TDs.
From one great TD catcher to the next, it's another tight end, the young up-and-coming Mr. Samuel Laporta-John.
Goff turns, fakes to Montgomery, looks, in trouble, rolling right, he throws, is caught! Touchdown, Detroit Lions! Oh, Sam Laporta just reached out with his left hand and made the grab. What a ridiculous catch by the tight end.
It was a ridiculous catch.
One of the highlights from the entire football weekend, but that was just the start of a TD bonanza, Chuck.
Oh, it sure was. And both these booths, probably our favorite all year long, the Lions Radio Network, the Commanders Radio Network, they were both in the height of pleasure during this game. You'll notice that in every one of these calls. And now we get a pick six. Quan Martin taking it to the house, TD off Jared Goff.
Pressure up the middle. Goff has time, throws. Oh, that is picked up! That is picked up by Quan Martin. 25-20, 15, 10, 5, pick, 6, touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! Quan Martin!
Pram Weinstein just at the, you're right, man, the height of pleasure. Every one of those touchdowns had him feeling very, very nicey, except this next one because, of course, it was Detroit. It was the speedster, Jameson Williams, 61 yards. He finishes it off with the two-pump chump in the end zone.
Bridgewater hands, they give it to Gibbs, he goes on the end around the other way.
Go, baby!
J-Mo inside the 40, J-Mo to the 50, J-Mo down to the 30.
That's a high. Go, baby!
Right. J-Mo blocked, he's going to the house. Jameson Williams, 10-5, end zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions, 61 yards.
So many tiger fist pumps and finger guns in that moment. The Lions felt like they were back and they had retaken control. Except, of course, they didn't.
Man, they did not, because Washington just might be a team of destiny, and they finish it off. Final TD of the divisional round, punching their ticket to the NFC Championship game. Take it away, Jeremy McNichols.
Handoff, McNichols can't quite get there. Diving for the goal line, extra effort, leans. Did they give it to him? Yes! Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! This is not house money! They're flirting with destiny!
Haven't seen this many touchdowns in the nation's capital since Bill Clinton was in office.
Yeah.
Historically accurate, by the way.
Yeah,
not just funny.
Bill.
You absolutely nailed it. The rare McNichols Destiny dagger there. You weren't expecting that one. You were thinking maybe Jaden Daniels would pull it. But they got a stable of backs there in Washington. I do want to go back to the Jared Goff pick six though, because he just went full Will Levis on it. I mean, he got absolutely blasted at the end of that play. It's like just insult to injury. He came back and tried to figure it out, but that was, I mean, he went full Will Levis on the play, and you never do that
for 4 quarters. He might have been channeling his Will Levis the way he played.
Bad time of year to do that. All right, we head to the link where it's snowing, but Matt Stafford is making it rain.
This is the 13th play of the Rams' first possession. Angle from the 4. Stafford wings one. Goal line. Caught. Touchdown. Tyler Higbee with a spike.
A lot of tight ends finding TDs this weekend.
Yeah, tight ends, TDs, they go hand in hand these days. All right, let's go to Saquon Barkley and the Eagles Radio Network, where all you really need is a swollen tongue, and you too can be the play-by-play voice of the Eagles as Saquon Barkley goes 78 yards for an time.
On first down, he goes to Barkley. He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 78 yards.
Merrill was channeling his papa there. Touchdown, San Francisco!
I believe Barkley has the highest ever rushing yards over/under for a playoff game in NFL history or something like that. Because this weekend, what do you think it would be at? He just had 205 yards.
I mean, a ridiculous number would be like $135.
Yeah, you're right. This is $130.5.
Wow,
it's the highest over/under for a rushing total, I believe, in NFL playoff history. So congratulations to him. We'll see if he can hit it. All right, let's get to Buffalo. Bills Mafia is going berserk, and so is Josh Allen with the legs.
There's the snap. Handoff goes. No, it's an Allen keeper, and he's going to run it in. A 4-yard touchdown run on the read option keeper by Allen. 17 is a scoring machine.
17, the scoring machine.
Putting the rhyme in there, yeah. I mean, when you have a quarterback that's like a 300-pounder below the waist, why wouldn't you just hammer him in?
Hammer it.
Bills Radio Network with the call.
Thanks, Bills. All right, let's go to Buffalo. This was the touchdown to possibly tie the game. Now, they're going to have to go for 2, but Lamar doing MVP-like things, finding Isaiah Likely.
Takes the snap. Bills rush 3. Lamar drifting to his left, patiently waiting. Now he's flush from the pocket to the right, resets his feet, fires to the goal line. Touchdown! Isaiah Likely with a sliding catch. And now it comes down to a 2-point conversion.
It's another tight end finding the TD. And unfortunately, they go to the other tight end, Mark Andrews. Now, this, of course, didn't count, but we felt the need to play the sound. Ravens Radio Network, Mark Andrews, the biggest drop of all time.
For the tie, the 2-point conversion. Lamar takes the snap, rolls to the right, throws, complete. No!
He
dropped it. Mark Andrews hit him in the hands. And Mark Andrews dropped it as he fell into the end zone.
One of the most sure-handed players the Ravens history dropped it, hitting him right in the hands.
My mother-in-law is the biggest Lamar Jackson fan. She's in the other room about 8 seconds ahead of me on her stream. So I'm listening to her joy and then the pain in trying to guess what was about to happen on my television. You ever do that?
Yes.
Sickening. That hurts.
That hurts. And I might have been a little hyperbolic there saying the biggest drop of all time. But for those guys in that Baltimore radio booth, it absolutely was.
Yeah, it was.
Just absolutely dejected.
That was heartbreaking. The all-time touchdown leader in Ravens history when it comes to receiving touchdowns. And he dropped the two-pointer. All right, let's go to the Natty. Let's get some college TD, shall we? Well, Riley Leonard.
Big Natty TD for the final time till next year.
The Irish perked up, didn't he?
Leonard takes it. He'll keep it. He's in. Touchdown, Notre Dame. It's the opening drive of a lifetime. The Irish lead 6-0. And they start the game with an all-time tone setter. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Unfortunately,
the Irish Radio Network.
They looked to the to the gas in the vehicle, and they were basically on E after that.
Yeah.
They couldn't overcome it.
Might have needed a new transmission.
Yeah,
Not in a good way.
They needed something for their defense as well, because you blink your eyes, all of a sudden it's 21-7 Buckeyes. Let's make it 28-7. Why don't we?
Howard under center. Hands to Judkins. Straight ahead goes Judkins and into the end zone for another touchdown. Quinshon Judkins, a 1-yard jaunt to the end zone. His second rushing touchdown, his third of the night.
I do like the jaunt to the end zone. That's good verbiage there. I don't think we use the jaunt word enough.
You're right. We've done
It's
TD Tuesday for years now. I don't think we've had a single jaunting TD until now. We made history in the Natty last night.
That's like a walk the dog situation.
Yeah. Go ahead and
Jaunt the dog.
Jaunt the dog. And then we find pay dirt with Jaden Greathouse, and boy, it was third and Greathouse last night, wasn't it? Riley Leonard giving the Irish just a little bit of hope.
Leonard quickly gets the snap, going to take a shot downfield. Greathouse, jump ball, and he caught it! Touchdown, Notre Dame! What a throw and what a catch! Greathouse is in for the touchdown, 30 yards, and the Irish are within a 2-point conversion of making it a one-score game.
Oh, the Irish Radio Network with the call. Unfortunately, they did not complete the comeback, but what a glorious set of national championship TDs that we got to enjoy and consume. The majority were Buckeye TDs. And
That's
I do
true.
love me
That's
a good
true.
Buckeye TD.
Yes, but yeah, it is unfortunate. The final Natty TD at that moment, they didn't know that was going to be the final one.
No, you got to like
glorious.
the shape of them right now.
I would love to run this thing back tonight. Like I think Notre Dame was close enough. If they could clean up those penalties and maybe adjust their offensive game plan, they could do this thing
and just
calm down,
crank up the stamina on their quarterback a little bit more.
Yes.
on the game.
Yeah, that was unsettling. I think he realized he was in the game against some real NFL talent. They were everywhere. That would get me worked up.
Really were.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was kind of like when I told you about that shark expedition when I went on. We went on the Pacific Ocean. They throw the cage in. You jump in the cage. You see the 14-foot tiger shark swimming around you.
Oof.
I couldn't hold my breath underwater for more than 4 or 5 seconds because my adrenaline was firing so hard. It was eating up all the oxygen.
Yeah. That's literally, we saw that take place inside of Riley Leonard's body last night.
Yeah. It was like being in Shark Tank. Well, thank you, boys.
Thank you.
TD Tuesday, an audio celebration of just an absolutely glorious 72 hours of football. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 420, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Well, okay, over the weekend we celebrated National Popcorn Day. That means we've got the top 10 best movie theater snacks. What's your favorite? That's next in the nation.
I'll tell you my favorite way.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You know it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 every afternoon at this time. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach, with an H, your Willie Bully.
Thank you very much. It is our understanding that Schottenheimer, a.k.a. Schotty, is in his head coaching interview right now with the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll see how that ends up unfolding. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite movie theater snack? And what's the last movie that you saw in theaters? It was National Popcorn Day on Sunday, and I was celebrating. I had my popcorn ready. We were watching some amazing football. I was hoping the Rams could just ram it and beat the Eagles. That didn't end up happening, but we did get a great game, Ravens, Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
And they're back in the AFC Championship game in Arrowhead, where the Chiefs live in conference championship games. What is this, their 7th in a row? 8th in a row? I've lost count. It's an unbelievable streak.
Did they not? Did they host one last year?
No, just overall being in the game.
Oh, being in the game.
I think last year was the first one that they didn't host. I think they hosted all the other ones.
I got you.
But they're, they're basically, you can just chalk it up. End of the season, Chiefs are going to be in the championship game. And who are they going to be playing? Well, this year it is the Bills. But I think the last movie I saw was over the holidays. I went with the family. Might have been on Christmas Day. We saw Mufasa, the new Lion King film.
Bye. Me too.
Yep. It was good.
I'm jamming to a lot of these songs with Remy. 3.5 years old, loving the Disney songs. So I thought they did a fantastic job with that one.
I liked it too, and I didn't really like the Lion King remake that they did, but I thought Mufasa was really cool, getting to get his backstory on that. So I did enjoy that film. I wondered, Brian, can you even remember the last movie you saw in theaters?
No.
We go back to 69. It was an Alfred Hitchcock film.
Probably Patton, 1971.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, or 1970.
We're nailing it there. Lucius,
George C. Scott.
Do you ever take a jaunt to the theater, or are you just all about the Boom Boom Room? Because you do have quite the setup.
Yeah, I like the Boom Boom Room, but the Alamo Theater is right around the corner from me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I do sometimes walk down there because if you park, it's like $25 if there's an event happening.
Yeah.
So I don't park. I just walk on down there, catch a matinee, but it's been a minute.
Okay. Dude, the matinee's nice.
Yeah, I like the matinee, bro. What? $6, $5, something like that. You're watching a movie at 10:30 in the morning, and you still have a whole damn day.
It's a great feeling.
Yeah,
that's kind of my favorite way to do. And sometimes it's nice to go by yourself.
I'm usually solo.
Yeah, I enjoyed the one solo activity I always did love to do was just go to the movies by yourself. You get a day off. Go in the morning. Lucius, you're on it, dude. I absolutely agree. Do you remember the last film you saw in theaters here? It's probably been a while.
It was Deadpool with you in Oxnard.
That's right.
That's now 2 years in a row. My one movie that I attend is in Oxnard. It was Oppenheimer, and then this time around it was Deadpool.
Okay, we got to keep the streak alive. But hopefully, we pick a better movie this year.
Deadpool was
we were
not
both
very
disappointed.
Good. Yeah,
by
it was not very
Deadpool.
good.
We were both disappointed. 877-881-1053.
Oppenheimer was just too much history, right? I think I needed more sensationalism. Let's take a little creative artistry here and make the dude a bit more of a hero. I appreciated the lesson, though. And how that whole thing went down and the Red Scare. It was very interesting.
Tremendously well done, absolutely. But it was long, and we didn't get the. They don't have the recliners at that Oxnard theater.
Yeah, that
for
was
whatever reason.
That was really, really disappointing.
So to sit there, now
times.
we're spoiled. I mean, you got to have the recliner.
The PBS version of the Oppenheimer, they tell you the story, amazing.
Yeah,
it's more riveting than the movie.
Okay,
is it documentary style?
Yeah, it's documentary style for real, but it's intense.
The Wild Robot from the 214. Anyone But You, loved it as a single male to the 817. We watched Wolfman last night, and that was awesome from the 817. Nosferatu, also an 817, the last movie they saw. 210, last movie I saw in theaters was the Wonka movie. It's not bad. Better than the Johnny Depp version. Not as good as the original. I agree with everything you just said there. 682, my wife made me see Wicked twice. Loved it.
That's like a 6-hour commitment.
2.5 hour movie. I actually went with the wife and mother-in-law as well to see Wicked. And I went in with very low expectations, and I left. Actually, thought it was fun. Good movie.
Singing the songs.
I mean, it plays every day in my household.
You downloaded the soundtrack.
My gosh, I can't wake up without listening to one of the Wicked songs. It's already on Alexa.
I'll tell you what. I love what Cinemark did though for National Popcorn Day. The bring your own bucket deal. It's like $5. You bring whatever bucket you want, and you can load up your popcorn. So people were bringing ridiculous stuff.
I didn't even see
like
this.
A cooler.
Coolers, yes. I saw Yeti coolers that you need two people to carry in because it's so big. You had little almost nightstand looking things with drawers on it. People were filling up the drawers. You had paint buckets and whatnot. Damn. Bins. Somebody had a laundry hamper. It's bring whatever you want. Wow. You can get buck wild with it. You can get all. We'll fill it up to the top.
Cinemark,
$5. Bring your own bucket.
That is nuts.
How much wasted popcorn was there?
Oh, probably just
tremendous amount,
an ungodly amount. The cleanup crew for that one,
they've got plenty of it. Okay, I do want to know from the 571. They saw A Complete Unknown. That's the Bob Dylan movie with Timothée Chalamet. Was it good? Is it worth seeing? Please let me know. A lot of people saying Gladiator 2 was the last movie they saw. Beetlejuice.
I think that's on Amazon now, right? Gladiator 2.
It is. And I think I caught it. I think I ended up paying and watching it because I didn't want to wait, and I watched it at home, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good, but it had been a long time since I saw the original. It's not as good as the original, but overall, it was still, I thought the action sequences were really good in it. Honorable mention, best movie theater snacks, pizza. And now at these movie theaters, I mean, it's like full-on restaurants you go now. I mean, they're selling Pizza Hut pizzas at the Cinemarks. I mean, Lucius, you mentioned Alamo, Studio Movie Grill, all of these dine-in theaters, the flatbread pizzas that they've got. Studio Movie Grill as a kid, they used to do Pizza Wednesdays. I remember it's $5 pizzas. Those, and they did like a honey crust. Those were the.
That's a
I
steal,
almost said something
bro.
I shouldn't have said. I almost said the T word.
Oh, that was
That's
the
gotten
tease.
me before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've gotten caught up in the T word mix before.
Well, it is a TD Tuesday. 10 is Chicken Tendies. Coming in at number 10. Best movie theater snack. Reese's Pieces with popcorn from the 214. Ooh, 469 said the last movie they saw was Godzilla -1. And I watched that after Lucius recommended it on Netflix. That is probably the best Godzilla movie.
Yeah, fantastic flick. The best Godzilla movie.
Incredible. Avengers Endgame, last great movie I've seen. Yeah, we haven't had a lot of great ones come out. 817, something with lots of nudity. I'll double back and find what movie you're talking about there. Cheese bits. So that's basically like cheese balls, fried cheese, mozzarella sticks comes in at number 9. 8, the icy. I know that's a big fan of yours. There,
yes, dude. That was the guarantee. It's the icy. Hopefully somebody in the crew's got popcorn that I can put my nasty hands into and feed myself with. But it's the icy and probably the Reese's Pieces that were the guarantee.
The Reese's Pieces. And I would like the cookie dough bites.
Cookie dough bites are strong.
Cookie dough bites were kind of an underrated one that I would enjoy. 7 is the hot dog. Now, I can't say that I've ever had a hot dog in the movie theater.
I've done the nacho thing. I've done the pizza thing.
But I'm not going to knock on it. Yeah, I've done the pizza thing too. 6 are pretzels or the pretzel bites.
Yep, those are good.
That's a good one to kind of enjoy.
Soft pretzel?
Just pretzel. I was just thinking, I don't go to movies, but pretzels are good.
How about coming in at number 5 is the popcorn. This is courtesy of USA Today. Popcorn at number 5. I feel like
I've never been that big of a fan. I feel like you're sitting there, you're going to do too much of it. Now I got kind of a chapped lip feeling around my lips because the salt's too much.
Butter. Butter's way too much.
And the repetitiveness of it's exhausting after a while. Then I got a half tub sitting there and I feel kind of obligated to eat it. It's starting to get cold.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's overrated. Plus it annoys me with everybody crunching their popcorn around me and doing the thing with their straw.
Yeah.
Man, I'd rather go back to the beginning and just start the whole movie deal without the popcorn.
Wow, dude.
Just go ahead and say you hate people. Dawson.
The popcorn.
That'd be about the.
It's not that I hate people.
The snacks.
I don't like being
around you when they're
people's actions.
Yeah.
Big groups of them.
Yeah.
Have you seen these new movie theater ideas? I think it's just a patently awful idea. They have like it's like family friendly, but they have within the theater they have like this indoor sort of like playscape playground thing for the kids to be able to play
Bounce
while the
house?
parents are watching the movies. And like
Is
at
it
first
loud?
thought you're thinking like okay, and then you start really just imagining what that experience is like, and now you're sort of trying to parent while you're watching the movie. It's an impossible task, and yes, I can't even imagine what the sound situation would be like. You have a bunch of kids crying and whatnot. I don't know. It's a new thing. I just saw it pop up on my timeline the other day, and I just thought to myself, I get what you're trying to do here. You're trying to come up with ideas. This should have stopped before the execution of it, because now we actually have playgrounds in theaters, and that is just a masterclass of parental disappointment.
I can't imagine like my kids being somewhere on the premises, but I'm not really paying that much attention because I'm trying to watch a movie. I feel like that's abduction central.
Yes, this is a breeding ground for bad things to happen.
There's very clear rules with going to restaurants and movies. One of the parents has to be able to look the kid dead in the eye and get them to shut up for like 90 straight minutes. If you can't do that, I understand some of these kids are out of control, especially some of these little boys. They're off on rampages. There's nothing you can do about it. But, you got to be honest with yourself and, just stay home and watch movies because you don't want to ruin it for everybody else.
Especially if you're granting the icy candy fiasco into your kid and then they get wound up and now it's playground time. If you think you're going to be able to focus on that movie, you're out of your mind.
You already know how nervous I was to fly for the first time with the baby, because I was like, I don't want to be that couple that has like the screaming child on the plane, although there's nothing you can really do in that moment, but you just feel terrible. I would feel the same way. Like, I'm not taking Eliza to the movie theater until I know I can trust her. Like, we're good. Where I'm going to be able to sit there, we're going to watch a movie together, it's going to be fine. Until then, all the movies are at home because I don't want to inconvenience other people.
Because my old lady will tell you to shut your baby up on the airplane.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and it's like,
shut that baby up.
Needed her on that last flight.
Amelia, I'm so sorry.
I'm so
there's nothing
embarrassed.
I can do.
So embarrassed.
4 is the ice cream. And they got all kinds of stuff at the like Dippin' Dots. Is that the Cinemark in West Plano?
I love me some Dippin' Dots.
Crazy ice cream selections
actually
now at the theaters.
That's probably the only ice cream I've ever done during a movie. I've never like been licking on a cone sitting in the middle of the movie theater.
No, you don't want to do that. You want like bonbons or dibs or something like that.
Oh, the dibs, dude.
Yeah.
The dib, overpriced but delicious because I don't think you get enough in the little can, but they're great.
Are you guys with me on the Dippin' Dots though?
Yeah, I'm into Dippin'
Dippin'
Dots.
Dots is fire.
Ice cream of the future, man.
Is that the ice cream of the future? Yeah, that's 100% great.
Like anytime I would go to the mall,
yeah, it's great.
It'd be the highlight. Like we got to get the Dippin' because that's the only place
What's
I
your
remember
flavor?
going.
What's your go-to? Because
Cookies and cream.
I'm a banana split guy.
Never had the banana split one.
It doesn't actually even really taste like a banana split, but it's fantastic.
Sounds promising.
Yeah,
it really is.
Because I don't want an actual. Yeah, right.
The best thing I can say about it is that it doesn't really taste like a banana split.
Top 3 movie theater snacks on National Popcorn Day. Candy at number 3.
Kit Kats.
The Kit Kats are the way to go. A lot of people love the Sour Patch Kids. The Raisinets getting some love on here. The Bunch of Crunch. I do love me some Bunch of Crunch. Number 2 is the Nachos, Eric. But number 1, the best movie theater snack, is
Hot
the one
tamales.
you sneak in from home.
Oh, the one you sneak in from home.
Ooh, you put it in the pocket.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
take a
the
good
way to go.
parka. You go beers in there.
Dude,
There's all
Eric,
kinds of
cheeseburgers, bro.
Yes, you told me the all-time goated move. Like you're bringing legitimate, like Wendy's, Dave Singles in
Full
there.
on Wendy's,
I'm like,
man.
dude, the
Western
ballsy.
Center, United Artists Movie Theater was my hometown movie theater, and there was a Wendy's right outside it. You just drive through, you get a bunch of junior bacon cheeseburgers, you put it in the hoodie, and you're having the time of your life.
That's your top 10.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Tremendous once again. Coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, it's time to chat with Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL insider here on The Fan. Let's chat about D&M Leasing, though, because if you're about to head home, maybe you're about to head to the job, or maybe you're just enjoying a day off.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Tim and Companions, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Let's do this. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Make sure to check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing okay. Reports are that Brian Schottenheimer is currently interviewing with the Cowboys to be their next head coach. If that's the guy they end up hiring, would that be a good move for the Cowboys?
I mean, I like Schotty. Yeah, I mean, they could get Mike McCarthy. He's available, I heard. Yeah, you know, I mean, ultimately, yeah, we've had this conversation. You know, I think that Pete Carroll's one guy for me that would at least bring gravitas into a locker room. At least he would have some credibility with your players. Schotty's a good coach. Schotty's been around the league for a long time, and you know he's been an offensive coordinator for a long time. So, I like the name. I like the guy. You know, I mean, I worked with him at ESPN for a while. I've known him for a long time. I think he's a really good coach. Again, how much authority are you given when you run the Dallas Cowboys? Not much. And so I think it's a really tough position. I still think it's probably the best job available simply because it's the freaking Cowboys. And I think they're talented. You know, they've got a talented roster with a talented quarterback and all those things. But, you know, of all the jobs left right now, certainly it's the best job available.
How excited should Bears fans be that they got Ben Johnson, whom the Cowboys didn't even feel like they needed to interview?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Ben Johnson is the guy that everybody covets, you know, and having met with him and talked to him, I mean, I can understand why offensively, you know, we always make a big deal out of offense and as we should. And I think one of the things about Ben, he's really good at kind of seeing the game, you know, a 3, 4, 5 plays ahead, a quarter ahead, you know, really good. I always say there's a difference between calling plays and calling an offense, and I think he does a really good job with calling an offense. That said, I mean, he's been coaching in Detroit for the last 3 years with arguably one of, if not the best offensive lines in football, great running back situation in Detroit, best, you know, slot receiver in football, really good tight end, and they weren't all there at the same time. But, you know, they're a really talented group, and they have had a really talented group for a while with a very talented quarterback. So, you know, you don't have that same dynamic in Chicago. So there's nothing. The thing that's interesting to me is there's nothing you can't call when you are the coordinator in Detroit. There's nothing you can't say, well, we can't hold up doing that, or, you know, our offensive line is going to break down on that, or we don't have a guy that can run that route. Like, you don't ever have to think that way as a coordinator in Detroit. You're going to have to think that way as a coordinator kind of / head coach in Chicago.
Stink, as a former offensive lineman, and you see these Final Four teams, and they all have pretty impressive rushing attacks. As you look at them all and you sort of break them down, is there an offensive line sort of run game coordination that you come away most impressed with?
Well, I think right now Philadelphia, just from a pure size, power, kind of impose our will against you, they would be the group that would be most impressive in that. Now, you get to Buffalo. Buffalo, I think their tackles are incredible. I think Spencer Brown's a really good player. I think Dawkins is a really good player. And I think ultimately they've got a great running game right now. What they're doing and the implementation of their quarterback within the running game, especially down in the red zone, is really where they put Josh Allen to work. So they do a really good job with that stuff. All the tackle trap stuff they do. They're really, a very balanced mixture of zone and gap kind of schemes. So I really like what they're doing as an offense in general. So those two, for the AFC side and the NFC side would be my two favorites as far as just the way they dominate in the run game.
Hey, Stink, I know you were there in Washington for a long time and won the Super Bowl and stuff with them, but if you had to say what was the biggest change and rank them in the order of an ownership change, the hiring of the coach, or the quarterback, how would you rank that in order of why the Commanders are in the position they are today?
Well, I think one, it would be the quarterback. And the ownership is very important, right? Kind of washing the stain off the organization is incredibly important. And Dan Quinn's incredibly important in setting a culture and demanding the proper culture. But the quarterback comes in and just executes. And I mean, let's face it. I think, the Dan Quinn thing's really interesting to me as well because, you guys had him there and know how connected he is and relational he is. And what I hear from people around the league is, I've got to get a young offensive coach, a guy that's an innovator, a guy that's this, that, and the other. And we get so enamored with age, youth, relates to the players. And I just think that's such a farce. It's just so faulty. You can either communicate and you relate to the players or you don't. And Dan Quinn, there's nobody in this league that is more relational than Dan Quinn. He's demanding. There's a right way to do things. He's going to demand that they're done correctly. But that dude is a relational dude, man, and he's connected to his football team. And here's a defensive coach. Normally defensive coaches err on the side of protecting their defense. And he's like, screw my defense. My best player is my quarterback, and I'm going to lean into him. Hey, fourth down, well, we're going to go for every one of them because that we're going to have to outscore people, and the quarterback gives that to us. So I think that's an incredible job by Dan Quinn, but, ultimately the quarterback, what they're asking him to do, the level of confidence that he's shown, the level of just professionalism that he's shown, and his ability to make plays in critical moments, dude, he's having the best rookie season of any quarterback, I think, in arguably in the history of this game.
Yeah, it's incredible what he's doing. Has he already become one of those quarterbacks that can carry a team just like the best guys in the league throughout the years? Is he already there?
Well, that's what he's done to this point. I mean, that's what he's done. Like most rookie quarterbacks, most young quarterbacks aren't given that opportunity, right? It's like you got to manage him, and you've got to run the ball, and you've got to, you got to really be good up front. You got to play stellar defense. And I saw this statistic today, and I don't know 100% what it is, but it was like, hey, with Ben Roethlisberger, all the rookie quarterbacks that have gotten to this point, Ben Roethlisberger, Mark Sanchez, all the way to Sean King with Tampa back in the day, every one of those guys had like a top 3 defense. And I think the Commanders are like 20th in defense. Like it's unbelievable what he's been able to accomplish.
Stink, I'm picking against the Chiefs this weekend. I think this is the time the Bills circle the wagons and finally beat Kansas City in the postseason. What do you think of this matchup?
Well, first off, I hope you're right. I really like anybody who played this game, who's had some, success in this game that wasn't a member of the Chiefs. I'm a part of one of those teams that went back-to-back championships. So I don't want to see the Chiefs go. I don't want to see the Chiefs three-peat. I really don't. So, call it the hater in me, but that's just the way I feel. So I hope Buffalo is able to do it. I hope they can overcome the Chiefs. You know, the bottom line is they run the ball exceptionally well. They're a physical football team. Defensively, they've played really well here of late. Offensively, the Chiefs have never really been in much of a rhythm all season long. Except the regular season, they did score some. They did have some 30-point games or whatever, but you know they weren't great last week either. So it'll be really interesting. I think the one thing that you just know when you play the Chiefs, if you give number 15 the ball last with, well, in the Bills' case with more 13 seconds or more, you're gonna lose. And so, you know, it's not only playing well, not turning the ball over, running the football, possessing the ball, not letting the Chiefs offense possess the ball, but at the end managing the game so you've got the ball last. It's a tough task, no question about it. And that's why it's really hard to beat the Chiefs. I have a ton of respect for the Chiefs. There's no question what they've done is absolutely amazing. That said, you know, I hope they get obliterated.
Can the Eagles win it all with Jalen Hurts in the passing attack, playing and producing with what it is right now?
Yeah, they can. I mean, I think obviously they can. It really comes down to this: Jalen, don't turn the ball over. You know, convert a couple of third downs either with your arm or with your feet. Don't turn the ball over. We're going to lean into our run game. We're going to lean into our offensive line. Those are the things we're going to do. We're going to play stellar defense. And right now, when you look at both lines of scrimmage, I mean, Jalen Carter's been unblockable. Like that dude has just been terrorizing the line of scrimmage. And their offensive line is big. They're athletic. They're strong. They create a new line of scrimmage. And Saquon Barkley, hey, you may shut him down like last week. Like the two carries that he broke out a 60-some-odd yarder and a 70-some-odd yarder, right? Every other carry, he averaged, you know, on the rest of those carries about 2.5, 3 yards per carry. But he had those two breakout runs. And that's the thing about Saquon. When he breaks the line of scrimmage, and you're so committed to stopping him from breaking the line of scrimmage, when he does, it's a house call because he'll outrun everybody too. So it's pretty amazing what he's been able to accomplish.
Stink, who messed up more not running the ball, Baltimore or Detroit?
Probably Detroit because they were able to score 31 points and, you know, or whatever. I think it was 31. And you know, they got taken out of their – well, obviously defensively they got injured. Their best corner had been Amik Robinson the last, 5-6 weeks. He's been really good. And when he went out on that first or second drive with the arm injury, man, you should have done everything you could have done to keep Washington's offense off the field, right? Possess the ball, eat up the clock, time of possession, all those things, and you didn't. And eventually it ended up costing the game. And I'm not like, hey, Washington was great, don't get me wrong. But at some point, you've got to protect your defense because that's the weak link in Detroit because of all the injuries they've had.
You're the man, Stink. Enjoy Conference Championship weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week with the Super Bowl matchup, man. Take care.
All right, sounds good, guys. Take care.
There you go, Stink. Every Tuesday, 4:40 here during the football season of the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by the Stinkin' Truth Podcast. Make sure you check out that Stinkin' Truth Podcast Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. In addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, what are we looking at?
Ben Johnson is the first Lions coordinator to leave for a head coach gig since, and one common thread between the NFL's Final Four teams next in the nation.
The Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It's a big day for the Nosebleed guys. They're about to head on out of here and get on up to UNT, where they are the guest of honor, so to speak, talking to the broadcast units up there about what it takes, to make it to the big time, like both you boys have so triumphantly done, right? So congrats to you guys for that. That's really cool.
Thank you. I'm leaking confidence because as soon as I walked in, Broadus was like, "Really? That's what you're wearing to go speak to the students?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm dressed for the job that I got, dude. That's part of the selling point going in there. Like, guys, look at me.
Yes,
you could literally look like this." And go to work.
This is your goal.
You can be at the height of comfort while you're working. Why wouldn't you want to do that? That's a huge selling point.
I thought you classed it up there. You got a collar on that flannel.
Thank you.
Over.
Yes,
there is
one. And I got my Nutcracker. Let's get this party cracking Christmas sweater on.
So festive.
Come
on January 21st. I love it. I think it's a hell of a one.
This is a selling point. So I'm not going to let Broadus allow all the confidence to leak out of me.
Well, speaking of selling points, we have an edition of Football's Finest. Take it away. Tell us all about it.
Well, as the Cowboys are getting set for the shoddiest hire in NFL history, let's take a look at what the Lions got going on. They're losing pieces. Of course, they lose Ben Johnson. And I saw a headline that was quite the attention grabber. Ben Johnson is the first Lions coordinator to leave for a head coach job since... And Broadus has been spinning his wheels all break long, trying to win Football Guy of the Day for the first time in 26 days. And he's efforting, he's Googling, he's throwing names at the wall. He actually had something that was educational for me by way of a guess. I didn't know Bill Belichick got his NFL coaching start.
Well, he was Baltimore, Detroit, Denver, Giants. And then that's how it all...
I don't think I knew Baltimore, Detroit, or Denver in the resume of Bill Belichick.
He was at one time, he was a assistant special teams coach, and then at Detroit, I think he actually coached wide receivers at Detroit, like
well-rounded.
in the 76 campaign. Yeah. So he's been around a little bit.
Well, the headline reads, Ben Johnson, first Lions coordinator to leave for head coach job since JFK was president. That's where we start.
Okay, so it's 1963, right? Or it's 1960.
I mean, who the heck was even on their staff? I have no idea.
The hire took place on January 9th of 1963.
Is this like an all-time great coach?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Okay. I'm only guessing this because of you. Did he coach the Dolphins?
Oh, is it Don Shula?
Is it Shula?
Big Don Shula, Zach Walchuk for the win, back-to-back days.
Did he
Football Guy of the Day.
That's
now it'll be 26 days and counting since Broadus last won.
Oh, that is unbelievable. I never even knew he was on the Lions staff.
I didn't either. Yeah, I don't know much about coaching staffs from the 60s. That's what I thought was going to be Broadus's wheelhouse.
He was on George Wilson's staff there with the Lions. So that's
the last time they've been good enough.
What was the year?
63.
63.
Yeah, the same year that Broadus was born.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly right.
And my respective parents.
That is a hell of a stat.
Big year.
That's a nugget right
Congratulations to Ben Johnson. Well, how about this? They're about to have two.
Yeah, true that.
Aaron Glenn is about to be in the Big Apple with the Jets. It seems like that's a foregone conclusion. They don't want to get him out of the building. So in one offseason, they get two hires from their staff that they haven't seen since Don Shula in 1963. If that doesn't speak to Lions disaster, then I don't really know what does. By the way, you're going to have a lot of people that are already speculating that Ben Johnson is going to take with him offensive line coach and run game coordinator for the Lions, Hank Fraley. And that's a guy who is one of the big brains behind what has gone down with this Lions offense. So Dan Campbell, Lions, they're going to be regrouping in a big way because if they're going to lose Ben Johnson and Hank Fraley, they're going to lose Aaron Glenn. Who else from the defense is Aaron Glenn going to want to take with them and promote on the staff with the Jets or wherever he ends up? Plus, you have the Patriots reportedly targeting Lions defensive line coach Terrell Williams to be their new DC under Mike Vrabel. So the Lions just getting sort of destroyed by success here a little bit, but that's just the nature of the beast. It's tough to be great for a long time because everybody wants to steal from you. How good is Man Campbell at recycling the coaching staff?
Man, I feel like if he put this coaching staff together, I would favor his chances more than a lot of teams. Finding the right kind of guys, wouldn't you? I mean, to know that we got to pick somebody off the McVay coaching tree, and then, we need to find a defensive guy with all the bona fides, I would say my trust is significantly higher in him than the Cowboys coaching search.
For sure. This is old Man Campbell actually wants to win and stuff.
Yeah, and looking at their roster and their cap situation, I think they have top 10 cap space available. They're 2 offensive linemen that are free agents, Zeitler and Skipper. Not dominant guys, not the guys that are paving the great holes. I think they're cogs in the wheel. So. And then the other thing is, if you're around great coaches like the Cowboys in the early to mid 90s, there's a carryover, where the culture's been built. We know how to execute these plays. We need somebody to come in here who has basically the same schematic ideas and isn't going to try to, bully or change the culture. We're good. We know it. Let's stick with what we got. So, finding a guy to pick that up, might not be impossible.
How about Mike Vrabel recycling Josh McDaniels once again? As Jordan Schultz has reported in the last hour that the Patriots are going to be hiring now for the 3rd time to be their offensive coordinator, Mr. Josh McDaniels. I've never seen that before. Three different stints as a play caller for one franchise. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, very rare. I don't know, Brian. Maybe there's an example of that. I think that's the role he's got to be in, though. Because Vrabel's going to set the tone. Vrabel's going to build the culture. As long as it's not McDaniels with his eccentricities and his anxiety, making people nervous around him, I think you can, harvest some gold out of there offensively with Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. If I was a Patriots fan, I'd be a little bit bummed. It's not the end of the world, but you would have liked to have seen Vrabel do something a little bit more cutting edge, forward thinking, go get somebody that is, not a guy who was having his best years with Tom Brady and a decade ago.
I mean, the thing that I like is he and Belichick wanted a running quarterback so bad, and now he's got it. It'll be interesting to see how much different that playbook looks like than what he was calling for Tom.
Saints running back Alvin Kamara tweeted out, my vote for head coach rhyme with fizzy. You know what that means?
It's Rizzy.
He wants the interim guy. Yeah. He wants the comfort of the guy that's been there, fiery. It actually seems like Ben Johnson is doing whatever he can to get Darren Rizzi as his special teams coach. So if Rizzi doesn't end up getting the head coach job with the Saints, which I don't believe he is going to, then perhaps we'll see Rizzi in Chicago. Now, I do want to play you this sound as, of course, we're filled with envy with what the Eagles got going on, but we can also laugh at them a little bit, and let's do so by going to a community event where the Philadelphia mayor, Sherelle Parker, was cranking out a good old-fashioned playoff postseason NFC championship Eagles chant, and, she was just one measly letter off. Like, come on.
Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
Yeah.
Let's go, Birds!
Let's go, Birds. Okay, maybe she was 2 letters off, but that's fine. E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles.
That's awesome.
That falls flat,
that's
man.
A shame.
Eagles fans are probably...
They were trying to go with her until she
turn
started,
off the mentions if you're hurt. They're not going to appreciate that. I mean, I get having I'm not the best speller in the world.
What's funny about that is I heard she won. She actually did the best amongst thousands of Eagles fans.
She was the closest to nailing it.
She was the only one that wasn't eating poop.
You would just think, though, that's sort of like second nature. You're not even thinking about it. You're not even trying to like spell it out. Really, you're just sing-songing what you've been saying since birth as a Filthy fan.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if we get there to New Orleans, you're going to hear that a lot.
Nope.
It'll be etched into your brain permanently, Wolchuk.
S-E-S.
We're going to get Commanders and Bills or Chiefs.
I mean, that's not nearly as bad as the Fly Eagles Fly.
Oh, that's just disgusting.
The Philadelphia Bulldog duo is dominating though this postseason. Jalen Carter, 12 pressures, tied for first in the postseason. He's been a monster, and he's been like an Iron Man with how many snaps he's played.
A lot.
He's not coming off the field. That's a tough thing to do as a defensive lineman. And then Nolan Smith, the edge that the Cowboys could have had.
Played a lot better, yeah.
You said
they could have had him.
Could have had Nolan Smith, but you saw Mozzie Smith, and you just couldn't get away from the idea of Mozzie Smith being pushed 10 yards down the field on 1st and 10. Nolan Smith, 11 pressures, tied for third in the postseason.
Oh, my
so
goodness.
both of those guys are both really getting super, super hot right now. Watch out Jaden Daniels. Actually, watch out Filthy with Jaden Daniels because he's out of his mind. You had Stink just give you a sort of a general numbers deal on just how much heavy lifting that Jaden Daniels is having to do. Anytime you see a rookie quarterback starting in a title game, you can usually point to not only a great rushing attack, but most certainly a great defense that's doing a ton of the heavy lifting for them. The one that stands out to me always is the Ben Roethlisberger rookie year. Steelers win a bunch of games, but it's the steel curtain. It's just go out there and score 13 to 17 points, Ben. Bus drive this thing, hand it to, bus ride this thing with Jerome and Willie Parker, and we'll go ahead and win 17 to 13 or something. But when you look at what Jaden Daniels is doing, 18th is the ranking for the Commanders' scoring defense this year. 18th. When Purdy was doing it last year as a rookie, his defense was first in scoring. Mark Sanchez years ago, his defense was third in scoring. Joe Flacco's defense was third in scoring. Ben Roethlisberger's was first. Sean King in 2000 with the Bucs, his defense was third.
Yeah.
So Jaden Daniels is definitely an outlier, and I loved this stat from Doug Clawson. Jaden Daniels has more wins in the postseason than negative plays.
Wow.
Meaning sacks, fumbles, or interceptions.
And I feel like that's why it's coming to an end as much as we'll be pulling, I think for Jaden Daniels to get the job done this weekend. I just don't see Philadelphia, coming up short here. And, on another note, that was the secret sauce for Tom Brady is, so many times to start a season, New England's defense would appear to be vulnerable. Belichick would figure out a way to get it performing like a top 5 unit by the time they were heading into the playoffs. And obviously the money that he didn't take on a lot of his contracts because he had the Giselle advantage with the billionaire supermodel wife that allowed him to take less. But they never won a championship, I think, without a top 5 defense in New England. And, obviously Tom and Belichick get a lot of the credit, but it was Bill's ability to make a defense on the fly, almost like he was building a bullpen in baseball throughout the season.
Yeah, their first 3 was very defensive driven, with guys like Ty Law, the pick 6 against the Rams, Brewski, Richard Seymour, Mike Vrabel. Yeah, their defenses were absolutely nasty. Asante Samuel.
Lawyer Malloy.
Yeah, Lawyer
Rodney.
Malloy. Rob, no doubt. And then in the second 3, it was, okay, now we're going to spread it out. We got Edelman. We got Gronk. We're going to throw the ball around. Rex Burkhead, of course.
What do you think is happening to Wolchuk's voice right now? Because I actually really like the way it sounds.
Thank you.
It's there's like some
get ready. You might
astuteness
be
to
you might have to be like talking to these students. He might be out. He might be like he got hurt. He got hurt in pregame warmups.
His voice is going to peter out at the start.
He might not be able to talk.
I've lost myself.
You might be the lone guy up there.
Sounds like he was smoking Pall Mall Unfiltered there at the break.
Yeah,
like
dude.
that.
Well, I'm going for full Ben Affleck.
I thought
here.
you gave up that habit months ago.
No, not anymore. Thanks to this news.
I think it's that virus I had last week or whatever it was. It felt like I had sand in my throat for about 8 days.
It's getting a little grainy.
Well, we're going to be off on the wrong foot when we show up there probably a couple minutes after the bell rings for class to start. I believe that's what's going to happen. But I did want to point out to you a common theme between the Final Four teams right now in the NFL. They all have a 4th down conversion rate above 70%. The
Commanders are the best ones, aren't they?
The Commanders by a large margin are the best. They convert 4th downs 87%.
Yeah, they missed 2 of them, I believe.
The Bills are second at 73%. So the Commanders are like historical here, but the Bills 2, Chiefs 3, Eagles 4, all in the NFL top 4 when it comes to converting on 4th downs.
That's a good nugget, right?
It was
there.
incredible to watch that this weekend. Thank you guys. Have a great time up there at UNT. But watching Jaden Daniels getting all those 4th down situations in the divisional round, I'm like, okay, this is where the run ends, right? We're looking at sample size, but they just kept on doing it, and I don't know if that's sustainable into the future. I doubt that's going to be his career number for 4th down completions, but there's no no doubt he is hot, and they're making it work. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up here at about 5:40. And we're back with the very latest on the Cowboys coaching search coming up next here in the nation. I have to chat with you about my friends at the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because
Hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Us right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time now to hit the expressway. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the expressway itself is brought to you by the On Time Experts. LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up here at about 5:40. And if you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, which he does every afternoon at 2:30, he replays the champ for you, and we have a bunch of fun there. 5:40 to the top of the hour every evening here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we've been tracking this Cowboys storyline. In the morning, the report came that Brian Schottenheimer was going to get an interview. David Moore confirmed an hour or so ago that the interview is currently ongoing there. Brian Schottenheimer, the offensive coordinator under Mike McCarthy, getting an interview as a head coaching candidate. Sean Sharif tweeted before we went on the air today, hearing an offer could be coming soon for Schottenheimer. So maybe this is like their McCarthy interview. We're going into it. They're expecting that, you know, maybe this could be the conclusion of their search. Brian, what you hearing, what you thinking?
Yeah, it just, a lot of really good reports as far as folks, trying to kind of figure things out. And, there was some whispers that I'd heard that the interview was supposed to happen at 11, and then it's been pushed back, and now it's being conducted. We'll see how it all plays out as far as could we have an answer tonight? Likelihood probably tomorrow. I'm going to see with Jimmy Sexton, who's the agent, see if he can hammer out a deal with Jerry and Steven. I'm sure that if Schottenheimer's offered the job, he'll probably accept it, but maybe he wants to talk to his wife and family members about it and, see what they think they need to do. But all indications are that they're talking about it. But I don't know. We'll see tonight. Maybe one of our national reporters, like maybe a Jane Slater, somebody like that, will have that they've agreed to terms. But I think that we're just kind of in the process right now. And say there's a lot of waiting around today for Schottenheimer. Now he's finally in. Getting this thing done.
At 877-881-1053, if you'd like to text in your thoughts, leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous. The 469 says pathetic, says this is going to turn more fans off, and I'm here for it. I thought Kellen Moore would have been the absolute worst hire as far as fan morale, fan sentiment. I don't know where Brian Schottenheimer sits in there. I think he might just be an unknown enough that a lot of the casual fans, might just be okay with it and hope for the best.
I'll say that fans that are fans of Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Okay. If you hate this hire, then you hate Dak Prescott.
Really?
And I say it because I feel like this hire is made with Dak Prescott in mind.
They want to keep him comfortable.
They want to keep him comfortable.
They did have a top 5 offense 3 years in a row in this situation.
Now I can understand non-fans of Dak Prescott being, oh gosh, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
But if you really, really are a fan of Dak Prescott and wanted and feel like that they need to do every single thing to help him, they've determined that this is probably the best hire to help Dak Prescott and to help CeeDee Lamb. And there's enough support. There's, Kellen Moore standing up in front of a team and talking, I don't think does anything for your team. I just don't. I think the thing with Brian Schottenheimer, what he does is he has support, as we'd say, politically on both sides of the aisle when you start to talk about defense and the offense together. Schottenheimer initially got his start working with the defensive guys here.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these guys know Schotty.
Has a high likability factor.
Has a very high likability factor because if you've ever watched him work on the sidelines, he stays totally away from Mike McCarthy. Like he's at one end of the field and Mike's calling plays up on the other end. So you could it's not like they're standing there just like he's in his ear, but every time there's a play or a big gain or something, Schotty's over there on the sidelines, picking guys up, patting them. He's got that kind of personality. His old man was tough. Mm-hmm. His old man was you talk about run the football in the playoffs and Daniel Tomlinson, and unfortunately a couple of AFC championship games against Denver that didn't work out because of fumbles and a drive and all that stuff. But he is a very well-liked guy in that building. And he's probably more well-liked than what Kellen Moore could bring. Maybe, Kellen Moore probably doesn't have the charisma, the personality, the putting it out there kind of thing like Schotty has. But to me, this is all about Dak Prescott is what this is about. And that's why I think they're talking to him right now, potentially to hire him.
Well, I think it's a good idea to keep your quarterback comfortable, to keep him doing things that he does well. Mm-hmm. And you were, producing a lot in the regular season. I think maybe those stats are a little bit skewed by the quality of competition that you faced. And ultimately, if it's not good enough to get the job done in the postseason, I would be looking for something different. Mm-hmm. But if you could get back to a top 5 offense with Brian Schottenheimer, mm-hmm. And the defense trending the way it is, at least getting back to being a playoff team, I think could be in the cards. If you have a good draft, if you go improve your offensive line, you get a wide receiver, you get a running back. As we see with Washington right now, things can turn around pretty quick at 877-881-1053. 940 says, I was born in 95. I'll never see the Cowboys win as long as Jerry is alive. Wow.
You've seen him win. You just haven't seen him win championships.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, and I understand what they're saying there. I will say this, though, too. I think that if a guy like Matt Eberflus is offered the opportunity to come back and be the defensive coordinator on a Schottenheimer-led staff, I think that's a real possibility.
Did a great job as linebackers coach for the Cowboys, and then Colts defensive coordinator did a hell of a job.
Yeah, I think that the familiarity there, I think that he would welcome the opportunity. Schotty, he might have some other opportunities. Eberflus might have some other opportunities, but we'll see if in fact that maybe Brian Schottenheimer's given us some thought that okay, and maybe he goes in there like if I'm Jerry and Steven, I'm asking him okay, you were on staff. Tell me the things you've thought that we were absolutely terrible at. And so, now you rehash. Like Mike McCarthy went in there and had discussion with Jerry and they went back and forth. So now Jerry has that armed with that. He could ask Schottenheimer okay, listen, when Mike and I talked, we had this was an issue with us. Where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on that? And Jerry could get a little bit, they could kind of talk some things out, but maybe Jerry could also talk about potential hires.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that, to me, that's where Schotty has got to, and maybe 51, 52-year-old ideas, maybe he's got some guys around the league that he's young guys and stuff, or established coaches that would like to be on a staff with him.
I love that talking point because there's an article out today, what the Cowboys should have learned from the divisional round, and I think it applies to maybe what Schottenheimer would do different than McCarthy.
Yeah.
I think just overall my general reaction to Schottenheimer maybe getting a job offer to be the head coach is these days you need an amazing coaching staff and an amazing quarterback or a roster that is beyond anything normal. So if going in, we have a pretty good quarterback and hopefully an average coach, maybe a pretty good coach. I don't think there's any way in HE double hockey sticks he turned this down, by the way, at age 51.
I don't think
chance
so
to be a head coach.
No, not at all.
But if you can't have the coach and quarterback combination, then you have to build a roster that's so good that Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore can win with it. And I think we're probably a ways off from that. You need 2 tackles right now. Neither Guyton or Steele has proven that they can be the kind of player that you would need. Now you need a right guard. Is your center, is Cooper Beebe going to be an answer? Like the one guy that is on the Eagles level as a group is Tyler Smith now.
Yeah.
So I just think you're so far away from it. And we've seen teams with average personnel with the offensive line be able to create great running games, which is where we go here. Hopefully NFL's divisional playoff round taught Cowboys Jerry Jones this important lesson. We go to the USA Today, and I'd love to hear from you guys. What is it that you would hope the light bulb would come on for? But check this out. Josh Allen wins the day throwing 127 yards. Jalen Hurts, 128 yards. Patrick Mahomes, 177 yards. Those are your winning quarterbacks. So the idea that we have to win while passing the ball or making chunk plays, I think is a general truth. But the pendulum has swung so far to speedy defenses and guys that can cover that now a bludgeoning running game is put 3 of the 4 teams in conference championship weekend. And that's where I come back to, what could Brian Schottenheimer tell Jerry Jones today? Guys, we're increasing the level of difficulty on Dak when the opportunity is to run. How many more games could we have run if it was Rico Dowdle instead of Zeke? How many more games could we have won if we push Rico Dowdle over 20 carries instead of like 11 or 12?
First thing Brian Schottenheimer needs to say then is we need to draft Ashton Jeanty, is what he needs to do. Because what Ashton Jeanty could do is all those holes that you talk about with the offensive line, there's nobody in the country that's made more people miss tackles than Ashton Jeanty. So while you're building your offensive line, you have a back that makes a bad offensive line better.
Yeah.
When it comes to missed tackles, run, yards after contact, all those metrics that people like to talk about. So go out, you could go out and take a chance on in an offensive line group this year draft that probably isn't as stellar as what we've seen in the past. The one thing you could do to run the ball is have a better back to do it.
Absolutely.
And if you get somebody that while you're building offensive line, Ashton Jeanty the first year, potential rookie of the year. Second year, oh wait, we've added another offensive lineman here. Oh wait, we freed up some free agent money. Oh wait, we've developed another guy. Let's plug him in. As you're building this offensive line, Ashton Jeanty is kind of growing with the line and helping you build the line. By the time you get the line built, you could get rid of Ashton Jeanty if you want to, but that's how you I would focus that way. I would get the guy that gives me the best chance to run the ball with in your view, not the best offensive line.
Yeah.
Give me somebody that I don't need to take a lesser back if I have a bad offensive line.
Jeanty, a good red zone back.
Yeah. He's got a nose for there's a lot of really good backs in this draft. And there's a lot of really good backs in this draft that need another partner to run with.
Okay, so I would counter with, let's get a good offensive lineman at 12 and get a good running back at 44. I don't think you're getting a good offensive lineman that you can plug and play at 44.
See, that's what I'm saying. We talked about plug and play last year, 2 guys.
Yeah.
And one of the left tackle got replaced during the year. Plug and play for these guys used to be a staple.
Yeah, but 27 is as close to 44 as it is to 12. I mean, that is a long gap, and I don't think you're getting quality offensive linemen in late first round or second round.
In this draft, there might not be as many quality offensive linemen as we've seen in the past. So to me, I'm trying to. If you want me to draft a good offensive lineman and a good back, when I could draft a great back and maybe a good lineman. To me, the back makes as much a difference.
However we want to get it done, I'm good.
I know, but look what I mean. Philadelphia has got a great offensive line, and they got a back that's finally healthy.
Yeah.
These teams.
Well, you can go 80 yards to the house.
Yeah, Washington doesn't have a great offensive line, but they've got two backs, in Robinson and Eckler and those guys that can make plays.
And a quarterback now running in an unsustainable fashion.
Bingo.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a regular season game plan, but once you get to the postseason, if you have a quarterback like that, and listen, it's no disrespect to Dak. I think people would look at this, be like, wow, man, I can't believe you don't think Dak can have a prolific passing game and take you to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. That's up for debate. Mm-hmm. I'm just asking that, that you acknowledge that really no quarterback did it other than Jaden Daniels, who was gifted, the fact that Detroit decided to pass it way too much and you got 4 takeaways. Okay, the Vikings and Kevin O'Connell agreed on a multi-year contract extension, unusual chapter with, so much success and him, not under contract, but terms not immediately available. But that's a no-brainer to keep Kevin O'Connell. I mean, Peyton Manning said that's the coach that he would most like to play for in today's game.
Yeah, I tell you what, if you tell me you could take Sam Darnold, he made Sam Darnold more, $10 million with Sam Darnold's contract this year for 1 year. Sam Darnold is now probably, $15, $20, $25 million more than that now? Somebody will pay him that.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe he gets tagged and all of a sudden, yeah.
I think he's worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $35-40 million.
There you go.
First time in history, not a lot of guarantee, maybe a year and a half guaranteed on that, kind of a prove-it deal, but you got to pay for, even top 20 quality. First time in history, the Big Ten ends with 3 schools in the top 5, Oregon and Penn State being the other ones, Texas the only SEC school inside the top 5, Notre Dame finishing in the top 5 as well. So the winds of change are blowing a bit, and Big Ten got the upper hand this year. I do imagine the SEC is going to snap back, but you got to figure out how to win in this landscape, in this environment with NIL and transfer portal being so big, and with Bama taking such a big step back. I don't even know if they have the right coach.
And how about this, though? Texas, going into the Southeastern Conference, that's a big get. Oklahoma not having a great year. But look at what happened. Wait, what if USC? We kind of talked about USC potentially getting into the Big Ten and having great things, but that didn't materialize at all. So really, hats off to Texas for what they were able to do in their first year in the SEC.
The Dodgers signing Kirby Yates. So that's one less option for our Texas Rangers, and now it's really up to CY to figure out a way, I think, to trade for a reliever. I guess David Robertson is still out there.
Yeah, the names, I was just kind of asking some my Major League Baseball buddies around the league. I'm saying, listen, with the loss of Yates, where are we going here? And they said Carlos Estevez, and then he's out there, and then David Robertson, who they had last year, is still out there. Those are free agents that my guys mentioned, but he says more likely they are, as you mentioned, going to have to make a trade.
Okay, it's a Dallas Stars game night hosting Carolina coming up here in about an hour and a half. Very good Hurricanes team. They are second in their division, 28-16-3 on the year. The Stars snapped a 2-game losing streak on Sunday with a nice win over Detroit.
Yeah, I'm getting indications that the interviews are over and nothing's happening tonight, so let's see what happens tomorrow was the text I just got.
Very good. Mavericks are kind of in a death spiral to 500. We've been tracking this as the injuries have piled up. They played one of their worst games of the year yesterday, but they're going to host the T-Wolves tomorrow night at 6:30. Then they'll visit the Thunder Thursday, host the Celtics on Saturday. Then they will get Washington, New Orleans, and Detroit next week. So those are going to be very important games. The All-Star break will begin on February 13th, so there is light at the end of the tunnel. But, man, Luka has done a really rough job overcoming this calf injury. UEFA Champions League drama in Spain. Barcelona was trying to stay undefeated so far in Europe. They came in 5-0-1, and they were down 2-0 in the first 2 minutes of the game to Benfica out of Portugal. Okay, the game ends up final 5-4 as Lewandowski scored twice on penalties in the 13th and 78th minute. Rafinha in the 64th and 96th minute.
Wow.
And Garcia with a tally in the 86th minute. Cabral with a red card late. It got crazy, but they end up guaranteeing a top 8 spot in the next round there of the Champions League. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander
What a time.
Has LA Live.
To be alive. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday right after the great Rick James. Bam!
All right, you squares.
Time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
New Yorkers are nice people. We just don't want to acknowledge it. You can be nice, but then, shut the f up about it. Or where I live, there's a pizza shop like right outside the park, and I went in. I got a piece of margarita pizza. I was like, let me get that slice, and he was like, one? And I was like, yeah. And he puts it in, and I look up, and the sign that says cash only, and I pull out my wallet. I was like, oh, I don't have any cash. So I was like, my man, pull out, take the slice back up, put it in the glass again. And this lady saw that, and she came up. She was like, oh, you don't have any money? I was like, no. She was like, okay, I got you. I'll take care of you. You want a slice of pizza? I got you a slice of pizza. I was like, oh. I was like, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. We're sitting there waiting. I go, so do you live in this neighborhood? She goes, mind your business. Okay, I'll just shut the f and eat my pizza and walk right into traffic. Thank you.
Yeah, them New Yorkers, bro, they special people. Shout out to my mama's side of the family. They all like that. This is LA Live for Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here at LA Live. And baby, let me tell you, it will be toxic today. Starting off with our own Bobby Belt for G-Bag of the Day.
Wow, what a performance.
Bobby was on one.
I love right at the end, you can hear where he gets happy that he finally successfully trolled somebody and didn't get too emotional his damn self.
Oh, Bobby was on one. Shout out to the Lady Tolos. Shout out to y'all out there. Ow. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, which is, I seen a thing today, the most used social media, Facebook.
Really?
If it wasn't for the Tolos, I wouldn't even use it. Yeah. Well, and some family too. Older ones in the family.
Man, people will be like, hey, I sent you a Facebook message a few weeks ago. And I'm like, oh.
I'll tell you, I think it's the best thing in the world for birthdays.
Yeah.
That's how I could follow along. If it shows up in my calendar and I'm like, happy birthday, reach out to somebody, and that's the best way to keep it organized, I think.
Yeah. I called my friend lying about her birthday because I gave her a happy birthday. She's like, it's not my birthday.
Oh, really? So it doesn't.
Facebook says that.
Yeah. Isn't that your responsibility to put that in, though?
Yeah.
They track that, right?
Yeah, she probably lied, bro. Yeah, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here comes from the RJ and Choppy Show. Bobby Belt and Sean going at it over Coach McCarthy during crosstalk.
By the way, Mike McCarthy is reporting that weather delays have prevented him from interviewing with the New Orleans Saints.
Mike McCarthy has a social media account?
He has several reporters that he feeds that information to that have since reported it this morning.
What is the real report?
There's several reporters saying, hey, Mike McCarthy's definitely interested in, the Saints are definitely interested in weather has gotten in the way. So,
but why do you have to be so childish and petty about it? I'm saying
and
now.
I'm telling you.
Why do you have to be like
There's
so
petty
bitchy about
it?
it?
It's great.
Like,
it's
he's gone. You won.
I assume it's Laura
Why are you
Oakman
still just
it.
whiny and cheap about it?
What do you mean cheap?
You take nothing but cheap shot. Cheap. You already won. What are you being so petty about it for?
I'm just saying, it's the report that's out there.
Just celebrate it and be calm and cool and poised.
This is me celebrating.
No, you're being freaking petty and annoying about it.
I love it.
You want to get punched in the freaking face?
Sean had enough. Sean had enough.
You want to get punched in the face? Freaking face. Freaking beard, man.
Yeah.
That's good stuff right there. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. I promise you it will be toxic, and this is a toxic story. I say this with reverence. You guys heard of the bikini baristas? You guys seen bikini baristas before?
No, have not.
I've heard about them.
You should know. There's a lot of them up there in Portland area.
Yeah, it works a couple of months a year where you can get off into a bikini.
You can
strut your stuff a little bit.
You're serving coffee in a bikini. People pull up, usually dudes.
I used to have,
it's in Landman too. There's one in Landman.
Yes.
And all the trucks were just backed up, ready for it.
Yeah, I just saw the first 2 episodes of Landman.
Good stuff.
That's appreciated. And I used to have a bikini beer barn off of Military that I'd swing through on the way home.
Do they still have those here? We used to have those a lot.
Beer barn?
Yeah.
Gosh, they were a great invention there. You just pull up in there and hand your money and away you go.
Yeah, they're standing outside. They got their little suits on. You're like, yeah, I do want a beer. How'd you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. There was a man caught with his pants down at a bikini coffee shop.
Yeah.
On January 8th. 27-year-old Nautica Malone, that's a hell of a name, Nautica, was captured exposing himself to a Bikini Beans coffee worker in Tempe, Arizona. Malone was pulling up to the drive-thru and he was approached by a bikini girl who noticed that the man was not wearing pants.
Oops.
This man was driving around in his car with no pants on. That's wild. That's wild stuff.
That's probably some weird fetish.
Yeah. And I think this is not like the first time for him. They were kind of used to this guy coming around with no pants on.
Okay.
Married man, by the way. Kids and all this other good stuff.
Sure, they're proud.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. The employee went to the manager who caught Malone reportedly at the window naked from waist down. The manager pulled out her phone.
Oh.
And recorded this guy. Hold on, let me hear you. Yeah, she recorded this dude. Listen to this.
Hi, how are you? Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Call 911.
He drove. He got on out of there.
Got a nice car.
He does have a nice car. Yeah. He looked pretty shocked, too. He had a smile on his face until she started pulling out the phone and said unacceptable, and he was looking like, we can't do this?
Yeah, like, what's he expecting her to say?
Yeah.
Like, wow, very impressive. You want to come into the walk-in cooler?
Yeah.
Wow. What's your name,
You got
stranger?
your tool out, fam. Put your tool up, bro. What are you doing?
Some beans.
In the video, Malone is seen abruptly driving away from the manager that confronted him. Following the incident, here's the sad part, folks. The video captured by the manager was uploaded to social media, garnishing millions and millions of views. It went viral on January 11th. Remember, this happened on the 8th. It went viral on the 11th. Malone, seeing this, was getting tagged in, and people were talking to him about it, so he drove to Goodyear, Arizona, and did the Lord's work on himself.
Oh. Yeah, I can see that shame.
He unalived himself.
Oh, man, that's too bad.
Yeah. Mossberg sandwich.
I thought you were going to say he sued the gal for putting his stuff on the internet.
There's the point of contention right there. Of course, this man is already in the wrong, pulling up with your pants off at this establishment, but the mother is saying you didn't have to post that online and cause that type of shame. You could have recorded him, and we could have went through the proper channels, but you posted it online. Do you think the family has a case?
No, I think no.
No, they really don't.
You commit a crime like that, you know, I do not see any of the fault falling on the true victim of this crime. You know, he's obviously mentally unstable.
Had a lot going on. That probably was a tipping point right there.
Yep.
Whole lot of shame.
Yep.
But, you know, in the video, you can't see, you just see your face, which is enough.
Yeah.
And they're using his face, which is a real sad story. They're using his face like a cute girl posts a sexy photo. Mm-hmm. It's him pulling up in his car, looking over.
Oh, jeez.
Man, the internet is cold, bro.
Yeah.
God, the internet is cold.
Very clever.
You know what you're saying? So she doesn't have a case. It's okay to post that online as the manager.
Now, I'm saying if I was the judge, I would not be surprised, though, or if I was in charge of the laws, I would not be surprised if there's some sort of loophole that, or you know, law that's been violated that a lawyer could exploit and, you know, get a lawsuit going and stuff like that. But I just think if you're victimizing people like that and then you can't handle the shame of what your own actions have brought upon you, you know, then there's no way if I was in charge of the laws that gal would be in any way liable.
Hella toxic, folks. Yep. I told you it's a Toxic Tuesday. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Now, let's go to Wu Clain. What the hell is going on? You take that extra day off and you just lose a pitch. What the hell?
Wu Clain Killer Bees.
Wu-Tang Clan rapper Method Man allegedly beat up his daughter's ex-boyfriend.
Oh, yeah, I saw this, dude. I think that is a flex and a half. Like, you're 55, whooping on some 25-year-old dude, and he's at a gym, right? He caught him in a gym.
He caught him at
So this is a young guy in shape.
He caught him at a Crunch Fitness in Staten Island, which I think is cool that the Method Man is actually hanging out in Staten Island.
Yeah, that is
at a
pretty
damn Crunch Fitness.
Yeah. Just keeping it real, you know, being the Method Man.
Now,
beating
this
up
is from
guys
law
half his
enforcement.
age.
Yeah, washing them.
I wonder what what dude did to his daughter.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, because it couldn't be just cheating. Because if it was cheating, you would talk to your daughter, hey, man, this is what happens out here.
It's kind of a dub for you. You're like, cool. Daughter's single again. Maybe I'll get to go have lunch with her.
Yeah, he allegedly punched Patrick Sanoka, 28. He's 28 years old. Punched him in the face 7 times with a closed fist. I don't know who was counting, but Patrick was feeling them joints.
Probably had security footage, which I wouldn't mind seeing. Didn't know Method Man had hands like that.
Come on, bro. Now, this man has not dated Method Man's daughter for more than a decade.
Oh, no.
So Method Man probably warned him, hey, yo, it's on sight if I see you.
Wow.
Be safe out here. It's on sight, whatever you did.
Back in 2014. Like, I'll see you someday.
Yeah, I'll see you, bro.
Daddy, have you beaten that guy up yet?
Please. Fold him like laundry pops. METHOD, man. The alleged victim reported that Method Man had brought the pain, they said that in quotes too, to his face, and he was feeling dizzy and refused medical attention at the scene. Method Man denied the assault allegations and says he was not arrested. So what's I don't know who's telling the truth here, because this source says law enforcement sources told the New York Post. So I don't know.
That he was arrested?
That he wasn't.
Oh, he was not arrested.
That he just beat up this guy that was dating his daughter once before, and the guy didn't want to press charges, and it was a wrap.
Yeah, maybe it's a situation where he was like being detained at the scene, and somebody interpreted that as arrest.
I can see that.
But there wasn't an official arrest record, after the guy said, no, it's fine.
Hold on.
I always wonder how I'd feel about that. Like, if you get beat up by somebody, if you were in the wrong, would you press charges for assault?
Nope.
You just let it go.
No, yeah, you just learn a lesson.
You take your beating and move on.
Yeah, go get your piece of steak, put it on your eye.
Yep.
Bag of ice.
Bag of frozen peas.
Yeah, that's it. It's over, bro. Speaking of Method Man, do you know who he raps with? His usual rap partner.
Redman?
Redman! Yeah. They made the movie How High?
Oh.
Yeah, well, his partner Redman says he's been fasting, getting all the toxins out of his life, toxic habits and whatnot. He's been fasting from smoking bud. That's Redman's identity, by the way, too. That's his whole thing. Smoking a whole lot of bud. And he's not chasing women anymore.
Wow.
He's done with chasing the women.
He's not even lit yet.
Come on, bro. My man said he's been celibate for 2.5 years.
Wow.
Shaking these toxic habits out of his life.
Gone full monk on us. Redman, we need a new record for the explanation. How things are going.
Listen to him.
My girl and I broke up maybe 3-4 years ago. I was going through such a divorce that lasted 7 years. I had so much on my plate. And I actually fasted 2.5 years. No smoking.
Wow.
Straight 2.5 years. And it was the best thing I could have ever done in my life. And believe me, I wanted to. I was fighting it. I was fighting. I was sweating. I was in my house going crazy because I lived alone. I was constantly talking to myself, me and God, and we just back and forth. You would think that it was people living in my house, how much I was talking to myself.
You know how much pennies you got to be getting for you to just be sweating and talking to yourself?
Yeah.
God, I don't want to go outside today and chase the cat.
But I made it. And it cleared out so much distractions. Now my reception is more clear now, and because it was all feeding the flesh.
Yeah.
And that's basically how the world is turning now. We're feeding the flesh. We're feeding what's good for us, which is not maybe good for the soul and spirit.
Look at the growth on Redman right there.
Yeah.
Method Man not bragging about beating up daughter's ex-boyfriends who probably deserved it. Great story. Then you got Redman right here saying, I'm getting all these toxins and toxic habits out of my life. I've been chasing so much that I had withdrawal.
Yeah.
I was sweating. I had withdrawals, man. I had to throw away condoms and everything. Anything that remind me of it. I can't even buy bananas.
Yeah, I can't even watch TV. Temptations everywhere.
Everywhere.
Seeking the pleasures of the flesh. The pleasure is different from the joy. You find the joy in the simpler things in life and being present, and it's cool that Redman can put a voice to that now.
And last one here. Remember that drunk Hooters girl
They got
in
pulled over?
Florida, they kept calling the cop daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, her Instagram is banging, by the way.
She didn't realize her car was idling right next to her. I didn't drive here.
Yeah. No, you didn't. Yeah, I hope she gets an OnlyFans or a Fansy or a Chatterbait or something.
That good, huh?
Chatterbait?
Yeah, it's booming. It's booming. Well, there was a Houston woman arrested for allegedly shoplifting nearly $200 worth of beauty supply products from Ulta. Your girl go to Ulta?
Oh, that's a good place.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good place.
Try not to.
Yeah, 100%.
It's high end.
Yeah, it's cool. Sometimes she grabs me some cologne or something like that when I've been sitting in the car for too long. It's an hour and a half, girl. I'm sitting in this car and I'm seeing everybody walk in at TJ Maxx. That's in Irving. Well, anyway, she got caught stealing this stuff from Ulta. She allegedly offered the deputy a negotiation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some cash.
Yeah.
How about that? So we was wondering how many times do women actually, offer something to the police officer? How many women out there have maybe done it in their lives? There was another one the next week, Dawson. The very next week.
Yeah, I imagine it's happening every day of the year in every state here in these United States. These gals, especially if you're guilty of something where they're going to take you into jail.
Yeah.
They get desperate.
Yeah, $200 ain't that bad, right? I don't know. All right, my name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Isn't there a certain amount of the value of something that you steal? Like if it's a certain amount, you're really not going to get hit hard.
Under $1,000 or something. I guess it depends state to state.
Candy bar.
Yeah, I think in California it's $500,000.
All right,
oh, you're good, man. Appreciate you, Lucius. There he goes. LA Live every night about 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. How about an NFL draft big board report and some college football conversation? We review all the pertinent topics for Cowboys team building as they interviewed Schottenheimer today. Nothing resulted. We'll stand by for breaking news in the morning. And then coming up at 6:20, I think you're going to like this. How much longer can the Eagles keep contending with this team building strategy that sets them apart against everybody in the league? And do you want the Cowboys to copy it? It's coming up next here in the fifth and final hour. G-Bag Nation, fan.
The football world is buzzing about the Cowboys. And it's time to head to the epicenter. driven from our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 5 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, we woke up to reports that Brian Schottenheimer was going to get an interview. He got an interview. No news on that yet, but this could be it. That would, kind of feel like, the kind of the pace that would make sense if you knew the coach you wanted to hire. You got your Rooney Rule things out of the way. You brought in Kellen Moore last week. And now here early in this week, you're ready to make a decision. I don't think Schottenheimer is exciting anybody. I'm pretty discouraged, just by the overall process once again. Brian was so discouraged. I saw him post on Twitter that he's just going to focus on the draft, because if the Cowboys aren't taking it serious, why should we, Brian? I think it's brilliant.
I just feel like that the one thing that I can talk about and potentially help our audience understand is who these players are. And a lot of guys and gals are doing their own work out there because of the work we've done on the draft shows all through these years. I really do appreciate people taking the time and studying players, putting together their own boards and stuff like that. Guys, gals, that's the only thing we can control right now. We can't control who they're going to hire or who they're going to interview. And I'm just, like I say, I'm not going to, if it's Schottenheimer, I understand it because I think it's for Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
But like I say, the one thing I could look at is players. And as they're getting drafted by not only the Cowboys but other teams, I can tell you, okay, the Eagles had a really good draft. Oh, looks like the Commanders missed on that one. Oh, I wouldn't have done that if I was the Giants.
Yeah.
That's what my focus is right now.
It's just tough to try to make sense of it and to try to, cover it when it's so unpredictable. The only thing that can allow it to make sense for me is, Jerry is specifically looking for somebody with no other options so he can leverage that guy into doing, whatever he wants to do and accept whatever terms he's got, which includes not a lot of money and, not a lot of say in his coaching staff and, not going to put up a big fight when, Jerry wants to meddle in affairs as he does. So, I guess Brian Schottenheimer would once again fit that description. And, at that point, I'm just hoping for the best. You can build an incredible roster, or Schotty's had some sort of a light bulb moment and can bring something to the table that he has not brought at his previous 3 stops as an OC, where he's had a top 10 offense twice over the course of 14 years. So we will focus on the draft. The first thing I have would actually be the 2026 and beyond draft, Brian. And my question for you is, could the Cowboys' next quarterback be in this group? Heisman favorites with a local flavor.
Yeah.
LSU's Garrett Nussmeier, who I know you've watched a lot, the former start at Flower Mound, the son of Doug Nussmeier, the Cowboys' former tight end and quarterback coach. Top of the board, plus 900 odds. You have Arch Manning at plus 950. Clemson QB Cade Klubnik, another Texas native, sitting tied for third at plus 1,100. The Penn State and Tennessee quarterbacks are fourth and fifth in there. But if this next year doesn't go well with Dak, doesn't bounce back from the avulsion fracture surgery, offense not humming along, I don't think 2026 draft would be too early to imagine maybe the Cowboys looking at taking a guy and getting ready.
Yeah, I'm sure there's somebody out there that can educate me on really what the contract situation is for Dak, and are you ready to eat cap money? And we've seen a lot of teams that have been willing to do that with their quarterbacks. The Denver Broncos. Teams have just been willing to go ahead and move on from guys and play with a younger guy. And so absolutely, I don't think there's any guarantee that things are going to be great for the Dallas Cowboys record-wise next year. I think there's going to be a pretty substantial loss of players that we saw that played for you, that helped you win the 7 games. That, let's be honest, for a while there, we've kind of seen Oso Digizua play better, but we've seen him play at his absolute best this year. Golston was one of those guys, got a lot of work. So they're going to lose the Jordan Lewises and guys like that, and it's going to be very difficult to replace them. So I don't think with the Cowboys' schedule and who they have to play next year, I don't think there's any guarantee this thing's going to be a bounce back. So, yeah, if you can tell me how much cap money we're potentially going to have to eat if Dak Prescott doesn't have success, then I'm always interested in that. But I don't know if necessarily they would be interested in that.
Yeah, I think the out in the contract is maybe after 2 more years of him.
Yeah.
So like drafting a guy, but I just think if you're in the top 5 and there's great quarterbacks in there that you could take, you have to consider all options.
Yep.
Is Garrett Nussmeier a good NFL prospect from what you've seen?
Yeah, he's the closest thing to Tony Romo as you're ever going to see. And the way he plays, there's a real looseness to his game. There's a real take chance mentality. There's a very at times you're like no, and then it turns into yes kind of a player. So yeah, if you're interested in that type of a quarterback, that's what Garrett Nussmeier is. He's much like Daniels. Daniels carried a bad defensive LSU team to multiple, to 10-win season, to bowl games and things. Nussmeier basically has done the same thing. I mean, he's played in a lot of games where he was the absolute difference maker. They've got talented receivers. They had one of the better offensive lines in the country. He took advantage of that. But I'll tell you what, though, he is a very good football player. And like I say, if you like a Tony Romo type quarterback, that's your guy.
Arch Manning would be something as well. I mean, that would just be a perfect story. Other area players with current odds, Kevin Jennings is at plus 3,000. Marcel Reed at A&M plus 4,000.
Yeah, he beat us in a game at LSU. They brought him into the game at LSU, Texas A&M, and he was the difference maker. Couldn't get it done down the stretch, against the South Carolinas and then the Auburns and teams like that. So I was interested. I thought, man, with him playing that A&M was probably going to have a chance at the Southeastern Conference Championship game after the LSU game. They just couldn't get it done defensively to stop anybody.
In the meantime, we're talking about the 2025 draft. I have 7 prospects in last night's national championship game. You tell me if you like the player, if you'd like to see the Cowboys take him. Of course, Longhorns fans all know the name Jack Sawyer by now. It's permanently etched in their nightmares. The edge from Ohio State. Projected as what, a second-round kind of guy?
Yeah, he is really, if you look at him, there's a group of really bendy kind of edge rushers, and then there's these edge rushers that are really stout, kind of like, the guys that are really good against the run, maybe not as pass rush savvy. The thing with Sawyer, he plays with a lot of effort. We've seen that. He's really good with the run. He's good extending on the he's good extending on his guys and stuff like that. He's, in my book, probably a third-round guy. I've got bendy dudes in the second and kind of defensive end run stopper type guys in that third round, and he's part of that group.
Okay, how about Jack Kaiser, linebacker, Notre Dame?
Haven't seen Jack Kaiser play, but he's I know he's played I think he's played in over 60 games for the Irish.
Wow.
And so, yeah, he's a veteran guy, always around the ball. Seen him in some TV stuff like the game, but I have not sat down and watched him as a player.
I would love it if they could find another, linebacker. I just don't know if I want to be using draft capital until we get to the 4th round on that position.
Yeah.
2 Buckeye running backs, Judkins and Henderson. How much of a drop-off are you from Ashton Genty to the, guys like this?
Yeah, I did Genty in the first, and then you're talking about Johnson from Iowa in the second, Hampton from North Carolina right behind him in the second. I've got Henderson behind those 2 guys in the second round. Then you go down to the 3rd round, Scatterboo from Arizona State, Sampson from Tennessee, Harvey from Central Florida. Now we get down to Junkins. Junkins hasn't declared for the draft yet. So I've already done the work on him and stuff. We'll see. He's got a few more days because he played in the national championship game to have to be able to declare. There's word that he might go back to Ohio State with how deep this running back draft is.
Man, that thing is deep.
Yeah.
Do we go into the 4th with quality still?
Absolutely.
Plug and play guys?
Absolutely. You can go down there. Neal from Kansas is a really good player. And then Hunter as well. There's some guys. Hunter went to school at Auburn. And so, yeah, that thing goes all the way down into the 4th round. Quality backs there.
I do feel like when you're looking at defensive players on the first 2 days of the draft, you have to acknowledge that Dak did not have many weapons, did not have much speed, can use offensive linemen. So I don't know how much you'd be thinking defense. But if the head coach said, hey, let's try to have the best defense in the NFL and throw picks and maybe go corner at 12 and then defensive tackle from Ohio State, Tylee